We have got the Israeli Spider system. We have got, and with their own integral radars, and also the Russian radars, which the Indian Air Force and the Indian Army also has. But it's all integrated. And what we saw yesterday evening and night, was a very good demonstration of the good integration that we have done to all our assets. It is not that the Army was firing on its own and the Air Force was firing on its own what threat perception. No, it was one single one that happened. So that's a good show. Hereafter, I think we can expect a little lull, because that's what geopolitically, with the type of pressures that would be coming, and the Pakistani domestic audience will be subdued for a while, I think we should expect a lull.
Right. Expect a lull, and I think absolutely. Air Marshal Bahadur, would you see this as what happens next? I mean, if I were to ask you as a military man, what is your sense? Is this, in a way, escalating to de-escalate, or or this is the bigger risk is this kind of goes out of control, because beyond a point we don't know what Pakistan will do, and then you have to respond, and then it kind of goes up the escalation ladder. So I'm just trying to understand, in your opinion, you said, well, expect a lull for now, but this situation lingers on for some more time?
Yes, we will be on stand too, as they say, for the next few days. We'll be getting our stocks up. The surveillance would continue without a break, despite all what the other side would say. Our defenses would be strengthened. Now, behind us, in the background, is diplomacy carrying on.
Yeah.
We have to understand that one is, what is the political aim right now for us? Our political aim is to convey to the other side that enough is enough. On the Pakistani side, the issue that happened yesterday was that we responded to their attack the previous night by sending in our Harop and Harpi drones. And that was in full visibility of the Pakistani public. That's what would have pushed the Pakistani administration to assuage, their domestic opinion. That having happened last night, I personally feel Asim Munir will call it a day from his side. What plans we have, I don't think we would like to escalate, provided the other side gives reasonable assurance. Musharraf did that earlier, which lasted a few years. But I'm quite sure our political establishment right now is quite firm in knowing what it wants from the other side to call it a day.
All right, Air Marshal Bahadur, thanks a lot for joining in, sir. I wanted to ask you about, what prompted Pakistan's military to respond, given their comparatively very, very limited capabilities. Do you believe they're counting on some external support from any ally?
You see, their big backer, of course, besides China, is Turkey. We do not know what all items or equipment would have come their way. But it's not easy to get newly inducted equipment quickly, synchronized with what you already have. Having said that, let's remember that we have a healthy respect for any adversary, whether it be Pakistan or China. Okay, they have got forces, they have got capability, we've got much more. We have got manpower that is well trained, but we have a healthy respect for them. So, and that's what should be of a good fighting element. Never underestimate your adversary. Be one step ahead of him. So, does it have enough equipment? I personally feel it has to carry on for a few more days, but then its economy and the political and diplomatic pressure would come. I don't think I think they have achieved what they wanted to, as I said earlier, of telling their public that, listen, we also went in. You saw Indian drones coming in, we also gone in. It's quits. But it's quits for them, but we have to accept whether that is sufficient for us.
Sir, very, very well explained. And now we really hope you're right that finally better sense prevails on the Pakistani side and they've achieved their local narrative, if that's what they were trying to settle. But yes, we don't know. We don't know the extent of our response. There's a lot of unconfirmed reports, which we are not carrying as a network. Nothing unless it's official from either the Army, the Air Force or the Ministry of Defense. Brigadier Sharma is...
May I just add one line? I mean,
yes, sir.
Yeah, you will keep this artillery exchanges along the border.
Yes.
I'm afraid would continue to happen because actually it's become a new normal sort of a thing.
Absolutely.
But it's the bigger things, different things, that come.
Yeah, absolutely. In fact, that's exactly what I was going to, ask Brigadier Sharma about. Sir, many thanks for joining us on the program today. On this very heavy shelling that we are seeing all across the LOC and, all the border areas, Poonch, Rajouri, we're getting those visuals, getting those inputs. Do you expect anything bigger, a bigger Pakistani army offensive on ground? Brigadier Sharma?
Thank you, Jai Hind, to all of you.
Jai Hind, sir.
Yes, this is as AVM Bahadur has also flagged, that this is the main decision point that the last night we saw the fifth round of escalation ladder, which was led by us. Now today daytime, what the Pakistanis do, because escalation ladder is actually India is using to deter Pakistan at some stage or other, because that is the objective, military objective, and that is also the political objective. Now, whether what has happened last night will deter Pakistan or not, has the geopolitical and politico-military message gone very strongly into them or not? Now, this is a point. The LOC is alive. The IB is also, the firing is taking place across IB. Now, this shift itself shows a level of escalation. And as AVM has pointed out earlier, the bigger weapons, when they start coming into play, especially the missiles, the surface-to-surface missiles and so on, that is the next level of escalation. So I hope Pakistan will refrain from doing that. And I would also like to add one very important input in last night's action, that almost 75 to 80% drones, as per the input available to me, were hard killed by our air defense system. And that shows that our command and control system has worked perfectly. Now, and remaining were soft kills, which that means they got crashed on, they got jammed out and so on. Now, the point in this is, which probably needs to be looked at is, I believe that number of drones, because drones are coming from bases across from quite a distance. Now,
yes.
When they enter our territory, their piloting is being taken on locally from elements inside our country. Now,
yes.
That is a worrisome aspect. I'm sure the government and our internal security agencies are looking at it to neutralize them. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to come in such large numbers. But thanks to our air defense system, that we have been able to neutralize them very effectively.
Absolutely. Yes, sir. In fact, salute to our brave hearts, our soldiers, all our personnel manning those air defense systems. Air Marshal Bahadur, back to that point on potential escalation that we should be prepared for. Like Brigadier Sharma said, that if now Pakistani misadventures move on to surface missiles, then it could be the next layer of escalation. How would you rate our preparedness, and what would you anticipate, if Pakistan is quote-unquote not done yet?
No, I mean, there will be fools to escalate it to surface missile exchange. They know our capabilities. Theirs is a small country. We are a vast country with a deep hinterland. So it's not easy to take a decision to say, okay, let's lob a few surface-to-surface missiles. I don't think that is going to happen. Minor skirmishes would continue because that's what has been happening. As I said, that's unfortunately become the new normal. But if they were to escalate, we are ready. We have our air defense, which we saw partly its action yesterday. We've got much more up our sleeves as far as the anti-ballistic missile defense or taking them out is concerned. And we, of course, have our own, BrahMos, Prithvis and other missiles. But I don't think we should be, adding fuel to fire at this stage. I don't think they would take this step. They would be big fools if they do that. Just remember one thing: they try to be irrational, but actually they are rational. So they play on their supposed irrationality to tell the world, hey, listen, come tell the Indians to pipe down because we are irrational people. But at the end of it, they are rational actors, and and people say the nuclear thing will come into effect. No, no, no. That will not happen because there is rationality at play when you're talking of war and when you're talking of leadership.
Okay, all right. It's such a helpful perspective there, Air Marshal Bahadur and Brigadier Sharma. Thank you very much, both of you, for joining us. Good perspective from both of you, and I hope we can come back to you for more as this story progresses, because I think, as both of you said, this is not done yet. We will be on our guard. The forces will be on our guard. And we, of course, will continue to lean on your expertise in military matters. We'll take a quick commercial break here. We're going to come back with, the 8 o'clock programming. We'll focus a little bit on markets as well, because there's a fair bit of news flow from overnight. Stay tuned. All of that coming up. Well, welcome back. You're with us, and we, of course, started Bazaar Morning Call earlier than usual at 7 o'clock. Actually, programming started, if you've been watching, since 6 in the morning, recapping all the developments which have happened since late last night. Let's now focus a little bit on the markets as well, because I think that is important. It's a constituency which is very much watching what's happening in terms of the escalation at the border. So I'll start with, of course, what we know officially with regards to confirmed information. So there is escalation. There is no two ways about it. India has shot down at least 40 to 45 drones which came in from the Pakistani side. There has been intense fire which has been exchanged between India and Pakistani forces. As reporters have told us since this morning, this AM, that so far things are calm. It looks like, fingers crossed, after what has happened last night, things have quietened down a little bit, maybe just for now. But that is the situation right now. We just spoke with a reporter from Jammu, etc., and that's essentially what they told us. There's nothing which is happening on some of the fronts which were targeted by Pakistan at this point in time. Okay, so that's the domestic front, which I think is the most important driver. But there's a lot of cues from overnight as well. So let's get to it. US equity markets higher. S&P was up about 0.6. NASDAQ was up about 1% or so. It was well advertised by the New York Times story. Trump announced a trade deal with the UK. And we got some specifics as well. And the sum and substance of it is that it is better than what was being expected in terms of this particular trade deal. Trump also, by the way, sounded optimistic on being able to do other deals. There is an article from New York Post which essentially says that the US is planning to slash China tariffs to as low as 50%, down from 145% as soon as next week. Now, Trump was asked this about, I think, 48 hours back, and he said, well, no, I will not. But this is what the New York Post is reporting, and many are saying, well, it'll be like a starting point. You give something for talks to start, because China has been adamant that they need to lower tariffs. And it's, they've been sort of treated very unfairly with this. So we'll see if this happens. But I think if this were to happen, it'll be seen as a big giveaway, much bigger than, the UK deal that we've seen last night. US-EU officials are reportedly talking now. I mean, the talks are on currently. US-China officials, of course, as we know, are meeting in Switzerland this weekend. And generally, last night, there was a bit of a risk-on sentiment. Actually, the S&P rallied quite hard. We got to about 5750 kind of levels, and then on the S&P, we cooled off a little bit and ended off the highs of the day. Risk-on sentiment essentially also meant that yields shot up. Actually, across the board, the 2-year, 5, 10, 30, very large moves. So the US 10-year was up 12 basis points to 4.4% last night. Oil prices, again, it's simply a manifestation of the risk on. Oil prices also went up about 3% to about $63 a barrel. So, it's a situation where we find ourselves global, actually quite constructive, quite positive. But of course, you've got local, the Pakistani issue, the Pakistani front, which I think is the big driver from here on. I just want to say, yesterday, we broke the low of 24,198 intraday. But the adjusted average close, we closed above it. So the big level on the Nifty is 24,198. A decisive close under it, I think, will mean perhaps more pressure. But more levels with Nigel. GIFT Nifty, I think, as we've been pointing out, is indicating a lower start. Nigel, what's on your radar?
Well, that's right. The GIFT Nifty is indicating a bit of a pullback. But in yesterday's trading session itself, we factored in some part of the bad news, according to me. So I think by the end of today, we could be higher than the lows that we saw in the first hour of trade. Now, India will emerge stronger, no doubt about it, as a nation as well as the market. And history suggests that stock markets do recover. Why did we decline so sharply in the final hour of trade? One was the India-Pakistan border tensions. The second factor was yesterday was weekly expiry. And that's why, in fact, there was an added element of volatility out there. Besides the money market weakness that we saw towards the end of trade, I think the most crucial factor you need to track from here on is the India VIX. Pull up the intraday chart out there. In the last 10 days or so, the India VIX actually has gone up by nearly around 18 to 20%. And that's the fear indicator that's the one that in fact has been spiking up. So just keep an eye out on the India VIX. As that starts cooling down will mean that actually the bulls believe that the worst is behind and we're looking ahead. Keep an eye out on that. That's the most important factor today. It'll start higher today yet again. But then, in fact, if it starts cooling down, means the market is gradually pricing in the worst. Moving to what history suggests. Well, history suggests that India-Pakistan combats actually, when history suggests that moving ahead, in fact, in the next 12 months or so, actually, Indian markets do outperform. And the FI flows as well, in 9 out of the 10 instances of the recent past, have indicated that the FI flows actually, they do continue. So we'll have to see how that goes this time around, because the FI flows have just returned. In the last 13 trading sessions, the Nifty actually has been consolidating in this 650-point band. That's because of the attack that we saw on April 22nd in Pahalgam. And from then onwards, we have been in this broad band. So there has been some consolidation that we've seen. The FI flows, yes, they're strong in the cash market. The problem is what's happening in the F&O market. And the sense you get is we are missing the FI net shorts in the system, because now the FIs are net long for the first time all the way since October 2024. Moving to the positioning, well, both the FIs, the highest long positions we have seen since October, the clients, the highest net short positions what we have seen all the way since October. So both of them actually have flipped it around. The options data comes up for you on the screen. 24,400 call continues to remain very, very active. Writing being seen out there. But the crucial one is the 24,000 put. There is still some writing being seen out there. The premium around 200 rupees, which gives you your near-term support. The lower end of the range is at around 23,800. I want to see that mark getting defended today. And the 20 DMA, both on the Nifty as well as the Nifty Bank, you want to protect it on a closing basis. As I said earlier, India is going to emerge stronger as a nation from here on. And also the equity markets, as history suggests, over the next 12 months or so, you do see a recovery. So we'll keep an eye on that front. A weak start, but I expect some kind of a recovery during the course of the day.
Okay, let's see how this progresses. A lot is going to depend on the official briefing that we're expecting from the MEA. That's when a lot of these stats and the latest on ground will become clear. Well, let's welcome in Mr. K.C. Singh, former diplomat and strategic affairs expert. He's with us now. Thank you very much, sir, for joining in. I believe that, I'm just telling viewers, you have been an envoy to various missions, including, I believe, Iran and UAE as well. We were just speaking to several defense experts and retired veterans from the Air Force as well as the Army. Now, from your diplomatic lens, sir, I mean, is there, we've been, of course, building and reaching out to our allies, but will the allies do the needful in exerting some sort of pressure on Pakistan to now back down? Do you think the diplomatic route will yield desired results?
Look, the diplomatic route by itself cannot and does not work. It's in combination with what is happening between India and Pakistan. Mostly what we've seen over the last 48 hours, even as it escalated, attacks have been on military facilities. They're very specific attacks. Even yesterday the swarm drone attacks by Pakistan were on Jammu, Udhampur, which is the Northern Army Command Center, and Pathankot. So essentially, even though it looked like civilian areas are getting attacked, other than line of control where civilians are being hit, so far both India and Pakistan are hitting military facilities and testing each other's capabilities in the air. The ground troops haven't got involved. We haven't crossed on the land the border or the LOC. Now that's a positive. The negative is that it's been all kinds of weapons have been traded. But the positive side is diplomatically. Yesterday, the Saudi Deputy Foreign Minister was in Delhi. He met our Prime Minister. And this morning, the Saudi Foreign Minister is arriving or has already arrived in Islamabad. So the Saudis are playing that role. And we've also seen since last night, the Americans are also giving stronger statements. Till now, President Trump appeared completely distracted, unattached to what was happening here, which was quite different from the last time around. In 2019, the Americans were directly involved. But the statements now coming are saying, de-escalate at once. So I think the Saudis are fronting for the Americans, and the IMF loan is coming up. Americans have that lever. They don't have to be in Islamabad. They can press that lever. They can stop that loan or they can allow it to go through. So what we can see is that today, while this diplomacy is on, there is a window, there's a narrow window available that we've public opinion on both sides is satisfied. Pakistanis will tell their people, look, we hit so many missiles and drones, and the Indians are on the back foot. We, of course, know what our defense ministry will say and what our point of view is there. Normally, you get to ceasefire when each side can claim, take away something which is a bit of a win, right or wrong. But that is the claim that they have to sell to their public opinion. So I think we have a narrow window before actual escalation, which means missiles are fired or troops start crossing the land border or the LOC. Before that happens,
And I
on
think,
the table is Pakistan has terrorism, which it has to
Right.
control.
Mrs. Singh,
India
if I can
has
come
got
in.
the
Yeah.
water weapon.
Yeah, and we'll talk about that. But I think it's very important that you put this on. What you started by saying, right? There's so much misinformation. It's just absolutely crazy and bizarre. Some of what we've been seeing on social media. What you're saying is, so far, what both sides have done, and it looks like what the Pakistani side has also done, is testing each other's air capabilities. And the targets have been military sites, not cities and civilian areas, etc. That's essentially what you're saying. That's what it looks like to you, which then means that this could be. Is it possible to say, in your experience, if there is the military operation, also diplomatic pressure, a bit of an escalating to de-escalate kind of a situation? Does it look like that possible from here?
Yes, that's what I'm saying. That's what the Saudis are doing at the moment. Because what we require is, we have brought the terrorism issue up front. For Pakistan, they wanted to mainstream the Kashmir issue. They've done it. But we've also got the water weapon. Now, we've said the Indus Water Treaty is in abeyance. We've been stopping the water of Chenab and Jhelum and then suddenly releasing it. So we've shown Pakistan that we have the capability of using water as a weapon. So therefore, on the table, when we sit, it's not going to be, till now, Pakistan used to say, terrorism can stop if you settle the Kashmir issue. Now it's going to be, terrorism has to stop if you don't want us to use the water weapon. So for India, that's a much better equation. And therefore, there is a possibility of a narrow window of saying, okay, other than limited firing across LOC, which also should stop over a period of time, because BSF has given out a report that there were militants being pushed through, and that is where they opened fire, which means Pakistan has no desire at the moment to have the troops cross over. They are again back to pushing militants in. Now, during that narrow window, there'll have to be a discussion. It can be back channel, it can be through third parties, to say, okay, at some stage we'll sit down and we will discuss the water thing. We want a review of the Indus Water Treaty. We will not threaten you with stopping the water and suddenly releasing it. But you also have to start checking the militancy, support to militancy. We saw Pakistani army present right when funerals were taking place in Pakistan and so on and so forth, of militants who've been killed. So I think Pakistan army also has to step back. Normally, Pakistani army is very good at tactical risks. They did it in case of Kargil, and then, Musharraf was sacked, though he went on to, commit a coup against the civilian government. So therefore, it'll come on General Munir that what have you gained by doing this? And normally, civilian governments emerge stronger if the military adventure of Pakistan does not succeed, though they'll go and say it has succeeded. But there is a window today, and I think by evening, if it does not escalate, I think both sides can sit down and talk.
Well, Ambassador Singh, important point that you're making, and we do hope that there is a de-escalation from here. But let me also bring in Air Marshal P.S. Ahluwalia, Indian Air Force veteran and defense analyst, into the conversation. Air Marshal Ahluwalia, many thanks for joining us here on CNBC-TV18. What we have seen overnight and over the last 48 hours is the significant use of drones, Air Marshal Ahluwalia. This is drone warfare underway at this point in time. The Indian defense establishment saying that we've shot down between 45 to 50 drones overnight. Of course, the targets have been military establishments along the north and the west. What do you make of the way that Pakistan has gone about this? But more importantly, to Ambassador K.C. Singh's point, what do you believe the window now is for possible de-escalation?
See, this is where strategic planning comes in. And firstly, of course, to answer your question, that drones, yes, but you have all kinds of drones. You have drones which are, 4 or 5 kgs, very small ones, which is what they generally use across the LOC. And that's what they've been using even for our northern airfields along the line of control. Unfortunately for them, and fortunately for us, we've done better drone planning, and we've got, the Harpy and the Herald. Now, these are absolute destructive causing drones. They are let loose, they don't need to come back, and they inflict a great amount of damage. So we have used them very effectively. And to go back to the main strategic thinking here, we have actually played our cards very well. Number one, we have done our planning, we've done wargaming, and we have been prepared to take up the escalation ladder as it comes across. We have shown great professionalism. We've got the right kind of weaponry required to achieve our aim. For instance, on the first day, we went and struck these training camps, 6 across the LOC, another 4 in Pakistan hinterland. This was done through BVR. This was done through air platforms, the Air Force mainly. The next day, they tried to react. They were not able to do so. And then we did, suppression of air defense assets. For instance, we struck the air defense assets of Pakistan, mainly in Lahore, in Karachi, Rawalpindi, and a few other places, very effectively. And what's more, we were able to put up these pictures that you saw, which you're seeing on TV, to show and ensure that the perception is right. That yes, not only have we attacked, but we have attacked usefully, we have attacked constructively, and we have actually got the kind of damage that we needed. So that is going very well. As far as Pakistan is concerned, they have lost, 2 JS-17s. They have lost an F-16. And more importantly, they have also lost an AVAX. Now, AVAX is very important because it's like, having your eyes in the sky. And once they lose that, then they become blind all over again. So AVAX is gone. They're, sorry, excuse me. Then what they're doing on the air defense suppression, that has been very, very effective. For instance, you know that the Chinese 9 and 16 missile units, those have been destroyed. So they've got nothing to hit us with as such. So now it's a little bit of propaganda, a total inefficiency as far as warfighting is concerned. They're not achieving anything, just letting fly these small little drones, which can hardly cause any damage. And basically it is used anti-personnel, very small areas. So all in all, what do we see from here? The question is that they have not been able to achieve anything. Their progress as far as the military is concerned is very poor. For instance, unfortunately for them, the Air Force takes second place. It's the Army that's running the show. And in today's warfare, it's the Air Force that has the cutting edge. They are the ones who are going to deliver. And they are the ones who are going to deliver effectively. They are ones who are going to deliver politically. For instance, every little bomb you drop anywhere within their territory, which can be seen by the civilians, that's crazy. You must have seen some of these, their members of parliament, actually crying, literally crying on TV, asking their government to do something about it. So all in all, I don't think we need anybody's help. We don't need anybody's support. And all this diplomatic pressure and all, I think personally, is non-effective. It has not been effective anywhere earlier. It won't be effective here. What will be effective here is that we carry on hammering these guys. We carry on hammering them till we get them to bend their knees. And once that starts to happen, then we'll be able to dictate our terms. Nobody wants an escalation. Nobody wants to get into, long drawn-out conflict. Certainly not. But we can ask them or we can force them to bend their knees. Then they'll come on the negotiating table. And that's where we can dictate terms for de-escalation as and when it happens.
Yes, that window, as Ambassador Singh was pointing out, is perhaps narrow and something that we will have to watch very closely. But Marshal Ahluwalia, just on those claims of the Pakistani fighters being downed, so far, and again, we're only putting out verified information on CNBC-TV18, we have not been able to independently verify that from the Ministry of Defence or our sources in the government at this point in time. India has not come out and said that it has been responsible for downing Pakistan air fighters or airplanes at this point in time. So that is something that we need to put on the table. But Ambassador Singh, coming back to you, and you were talking about the meeting that took place of the Saudi Minister of State yesterday with both Jaishankar as well as the Prime Minister. You also probably have taken note of the statement that came in, or not the statement, but the comment that came in from the US Vice President J.D. Vance in a conversation on Fox News, where he's essentially said, and I quote, "We're not going to get involved in the middle of the war between India and Pakistan. Getting involved in the tensions between India and Pakistan is fundamentally none of our business and nothing to do with the ability of America to control it. US is going to pursue this through diplomatic channels." We also know that Secretary Rubio has been in conversation with the External Affairs Minister. How do you read the comment that's come in from J.D. Vance and the role that the US is likely to play? And also an important meeting this evening of the IMF, where a further bailout to Pakistan is going to be up for decision. The Foreign Secretary yesterday sending that message out, saying that countries who decide to support Pakistan are supporting terror. Do you believe that we could perhaps see an impasse at the IMF meeting?
Look, I would discount what Vice President Vance says. He plays the good cop and the bad cop. We've seen it in case of various issues, whether it's relationship with Europe, whether it's something he pleases his master by taking these extreme positions. But Marco Rubio, as we know, is also the NSA. He's got more and more power. And therefore, I think for pragmatic purposes, President Trump is relying on Rubio, whereas for making noise and taking extreme positions, Vance comes in. So we should pay more attention to what Rubio is doing. Rubio has said we need de-escalation now, which means the Saudis are talking to both sides. They're doing it obviously in tandem with US. And US has this lever. They can stop the IMF loan. We can't stop it. We can make noise. But essentially, it's US that can stop it. Now, that lever would probably be in play. And that is why I said the whole of today is important. Pakistan can take away from this and tell their own public, look, we fired so many drones, we brought down Indian planes, we done that. That propaganda helps them to step back. And then on the Indian side, of course, we know, Marshal Ahluwalia has already told us, we have countered everything Pakistan has flung at us, and we've got spare capacity. Pakistan knows it. And therefore, this is a new kind of war. This is not 65, 71 or Kargil. There are no troops involved here. This is essentially air dominance, essentially to see, and this is something which has come after Ukraine, where we've seen how Ukraine has used drones to counter a nuclear power like Russia. So this is new warfare that we're seeing in South Asia. And dominance in that new warfare is a new kind of dominance. And it may not be visible, but as far as the forces of Pakistan army is concerned, they would have seen that they cannot handle it. And we'll know today, but at the same time, we should not discount it, that the Pakistani army is led by very bigoted and very determined general. And they tend to make tactical mistakes. Time and again, we've seen it. Whether it's 71, whether it's Kargil or anything else, they tend to get Pakistan into a mess, into a strategic mess. And today, the civilian government is weaker than ever before. A younger Sharif is not as strong as his elder brother was when he took on Musharraf, because you got the real powerful politician Imran Khan is in jail, who's the common enemy of Sharif and the Pakistani army. So there is an entirely different political situation there, and globally it's a fragmented thing, where US used to play the arbiter. It is no longer willing to play that openly. That's what Vance is saying, that we will apply the diplomatic pressure, but we don't want to get involved with it, which is in keeping with their stance on Ukraine, on Gaza, and various other things. But there is something happening behind the scenes. And I think if the signals have been read by the Pakistani army, they would step back. They would step back not because the government can control them. They'll step back because reality check would be made and the international pressure comes in. And so the next 12 hours are important.
Yes, the next 12 hours are crucial. And again, to this point being made about facts versus fiction, and there is a lot of fiction masquerading as fact online and including mainstream media channels. So as we've been pointing out, we're only putting out verified information. There are a lot of deep fakes circulating at this point in time, including many, that have gone viral. So we're being very mindful of that as well. Retired General SVP Singh, former ADG Artillery and Defense Analyst, also here with us. General Singh, thanks very much for joining us. There has been a very specific response from the Indian side, of course, using things like the S-400. Your assessment of where we find ourselves in this operation today.
I think India has done very well, very well timed. Our three-tier services have reacted or been preemptive in the terrorist camp attacks, and then reacted to bring down the missiles of Pakistan. And now last night, what they have done, Pakistan, I think all their attacks, drone attacks, all their efforts have been foiled. Now that's a very big success. And we see that our Navy is also active on the Arabian Sea. Our Air Force has done a commendable job, and the Army, particularly now committed in the LOC environment, pounding the targets in the J&K opposite us in the Azad Kashmir, POK. So I think my assessment would be that Pakistan has not learned its lessons, and they're continuing to show raw courage, which is not becoming of a nation state. And the leadership, particularly now with General Munir, whose position is now also not confirmed whether he's firmly in the seat or not, and the Prime Minister, who has been more of a dwarf Prime Minister, I think the most dwarf Prime Minister of Pakistan thus far. Pakistan is in trouble. And by always creating trouble, now they are in trouble themselves in this environment. And I think some movement of their troops and tanks should be taking place if they are really serious about doing what they want to do. But Indian military is well poised to crush them. So I would say that this next 24 hours will unfold where Pakistan is. Now, our non-kinetic measures have been effective so far. Firstly, we did the water controlling over there in the Chenab and the Jhelum. And now the IMF meeting, which is likely in the next 12 hours or so, that also is going to have a major effect. If we can get Pakistan at the least on the grey list, it will be a repeat of 2008-12 and 2018-22. So that should put Pakistan in place. Pakistan, I think, had relied more, perhaps, of assurances of China. They had recently done the live firing exercise in Tibet, and a lot of their vehicles, which I presume were the logistics supply vehicles on the G219 highway, Pakistan got encouraged. Also in the Arabian Sea, China had sent their ships disguised as fishermen, but they were the intelligence one. So I think Pakistan felt encouraged that China would indulge in some manner. But seeing the geopolitical environment, China will remain in the shadow. And India has played its cards very well in the geopolitical aspect, in the diplomatic front. Recently, I think what major effects have come in is the Indo-UK FTA. Indo-European Union FTA is also likely to come by. And the tariff agreements with US, if they come about, then I think India's geopolitical position is going to be much stronger. At the same time, what I would like to say, that Indian military has come of age in the sense that we were in the process for the last few years with the appointment of the Chief of Defense Staff, theaterization. It has been war game discussed, but formally it has not come through. And today is an opportunity for us to actually not war game, but to put to test what we really want in our theaterized commands. And S-400 and our Akash air defense system. They have done a fantastic job, and we should be very proud that Akash is our indigenous production. Now that's been great.
Yeah.
25 kilometers range. It is fully supportive of our layered air defense system, which has contributed to defeating the missile attacks yesterday and the drone attacks of Pakistan. Now,
Right.
as far as our artillery is concerned, I think so far we have not opened up with the might of the Indian artillery, except that what is happening in the LOC sector. But then we have on play Pinaka multi-barrel rocket launchers, which will get an opportunity to show itself again, first time in the world. We have the BrahMos missile, which is also to open up. So I feel that with all this taking place, we are actually in the stage of non-contact warfare at the moment. Kinetic has come through, but it's a non-contact warfare. Pakistan, perhaps with the damages being done to them across the border, right up to Islamabad, should now also contain itself. So that much is my assessment.
Right. And that is a very comprehensive assessment, General Singh. Thank you so much for explaining to us where we find ourselves, but more importantly, what our arsenal looks like at this point in time, what our military options look like at this point in time. As you pointed out, the focus at this point has been on non-contact warfare. It has largely been based on air operations. And of course, once again, we would like to highlight that reports suggesting that there has been any tank movement, ground troop movement, that is been debunked by the Indian Army, by the Ministry of Defence. But General Singh, thank you very much for joining us here on CNBC TV18. We appreciate your time, and we will, of course, come back to you as the situation continues to develop. Thank you very much for being with us here this morning. We will, of course, focus on what is happening in the markets as well. We're going to take a quick break and be right back with you. You're watching Bazaar Morning Call.
Welcome back. You're tuned in to CNBC TV18 and you're on Bazaar Morning Call. Well, let's focus on a couple of stocks then that will be in the news today. Mangalam joins us to run us through a quick list. Mangalam?
A bunch of results that came in post-markets overnight. Let's start with Britannia, where there was more good than bad. What was good was that the revenue, EBITDA, as well as margins along with net profit, all of them were above street expectations, and 9% revenue growth. The EBITDA didn't contract as much as the street was anticipating, and the profits on the back of that above expectations as well. What wasn't good, however, was the volume growth was just at 3%. So we'll try and get in some more details from the management on that. The gross margins were lower, but the companies managed that through curtailing other expenses, and that's commendable. So see green on Britannia. Look at Titan. There was a positive surprise on margins coming in on Titan as well. Revenue, EBITDA, as well as net profit, all of them were above street expectations. The key internal was jewelry EBIT margins coming in at closer to 12% versus 12.1%, and this despite a dip in the studded share. That tells you that there is stability there. But more importantly, they've also announced a succession plan that was on the cards. Ajay Chawla, who is currently the CEO of the jewelry division of the company, will succeed as the MD from Jan 1, 2026. See green on Titan as well. Pidilite, a good set was expected, and a good set is how the company has reported. Strong underlying volume growth of 9.8%, so near double-digit volume growth, the highest in the sector so far. And ad spends were also spurred up to, spur demand. So as a result of which, there was a mild miss on margins, but nothing really to worry about. Fairly strong results coming in from Pidilite. And finally, we have Kalyan Jewellers. We already had the update. 36% revenue growth is what the company has reported, 35% EBITDA growth, and the net profit grew by 36% as well. More importantly, their non-South revenue grew at 48% versus South revenue growing at 29%. And studded revenue grew much faster than gold revenue, and that's margin accretive as well. Middle East too saw 26% growth. The company sanguine on growth prospects and store openings going forward.
Okay, all right. Thanks a lot for that, Mangalam. So Mangalam ran us through a few stocks, but Vivek as well is joining in to run us through another set of stocks that he's tracking. Morning, Vivek.
Well, good morning. Top amongst them being L&T. L&T, the numbers themselves were quite mixed, largely in line with what the street was anticipating. But what analyst community have really liked is the fact that the company has given a very strong guidance when it comes to FY26. Let's quickly run through the numbers. The revenues are higher by almost 11%, slight miss versus our estimates. EBITDA higher by 13.5%. And when you're talking about the margins, that is something that has seen a bit of an improvement on a year-on-year basis. The consolidated margins at 11% versus 10.8%. Profitability was aided by a one-time gain of close to 475 crore. On the back of that was up 25%. Now let us look at the guidance. The guidance has beat most of the street expectations. The top line growth is seen at 15%. Remember, for FY25, they had given a guidance of 15%. They beat that, and the FY25 top line growth was 18%. Core margin guidance seen at 8.5%. For FY25, they had given a margin guidance of 8.2%. They ended with 8.3. So again, that's a positive. Order inflow guidance, remember, FY24, the order book or the order inflow was close to 3 lakh crore. They gave a guidance of 10% for FY25. They beat that, and actually it was much higher than that. On that very elevated base of FY25, they have given an order inflow guidance of another 10%, which is a clear positive. And order prospects is very strong, 19 lakh crore, of which 7 lakh crore is the domestic ordering prospect and 12 lakh crore is the international ordering prospect. So going ahead, L&T, especially in FY26, expects to see better prospects or better ordering coming in from the international market. Now moving on to Biocon, a very strong set of numbers. It's a beat across all of the estimates. The growth was largely led by the generics business that recovered and the biosimilar business that went up almost 4% on a year-on-year basis. Revenues higher by 13%. Significant beat versus our poll of close to 4,168 crore. EBITDA at a little over 1,075. Beat against our poll of just around 943 crore. Margins expanding significantly over 320 basis points, and profitability higher, more than doubling in fact on a year-on-year basis. Coming to MCX, a bit of a disappointment over here. There's been a miss across the board. EBITDA margin pressurized due to a significant jump as far as IT expenses, as well as a 39% year-on-year jump as far as employee expenses are concerned. Revenues are 5% miss versus estimates. EBITDA 20% miss versus estimates. EBITDA margins again a significant, almost 10% miss against what the poll was anticipating, and profitability too a 12% miss against estimates. So expect some pressure on MCX today. And lastly, Aarti Industries over here too. It's been a beat across what the Street was anticipating. Both volumes have come in very strong. Cost efficiencies is something that the company has managed to deliver, and the company meets what was essentially a reduced EBITDA guidance of 1,000 crore for FY25. Looking at the numbers, revenues higher by 10%, a beat against our own poll. EBITDA at 268 crore, beat against the poll of 247 crore. Margins at 13.8 versus 16.4. And lastly, PAT down 27%, but it's a beat against our poll of close to 58 crore. So overall, whole host of stocks, and they will react to the earnings that came post-market after yesterday.
Okay, all right. Thanks a lot for that, gentlemen. Well, let's hop across to Manisha. She's tracking all the commodity action overnight. Manisha?
Well, thank you so much for that, Nigel. I'll start with gold, and we seem to be looking at a third straight day of decline here. 1.5% of a cut in the overnight markets, and that is because you have the dollar index behaving as a safe haven. It's trading at a 4-week highs, and this is going to be a third weekly gain for the dollar index. And that seems to be weighing not just on gold, but many of these. The copper price is now trading at a 1-month lows. We have seen higher supplies come into the international markets. And apart from that, it also has to do with China, where the stocks have declined ahead of that high-stake tariff talks. So the decline in Chinese markets also seems to be impacting the metal prices. Not just copper, you have aluminum now trading below $2,400 a ton. Iron ore prices are trading at a 7-month lows. Steel is trading at a 1-month lows in the international markets as well. The only thing that is trading in the positive clearly has been the crude oil prices. Back above $60 a barrel, it has been a near 3% of gain in the overnight markets. The hopes of progress in US-China talks, the US-UK trade agreement reports support, and the US-Iran nuclear deal in focus as well. So all of these factors is what is keeping the crude prices higher, but metals of all sorts trading in the negative.
Okay, all right. Thanks a lot for that, Manisha. Well, let's get in some quick fundamental analysis going. We have Sid Kemka of Motilal Oswal who joins us on the show. Hi, Sid. Good morning. Good to see you. Well, eye on the border, but we have got a couple of big earnings reactions to focus on. What do you make of Titan's numbers? And L&T, actually, the guidance that they've given is quite strong. So what's your view on both these two frontline names?
Yeah, good morning, Nigel. Glad to be on the show. Definitely a lot of eyes on the border and praise for all those people staying and the armed forces. A lot of key results. Titan among them posted very strong growth, superior margins. So overall consolidated sales grew about 19%. And if you look at the standalone jewelry sales, that rose 25%, and mainly because of the rise in ticket sizes because of increasing gold prices. What is interesting is that the jewelry EBIT margins that expanded on 90 basis points on a Q-on-Q basis at 11.9% versus 11.2% that was estimated. Overall, what we see is that the healthy growth outlook continues to remain pretty strong. We are seeing a faster formalization in the jewelry industry, where we believe Titan will keep leveraging on this trend, driven by its store additions, multiple formats, presence, customers' understanding and designs, and a strong recall of trust, as well as, if you see the management guidance of any fall in gold prices, that could also boost the volume growth going forward. So pretty strong set of numbers, and we believe that the brand recall and business modes that continues to favor Titan. What we expect is about a 16% revenue CAGR and a 22% PAT CAGR. And we believe that it's a long runway for growth. We have a buy rating with a target price of 4,000 on Titan. The other one is Larsen. Again, pretty strong set of numbers, beat estimates both for Q4 as well as for the full year. The order inflows were pretty strong, and the guidance of another 10% growth in that high order book, that goes on to show the strength in the underlying business. What is driving that? Clearly, the international orders are driving L&T's core, the engineering business. And I think that is where we expect the execution to remain strong with a strong order book. And given the healthy prospect of pipeline and the company ability to maintain the net working capital and high ROEs, we continue to remain positive on L&T. We have a target price of 3,950 and a buy rating on Larsen.
Okay, got that. So that's stay on. We'll come back shortly. By the way, some of the Asian markets have turned slightly negative. We'll just pull up the GIFT Nifty. Anyway, for us, the implied open has been indicating a weaker start. I think we have Sandeep Tandon also joining in. Do we have Sandeep Tandon? I think in a bit we'll get Sandeep. And for now, let's go across to our next guest. We have with us Rajiv Dogra, former diplomat, joining us on the program. Sir, thank you very much for joining in. So we're, of course, tracking this along with the rest of the nation, and our thoughts and prayers with our brave soldiers. It's all boiling down to whether the military offensive will take a bit of a pause and whether a window of diplomacy will now open up or not. We had a former diplomat, Mr. Singh, Mr. KC Singh, with us just a while back, and he was suggesting that the parleys that are ongoing, the Saudis have met us, they've apparently met the Pakistanis as well, that could perhaps provide some sort of a breakthrough and put the necessary pressure on Pakistan. What are your thoughts?
Well, every diplomat should not close any window at all. So one should keep the option of a peaceful solution, peaceful resolution to issues like war, because war is very expensive business. In fact, I've written an entire book on wars in the world, especially India-Pakistan war, and it's a scary reading, I can tell you this. But having said that, now, how long can you keep on bleeding? It's very good to say that, yes, let's stop the war, let's take the path of peace. But please remember two things. One, as a studio based in Mumbai, please recall 1993, when the attack was to cripple the financial capital of India. Ever since then, Mumbai has not been the same. Mumbai was a happy city. Mumbai was a city on the go. Now people look over their shoulders. And more than that, not just Mumbai, the entire India since 1993 has not been the same. Whichever building you go to, whichever office you go to, whichever industry you go to, you have guards guarding those. You might say, so what? The so what answer to that is that annually India is spending over $11 billion on maintaining these security checks, maintaining these guards. So that is how Pakistan has been successful in leading us since 1993, which was multiplied again in 2611. The second is Pakistan has been engaged for the last 35 years in a war by stealth called terrorism. So Pakistan will continue its business the same way, even if the present conflict stops tomorrow. So we have to be careful in what we are hoping for. And India, please also remember, throughout its history, has been forgiving. And in every such instance where India has been forgiving, it has had huge costs to pay. And I'm talking of centuries back. So do we want to come back one more time to the same position that, yes, everything is fine, you're forgiven, the 22nd April massacre has been forgotten, let's shake hands and be friends again. Pakistan has no intention of being India's friend.
Mr. Dogra, if I could ask you now what you see as the possible options. So far, the Indian strategy, the Indian military strategy has worked very effectively, very successfully. But from here, of course, to preempt any nefarious move on the Pakistani part, but what do you believe are the options that India could choose to exercise from here?
Well, Shireen, I think so far India has been responding to Pakistan's aggression. And for the last 15 days, despite 22nd April, Pakistan has been violating the ceasefire every night. And yesterday, they went overboard in sending missiles and so on to Indian military assets. So now the time has come for us to consider, for the government to consider, and I'm sure they're doing it already, whether we should be only in the responsive mode or should we be aggressively responsive? I think unless we step up the pressure on Pakistan, and there are enough hints from across the world, USA in particular, where we are getting full support. Now, war is uncertain business. We might have an advantage today. There could be some unfortunate incidents tomorrow. Because remember, Pakistan still has about 80, 90 reported terrorists hiding in Jammu and Kashmir, and perhaps has some sleeper cells all over the country. So there could be nasty surprises, but war has nasty surprises in every situation. So we should be patient, but we should pursue our goal that from now onwards, Pakistan will not pursue terror as a means of its stealth war. I think that should be objective number one, and the only objective that India should have.
Ms. Dogra, appreciate you joining us here this morning, sir. We, of course, will reconnect with you, and we hope to have you back as we hear from the Indian government, from the Ministry of Defence. We are expecting that briefing on the next course of action. But for now, we truly appreciate you taking time out to join us here on CNBC-TV18 with your thoughtful insights on where we find ourselves. We will take a break. A lot more coming up. Don't go anywhere. We are, of course, counting down to the markets opening as well. But back in a moment with more.
Welcome back. We have Sandeep Tandana joining us, Founder and Chief Investment Officer at Quant Mutual Fund. Sandeep, good morning. Good to have you with us here. I think we've been trying to get that line right so we can see you absolutely clearly, and I hope we can hear you right as well. Congratulations first up for that license from the regulator, which came in 2 days back. I think you're the first mutual fund to get it?
That's correct, Prashant. Thanks a lot for that.
Right. Well, absolutely. But let's talk about what's, of course, the most pressing issue at hand, which is the border escalation that we've seen, Sandeep. You know, I was saying this earlier. Broadly, I mean, we are a business channel and we talk money and finance. From that perspective, and we leave the military things to the military experts, but it's well understood Pakistan doesn't have any money, let alone for a war. So eventually this should logically de-escalate. Now, anything can happen, but what is your sense on this entire thing, and how would you see this play out?
See, if you ask me, market participant may not like it, but if you ask me this, we have seen Indo-border tension for last many decades, okay? So once it has to be settled, and if Pakistan has invited the trouble, and I think whatever step government has taken, and we are very proud of it, and one should settle down, okay? You have to crush them. Okay, so to avoid futuristic problem, otherwise it's a niggling problem which continues every time, and we have lost so many lives in the past. So if you ask me as a citizen, I'm very proud what government has taken initiative, and all the three forces has done a remarkable job. And if you really look at our air defense system, we are able to halt any sort of attacks. I think this is a very powerful message. Like after Israel, we are seeing this is the first time that India also have something similar capability. We have not been affected, which means we have emerged as a defense superpower. Also, in that sense, we can protect our country. So from an investor point of view, foreign investor point of view, I think it's a very good message that India is safe from that extent. I don't think we should be bothered too much about it. I think army is doing whatever they can.
No, Sandeep, and I think we are... Sandeep, absolutely. And I think that last point is really the crux of what you were trying to say, which is the defenses are very strong, as I think has been demonstrated over the last 2 days. And as citizens, we're all proud that this needs to be done. It has been done. But as someone who's an analyst, first and foremost, how do you see this progress in your assessment from here and implications for markets? Go on.
See, first of all, if I look at from our own, except there could be noise, could be there maybe for a few more days, once it starts, it takes some time to de-escalate. It's not going to happen in the next two hours, will de-escalate completely. So it will take some time. The good news is there is no casualty, no impact on India, which is very constructive for the market, that we have not been impacted. Okay, what as a like everybody is doing their duty. I say as market participant, I will advise all our investors not to get panic. This is a great opportunity for whatever reason. If market opens weak, it's a buying opportunity, and that's the way we should support our country, by doing our bit of it. So as a market participant, what we can do, I would like to participate, since entire mutual fund industry is sitting on a very large amount of cash. It's a great opportunity to participate and showcase a small contribution from our side in the larger interest. That's the way I will define this moment.
Very, very interesting perspective, Sandeep. We asked this to Nilesha as well of Kotak Mutual Fund.
Yeah.
And we were discussing that firepower with him earlier. But he also had an interesting view. He said that we don't want to give easy exits to any foreign investor, anyone, any seller at this point in time. You know what? Just allow us 2-3 minutes. We'll quickly take stock of the rupee markets as well. And then we want to take this discussion forward with you. Let's get in Lata to talk about how the rupee is poised, because yesterday we saw that sharp drop, 1% lower. Lata, and the situation has only gotten sort of more tense since the market closed yesterday.
Well, actually, it's more a trader activity. It was not as if there were foreign funds coming in and buying dollars and exiting the country. This was more because people were already pretty short dollar. Let's remember earlier this week, the dollar was seriously beaten down versus all Asian currencies. It was a 10% fall it saw versus the Taiwanese dollar. On that day, the rupee also went to 83.48, if you remember, at one point in time. It ended sub 84. So it's a very, very short dollar position in the market. And therefore, from the NDF market, there was this move to, cover some short positions. Actually, the Reserve Bank also was buying dollars earlier in the day for its own reasons, just stocking up. And this came along, this dollar correction. The context is that dollar is weak. Although overnight, because of the US-UK deal, the dollar has gotten slightly expensive. The dollar is basically on the back foot vis-a-vis Asian currencies, and therefore the expectation in the market is that, it strengthens to 84 on a good day. Now it may weaken max to 87 because there is too much of short dollar positions in the market. Unlikely that the dollar is going to strengthen much. 87 is seen as the upper limit at this point in time. In the bond market as well, just in the last hour of trade, as we saw the escalation news, border news coming in, you did see yields rise by 5 basis points. Whether you took the old 10-year or the new 10-year, there was a 5 basis point jump. But it won't go beyond 6.45 on the 10-year. That's the market expectation because you're going to get the inflation number tomorrow, and that is 3.3 in April. So there is no way you're going to see yields jump much. These are just short positions getting corrected.
Okay, but we have to watch out for this because the dollar is at a one-month high. The dollar index today at 100.65 is the highest we've seen since early April. So
first deal, no? US-UK deal.
Exactly. So there is the strength in the dollar and then there is our own situation. So let's watch out for the rupee. Take a quick break. On that note, back with more in just a bit. Okay, the pre-open rates are trickling in. The market is now settling down. The first rate was a gap down 1,000 points in the Nifty. Now it's about 550 points, and it's still very early in the pre-open session. So let's see where this settles, because the GIFT Nifty was indicating about a 300 point sort of a down start. Right now, this is about 500. Let's give it those 15 minutes to settle. Still in conversation with Sandeep Tandon. Sandeep, my question is whether at all. I mean, when foreign investors look at this market, typically, I don't think geopolitical risk premium was something that was being ascribed to India. Do you see that happening now? Could that be a bit of a near-term change at all?
So I think if you look at an absolute basis, you may get some answers. But I think the way I look at on relative basis, globally, geopolitical tension has been escalating for a while. So it's not something new phenomena we are seeing only uniquely to or specific to India. So I think overall geopolitical volatility has been higher. If you look at the war cycle, also give you some sense. So I think we have to live with this phenomena. It's not something only happening in India and then one should, a foreigner will be very skeptical. In fact, I will say given the economic concerns which we have, India is in a very unique situation, okay, on a relative basis, where a lot of money is now getting shifted from US to India, or even Europe has pulled out very substantial large money from US market and is coming to India and Asia-centric emerging market, because purely the risk appetite for the US market and developed market has peaked out, and in where Asia-centric emerging market is on the lower side. So logically, money flow will shift. And this is something phenomena we have been talking about, that in 2025, decoupling process will start. We were early to talk about this thesis, and last month we have written the decoupling process has already begun. India is a very safety zone, given the turmoil which we are seeing, not the geopolitical, but overall tariff-related challenges which are there related to recession or the currency market, yields market. All the data points are saying India is in a very safe situation. Look at the same FIs who have been seller for last many quarters are now forced to participate. It's not something the Indian market has become very attractive, very cheap, and market has corrected, so they are coming back. They are forced to come back purely from a safety perspective. Okay, so I think with this background, I will look at this could be few days phenomena, and sometime when you get these opportunity, we get into a debate. One should wait. One should be very cautious. These are great buying moments, and historically, if you go back and check, whenever something like this happen, as long the Indian macro looks nice, which is the case right now, also both on absolute basis and relative basis, we are in a unique situation. So I think I will advise one should look for a buying opportunity. I'm not in a camp saying that we should not allow FIs to give them exit. Rather, I will take that opportunity to take them their holdings at the lower prices. That's the way we should do at this moment.
All right. Hi, Sandeep. First of all, congratulations on getting the license approval from SEBI.
Thanks,
so
Nigel.
well done to you as well as your team. A couple of quick points before we let you go. What are the current cash levels that y'all are sitting on? And also, if you could give us the top sector you'll be looking at. As you said, for the next few days, we could get that bit of a buying opportunity. So what would be the top sector on your radar?
See, right from January, Nigel, we have been talking about India-centric, okay? So our focus has been India-centric, so large infra name, materials name, Indian-centric NBFCs. And apart from these names, we also like, on the export perspective, only generic company. I know they have corrected a bit in the recent time because US also don't have any choice, because there's no substitute for India for the generic opportunity. So I think generic is also area where I'm extremely bullish. Is the one sector which we are overweight as compared to other exports, and textile also, which we have built position in last few months. So but again, the sector is very small. So we like larger infra names, NBFC space, insurance as a space. If I have to look at hospitality as a space, these are the area which we think we have relatively biases towards long side, and we are significantly overweight in these names.
Okay, all right, Sandeep, really appreciate you joining us on a very, very important morning. Thanks very much. And yes, like you, we also pray that our brave hearts remain safe and, as always, emerge victorious in all situations. Thank you for joining in today. Okay, so once again, quick check on the pre-open, and let's get to our technical experts. It's stabilizing even more. Now the Nifty is down about 350 odd points. That's the way this is playing out. Let's actually, before we talk stocks, let's straight away get to Mitesh as well as Shrikant Chauhan. Good morning to both of you gentlemen. Mitesh, so bracing for that gap down, what would your advice be to traders?
Good morning, Sumi. So, be maintaining this, that we will basically be ranged with 24,500 as the near-term ceiling and around 24,000, or in the worst-case scenario, 23,850 as the lower end of the range. With this gap down, we are likely to open at the lower end of the range. Now, I would not rush into buying immediately, but the idea is that in case we don't see follow-through below 23,850, 870 zones, that is the time when I'll take, a stop a few points below the opening low and then attempt a long. But as I said, I think this still looks like a market which will consolidate for some more time before there is a chance of breaking on the upside. So I hold that, I maintain that view.
Okay, I think it's settling down much more now, right? 23,935, and the final close that we saw yesterday, the adjusted close, was above 24,198. It seems far away now, but let's see if by close we're able to come up above it. We intraday broke that low, that is 24,198. That's on the Nifty. I think we also have Mitesh. Good morning. Srikanth is also with us. Srikanth, good morning. What's your sense? How would you? I mean, your views on the indices first.
Good morning, Prashant. Good morning, Surabhi and everyone. I think, yes, what Mitesh said is we are also of the same view that in case if we see the market is opening close to this 23,900, 850 levels, then there we need to focus more on the stocks because to take specific position on index at this level where the I'm to say there is good amount of put writing is lined up. In case if we see the market is dropping below 23,800, then we could see furthermore unwinding of positions. So in that case, the market may even fall to 23,500. So it is better to be more stock specific at the beginning instead of taking any specific bet on the index. And in case if we see the market is again moving back to the levels of 24,200, then there we should look for reducing some positions because this is certainly going to increase some uncertainty in the market and it will keep the market volatile.
Okay. Gentlemen, let's quickly get to stock ideas as well. I'll start with you, Mitesh.
Yeah. I have a mix of buys and sells. On the buying side, we'll attempt a long on Biocon with a stop at 327.5 for targets of 348. Similarly, Tata Motors is a buy with a stop below 669 for targets of 710. On the selling side, after a good rally, Chambal Fertilizers is showing a sign of profit booking. So keep a stop at 702, look for targets of 670. And Adani Green is a sell with a stop at 900 for targets of 840 to about 835.
Thanks for that, Mitesh. Srikanth, coming across to you. What about your picks?
Good morning, Nigel. Yeah, Tata Motor looks really good. If it is opening around 665, 670, then it's an opportunity to create or to take long position in the stock. We can keep a stop loss at 640 for the same, take a positional bet because the stock is reversing on monthly and quarterly basis, which is really positive for the stock. We also like a few defense stocks, but in that Bharat Electronics looks really good. It is much better in terms of relative performance. It is around 310, 305 sort of levels. Around this level, if we see the stock is trading, then there take a contra bet of going long. Keep a stop loss at 295. Again, we can see the levels of 330, 325 in the near term.
Got it. Okay. All right. Mitesh, coming back to you, the only stock on the Nifty that's mildly in the green by 0.2% is L&T because of the good numbers. On the charts, how is that stock looking? Because you need to look at a couple of heavyweights if the Nifty needs to fight back from today's trading session. So the levels you're looking at.
Well, Nigel, I think, I'm looking at 33.70-75 as the key level for L&T. In fact, last week's high was around 33.76 and this week's high was around 33.66. But once we get a move about 33.75-80, I think I will expect a strong up move over here, which could see the stock head towards 34.90, 3500 to begin with, and then eventually even higher levels.
Okay, all right. I think, Mitesh, thank you very much for that. Srikanth, thank you very much for running us through your trades as well in terms of what you'd like them to do, viewers to do. L&T is what we want to focus on next. Vivek is here to recap the numbers. Vivek, numbers, at the core of it, strong numbers?
At the core of it, only looking at Q4, largely in line, maybe a slight miss even. But what is it that the market will look forward to? Market will look forward to what is it the company said as far as FY26 guidance is concerned. Let's quickly do a guidance check, number one, of FY25 and what is it that the company is giving for FY26. FY25, they gave a top line growth guidance of 15%. The consolidated top line as per the presentation has grown 18%, calculated grown 16%. So it's a clean beat as far as top lines are concerned. Order inflow guidance that the company had given was at close to 10%. They revised it saying at the end of Q3 saying it will be 10% plus. It's a very good beat. 18% year-on-year growth as far as order inflow is concerned. This is for FY25. And when you're talking about the order book at the end of FY25 stands very, very strong at 5.79 trillion rupees or 5.79 lakh crore. FY26. Now, this is something that has actually positively surprised the street. Top line growth seen at 15%. Core margin guidance seen improving to 8.5% from 8.3% that the company managed to deliver in FY25. Order inflow prospects on a very high base, both of FY24, on which the company grew 18% on FY25, On top of that, they are seeing order inflow guidance of close to 10%. What is driving this optimism? It's largely due to the fact that the company says that the order prospect pipeline now stands at 19 lakh crore. So the domestic ordering prospects is at 7 lakh crore. Clearly, majority ordering is going to be coming in from the international book, and where they see a prospect pipeline of close to 12 lakh crore. So overall, a good set of numbers, and the commentary, especially as far as the guidance is concerned for FY26, is something that the street clearly will like.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Vivek, thank you very much for that. Auto stocks, Sudarshan has been telling us about Tata Motors for the last 2 days. The US-UK deal getting done, and some detail on auto tariffs coming through as well. So take it away.
So it's a mixed outcome of the agreement. Both the countries, US and UK, have unveiled a trade agreement. Nothing was signed in the press conference that both the countries had yesterday. And in the conference, Donald Trump has said that final details are being written up, and in the coming weeks, we'll have it all very conclusive. So ahead of the 25% tariff that US President had announced, and it was effective in April, on passenger vehicles, tariff was 2.5%, and it was increased to 25%. But now, yesterday, it was told that up to imports of 1 lakh vehicles, tax rate would be 10%. So it can be taken positively. But the negative part is, earlier to 25% on passenger vehicles, tax rate was 2.5%. So yes, cost will increase, but it's better than the 25% that government had imposed last month. And also, we'll have to see going forward what is the timeline of implementation, because nothing has been announced so far.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And thank you very much, Sud, for that. Of course, I mean, as we start it right now in about 60 seconds or so, it's going to be all down. And then we really can sort of parse through things, and things will happen through the course of the day with single stocks, individual things, etc. And we'll keep bringing all of that to you. So what do we have? Just coming up with the market open, it's about 300 points lower, a little over 1%. The Nifty Bank is down about 1.4. So price is starting to move now. 23,974 on the Nifty, 53,656 on the Nifty Bank. And already I think there is a bit of a recovery, but this is initial. I mean, very, very initial. Remember, there was a sharp sell-off into close yesterday, so there will be those positions which get recalibrated as we start. And then, you know, a trend, not necessarily, but I mean, a more firmer kind of trend emerges after the opening adjustments. So 170 odd points lower on the Nifty is what you have. You've got 3 names in the green, everything else in the red. That's the Nifty scorecard for you. The heat map, Titan, BEL and L&T are the 3 names which are up. Only 3 out of the 50. Surabhi.
You know, it's actually, I'll start with the defense names, because a lot of them have opened out positive. Look at Hindustan Aeronautics, look at Paras Defense, look at BEL. Let me pull up Zen Technologies as well. Zen is up about 4.5%, major player in drone technology. We'll get Bharat Forge. So this is the sentiment play. This is not just sentiment, it's the reality play as well. These companies are big defense suppliers, all of them. So these are stocks on the upside.
Baba Kalyani yesterday told us that, you know, I think that they are a defense maker.
Yes.
Baba Kalyani told us that their team has been called to Delhi next week.
Yeah.
And the question was in response to if the government is issuing an advisory to increase procurement, etc. I think it's a broader kind of a thing. I mean, and, that interview was widely circulated.
Yeah.
So just context for this move.
Absolutely. So defense definitely in green. The rest of the market is recovering actually quite fast. I mean, from a dip of over 200 to 30 odd points, it's less than 200 points. So I'll actually start with stocks that are moving higher. Titan, I just saw bounce in positive territory. Yes, Titan's up about 3%. L&T is up about 2.5%. So those are the early movers. BEL, of course, on the Nifty is already in green territory. But, you know, a lot of stocks are recovering. In fact, if I talk about the downside, then the weakest names are Power Grid, Eternal, Coal India, Geo Financial Services. But all of them sharply off the lows. And the ones, look at Mahindra and Mahindra as well. Again, a major supplier. They're, you know, a lot of their commercial vehicles, etc. You know, also on the upside for the time being. Then you have Kotak Mahindra Bank. These are some of the other names. Shriram Finance, IndusInd Bank, a lot of the financials on the recovery side as well. 180 down on the Nifty at least, Nigel.
Besides the markets, I think the most important cue will be the India VIX. It's perked up another 5.5% or thereabouts. Now it's crossed the 22 odd mark. I think keep an eye out on that one. If that cools off substantially from the highs of the day, well, then in fact, the bulls will be feeling very, very good. So I think that's the index should really track. In the last 15 trading sessions, this index has gone up by more than 25%. That's the kind of bounce we have seen on a low base. So the India VIX, keep it on your radar. Well, stocks that I'm looking at, Union Bank, one of the few winners in today's trading session. So that's up close to 2.5%, and that's moving on rather large volumes. Z, valuation comfort, numbers look pretty okay. The stock, in fact, is up close to 0.5%. The other few names that came on the radar, I think Mayur Uniquoters, that stock, in fact, has opened with some gain, and there are very few stocks that are trading well in the green. So I just want to highlight that one. It's up close to around 12.5%. Big up move is what we're seeing on Mayur Uniquoters, and Zentek and Paras Defense as well. Both of them have opened up higher in today's trading session. The other ones that are losing, well, Suzlon is under some pressure, so that stock is falling on rather large volumes. You have Ola Electric as well, that's down another 2%. Eternal is down close to around 2%. But as we speak, the markets have seen a good recovery from the low point of the day. We're down only around 120 points or thereabouts. Keep in mind, there'll be a clearing holiday, a settlement holiday on Monday. And, parts of India like Delhi will be shut as well. So some of the stock that you purchased today, you'll not be able to sell it on Monday. In fact, you'll be able to sell it only on Tuesday. So keep that in mind. It's a settlement order, a holiday, not a trading holiday. So currency markets as well will be shut. So just keep that in mind when you're buying stocks today, that some of them will be able to sell only on Tuesday.
All right, absolutely. So 140 points lower, 24,130. And I think, the fact that we've not seen, and this is something we were highlighting in the morning as well, all of the sort of attacks and what we neutralized in terms of the escalation happened at night. Since then, and we had reporters with us from Jammu, etc., areas and places where these attacks were attempted on. So I think that perhaps also something worth taking note of. So from being down 350, we're down about 150 odd points. 24,110 is where we are at. The number is 24,198. We're still away from it. Well, let's see if you're able to close that gap. L&T is the biggest volume-led gainer. Now, we were just discussing with Vivek. Core numbers are not bad. 34.50 on L&T. It's a 4% pop which is coming through. And I think we got so many others. Surabhi was talking about the defense names, HAL, BEL, BDL, GRSE, that is Garden Reach, and so on and so forth. Bharat Forge is up about 1%. I was talking about how we had the management, Mr. Baba Kalyani with us. Idea Forge is up 8%. Zentek is up 5%. So these are essentially drone makers. Zentek, anti-drone. Idea Forge is a drone maker. Zentek, of course, has gotten into drones as well now. So it's a defense play, really, which is coming through. Which is very much in focus at this point. Lots of stuff on the downside as well. On the top of the list is Motilal Oswal, which is down 3%. But I have to say, on the downside, it's one way. 200 stocks are higher and 2,000 stocks are down. 10:1 on the way down. But there are no volumes on the way down. All the volume is with these 200 odd names. Not all 200, but basically there's no volume on the downside, even though many are opening. Most are opening lower if I look at the overall market breadth. Vineet Sambre is with us, Head of Equities at DSP Mutual Fund. Vineet, good morning. Good to have you with us here. Thank you for your time. Prashant this side. Your thoughts, Vineet, on where we go from here. And there is, of course, the border issue that we've been talking about with so many experts, both military and, of course, market participants as well. What's the view within DSP from here?
So, Prashant, definitely, I think we are actually moving from one uncertain factor to maybe another uncertain factor. And there are, I think, today, multiple things to sort of worry about. I would say that most important aspect from the equities viewpoint and, slightly from a medium-term viewpoint to reduce the noise, what we are having right now, is the core earnings of the companies. And there, if we look at the result, which are sort of coming up, we are not getting any great sense of, growth sort of recovering back. We are this was expected as well. We are at single-digit kind of growth rates, as far as earnings are concerned for most of the companies. And anyways, we have, companies maybe also not giving out great commentaries as of now because the environment is a bit uncertain. So I would say that from our viewpoint, we are slightly looking at more medium term, trying to, think beyond, all these events. Maybe once we have the US tariff issues also behind us, this war-related uncertainties behind us. And anyways, a low base of earnings would have got formed over the course of last 3 or 4 quarters. Maybe from there, hopefully we should be thinking about growth. So I would say that from our viewpoint, we sort of continue the kind of a cautious stance in the near term. And would say that maybe these volatile times should be used more to build equities more gradually rather than getting on an aggressive basis. And definitely the time horizons one should have in mind is really beyond 2, 3, 4 years, not having a very short-term time horizons in mind before investing.
Okay, got it, Vineet. Morning, thank you very much for joining in. So you're saying, first of all, elongate your investment horizon at least 3, 4 years, if not more. And you're saying that maybe not the best time to go in lump sum. Take that point on board. Vineet, how do you look at the valuation of defense stocks? They have everything going in terms of, order books, definitely sentiment, the Make in India drive. So everything is positive. We just need to figure out if valuations and earnings visibility are actually somewhat in sync. What are your thoughts?
So I think particularly as far as the defense stocks are concerned, in terms of valuations, may not be absolutely reasonable or cheap, so to say, because anyways we have some kind of beyond fundamentals, the narratives have actually seen the price reacting from the lows, and maybe not exactly very comfortable in terms of the valuations. And the other aspect, if you generally think about the defense stocks, is that it runs with the order book inflows and sentiments, which generally assumption is that with whatever is going around should be positive, and hence maybe the stock price could continue to outperform in the near term. But we have seen for some of these companies, the execution cycle tends to remain pretty long. And from that perspective, the conversion of these order book coming into the earnings will be a matter of time. And once this narrative is behind us, and then people start looking at the core fundamentals, which is where the reality sort of hits. So I think the important point is that if somebody owns defense stocks in the portfolio, maybe good to ride as of now with the sentiments at the moment. But at certain price point, one should be thinking of maybe taking money off as well because of the long-term execution related challenges which these companies keep facing. Challenges, or maybe the slower rate of execution, what I wanted to sort of say.
All right. Hi, Vineet. Good morning. In fact, good to see you in. Vineet, give us a couple of your sectoral calls. I recall that you had told us last time around that consumption is something you expect to pick up, and I think you'll have a fair bit of exposure out there. If you could tell us, as a percentage of the money you're managing, how much is consumption? And also, what do you like from the consumption basket?
Yeah, so actually, roughly between different funds, we'll have a consumption between 20-25 odd% exposure. And, when I say consumption broadly, these are largely on the side of discretionary. As of now, we have exposure to the auto ancillary, some of the retail companies, the textile kind of businesses. Is part of them. QSR is also part of our consumption sort of basket. And I think the thesis is pretty clear in my mind as of now that consumption has been low in the low cycle for the last couple of years. Maybe the government has pivoted in terms of shifting the focus to consumption. With so many state elections coming up, I think the welfare kind of things are going to continue. Plus the tax benefit. I think all these things should add up, and eventually, whenever the pay commission happens, those will only add. So I believe in the consumption story. I believe that it's at the low cycle. On the low cycle, the valuations may not exactly look absolutely cheap or reasonable, but I would say that as the business metric starts performing, that's where maybe we'll start seeing the benefits. And hopefully, the assessment as of now is that maybe the second half should turn out to be better for some of these consumer discretionary companies as such.
Very quickly, if you have a view on Pharma, it's still evolving, the situation, but we saw that executive order on onshoring of pharma manufacturing, directions from US FDA on inspection on as far as foreign plants are concerned, more stricter, more costlier, unannounced. Any thoughts as a fund? What's your view?
Yeah, so see, I think it is slightly uncertain as of now with, let's say, especially the companies which are exports facing and, what exactly comes out from the US market is definitely going to have a sentimental kind of an impact. But I would say more long term, I believe the core competencies which are required for supplying drugs, which is your chemistry skills, your cost competitiveness, I think those we have. And I would believe that eventually this is what is going to matter. If you are useful to your customers and are able to produce at relatively cheaper price, I think that should eventually help. So maybe we go through some bit of that volatility, but I think in the long term, this is one sector which should definitely look good. And just remember that we are also going to go through this aging population kind of environment where today we have around, let's say, 9 to 10 crore individuals above 60 years, which are going to go beyond 14, 15 crores, and the requirement of medicines is only going to increase. So I think this is a more linear kind of a story as far as the segment is concerned. Companies do deliver decent ROCs. And beyond pharmaceutical, I would say there are other segments within the broader healthcare, like hospitals, diagnostics, where anyways there are opportunities. Maybe the only way to sort of deal with the higher valuations are maybe in bad time period should be the time to sort of add on to some of these long-term businesses is my thought.
All right, Vineet, thank you for all that perspective. We'll leave it there on that note today.
Thank you.
Thanks for joining in, and you have a good day. Market's still down about 170 points. Remember, at some point this morning, we are expecting that briefing from the MEA as well. And before we get to that, let's quickly address some of the Q4 earnings that have come in the last 24 hours. Canara Bank is the next one that's on our radar. The bank's profit has surged, asset quality has improved, but slippages remain slightly elevated. Margins, like with a lot of other banks year on year, they're under a bit of pressure. Satyanarayana Raju, MD and CEO at Canara Bank, is with us. Sir, good morning. Thank you very much for joining in. So I just want to quickly start with the basics. In the fourth quarter, the advances growth has been about 11%. So let's first talk about what is the kind of business growth that you're expecting in FY26 as a whole.
When our GDP projections are growth projections are around 6.25 to 6.5 at this moment, generally we expect that the 10 to 11% credit growth is reasonable, and of course the expectation as against the market expectations of 12%, but we give a guidance of 10 to 11%. Always you remember that earlier also when we are given 10%, our achievement was 11.74%. We give little conservative on that advances side or even business side, any figures guidance, we give little conservative, but our achievements will be always more than what we are given. So at this moment, what we are given the guidance is 10 to 11% for the next financial year.
That's okay. So that's on advances. 11% is what you're expecting this year. So this margin pressure that we saw in the fourth quarter, your NIMs came down to 2.73 versus over 3%. In the same quarter last year. Has the worst of it played out, or do you expect more pressure ahead till your deposits get repriced lower?
I request you to go through that our NIM as on December. Our NIM as on December, it is a 2.71. But whereas in the March, we could recover a little bit and it is improved to 2.73. That shows that how effectively we could manage that the cost of the deposits during the last quarter. So generally, if you see that the 2.71 to 2.73 in March, you are very much aware that it has gone to the peak, the cost of deposit in all the banks because of high deposit cost in the March. But we could very well manage and we could control our cost of deposit at 5.74. If you look at that from June 24, we were at 5.70, but when it comes for that March, it is 5.74. Hardly it is only 4 basis point increase is there in the cost of deposit. If you look at the yield on advances, we were at 8.66 in the June, and March it is 8.83. Almost 17 basis point increase is there in yield on advances. This control we could do it because in the fourth quarter we focused more on retail deposits instead of going behind the competition in the bulk and CD. And that's what actually earlier also, yesterday also I shared with that. We have, as a team, entire Canara Bank, we have taken a personal call that each staff has to canvass 10 lakhs retail deposits either in the CASA, and that campaign has went very well. and we garnered almost 17,000 crores. That's why up to December our deposit growth was little sluggish at 8%, but when concluded that the fourth quarter, our total cumulative growth is almost 11.01.
Okay, all right. Hi, sir. Good morning and good to see you in. Give us an outlook on the slippages then. That as well as perked up a little bit in the past quarter to around 2,700 crores. So if you could tell us what is the guidance going ahead and also fill us in with your credit cost guidance for the year.
Here also I would like to request you to go through that. Actually the slippage is not on the quarter on quarter. Actually the March quarter is, you should be aware that the entire banking branches will be audited, and the system driven jo slippages, that's in the remaining 3 quarters it will happen. But when it comes for that March, local auditors, the branch auditors are those people on technical grounds also, they may ask us to pass some MOCs. If you compare that to March 24, our slippages are 3,400. But March 25, the slippages, even after the complete audit of all the branches by the external auditors, it is only 2,700. There is a reduction of 700. From December to March, I expect that, yes, I accept that there is a 200 crores, 250 crores slippage is there. But these are all the 250 crores is only on the technical grounds. In the branches, there what the MOCs they are passed by the external auditors in the MSME. Earlier, our MSME slippage was only 1,000. Now, March it is 1,250. Otherwise, I didn't see anything that there is a concern in any of our RAM sector or even the corporate sector. The next question, what you asked is, the question you asked about that the credit cost. The credit cost, if actually speaking, it's much low. But what the decision we have taken last year, 2 years back, that our PCR should be improved, because when we compare to the peer banks, our PCR is comparatively low. We were at actually 87 in the March 23. So we want to meet that 95%, which generally the all banks, peer banks are comfortably placed at that. That journey is moving towards that improving our PCR. In the last just concluded year itself, our PCR has improved 360 basis points. By adding it, that means the additional provision we are doing on existing NPA accounts, that additional provisioning is included in the credit cost. Even then, we have come below the 1% and we are reported at 0.9%, and that guidance also we are given conservatively at 0.9, but the actual credit cost will be much low. The reason behind the guidance why we are given at 0.90 is also still we are aiming to move PCR towards the 95.
Okay, all right. So given everything on board, I think the ROA for the last year was around 1.1%. What could the guidance be on that number for this year?
So that's also actually the December quarter, and if you see that the March quarter, our return on average asset is almost 1.25. That's December it is 1.09, and the March quarter it is 1.25. We are given a guidance of 1.05. Only keeping the pressure on that NIMs, whatever it is there, if at all anything is there in the first quarter or second quarter. But definitely our return on asset will be much better than what we are given the guidance of 1.05.
Got that. Just one quick point, Mr. Raju. Good morning, Prashant here. Across segments, I mean, I think you provided a lot of detailed guidance here. Across segments, do you expect, in terms of credit growth, loan growth, do you expect at the margin any acceleration at all as we get into Q2, Q3 and beyond? There are these tax cuts, etc., which are maybe again incrementally expected to spur consumption a little bit. Consumption has been quite weak. Just your thoughts, sir.
No, actually, sir, when now the regulator has started reducing that repo rate, when the pricing interest rates comes down, naturally it helps in increasing the consumption. And the RAM sector, definitely it will increase. When the RAM sector, if it is picking up, automatically the demand from the corporate sector also will improve. So I see that since already 2 times the regulator has reduced that rate, and we are expecting that another 1 or 2 cuts will be there in the next 2 or 3 MPCs, whatever it's the monetary policy decisions. So in that grade, the second quarter and third quarter onwards, I see that uptick in the credit uptake. That's the reason we are given, last time we are given conservatively at a 10%, the market reacted that we are conservative, but ultimately the credit growth was at what we have achieved, that 12%, near to that 12%. But this time we are given in the anticipation of that second, third, fourth quarter uptick in the growth, overall GDP and the demand for the credit, we are given little higher, that 10% to 11%.
Yeah, no, absolutely. On gold specifically, Mr. Raju, there was that RBI directive as well, which came through, and many actually said that it was not so much directed towards the pure gold lenders like Muthoot and Manappuram, etc., but to banks who had really become very big and grown very fast in that segment. Any thoughts there?
No, I don't think that it is targeting for the banks and all, because we are the highest lender in the agriculture. But we can predict what are the concerns expressed by the regulator in advance. And we have taken some corrective steps in the last 2 years also. The only thing what's that is actually primary security and collateral security. That is the only issue it is coming in that direction. Say. And still it is a draft guidelines, and the clarifications they sought from the feedback from all the banks, we also have given on that. But the 1 year back itself, we have stopped lending the gold against agriculture in metropolitan cities. But to compensate that, we introduced a consumption loan against the gold loan in the metropolitan and all the places all over India. That has helped in increasing that. We are not lost the business in the gold. Only thing, it is only a moving from the agriculture classification to non-agriculture or the retail credit. Otherwise, last year also our growth is almost 19%. And this year we are expecting that we will grow around 15 to 16%.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It's a classification issue, as you're saying. Thank you very much for joining us and running us through that perspective. It's really helpful. Thanks indeed for joining us. That's the management of Canara Bank with some sort of thoughts on the business per se. 190 points lower on the Nifty is what you have, 24,080. And by the way, it's still quite incredible. It's almost 10:1 declines to advances ratio, but there is no volume on the downside. Very, very little volume on the downside, Nigel. But we have the Titan management. We were just talking about gold with the bank, but now we have Titan.
Well, that's right. Titan's a stock that's glittering in trade. The numbers look quite good, and we want to understand what's the way ahead. So first, to help us out with that, we have Mr. Ashok Santalia, the CFO at Titan. Hi, sir. Good morning. Congratulations on a solid set of numbers, first of all. But the interesting part will be, what can you guide us for the way ahead? Let's focus on the larger segment, the jewelry business first. What kind of a growth number, revenue growth number, are you looking at for the entire of FY26, given that we have high number of wedding dates? So if you could tell us about that on the growth. And also, what are the triggers with regard to the margins going ahead? Because higher sales of gold, lower making charges, and lower studded share, all of them are margin dilutive, right? So what can you guide us on that front?
So thank you very much, Nigel. I think it has been a pretty satisfying quarter and year just gone by. While there have been many external challenges, which continue to be there and sometimes get aggravated. But as far as going forward and what we can see today, looks like we can deliver 15 to 20% growth number for FY26. The year started pretty well. April had ended with Akshaya Tritiya Day, and we were quite satisfied with the performance. And as far as margin is concerned, we are saying that we will endeavor to maintain 11 to 11.5% jewelry operating profit margin. And that's the guidance for the time being.
So 11 to 11.5% jewelry business margins with growth of around 15 to around 20%.
Right.
We got that on board. What about studded share as a percentage of the mix? I recall earlier it had gone up to, I think it was moving towards mid-30s, then it came down to mid-20s. For this year, what do you see it stabilizing at?
You see, that's something which we strive to do. Studded, so there are teams responsible for studded jewelry growth, and they continue to work with new designs, collections, etc. there. And the gold also similarly, teams and merchandising teams, design team work on that. So it is more for us an outcome. Both segments are growing, and actually the buyer growth in studded this time was better because of a very high price and of gold. consumer sentiment was slightly lower, while the investment-led buying in gold was seen more, where the coins and low making charges products were in greater demand. But we think that should change as the wedding days are there, and FY26 as a whole has a better wedding days compared to FY25. We believe once the price people get settled around the price level, they will come back to adornment and not investment for the gold jewelry.
Adornment, not investment. That's well put, Mr. Santalia. Good morning.
Yeah.
31st of December last year, these are quarter-ended prices. Gold was 80,000. 31st March this year, price was 91,000. As of yesterday, this morning, now basically, prices are about 1 lakh.
Yeah.
I mean, as you said, people got to get used to, 1 lakh for 10 grams.
Yeah.
And then I guess it's an adjustment thing. But do you think it'll hurt in a more durable way consumer demand at these prices? And by the way, the forecasts are that given the overall situation, because the buying is not coming from retail. I mean, central banks around the world are big buyers. I put out a piece on that earlier. And they are largely price insensitive buyers.
Right.
So the price of the metal keeps going up. But what about consumer, which is what you and I are talking about?
So you see, consumer, we have earlier also talked, Prashant, that they come with their rupee budget. And as a jeweler, it is our responsibility actually to still maintain some of those price points and make lightweight, more attractive jewelry. The other stuff which we have started doing, and we see more acceptance by the customer, that you move from 22 carat to 18 carat and 14 carat and create very, very beautiful, light, modern jewelry in gold. Carat Lane even did a 9-carat experimentation with the diamond-studded jewelry. So these are the ways where you can bring the price points affordable and still make as beautiful jewelry which was available earlier. So I think both way, consumers' love for gold is not going to go away. It is the rupee budget with which they play and stretch it a little bit. But as a jeweler, it is our responsibility to continue to maintain those price points.
Mr. Sonthalia, sir, morning. This 15 to 20% growth that you spoke of in the jewelry business, is that going to be driven more by studded then, given the elevated gold prices? Will it be more driven by, like you said, it's coins that are doing better? And on Carat Lane specifically, the growth rates there have slowed down. So just give us an outlook on Carat Lane individually.
So Carat Lane has now coming to a scale where expecting 35-40% kind of number would not be right. I think they are settling around 25% number and can be sometime better, couple of percentage point on top of that or a couple of percentage point here. But Carat Lane is still doing very well in terms of its customer value proposition. And as I said, experimenting with a lot of new stuff which are getting very popular in terms of, they have a postcard where you can embed your video message with the jewelry. And that has got a very, very popular support and, that way. Yeah.
So 25% you're saying is basically the new normal or the now normal growth rate expected for Carat Lane.
Yeah.
I also want to talk to you about the other businesses. I mean, if gold prices and estimates go up to $4,000 on gold. So if gold prices remain elevated, just want to understand if the other businesses, whether it's eyewear, whether it's Taneira, whether investors can expect those businesses to fire up. Because even for Taneira, I mean, it's been sort of a stop and start situation. Can you just give us an outlook on the other businesses, growth, margins? What are you expecting? Whether they can make up, I'm talking about now top line, blended top line growth for the company, if at all there's a slowdown in the jewelry business.
So one thing I must clarify, we are never expecting that elevated gold prices will eventually hurt consumer sentiment. It is just consumers to get used to the new level. And, like 1 lakh seems to be a psychological barrier, but prices, we have seen in our lifetime prices, 4,000 also and 10,000, 12,000. And every level we thought that gold is expensive, but it kept its march and now has hit 1 lakh crore. So
A rise I can assure you, I agree. But the rise in incomes has not, you got to,
Absolutely. Sir, it hurts the
kept up with,
pocket.
it's psychological, but it's also real.
I agree, Prashant. I am not trying to say that it did affect consumer sentiment. As we also said, the buyer growth has been almost flat in gold jewelry. It is mostly studded where we saw buyer growth. But the point is that other businesses in financial term will never able to match jewelry business, where the average ticket size is say 1,50,000 versus 5,000, 7,000 kind of ticket prices.
No, absolutely, sir. No, absolutely not saying that. I mean, there's no comparison. Jewelry is the big bread and butter business. What I was talking about was if you could give us some expectations, yearly expectations for Taneira, for eyewear, because sales dropped for Taneira in the fourth quarter. So, I mean, it's not sustaining at a very steady pace of growth, even though the base would be much smaller than the jewelry business. But we're just trying to understand how the other businesses will grow this year for you.
Second large business for after jewelry is the analog watch business for us. And I think that's firing very well, 17, 18% kind of number. It is sustaining for last many quarters. And that's based on premiumization, product innovation, the kind of watches which are coming out of Titan Stable are being kind of welcomed and loved by the consumer. Helios channel, which is a international watches and high-end Titan watches channel for us, is actually growing upward of 30%, 35%, quarter on quarter. So the watch business is in a great shape and doing extremely well. Eye care, if you see quarter 3, quarter 4, now comfortable mid-teen kind of growth number has started delivering. We have spoken about that some strategic changes in terms of collections, in terms of pricing corrections, etc. we are taken in eye care business, and we are seeing result for the last 2 quarters, and we hope that will continue, and rather their growth rate will improve from here instead of coming down. Other businesses, yes, they are small. Fragrance business is doing pretty well. Taneira, while the headline number looks like -4%, but in the previous like-to-like quarter, there were some franchisee stores had opened where the primary sales had happened, and that is how actually secondary sales are in positive territory. So it's early days. I would not say that some of the strategy shift which are being happening in Taneira perhaps will show result in FY26. But overall portfolio-wise, Titan company is becoming better off to my mind, but jewelry continues to grow so fast that the mix is not at all changing.
So for this year, just to sum up what you said, for this year, we can expect the watches business to continue to grow at close to 30%. Eyewear, like you said, mid to high teens, because you were already at 14-15% as the year ended. So mid to high teens. And Taneira and other businesses you're expecting will continue to be growth drivers as well. Got that, sir?
Watches close to 18-20%, Surabhi.
Okay, watches close to 18. Okay, that was Helios you're talking about, 30%. Yeah. Overall watches business, 18 to 20%. Got that, sir?
All right, final couple of questions, Mrs. Santalia, before we let you go. Your international business on a small base is growing quite fast. Yes. Could you tell us what is the targeted share you're looking at from the international business? And also I wanted to ask you on the interest cost per quarter, I'm guessing because of higher inventory levels, that's why that has perked up, I think, to around 250 crores on a quarterly run rate. That will stay?
Okay, so let me give you answer for international. It's now $200 million plus business, equally distributed between USA and GCC, GCC including Singapore, where we have presence. Growing very well so far, I think 60-70%, doubling almost every year. This year also the plan was quite aggressive for that. But in North America, particularly in America, we are slightly wait and watch mode on our expansion because of a bit uncertainty around tariff on jewelry. But we are very quite hopeful that India and US will arrive at a much more acceptable level of bilateral trade relationship, and then we can further take on. But we are in a wait and watch mode as far as North America is concerned, and still looking at what expansion plan and when they should get executed. But yeah, 200 million going towards $300 million should be a expectation for us. The
By when?
overall business should also, from profit point of view, Nigel, should break even in FY26 and create some small profit. That's the view on international business. What was your second?
On the interest cost, sir. On the interest cost, I'm thinking because of the higher inventory levels, that's going up a little bit. Now it's clocked around 250 crores. It used to be much lower earlier.
So
will it continue at this rate?
Overall, for the full year is about 580 crore, Nigel. Out of that, 240 crore is long-term borrowings, which we did for the Carrot Lane acquisition. So the business-related interest expense is about 300 crore, so 75 crore per quarter. It would remain at this level, not more than that. That is what, while GOL rates have gone up all of a sudden quite a bit, they are settling down, and our hope is that they can settle around the same level.
Okay, all right. Talking about watches, I got a watch recently after many years. I think
Wow.
about 10 years later, and I got a Titan.
A Titan watch.
I mean, Mr. Sonthalia, beautiful.
Beautiful. I agree. I visited it as well.
Titan
Not
Edge,
got it.
which was, it was a multi-brand store, but I think the salesperson was really insistent that this is the one to, the best of the lot, and looks beautiful, looks great.
And I must say, and Mr. Sonthalia, thank you so much, sir, for joining in. And as Mr. Sonthalia says, it's just about getting used to the price point, gentlemen. So just suggesting if there are anniversaries, birthdays around the corner, just about used to getting to a lakh. It's all right.
I sense a subtle hint. All right, we'll leave it there, Mr. Sonthalia. Thank you very much for joining us. It's a pleasure. And it's good to get you with a perspective on all the businesses which Titan has, not just gold and jewelry. We'll take a quick commercial break here. We're going to come back in just a bit. And Mitesh will be with us with some trading ideas, what's happening in the market. We'll take a look at that as well. More coming up. Okay, welcome back. Things are moving around. The markets, of course, pull back a little bit. I mean, when I say pull back from the highs, because we saw early pullback from the lows, and now we're, I think, at the day, not the day's, maybe at the day's lowest point. 230 points is what the Nifty is down by 0.9%. Market breadth is still negative, but once again, as I've been saying since the morning, there's no volume on the downside, which is a point you should remember. When you look at look at this 10:1 declines to advances ratio, it's just that motivated buyers maybe are not there, or the buying is in individual names where there are triggers, etc. And in the vast majority, I mean, there's no selling, but there's no buying either. I think that's essentially what's going on at this point. The number one volume-led gainer is Tata Motors, and we were highlighting that name with Sudarshan earlier. It's doing well. It's up 2.5% now. And it's got large volumes, actually the largest volumes on the NSE. I think Sudarshan is with us, and we can go across to him quickly to revisit this one. So over to you.
So Tata Motors is one stock which is gaining in a weak session of trade, and it's on the back of the announcement that has come yesterday after the agreement signed between both US and UK. So basically both the countries have unveiled broad outline of a trade agreement, and after that President Trump has said that final details are being written up, and in coming weeks we'll have it all very conclusive. So in the agreement what they have mentioned is that for 1 lakh imports of cars, there will be tariff of 10%, It's lower than what US government had announced in the month of April, that was 25%. But ahead of 25% on passenger vehicles, tariff rate was 2.5%. So it's an increase from 2.5% to 10%. But it has come as a relief because now it's certain that there will be a tariff of 10%. So now it's known, and that's the reason Tata Motors is reacting positively. Also remember, North America is the biggest export market for JLR. It forms almost 70% of its total volumes. And why is it positive for Tata Motors? Because for Tata Motors consolidated revenue, JLR contributes almost 70%. That's the reason you are seeing a big move in, you are seeing a big move in Tata Motors stock today.
Absolutely. 698, almost $700 now. So thank you very much. And of course, who's been on top of that story over the last few days now. Mitesh is with us with what he'd want you to do with the price action so far. Mitesh, just about above 24,000. What should one do?
Prashant, I think, very clearly the decline was immediately bought into. So I still believe that this lower end of the index, around 23,800, 850 will hold. And we might just see markets chop around for some more time. So I think that's the initial feeling which I have on the index. On the stock side, a buy on BDL or Bharat Dynamics looks very interesting. That's one stock which is doing extremely well, good price volume action, good candlestick chart, and the indicator setup is quite good as well. So buy here. Keep a stop below levels of 1520, look for a target of around 1700 in the next few days. And the other one is Mazgaon Rock, I think another defense name. I would want to see the stock start getting past 2900 and then take a long position over here. It's made a high of 2915. It's retreated from there, but a move about 2900 should suggest that the stock could go and possibly retest levels of 30, 50, 3100. So buy about 2900, then keep a 50-point stop. What's that?
These textile names were doing very well yesterday, and I think they're up today as well. Names like this KPR Mill. Yesterday, I saw Wellspun Living. I think I'm not sure if that is related to the India-UK FTA, but I saw a very large move yesterday on volumes as well. Gokuldas, of course, has been another winner. Pearl Global is another name which came up yesterday. Anything stand out to you, Mitesh, from this pack?
See, I've not been tracking them, but Gokuldas export is something, which on and off I keep checking out. The stock did have a good move for the last 3 days, and then today is giving a pullback. But overall pattern is quite positive. The 200 average is around 938, and that would be an entry point in case you get it around over here. If people are holding, keep a stop around 924, 925, just below that. And I think looking at the weekly and the longer-term charts here, I would expect a target in excess of 1100. So looks good to me.
Oh, absolutely. Got that. Mitesh, we'll come back to you. Thank you very much for joining us with that for now. Now, L&T is the one that we want to focus on. Fourth quarter numbers came through. Stocks up 4%, and Vivek is back with us with what stands out. Vivek, over to you.
Well, that's right. Clearly, the stock of the morning today, L&T, remember, they've ended FY25 on a very strong road. Well, one thing that I forgot to mention in the morning was the fact that the company actually confirmed that they had received a very large order from Qatar Energy, and this is something that the company has confirmed was added in the order book as far as FY25 was concerned. So on that very large base, the company actually expects to see a further order inflow of 10%. Like you mentioned, we'll just have a look at the numbers themselves. FY25 top line guidance was close to 15%. The company reported numbers at 18%, calculated numbers over 16%. So clean beat as far as top line was concerned. Order inflow guidance of 10% on a very large base of FY24. They managed to do an order inflow of close to 18%, also aided by the Qatar Energy order that did come in. And the order book up 22% at the end of FY25 compared to what was already a very large order book as far as FY24 was concerned. But what takes the cake is the fact that FY26 guidance is very strong. Top line growth seen at almost 15%. Core margin guidance, the company expects to improve that by close to 20 basis points. Analysts are hopeful that with the execution of newer age orders that will come in and the old legacy order book getting cleaned out, there could be some upside over there. Order inflow seen at 10% as far as FY26 is concerned, and the order prospect pipeline, the key figure that analysts are watching out for, is at 19 lakh crores. So it's an expanded order prospect pipeline that the company is seeing. The split domestic order book, domestic order prospect seen at 7 lakh crore. indicating a muted tendering momentum in the domestic market. But international order pipeline, despite muted oil prices, is seen at 12 lakh crores. So that is what is keeping the stock perked up in the session today.
Okay, Vivek, thank you very much for that. What we're going to do is take a quick commercial break here. We will come back with the latest on the India-Pakistan situation, just revisit with some of the developments, because that is, of course, the top-of-mind story. Parikshit is going to be with us on the other side. Stay tuned.
Welcome back. So the market is, by the way, down 300 points. It continues to be extremely volatile. Let's go back and revisit the big story. We have Parikshit joining in. Parikshit, at some point in time, I believe we're also expecting a briefing, right, today from the MEA. What's the latest you're picking up on the whole situation?
That's been the pattern over the last 2 days. There is a statement by the Tri-Services and there is a briefing in the evening. That's likely to happen. An operational update will come. We'll have to wait for that. But we can recap for our viewers that between 8:30 p.m. yesterday and 12:30 a.m. midnight, there was very intense operations between India and Pakistan, and we brought down 50 to 60 drones of theirs, several missiles of theirs, with our very strong air defense systems. We're also seeing all those operations continue even now. The intensity may have gone down, but Operation Sindoor is not over. There are periods of high-intensity operations and there are periods of calm, periods of lull. It doesn't mean that things are over. The alertness levels remain high, be it for the Army, Navy and the Air Force. There are a lot of reports coming in of the Indian Air Force shooting down Pakistani fighters, but that is all unconfirmed right now. The government has not officially commented on those reports. A lot of social media videos doing the rounds, which have been fact-checked by the Indian government. We are seeing the Pakistani machinery rehashing a lot of old videos. For example, a tanker blast in India some years ago that is being called as a Pakistan attack on the Hazra port in Gujarat. There are videos doing the rounds on social media to say that India has attacked its own airbase in Ambala. That's false news. There is information about Pakistan attacking the Jammu airbase, and that's actually a blast that took place in Kabul many years ago. So we are seeing a war, so to say, a war of propaganda, a war on social media. So literally, we are seeing India fighting this on multiple fronts, economically, diplomatically, militarily as well, and the nation remains on a state of very high alert. I'm told that Lieutenant Colonel Atul Holkar is joining us right now. Colonel Holkar, how do you see the situation going from here? You know, we saw a statement by the Pakistani Foreign Ministry after this operation yesterday, and they said that we appeal to the international community to urge India, use their good counsels to get India to de-escalate, and also that Pakistan remains vigilant and stands for peace. Can the Pakistani Foreign Ministry be taken at face value, considering what General Munir had said, that Kashmir is Pakistan's jugular?
Hi, Jai Hind, Parikshit. See, the world has stopped taking Pakistan seriously long time back. The thing is, that Pakistan has a general which the army doesn't want, has a prime minister which the country never elected, and has people no one cares about. And that is a very, very dangerous situation. You know, if you look into the entire scenario as of now, there is a leadership vacuum. And the Pakistan is a divided home with people who no one cares about. You know, you have the largest political party's leader, Imran Khan, inside the jail. You have a general which is heading an army which is not liked by people, and there is a, you know, all the 4 states including now Punjab is, you know, in turmoil. If you look into the Balochistan with BLA activities last night, or TTP and Taliban on the one side, this Sindh unrest on canal movement, it is really in a bad situation. And it can go to any place. You know, if you see, none of his friend except say probably little bit of Turkey and so-called ironclad friends of like China, no one has ever, you know, even commented on to what Pakistan is saying. And with the IMF meeting coming up, I'm quite sure even they're going to have a setback there. Indian government and the forces have responded very responsibly. We have responded. We responded to Pahalgam. We responded to their counterattack by drones, and we will continue to respond. And this is, I think, probably a time has come when we'll put Pakistan on mat, and it's very, very important to get rid of them once for all. I do not know as to what level it will work out to be, but these are interesting times, and we need to be very carefully monitoring. Just handle this carefully. We don't want to go back to where Pakistan is as of now, because whom are we fighting? A rogue nation which economy is in doldrums and about to disintegrate. So it is very important for us to have cool head and ensure that this once for all this menace gets over.
Yes, sir. Indeed, and a strong message has been sent by India over the last couple of days. You know, this is something we were discussing with geopolitical and diplomatic experts earlier as well. Whether the international community can exert enough pressure on Pakistan to back down, that's one. And the second is whether the nature of strikes that India has seen yesterday, I mean, targeting multiple military facilities across states, over 45 drones at last count, what we know, whether sort of India will show restraint in the face of the events of last night, or whether, you know, there will be a retaliation as well. Just your thoughts. I mean, all of this is right now, you know, situation which is fast moving. But what would you expect in the next, say, 48 hours?
See, let's take major world powers. What did Mr. Rubio say yesterday, and what did J.D. Vance say last evening? Americans are fed up. They may, you know, speak to the Prime Minister in Pakistan and Foreign Minister in India, but I think the message is very different. They would ask Pakistan to back off and cool down, and they will ask India to restrain. But if you see the muted reaction coming from Middle East, none of their friends have, or so-called friends, have responded. I think the world is also quite, you know, fed up of Pakistan. The kind of, you know, narrative it spreads, the kind of terrorism it is spreading, the unrest it's spreading, the way they would treat their own people. So I think over a period of time now, they have given a go-ahead more or less, or they're just looking the other way when India is actually sorting out Pakistan. And probably Indian government over a period of time had realized that one of these days we will have an occasion, something like Pahalgam. And that is when we have to be prepared and go in whole hog to ensure that we are, you know, we get over this menace. And I can tell you, I think probably this kind of sense which I get from my Pakistani friends across the borders, even they are fed up. They also want their army to be brought down in a way where, you know, people come back into power. It is not people who are there. I also understand that probably there's something happening on the Pakistani army front where even the army is quite fed up of their own chief. And it is all, I may not say that it is just Munir's creation, but definitely General Munir, you know, headed this particular entire adventure. And I'm sure they're getting it back with full force. And let's not back off from this now. We need to take it to a logical conclusion.
Sure. Got that point, sir. By the way, I think we'll just put this graphic up, and it's a very important one, which viewers should take note of. This is the PIB fact check. You know, PIB has been dispelling a lot of the disinformation and misinformation that's been doing the rounds. And this is really important, that any messages that might be circulating of ATMs being shut for the next 2-3 days, that's absolutely fake news. It's baseless. So no need to panic. And we'll put that up as well. So those are the earlier fact check messages that we were getting from the PIB. The latest one is up on my screen now. That any messages circulating on social media or on WhatsApp about ATMs being shut down for 2-3 days are absolutely fake, and one should not pay too much credence to them. Just to come to some final thoughts and points, Mr. Holkar. So you're saying that a de-escalation can be expected over the next perhaps day or two. Would that be right?
See, I would say that once you look into the kind of events that we have unfolded in last 2-3 days, both the countries have avoided a full-scale kind of a war. And I'm sure, I think probably India, because India doesn't want to get into that quagmire, and Pakistan, because it has very limited capability and it cannot beyond 4 to 5 days or maximum a week can fight a war. So they don't want to degrade to a level that eventually it will collapse, and implode in itself. But the fact is, I don't think that India would like to de-escalate too early and would like to take it to its logical conclusion, because now if we don't defang Pakistan or remove all these capabilities in a way, I'm not talking about anything nuclear, but even the conventional capabilities and the capability to wage this kind of war, we cannot back off, because this kind of opportunity will not happen. So India would take calculated moves without actually troubling ourselves, the kind of economy we are going ahead with, and becoming third largest economy within few years. So we would take calculated risk and ensure, and it will not be necessarily on the battlefield. It may come onto the economic front by in consultation with IMF. It may come from the blockade of sea in some sort, putting pressure, also supporting Pakistani's enemy on the other side. So it will be a very, very multi-pronged attack, and it's time to keep a watch on the western side to see how Balochistan and the Khyber Pakhtunkhwa and the Sindh, how they work out. Eventually, you may not, like one of the Chinese thinkers said, you have to defeat the enemy without fighting a war.
Absolutely, very valid points indeed, that neutralization can happen not just with our military might, but with diplomacy, with economic means as well. And let's see how that meeting with the IMF goes indeed. Thank you very much for joining in and giving us that perspective. We do have to take a very quick break on that note. We're following all the developments minute by minute. Back on the other side, we'll have Lata joining in It's the Economy Today. She's discussing currency moves and the impact of the geopolitical developments with Neeraj Gambhir of Axis Bank and Madhvi Arora of MK Global Financial Services.
Welcome to It's the Economy. The Indian rupee is outperforming Asian peers today after a sharp 1% cut that it saw yesterday in the wake of the incoming news yesterday of escalating exchange of fire on the Indo-Pak border. Today, an important development in the global currency market is the recovery in the dollar index to over the 100 mark after nearly 1 month. You know, the last time it was above 100 was on April 10th. So you can see a distinct return of confidence to the dollar because of the signing of the US-UK trade deal. To understand more about the Indian rupee, the bond yields which rose yesterday by 5 basis points, and of course how the macros could get impacted by the new border tensions, I have with me Neeraj Gambhir, Group Executive and Head Treasury Markets and Wholesale Banking at Axis Bank, Madhavi Arora, Chief Economist at Emkay Global. Madhavi, Neeraj, thank you very much indeed for your time. Neeraj, explain to us how you are at your treasury approaching the rupee. Is this depreciation to be expected? I mean, should we see more of it, say, towards 86, 87?
Yeah, I think so from both perspectives, whether it is the global currency moves, as you mentioned, dollar is now looking a little bit stronger compared to the recent past, and the fact that we have border tensions. I think both of these factors are currently working in some senses against rupee, and that is why we have seen approximately 1 to 1.25% depreciation in rupee over the last few days, particularly yesterday. Today, it's far more stable than yesterday, but I think market is in some senses waiting and watching to see what the next development on the border side, what happens and how this particular event unfolds over the next few days is going to be quite crucial. We have a weekend ahead of us, so what happens over the weekend and how the situation pans out is going to be quite crucial as we get into the next week or Monday. So it's a day-by-day sort of move in the markets, but clearly markets are a bit edgy at this point in time.
Okay. I'll just place for the record, Neeraj, the strength of the dollar. It is quite important today. The dollar is 0.9% stronger versus the Swiss franc. It is about 1.4% stronger versus the yen in the last 24 hours. And if you look at Asian currencies, it is about 0.8% stronger versus the Malaysian ringgit, and about 0.6 or 0.55% stronger than the Thai baht. In that context, the Indian currency is weak only by 0.14%. So today, the dollar is not strengthened much against the rupee. Obviously, if you take a 2-day average, then India would be a little weaker than other Asian currencies because of our specific problem. But otherwise, last 24 hours is a dollar strength story. Neeraj, I'll come back to the rupee in a minute. Just tell us about the yields as well. We saw a 5 basis point rise yesterday, and today I think the yields rose in the morning by about 2 basis points. So is that it, the answer to the tension?
I think the answer to that question is pretty much similar to what's happening in the currency markets, which is that the markets are a bit edgy. We have seen approximately 10 basis points move in the bond yields over the last 2 to 3 days. We would see how the situation plays out again today. Is a weekly auction. Friday typically the government of India carries out large auction. We will see how that auction goes out and what kind of bids we expect in the auction and the cutoffs that come into this auction. And that will also have a bearing on the bond market. But yes, I mean, if the tension at the border is contained and we don't see any significant deterioration from here, I would think that we are capped for the time being.
Okay. At whatever, 6.45, I guess, would be the cap. I think it's at the moment 6.44, the old 10-year, and the new 10-year is at 6.42. Madhavi, good morning. Thank you for joining in. I wanted to ask you, no economist so far has said that, but there is no question of tinkering with any of the macros. Is there, I mean, will fiscal deficit be higher or current account or anything at all because of the events of the last 48 hours and the worries on the border?
Lata, it's too early to really estimate how long this, this war could really stretch. As of now, our sense is that, it probably would see this de-escalation rather than escalation from here on. But we do not know, and we don't have a right precedence to this at this point in time, because Kargil wall is not necessarily the right benchmark for us to assume that, whatever happened in the 1999 in terms of the fiscal response could repeat. But nonetheless, one logical thing is that you would see defense spending going up because the defense stock would be basically spent in this round of the war. If I look at the last Kargil, the last war of 1999, we saw the defense spending go by around 0.2, 0.3% the same year by the end of the year. So we may expect some kind of increase in defense spend. At that point in time, the capex was massively hurt. There was a move towards defense direct spend, which reflected in the fiscal deficit also sort of widening by around 0.2, 0.3%. But again, we're in a different year. But that said, I think defense spending would definitely go up. So that has to be taken in account when we are doing our fiscal maths for this year, because the stock of defense would be now exhausted.
Yes, I remember I was a reporter then, and the currency had gone, I think, all the way to 49, if I'm not mistaken.
You had a very different economy back then. You can't necessarily compare
it was
India
also before the Y2K year.
Yeah.
And in a year, we saw so much of dollar flow because of the IT boom that was the rupee gained what it lost very quickly. And then, of course, we saw an appreciation all the way to 39 by the time it came to 2008. But that was a different period, as you say. Neeraj, your thoughts on the range of the rupee itself, 84, 85, 84, 86 or 84, 87, what would the range be?
It's been reasonably wide range in the recent past. As the Reserve Bank has allowed rupee to appreciate quite a bit in the month of April. So yes, we can go all the way back up to 86, 86 and a half if this situation continues to worsen. We haven't yet seen any meaningful intervention from Reserve Bank at these levels, and they have allowed the currency to adjust. Largely also because the dollar has been strong, as you have mentioned. But, hard to take a very longer term view at this point in time. But I think in the near term, 86, 86 and a half kind of levels could be seen as where we might just kind of settle down for some time.
Yeah, too many moving parts. I actually intended to have a rupee discussion last week, wanted to invite experts like you all to discuss the rupee strength story and the dollar weakness story, especially after that May 6th movement in the Taiwanese dollar. Can you just elaborate a little bit on that, Neeraj? For the moment, forgetting about our dollar tension, can you really see the US arm twisting anybody to forcibly appreciate their currency, something like the Plaza Accord of 1985?
Markets have been rife with the chatter of what is being called as Mar-a-Lago Accord, which is basically Trump administration asking other countries to join in to collectively weaken dollar. So far, it has not really played out, and there is an assumption that in some of these trade conversations, that would also be maybe a part of the deal that might be worked out. So far, the US-UK trade agreement has not given us that sense, but clearly the Taiwanese, strength is pointing towards that direction. Also, Taiwan is in a pretty unique situation in the sense that Taiwanese corporates and residents actually own about $250 billion plus in US dollar assets, is what I picked up somewhere. And it's possible that some of that may be getting hedged, expecting that as a part of the trade deal, they will see strengthening of Taiwanese dollar. By the way, Taiwanese dollar moved by approximately 6% in a span of 2 to 3 days, which is per se not very large, but in the context of Taiwan dollar, which is a very low volatility currency, was seen as a large move. So we could expect some similar moves in other currencies as well when these trade deals are getting negotiated. In general, it feels like that the Trump administration may be more aligned towards weakening US dollar rather than, while on the face of it, they continue to say that they follow the strong dollar policy. But, it might be in their interest to see some more weakness in the dollar going ahead. This is to be seen against the actual data which is coming out of US. I think the US economy seems to be still in a fairly decent shape, right? The hard data that is coming out of US is actually quite supportive. And the fact that the Fed is on hold for some time, and we don't know how long they will be on hold, is also going to be supportive of US dollar. So currently they have a bit of a challenge to manage the strength of the US dollar.
To control the strength of the US dollar. Yeah, I take your point, but the chance of asking all countries to appreciate their currency is very tough now, according to experts, simply because China will not bite. And if China is going to keep its yuan weak, then other Asian countries, ASEAN countries, cannot oblige. But that's a different debate. Today we are in another geopolitical situation, so let's stick to that. Madhi, a final question to you. What is the inflation number expected tomorrow? I mean, expected next week? And will that actually push yields lower, assuming, of course, that the war doesn't escalate?
So, Lata, generally, any kind of war is inflationary in nature, right? So, the medium-term impact is always a supply-side hit that should ideally be, pro-inflation or lead to a higher inflation. But near-term, I think we are not looking at any big inflation worry. March month, we are sort of tracking, headline inflation pretty much sideways around 3.3, 3.4. So that's not a big worry for us. But I think for the year as a whole, also, we are tracking inflation sub 4% overall, unless, of course, things, change around the world and we see a very different world around us. But as of now, I don't think inflation is a big worry for central bank per se to really change their stance. I think a large part of the reaction function move would be led by the global dynamics and probably to some extent the FX move as well. I think I'll be very closely watching that. Domestic market, I think domestic economy is pretty much under control. You are not looking at a fiscal expansion at any point in time for the center at least, even with a assumed defense spending, which could be a tad higher in this fiscal year. We'll have buffers around, especially with regard to RBI dividend and stuff, which could lead to the fiscal deficit be contained at 4.4%. That's not a worry. Inflation, again, as I said, would be close to 3.8% for the year as a whole. So again, shouldn't be a big worry for central banks. It'll be the global moves and the very patchy global dynamics, which could actually play a very important role in the action function of RBI.
Fair point. Thank you very much. Out of time, but yes, the tensions on the border and unfortunate human and humanitarian development, but at the moment, it's not very disturbing to the macros at all. That's the word coming in from the experts. But the inflation number, if anything, that will come next week is likely to be 3/4. So the question of bond yields going up immediately don't look likely. The only thing is people were expecting that the repo cut could go all the way to 5.25. Now the market believes that perhaps only 2 more cuts and not 3. That's the only change I have seen in the mood among bond dealers. That's it on this edition of It's the Economy. A break and then Chartbusters.
The Indian Army says it took down at least 45 drones as Pakistani forces launched multiple attacks across the western border last night. Multiple ceasefire violations also took place along the line of control in Jammu and Kashmir.
As tensions rise following a series of escalations between India and Pakistan, a meeting between the three service chiefs and Defence Minister Rajnath Singh is currently underway.
The Indian market opens with cuts on uncertainty over a possible escalation in the face-off between India and Pakistan. Almost all sectors trade with losses.
United States Vice President Mr. Vance says that India-Pakistan tussle is not the business of the United States, but added that de-escalation is the need of the hour. He said that the United States will not get involved in the middle of a war. Hello and welcome to Chartbusters. We are coming to you live from the CNBC-TV18 Motilal Oswal studio. I'm Nigel, with me is Mangalam, and as you can see, the markets are under pressure today. All eyes are on the skirmish on the borders between India as well as Pakistan, and the update from there will give the market further direction. For the time being, we're down, but just keep in mind, a lot of stocks are falling on very, very low volumes. So the bounce as well can be equally sharp. Mangalam, we'll wait by to hear from the capital and hear out from our armed forces in case there is any kind of update. But for the time being, clearly the market's a little bit nervous.
Markets are a little nervous, and the commentary that we heard from all the experts here on itself is that there is near-term uncertainty. At the same time, the advice was to stay on the sidelines, do not commit any trading action, whether it is on the long or the short time. Over a period of time, these situations do present opportunities to invest, but not now, as there are some uncertainties and we do not have enough clarity, which is why on low volumes, we are seeing some nervousness in the market itself. And that nervousness is best visualized by looking at the India VIX itself. Yesterday was at around that 18 mark before the first flare-up news came by, went all the way up to 21, and now this morning itself is up to 22. Experts believe it can go higher from here on itself. So those are a couple of factors that are playing out in the market because everyone's keeping an eye out on the tensions between India and Pakistan, which continue to simmer. So to get the update on that, the latest on that, Parikshit joins in. Parikshit, what's the latest here?
Well, as of now, we are on a state of alert all across the LOC, the international border, and practically all around the country as well. Operation Sindoor is not over. Last night, between 8:30 and 12:30 a.m., we saw some very intense operations between India and Pakistan tried to carry out attacks at air bases in the country. They launched at least 8 or 9 missile attacks as well, and all of that was neutralized by our air defense systems. In fact, artillery firing by Pakistani forces continues in the Rajouri sector, in the Akhnur sector, the Poonch sector, and the Indian Army is retaliating effectively. We will see periods of lull, but this doesn't mean the operation is over. Civil defense drills are also taking place all across the country to keep people prepared. Pakistan, a propaganda machinery, is working overtime. There are a lot of fake videos doing the rounds to demoralize the people of the country. All eyes now on what happens at the IMF meeting also today. Remember, the Indian executive director there at IMF is going to make a strong case about how the world should really think before giving more loans, before opening their pockets to Pakistan, a country which is allowing terror havens on their soil.
Okay, all right. Thanks a lot for that, Parikshit. We'll keep coming back to you for updates. Well, let's get an opinion then. We have Mr. Kapil Kak, the retired Air Vice Marshal, who joins us on the show. Good morning, sir, and thanks a lot for joining in. Well, a quick question to you, because from a stock market perspective, from a nature perspective as well, a nation's perspective, you want to understand whether or not you think this could even get more intense, or do you think now the next logical step should be de-escalation post the recent, news flow that's coming?
Yeah, I think you made a very good point. Market sentiment will remain very unsteady in many ways, reflecting the uncertainty on the borders and the relations between India and Pakistan. You made a very good point. What does logic suggest? I have a counter suggestion that the first casualty in any conflict is truth and logic. If logic was the decisive factor, then Pakistan should not have escalated to the level it has. This has been a very severe escalation from them, virtually touching the lower end or the lower line of limited conventional India-Pakistan war. But fortunately, since in the climb of the escalation ladder, the decision-making lies with the more powerful opponent, that is India in this case, India has been very circumspect. So in that sense, we are at a position that the escalation matrix management and what to do next lies with Pakistan. Because I don't have to repeat, but quickly, first escalation was by Pakistan. There's been no bilateral relations are in the cold storage in the deepest of freezers last 6 years. Even the cross-border export of terrorism by Pakistan has been somewhat on an even keel compared to the previous years, if you do a comparative evaluation. But the major escalation was Baisaran, Pahalgam, and that savagery of a terrorist attack which affected the soul of India. So the reaction from our military forces was on expected lines. The terror infrastructure will be targeted.
Right. Air Vice Marshal, Mr. Kak, on the one side of the spectrum is truth and logic, which you said are casualties of the situation that we're in. But on the other side is experience. In your experience, the question is what happens next? I mean, typically, where do you see both these sides go and what are the capabilities of each? Because yesterday we thwarted all the attempts. Do you think something more is likely? And are we capable enough to thwart all of them as well?
I'm not an astrologer, but a trend analysis seems to indicate that there were two options for Asim Munir after our attack on the terror infrastructure. One option was to play it low, stay below the conventional threshold, and do something like was done in Balakot, release some weapons here and there and tell the world that some camps in India which were helping the Baluchis have been attacked and the matter could settle there. But he didn't take that option. He took the more escalatory option of attacking military targets. And you referred to that, and your colleague earlier also talked about these 11 airfields and the vicinities of military installations having been struck, which have been duly neutralized by India's very effective air defenses. And so then the counter, India had to do a counter, and did that counter in terms of neutralizing and in many ways actually destroying the air defense infrastructure and radar systems in Lahore, in Karachi, and other areas of Pakistan. So having done that, it is the turn of the Pakistani leadership what to do next. I would think there will be a diplomatic pressure on them, and they would realize past experience of escalation dynamics that India will also counter-escalate proportionately, non-escalatory manner, but it will be a strong reaction. It's been given already by the Foreign Secretary, by the External Affairs Minister, and also the political leadership. So the onus is with Pakistan. You also would realize that we have had a visit by the Saudi Arabian Minister for Foreign Affairs. Macro Rubio has spoken to the Prime Minister of Pakistan. So there is a diplomatic game going on as of now. Maybe hours, maybe a day, but it is very disappointing. And I need to point out to one of the most responsible TV channels I've appeared on, your channel, that we are actually witnessing within our country what could be termed media clownery. Media has now turned into clowns of the nation. One, Asim Munir has been arrested. Two, Islamabad has been destroyed. Three, there is nothing left for the Pakistan army. I think at moments like this, very critical moments in terms of security of India, there has to be a certain level of responsibility at the political leadership, military leadership, media, including social media. But
Yes.
I would particularly refer to the television media, which is watched almost 24/7 by every Indian citizen, as also citizens of the world.
Yes, that's right, sir. We take on board your comments, but just want to inform you, we as a network here have been putting out only verified information. And I'm being very, very careful because we know, with great, great responsibility as well that we take in putting out news for the entire nation. So we take that point on board, but we can assure you we're being extremely...
I did start my remark by complimenting your channel.
Indeed,
I
indeed.
appeared on
Thank you, sir.
yesterday.
Thank you, sir.
Superbly
Appreciate
done. Superbly done.
Appreciate that, sir. Just a final question before we let you go. Going by the skirmishes, as you're saying, a logical conclusion would be, the Pakistan, they would claim that they managed to hit us at various places. We know who the ultimate winner is because they're no match for us, with regard to the kind of power that we have. Just a quick question. Do you believe that this could escalate even further or could it move into a prolonged battle? Or do you think now in the next, couple of days or so, we'll see things settle out? With your experience, I wanted to ask you.
You have to look at it strategically. It is not in the interests of India, as also Pakistan, to get into a major escalation of the current conflagration into a limited war like 1971. It will put both countries back hugely. Because don't forget, what started it was a terror attack. The other part is, I think you used a very appropriate expression, humanitarian. I mean, yes, artillery barrages have been going on for days now, weeks now, in the sectors of Punch, Rajouri, and Uri. And I'd like to share with the viewers that Punch, with a population of nearly 4,75,000 in an area of about 115 square kilometers, nearly 2/3 of the town has people have evacuated.
Right.
Gone to safer places. Now, that is one part. The second part is, and this is the military dimension, Pakistan has realized that in the matter of air defenses, they don't stand a chance. I'm glad you made that point about our strength. They don't stand a chance because their attacks on 15 military installations last evening, what did they result in? Nothing, because they were all neutralized by India's most effective air defense system. That is the lesson in this conflagration till now, that Indian air defenses have proven beyond doubt that whatever planning and inductions have been done, they have served their purpose, and any designs by Pakistan in cross-border military actions have been thwarted very effectively.
Right.
I'd like to make one final point as to what will influence the decision of Asim Marine at this time. And I think apart from the fact that they have escalated enough, there is space available to escalate further. Your fear, I have the same fear. But once again, having been illogical, there is a time when logic has to plug in. And I hope this is the appropriate time for the Pakistani leadership to let things cool down, because India has said without any ambiguity that we will do proportionate response. We will not escalate this issue further. But whatever is done by Pakistan in terms of escalating the military situation, we will respond robustly, effectively, without escalating. So in that sense, there will be a proportionate response. What the target system will be, we'll come to that later.
All right, Marshal Kark, thank you so much for this nuanced point that you've made. And also we take on board your compliments with regards to our reportage as well. And we'd use this platform to once again urge all our viewers to exercise some restraint in sharing any unverified information across social media or believing things which are not from authorized sources. Once again, thank you so much for joining in. And like you said, we hope logic does prevail. With that, we take a short break, come back. What does this mean for your portfolios and what should your market strategy be? Jigar Mistry of Buoyant Capital joins in after a short break. Welcome back. Even as the markets are a little skittish and nervous on what's taking place on the border, there are a couple of stocks which are bucking that trend, perhaps on account of specific news. Britannia had an overall better performance than what the street was anticipating, so that stocks recovered from the lows. We have, Titan, which continues to be the top leader on the Nifty on the back of positive surprise, and we have L&T as well on the back of its earnings, up around 3% in today's trading session. But eyes and mind goes back to what's taking place on the ground at the border on the front. So let's go across to all our correspondent updates. Anshul, take it away.
The markets might be a little nervous, but what is happening on the borders, the real situation, the people of the border are absolutely confident, especially after the manner in which the Indian armed forces went ahead and thwarted the cowardly attacks that were done by Pakistan on civilian population. Out here, hours have gone since the time Pakistan carried out these attacks out here in Pathankot, but thankfully, due to the vigilance of our armed forces, not a single projectile that was fired make any sort of damage either to public or to property, and hence the people of Pathankot are feeling absolutely confident that the armed forces are vigilant, and hence there is no reason for them to feel any sort of nervousness. And since this morning itself, people have gone back to their jobs, people have gone, the shops have opened, the markets have opened, the traffic is back to normal just 14 hours after the incident has happened. So definitely the markets of the country might be nervous, but people on the ground, especially on the borders, who have seen how our armed forces have responded, they are absolutely confident that they are absolutely safe over here, and there is nothing that Pakistan can do to unnerve the people over here, especially in border states of India.
Anshul, those are calming visuals that you're bringing in. So like you pointed out, the markets are a little nervous. Maybe at Pathankot right now, things seem a lot normal, and that's thanks to the bravery of our armed forces and the strength of our defense systems itself. Those visuals, while we are in the middle of, what seems like a high alert zone, seem fairly normal, and that's thanks again to the entire, artillery and to the entire machinery that there is with regards to defense systems. But then again, let's go back to the markets, which are nervous on fears of possible escalation or uncertainty in the near term. Jigar Mistry joins in. Jigar, historically it is said that these times of uncertainty are the best times to deploy your capital. But at the same time, it's also the time when emotions are running fairly high. So people are suggested that they stay on the sidelines. What are you doing? What are the clients asking? And what is your investment strategy going to be from here on for the next couple of days?
Yes, Mangalam, good morning. They're quite testing times, so to speak, but the way in which we are seeing this is to sort of fall back on the hard data as much as we can, right? Because it's easier otherwise to get so much sucked into narratives that it ends up becoming a more emotional war rather than sort of the number situation that we are handling. So if I looked at, say, around September, then, your sort of EPS and share price growth differential was a fairly large one. However, sort of as we start looking at it around the month of March, we realized that the EPS and share price growth across the large caps and the small cap indices had broadly aligned fully. At that juncture, the rally that we have seen in April so far is a bit of a dislocation that's been developing again. And should sort of this correct, we are already at equilibrium. Now we realized, last year the markets had pulled quite towards the right, at which case you essentially have now come to an equilibrium. And if you go further down the equilibrium on the other direction, you would treat that as an opportunity to get a little more aggressive as far as the India story is concerned.
All right. Hi, Jigar. Good to see you on the show, Jigar. But what's the strategy? Ahead of this event, a lot of domestic participants were actually raising some cash, waiting to deploy for this particular event. As a percentage of all the money that you manage, how much of cash are you sitting at? And over the next few days, would you be looking to deploy it?
Right, Nigel. So to give you the number first, we are at around 15%, which is an elevated level sort of compared to our history as well. That sort of will get deployed in 2 or 3 sectors, which we think are reasonably decent beneficiaries, irrespective of how this plays out or how long it takes. I think the direction is quite clear from what we are hearing. Chemicals stands out, pharmaceuticals stands out, cement stands out, as we spoke, I think, last week. So those are the sectors incrementally, and if sort of FIs take to a bit of selling again, given that they've built up a lot, currency has helped them in the process, and financials get offered at a better valuation. Then these four sectors, chemicals, pharmaceuticals, cement, irrespective, and financials at a little lower valuation.
All right, chemicals, pharmaceuticals, cement and financials. What do you sense the institutional capital will do right now, specifically from the FII side? Largely because over the last 15 days, we've seen relentless buying from them, over $5 billion deployed in our markets. Do you think because of this, there could be near-term risk of outflows, or they are steady, looking at data just as you and me?
I think, Mangalam, this capital that's coming in to a large extent is long-term capital. Now, the way sort of I would sort of second guess what foreign institutional, and although it's not one cohort, but regardless, see, it's a bigger call on allocation. Now, we have seen almost 15 years of developed markets strength being sort of displayed. Typically, we used to talk about a decade each, so a decade for developed markets, a decade of emerging markets. And this time around, given the Magnificent Seven and the strength that they have shown, the allocators at the international money management firms were not really that gung-ho on emerging markets. With the dollar sort of weakening the way it has from 110 down to below 99, if memory serves, then you essentially are seeing a lot of money being made just on the currency. Given Indian markets are a little more expensive, even given its own history, much more expensive in the regional context, but you don't really find a market which is, say, $3.5 trillion going to $5 trillion in GDP, a reasonably well operating democracy, strong judiciary, a very large consumption market. You may have, say, Brazil, which is largely commodity. You have Saudi, which is largely oil and not as big consumption markets. So eventually, given the right price, a lot of capital would come to India. Domestic savings, right? We, at the peak of Harshad Mehta sort of scam, we had domestic savings coming into equity at 15%. In 2014, that number fell to 0.7%. Today, it is 4%. Should it go to 10%? We are talking about 10 lakh crores of flows coming into mutual funds. So these are quite large numbers in terms of flows. Whatever shape and form this conflict takes, it will sort of, obviously, we are all hopeful that who the winner stands in these situations. But the cost of the conflict might differ the sort of market reaction to this. But net, sort of India emerges as the winner, and a lot of money, my sense is, would flow towards it.
Indeed, net, for a nation on the whole, as well as from a stock market perspective, India will emerge stronger. Final question, Jigar, before we let you go. What's the exposure you'll have to defense? That's one segment of the market that's actually doing well in today's trading session. There will have to be more amount of ammunition that will have to be procured to refill what was already there as well. So that's why you have defense stocks that are doing well. What is your exposure, and will you look to be increasing your allocation?
Right, Nigel, we have some exposure. A lot of these stocks had started discounting a lot more around August, September 2024. Plus, sort of all the victory that, we don't really know how much of it is true. But the entire loitering munitions, the entire defense systems, we have a lot to thank to the DRDO. I don't know a lot of private sector has been able to participate as well as we would like in the future. So clearly a lot of, ground to cover. We don't, as of now, think that, those opportunities are fully priced in at the moment. So we'll be on the lookout for sort of, increasing allocation in this sector. But we don't have a lot at the moment. We have some exposure, but not a lot.
Take that point, Jigar. Thank you so much for joining in and giving us your views on the markets. Not particularly perturbed about what is taking place if you're in sectors like cement, your sectors in pharma, and you have exposure to the financial space of the country as well, and chemicals. With that, we'll wrap up on this edition of Chartbusters, but you stay tuned to CNBC TV18.
It's a somber morning of the headlines that you can see on your screen when it comes to trade as well and markets. You're watching Trading Hour. We're coming to you live from the CNBC-TV18 Motilal Oswal studio. I am Reema Tendulkar, and with me is Hormus Fatakia. And Hormus, once again, it's an across-the-board weakness that we're staring at. The Nifty is now just about at that 24,000 mark, a shade below it. Border tensions continue to keep the prices deep in the red. The Sensex is down close to about 800 points. The Nifty is down 260 points. Mid-caps are selling off. The small-cap index is down close to about 2%. Look at that advanced decline ratio. We have one stock advancing for 6 in the red. And I think barring the defense index, where the index is up close to about 2.25%, the last time I checked, with individual names like BEL, BDL across the board, rising on expectation that defense production will increase given the regional flare up. But other than that, you have weakness in most of the key sectors. A handful of stocks are actually in the green right now. You've got a Titan, L&T, Tata Motors, Britannia, where there is news flow. But other than that, banks are weak. Look at the losers list: Power Grid, Trend, Ultratech Cement, NTPC, ICICI Bank, Shriram Finance. So it's cutting across sectors. And today the global picture is far more upbeat, where I think the narrative is that there is going to be tariff de-escalation with the US-UK treaty and a lot of optimism going into the weekend with US-China trade talks.
Indeed. To read between the lines for the US-UK deal, there are a lot of unanswered questions within that as well, and that's also keeping the Dow futures currently at the flat line.
Actually, UK closed in the red, so they weren't excited.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And it's not necessarily a positive for a lot of these automakers as well, because the tariff still stays. It's not as if there have been zero tariffs. It's just some concessions here and there. But yes, it has been some moves coming in on the global picture as well. But for now, the Nifty currently around about the 24,000 mark is where the index stands at. But as Prashant has also been highlighting all through the day, there are no significant volumes on the downside is what we've been focusing on. 260 points down on the index, yes. But of course, even in the broader markets as well, the market breadth in the earlier part of the day was around about one stock advancing for every 10 declining. That has now slightly improved to one stock advancing for every 6 that are declining. So 400 stocks advancing currently on the NSE. And of course, it's not as if there are no stocks that are bucking the trend here. There are plenty of positive earnings reactions as well. You can have L&T as a case in point. You can have Titan as a case in point. Bharat Forge too doing well for itself. Of course, that you can give that a defense spin to it. But L&T 3% higher. Titan too trading with gains of around 3.5%. So positive earnings reactions coming in for a lot of these sector leaders in today's trade. And of course, in the broader markets too, barring the defense names, Union Bank of India is up 5.5% after its results. The slippages were elevated marginally on a sequential basis, but the write-offs have seen a significant decline compared to the December quarter. So at the highest point of the day is Union Bank of India. KPR Mills is now up 23% in the last 3 trading sessions. Ever since that UK FTA was signed, that stock has been going from strength to strength, and today it's reporting results as well. So keep an eye out on KPR Mills. But shifting focus back to the big story that has been on for the last 2 to 3 days, tensions between India and Pakistan continue to simmer. We have Parikshit now joining in with the latest set of developments. Parikshit.
Well, yes, India continues to monitor the situation very closely. Operation Sindoor is not over. We used our cutting-edge air defense systems to bring down drones and missiles from Pakistan. There has been all our air bases are active. No major collateral damage. We will get an assessment in the next few hours. But all those drones and missiles from Pakistan were effectively engaged. Yes, the air bases along the border continue to remain shut because airports can be a priority, high target for the Pakistani forces. But airports around the country continue to function normally as well. Now, all of this happened between 8:30 and 12:30 last night. And the Army, Air Force and the Navy continue to be on very high alert. Very heavy shelling also taking place intermittently at the border in places such as Rajouri, Poonch. So let's see how things move on. It's unlikely that things may de-escalate very soon, but India has sent out a word to the international community that our intention was never to escalate things. Our Operation Sindoor was aimed only at terror camps in Pakistan, and Pakistan is the original escalator because they are the ones who perpetrated the Pahalgam attack. And it's incumbent now on Pakistan to dial down tensions and punish those who are responsible.
Indeed, Parikshit, thanks a lot for sharing that update. In fact, let us get you a ground update as well, where our colleague Ishan Vani is joining in with the latest. Ishan.
Well, yes, there is a bit of panic in Uri, and last night has witnessed a massive shelling that has taken place. Let me take you to the visuals if we can go a little big on the frame. This is the destroyed structure in Uri. What remains is ashes, everything burned, and only you can see that there are, fumes coming out and smoke is coming out and blowing out of this particular location. What we have been given to understand is that a mortar shell landed here, and Pakistan is some distance away from this location. And from here, what we have been given to understand is that, shells landed here, people ran in panic, and this is the scene of destruction and gives you an idea of the things have been. There's an earth mover here. You will see its glasses have also been shattered, and whatever came in its way, it just destroyed it. This tells you about the ground situation. There are splinters all around this place. You will notice on the other side of this road, if my VJ Bashir Loan can zoom in and show you that shop there, it has all the splinters that from a artillery shell which has gone inside these shops and almost shattered it. Imagine if there was any person lying around, he would have instantly been killed. And thankfully, in this particular incident, no one was harmed. And a lot of population from this area is now leaving Uri. What we have seen while coming and driving through, we were here yesterday as well, and we hadn't seen so much of movement taking up place of people out. But now there are people who are leaving Uri, considering it's unsafe, and during the night time there was massive shelling that took place. Look, it was yesterday when massive artillery shelling came in after they sent in swarm drones to attack the Indian establishment, particularly the security and defense establishment, which are crucial for the defense forces in Kashmir and Jammu and even in Punjab and other borders as well. But now the escalation has gone far beyond, because it is involving now not only the line of control but also the international border, which has further deepened the tensions between the two countries. While there are several countries asking India and Pakistan to exercise restraint, but on the ground the situation remains tense and grim. While the drones were successfully, according to the statement issued by the Indian Army, that they were successfully diffused, and India's S-400 system was able to tackle down every drone that was trying to hit the Indian security system, but they have been foiled. But the scenes here are grim. It reminds of how deadly a conflict can be and how deadly a war can be. But now, it has claimed life of a lady. She was traveling in a car, a rented car, when a splinter from top of a mountain on top came, and then it hit the car and resulted in her instant death.
Ishan, thank you so much for that update live from Uri in Jammu and Kashmir. Ishan Vani there of CNN News 18. And since we have this opportunity to tell our viewers that we are only carrying verified information. There are also a series of fact checks that we've done on CNBC-TV18. You could catch them on our website and on our digital platforms as well. Take a short break here on a Trading Hour. On the other side, we'll be joined by United Breweries' Vivek Gupta to discuss their fourth quarter performance and the road ahead for the company. Stay tuned. Welcome back to Corporate Conversations. Then United Breweries reported their fourth quarter numbers that were higher than expectations. The profit increased by 20%. Revenues also grew 9%. We've been now joined by Vivek Gupta, who's the MD and CEO of the company. Vivek, thank you for joining in. If you could talk about how the first quarter is shaping up. That's the peak season for you, right? While there are tailwinds from Telangana, there is a surprise tax cut. There is a tax surprise in Karnataka.
Right now you all know we are in a very volatile situation. So first of all, our heart goes to everyone who is in the border towns and, for the safety of everyone. I would say we are off to a good start this year. Our last quarter, we ended up with 5% volume growth and 9% revenue growth. The summer has kicked in. We have invested ahead of time to ensure that we meet the peak capacities. You're absolutely right. The demand is actually in a tale of two cities. In certain states, the demand is really outpacing the supplies we can provide. But in other states, because of the high excise duties and recent taxation moves, we are seeing a slowdown in the demand. But we are really monitoring the situation. On Karnataka, as you meant, there has been frequent excise hikes. In fact, after the last duty change, the beer category is down 12%. This is a state where 3 years in a row, the beer category was growing double-digit. We are actively meeting the authorities and sharing the data with them and continuously asking to make sure the sustainability of the beer industry and affordability remains as a part of their key plan. So yeah, it's volatile in state like Karnataka, depending on the excise duties. But having said that, overall, we still feel good about the momentum we are seeing in this summers.
Okay, feeling good about the momentum seen in summer. So, Mr. Gupta, what kind of growth are you seeing or anticipating in terms of volumes or revenues? Any numbers so far, say, for the month of April? And particularly for the premium products, are you seeing higher growth? Is there any number that you could put to that?
Absolutely. I think, as you know, for us, premiumization is a key strategy. For the last full fiscal year, we grew 34% in our premium business, premium volumes. We continue to maintain that momentum. We have made significant investment in local production of our premium brands like Ultra Max. We've also expanded Heineken Silver and Amstel Grande in many states. So we continue to see an explosive growth on premium, and we continue to grow shares in that market to do that. As far as revenue growth is concerned, we just declared our first quarter results. As you know, the pre-season's build-up starts in March. As you see, despite the disruption in two major states, Karnataka due to the label changes in January and Telangana due to the suspension we have in January, despite that, we ended up the quarter with a 9% revenue growth. So we hope that momentum to build in, but as you mentioned, as you see today, we are in a very volatile situation due to the geopolitical environment. We just need to see how that impact the production facilities, the continuity, the movement of transportation. So that is an unknown, which is very recent, which we will have to take into account as we go for this quarter.
What about margins, Vivek? You've taken a price hike from Telangana, but you've also made some investments in new brands and bottles. So where do the margins go from here?
We continuously plan to gradually increase our margins, as we said. But having said that, our first priority is to grow the category. We want to be category makers, not category taker. We have seen that in the last 1 year, we were able to grow the category by around 6 to 7%. This used to be a 4 to 5% number before we actually went into this strategy. So I think our priority is going to be invest in category growth. You're absolutely right. We are doubling number of coolers, which we are putting in the stores. We are investing in our capacity expansion. We're investing in the organization. We are also investing in a lot of new bottles, especially in the premiumization. When we launch new brands or when we expand new segments, it needs a lot more new bottle than a recycled bottle to start with. So all of that has an impact on margin. At the same time, commodities are volatile. The tariff situation globally and some of these, our local context will have an impact on the commodities. So there are a lot of plus and minuses. But our goal is to continuously increase top line, but also sequentially increase margins, which we have also done. Because in the last year itself, we have increased our margins by almost 40 basis points. So that trend will continue.
You spoke about Karnataka and how it's been impacted due to the frequent excise hikes. What about Uttar Pradesh and Maharashtra? With the new distribution there, what is the opportunity that you're targeting and seeing?
Actually doing a lot of design to win initiatives. As you know, in Alcobev, the markets have different archetypes: distributor market, wholesale market, corporation markets. We are actually reviewing our go-to-market program in each of the market and make sure that the customers get the best service. So in UP, there has been an expansion in stores, and there is also expansion in our service program for the stores. So we are seeing a strong double-digit growth in UP. In Maharashtra, we redesigned our distribution network. We are now much closer to the customer in the service, and we are seeing a growth. So we expect this program to roll out in another 5 states this year, and we expand it nationally over the next couple of years so that we can provide the best service to the retailers. And this will really help us to expand category, get beer more dominant space in the store, and also consumer will get the cold beer.
What has been the increase in the bottle returns for your existing brands, Vivek?
Absolutely. In fact, a couple of quarters back, we talked about we are putting a lot of operating discipline. Thanks to all our partners, we have seen a 300 basis point improvement in our return bottles. But as I mentioned to you, our premium business is growing more than 30%. So we are putting a lot more new bottles in the system. But overall, we have seen a 300 basis point improvement in our return bottle collection. And we think there's more opportunity so that we can get back to closer to the pre-COVID level.
So, Mr. Gupta, just to summarize this interview, as we wrap it up, a double-digit revenue growth and say a 40 to 50 basis points margin improvement likely for FY26?
I think that those are our goals. We would like to have double-digit revenue growth in India and volume growth. But as I mentioned to you, there are a lot of new information, volatility. But we definitely want to grow ahead of category, grow shares. But more importantly, we are looking for category growth at 6 to 7% as well.
Indeed, Vivek, thanks a lot for spending time and joining us today. Wish you good luck there for FY26. The management there of United Breweries continuing to believe that the premium segment continues to do well and have had a good start to the new financial year as well. The stock off the lows of the day at the flat line. Take a short break, continue our coverage on the India and Pakistan tensions on the other side. Stay tuned.
Welcome back. We continue our coverage on Operation Sindoor, and the latest that we're picking up is that the government has issued urgent directions to the telecom companies amidst India-Pakistan tensions. Ashmit Kumar is now joining in on the latest that he's picking up from his sources. Ashmit?
Well, what sources tell us is that the government has conveyed in very clear terms to the telecom companies that with the evolving security situation that we have on the border, the growing tensions between the two neighbors, it is critical to maintain seamless communication, especially with respect to national security. Importantly, this message has gone through to the telcos. They've acknowledged it. They've expressed their willingness, their readiness for dealing with this emergency, and have expressed their agreement. So what are the telcos agreeing to? What are they expressing their willingness for? What are these directions? Well, to begin with, the telcos have been asked to maintain a list of critical telecom infrastructure, especially the ones along the border. There is also a direction that has gone to the telcos to ensure that there is continuity, uninterrupted service, especially by these towers that are within a 100-kilometer radius of the international border. Not just that, another request that has gone is that in case there are specialized communication requests that come from the Ministry of Defense, that is something that the telcos, it is hoped that the telcos will provide. From a logistical standpoint, another direction that has gone is to ensure that there is sufficient fuel available at the tower stations, at these transceiver stations. There's sufficient power sources available, a DG set if required, to ensure that there is uninterrupted communication, to also strategically deploy teams, repair and maintenance teams, to ensure that if in case there's a tower site or a BTS site that is struck, then there is sufficient men available to in fact bring that system back online, bring that tower back online. There are also in fact tests being done as far as intra-circle roaming is concerned. For the benefit of our viewers, what this effectively does, that if I am working, I as a customer have a telecom operator A, then in case the network of telecom operator A is impacted, I could then switch to telecom B provider, telecom C provider under the intra-circle roaming mechanism. And importantly, telcos have also been asked to share real-time data with respect to their infrastructure in terms of their network availability with the government. So clearly a whole host of measures that the government is doing, that the telcos are doing, that the telcos are partnering with the government on to ensure a stable, uninterrupted, seamless connectivity, especially from a national security standpoint.
Important information there, Ashmit. Thanks a lot for that update. And we all are in a sensitive situation, and it is of utmost importance that we only bring to you verified news. And several videos and pictures are being circulated on social media which are either fake or are related to other past incidents. Now, the fact-check unit of the Press Information Bureau has clarified on these claims on social media. Sandhya is joining in with more on this, and Sandhya has been on top of this through the morning. Sandhya, tell us more. What's the latest?
So, Harmaz, more fake, old or unrelated videos and pictures are making rounds on social media. So let me start with the most significant one, the most sensitive one. We already reported this in the morning. The fake claim is that entry to India across airports has been banned. Indian government has fact-checked this. Indian government has clarified and said that government has taken no such action or no such decision. Second fake claim is, again, a significant and a sensitive one, and we can understand the motive here. The fake claim is, and a viral WhatsApp message is circulating. The claim is that ATMs in India will be closed for next 2 to 3 days. We know the motive here, why this message related to ATM is being circulated. So Indian government has fact-checked this also, and Indian government has clarified that no such thing is going to happen. ATMs will continue to operate as usual. Another fake claim is that, and this is being done with the help of an old image, and old image is being circulated with false claims of multiple explosions at Jammu Air Force Base in India. We all know why Jammu is of extreme importance, especially right now, and that's why we know why this fake claim is being circulated. The truth is, once again, an old image is being used, and we all remember what happened in Afghanistan in 2021. So that's where the image is from. The image is from Kabul airport blast in August 2021. Next fake claim is that a drone, again, an old video, an unrelated video is being used for this particular claim as well. A drone strike video is being circulated on social media claiming that, a drone strike video from Jalandhar is being circulated on social media, claiming that Pakistani army has shot our drone down. The fact is that this one is an unrelated video of a farm fire, an old video, and that too of a farm fire. Now, when you look at the timestamp of this particular video, Horbaz, it's of 7:39 p.m. yesterday, and we all know that the response by Indian forces started much later than this timestamp. So we all know that this fake is absolutely fake. Next one is strikes on Amritsar military base camp by Pakistan. Again, totally the claim here is fake, and the video which is being circulated is old and unrelated. Next one, and this one came this morning, Hormaz, that Hazira port in Gujarat has been attacked and destroyed by Pakistan. We're talking about a port, and once again, we know why, whether it's our ATM, whether it's related to our airports, whether it's related to our ports, why these fake claims are being circulated. The fact here is that that video claiming that Pakistan has attacked and destroyed Hazira port in Gujarat, that video is actually of 7th July 2021, and it's of an oil tanker explosion. Now, next one is, and this particular claim was all over social media last night, and in fact, many verified Twitter handles also ended up reposting this. This shows that how important it is to stick to official information, that is, Fidaian attack on an army brigade in Rajouri, Jammu and Kashmir. No such thing happened. In fact, no army camp anywhere in India was attacked. Government knew this was going to happen, so government has requested the citizens to only rely on official information, and we at CNBC-TV18, we understand our responsibility. So our coverage, it's absolutely responsible. We are sticking to facts. There is absolutely no noise, and with utmost responsibility, we are bringing facts and only facts. Hormaz.
Thank you very much for that.
No, it has to reiterate what Sandhya was saying, right, that this is an important, in a situation like this, we need to stick to facts and to appeal to our citizens as well to not fall prey to any of this
fake news. There are a lot of baseless, visuals, news that's going around. And it's just causing panic also. So,
And the list that Sandhya listed out, right, is a long,
it's a growing list of,
shows the kind of misinformation that is being circulated. And we continue to reiterate here that at CNBC-TV18, we will only be reporting verified information. And we continue to do so on our website, on our social media handles, and on our television programming as well. We'll take a short break. Up next, we discuss some technicals with Mitesh Thakkar and some trading ideas as well. Stay tuned. Welcome back and continue to our coverage of the markets and on the latest developing situation as well. The Nifty continues to remain around that mark of 24,000, a cut of around 200 points on the index. The broader markets too seeing some recovery from the lows. The Nifty now at 24,100, so there is some recovery from the lows of the day. The broader markets too have seen a very smart recovery from the lows. The mid-cap index is now up almost 600 points from the lows of the day, so just 0.4% lower now for the mid-cap index, and the small-cap index too is seeing some recovery from the lows of the day. There are plenty of earnings reactions. There are earnings that are to be reported today as well. Dr. Reddy's will come out with numbers anytime now, so we have to keep an eye out on that. Apologies. Also, the small cap index too almost up 200 points from the lows of the day. Dr. Reddy's has slipped into the green as we speak ahead of its results. And also keep an eye out for Yes Bank in today's trading session. That too is trading with gains of around 7% as we speak, closing at the highs of the day. Mitesh Thakkar now joins in with a quick chart check. Mitesh, resilient so far has been our market. The dip that came in the morning has now been bought into, seeing some recovery from the lows. Would you stay away from the index for now and focus on specific stocks? So first, your call on the index and your trading ideas as well.
So, on the index, I've maintained that we still need a consolidation. The good thing is that today, with the negative gap opening, we didn't, see any kind of follow through. In fact, the open is the low, and 24,023,850 is my lower pivots. I think that range should hold. And on the upside, it will be difficult for the Nifty to get past 24,500, 520. So broadly, it's a range market, which is a sideways market, and therefore, I think the idea is that try to buy closer to 24,000 or maybe levels below that, slowly accumulate and keep a stop below 23,850, and try to take profits as we reach levels close to about 24,450, 500 zones.
Mitesh, what about individual stocks? Any trades that you would recommend?
So on the stock side, I've seen a fresh breakout happening on the charts of Yes Bank disclaimer. I've bought a very minor quantity today because I'm not sure of the fundamental perspective over here, but the chart looks very interesting. So buy here with the stop below 19 rupees, look for a target of around 21 over the next few days. And the other one which is on my radar is LNT. LNT has given a price and volume breakout post that numbers, and while there's a weekly pivot around those levels of 3490, 3500, I'm looking at a target in excess of around 3575, 3600. So I think that's the target area to begin with. Buy here with the stop just below levels of 3400 and look for targets in excess of 3575 to about 3600.
Okay, got that. Thank you very much for that. By the way, auto is leading the recovery. So in the frontline pack, it's not just Tata Motors now. Pull up a Hero MotoCorp. That's up nearly about 2.5%. M&M has managed to get back into the green. So M&M is higher by nearly 0.5% from the day's low. It's a recovery of close to about 3%. And Tata Motors continues to be the pick of the week with a 7.5-8% rally. Sudarshan is now joining in with the latest news. And Sudarshan, this US-UK trade deal, we were talking about it yesterday that Tata Motors could be a beneficiary considering so much of JLR exports going to the US. What came out and how much of an impact can it really have on the stock?
So yesterday we saw that both the governments, US and UK, have unveiled a broad outline of the trade agreement, while the final details are expected in coming weeks. As Trump has said that right now we are deciding on the agreement, but all the details will be out in next few weeks. So why this is positive for JLR once it's signed? So US government has decided a blanket 10% tariff on all the imports. But as far as automobiles is concerned, so for JLR, US market is the biggest export market. In 2024, total exports that JLR had done of 1.04 lakh vehicles. Now, US government has announced that up to imports of 1 lakh vehicles, there would be a tariff of 10%. So it's going to be positive for JLR because the maximum exports that it had done in 2024 was 1.04. So it would be entitled for 10% tariff. But we have to understand that before this 25% tariff was announced by US government, tariff on passenger vehicles was 2.5%. So it's an increase from 2.5% to 10%, but there was 25% tariff that US government had announced. Now it's final that tariff will be 10% as far as JLR is concerned. Now why this is positive for Tata Motors? Because JLR contributes 70% to Tata Motors' consolidated revenue. So now this is going to help JLR maintain its targeted range of EBIT margin. Also, outlook is going to improve going forward. But one thing that we have to understand that we'll have to wait for the final agreement to be signed. And once it's signed, then we'll get to know what exactly the tariff. But as of now, 10% tariff that's going to be implemented on JLR vehicles.
Positive signs there for Tata Motors continuing from where it left off earlier in the week as well. So multiple positive triggers actually for Tata Motors. But of course, as Sudarshan was mentioning, there will be some rise in costs for the JLR vehicles as well. By the way, Amphi numbers flashing on your screen. The small cap fund inflow almost constant compared to last month. The large cap fund inflow has seen a marginal increase from the month of March, and it'll be interesting to see what is the equity inflow that has come in overall for the month of April. That will be the interesting number to track because, mind you, that number had declined slightly in the month of March. So it'll be interesting to see if that has seen a bit of a rebound in the month of April. We'll continue with our coverage of the Amphi data. We take a short break and we'll be right back.
Welcome back. AMFI April data is up for you on your screen. The number that we're watching closely will be the total equity inflows in the month of April, and it's come in at 24,253. That's a marginal decline compared to what we had in the prior month. But what is important to note is the declining trend in the equity inflows. Now, just to put it in context, in the month of December last year, December 2024, the overall equity inflows were in excess of 41,000 crore. In January, it was 39,700. In February, it was 29,241. In March, it was 25,000. And now, again, in the month of April, we've seen a further decline, a slight moderation in the overall equity inflows. From 25,000, we're down to 24,253. And April was the month where markets had actually bounced back. At least January, February, March, there was so much volatility. But in April, we had seen the market snap back. It's only towards the last week of April, after the Pahalgam attacks, that markets started consolidating, while the rest of the global markets were rallying and catching up. But on the whole, April was a positive month. But despite that, we've seen the overall equity inflows moderate. The midcap funds, 3,313 versus 3,400. So again, a smidge lower. Overall, you could also call it stable because it's hardly a decline. But it's just that despite the recovery in the markets on the whole, the overall equity inflows continue to remain muted. The AUM has swelled. 70 lakh crore is the overall AUM now with mutual funds.
Fourth straight month of decline as well in terms of equity inflows, and also down to the lowest level in a year. Let's get an official reaction from this as well. DP Singh, the Deputy Managing Director and Joint CEO at SBI Mutual Fund, is joining in. Mr. Singh, good morning. Thank you for joining in. What do you make of this? Would you be slightly concerned with the decline in the net equity inflow? Of course, it's not a very alarming fall when you compare that to the size, but what's your first take on the numbers?
No, not really, Lam. These are numbers are on the expected lines. Actually, there was a bit of confusion, and in the month of April, generally, there are something because there are always heightened activities during the month of March. But the numbers are not at all. I mean, 24,253 and 25,017 is hardly any difference. The actual number on the SIP side also, I'm very sure will be on the similar lines. But we are not at all concerned. And month of consolidation, though initially market bounced back, but there was Pahalgam attack, and the markets were a little consolidating. But I think it's absolutely fine. If you look at the overall number, 5 lakh crores, almost 4.5 lakh crores of AUM going up. All those outflows which were there because of the year-end blues are back into the market. So that's something to be.
Indeed. I think the SIP contribution, the number is not out, but it's been rock steady now through all the volatility. Retail investors have held their faith. They've been very resilient. And, we're still awaiting that number. It comes out in the AMFI call. But SIP numbers have been very, very steady. Also, Mr. Singh, I think in the month of April, the number of sectoral funds or the NFO launches were also few because there was still a lot of uncertainty in the market. Is that perhaps one of the reasons why we've seen this slight moderation or no growth? And another question, is there a typical seasonality associated with April start of the new financial year?
No, that's what I said earlier, because there's always heightened activity at the year end. People have to achieve their target. There's a lot of sales push, marketing push, but there is always generally some slowdown in the month of April. And naturally, there was no NFO, not only the sectoral funds, but otherwise also there were no NFOs per se in the month of April. NFOs generally bring in new set of investors. So because there was no NFOs, so naturally there was not much activity on that. But see, $3 billion, if you put in dollar terms, of net inflow by a retail investor is a huge number. I think we should be very happy about that. Forget about the month-on-month system. A $3 billion number is very good.
Indeed. Mr. Singh, stay on. We are also being joined by Akhil Chaturvedi, who is the Chief Business Officer and Executive Director at Motilal Oswal AMC. Akhil, good morning. Thank you for joining in. We spoke about the large cap funds that have seen a slight increase in inflows compared to last month. But the ETF number, I just saw the ETF number is at 19,000 crores compared to 10,000 crores last month. So it's almost double compared to last month. What would you attribute that to? Is this investor shifting focus more towards the ETF side of things instead of relying on specific / thematic funds?
So I think the ETF number would largely be dominated by the institution buying. So I'm assuming, I've not seen the numbers, but I'm assuming that the ETF flows would be largely in the Nifty 50. And if that is the case, then that would be more to do with the institutional EPFO flows. Because typically the retail investors tend to participate more through the mutual funds.
Okay, unfortunately, gentlemen, we're out of time. But I think the liquid fund, we should also check. There has been a sharp inflow in the month of April versus a big outflow in the prior month. But gentlemen, thank you very much for joining in. We'll touch base with you, still awaiting the SIP numbers. But April data for the month of, by the mutual funds has been a slight moderation on a month-on-month basis. April equity inflows have come in at 24,200 crore, which compares with 25,000 crore in the month of March. And it's the fourth consecutive month of decline seen on a month-on-month basis in terms of equity inflows. Get into a break. As promised, on the other side, we'll get chatting with Root Mobile. They reported their numbers 2 days back. Gautam Badalia joins us next. Welcome back. Root Mobile is down 3.5% today. It's down 35% since the start of the year. And the last 1 year has been difficult. Root Mobile stock price is 53% off from its 52-week high. Gautam Badalia, the CEO of the company, is now joining in with his view on the upcoming year. Gautam, thank you very much for joining in. This is Rima here. Has Q4 panned out in line with your expectations? I remember the January conversation, or the early February, you had indicated, or you had hoped, that Q4 will be better than Q3. But that's not played out. Q4 is similar to Q3. So was it worse than your expectations? And where did the miss come, if at all?
Yeah, good morning, everyone, and thanks for having me here. So if you look at, I think, the overall performance for the year, I think we have done well. I'll say, in terms of demonstrating industry-leading growth rate. As you rightly said, Q4 was at par with Q3 in terms of the revenue run rate. What actually transpired was one large global technology client. Actually, they phased out one of their platform, and then they also started moving the authentication and notification messaging over different communication channels. So that was a little bit of a headwind for the quarter. But for that, I think overall from a revenue standpoint, I think we have done well. Regional businesses, I think they have done and shaped up well in terms of demonstrating growth. We have grown, the volumes by 15% on an annual basis. I think the pain has largely been around the hyperscalers and also around some of the aggregator business. So some of that, I think, because of trust deficit issues around artificially inflated traffic and all. There are some structural changes happening, and that's where I think we are now investing into the next cutting-edge technology, working on telco APIs, where we can do direct authentication at the direct network level. And then by virtue of being part of a large group within Proximus, I think we are able to now score on credibility with some of these large hyperscalers. And I think in due course, I think you will see some amount of, this pain recede meaningfully, and it should then translate into decent growth, I mean, from some of these hyperscalers.
So Gautam, very simply, at a higher level, if you could explain what exactly is the problem with the hyperscalers? How much does it contribute to the traffic right now? What is the concern? Why are they slowing down work? At a very simple base level, for people who don't understand the technicalities of your business, if you could explain.
Sure. So what actually had transpired over the last 1.5 to 2 years has been, operators have been raising international tariffs for termination of the messages, right? And a lot of CPaaS players have been committing to the telcos, most of these hyperscalers have been looking at kind of cost optimization within their scheme of communication spend. Eventually what has transpired is some of the commitments kind of became overcommitments, and then there were artificially generated traffic, which really caused a lot of concerns with some of the large players like the Amazons, Metas, and Microsofts of the world. And they started kind of introspecting into their communication spend, and they were paying for some of these fake traffic, so to say, which was not yielding them any ROI. So that led to a larger introspection. They started evaluating alternate mechanisms for sending those communication, and that was essentially the headwind that I'm talking about. And now I think most large global enterprise prefer working with partners who are directly connected to the telcos and not working with partners, where there are multiple hops.
Okay. And the concern of artificially inflated traffic, where did the buck stop? Who was responsible for that?
As I said, I think that's where I think the technology evolution will play a pivotal role. And as a part of the Proximus global umbrella, we are already kind of embarking on that or investing into that futuristic technology. The telco API, network API solution. And then I think with 365 Squared, the company that we have, they've already developed an AI-powered spam filtering solution, which is deployed with a few telcos. So we are already kind of investing into some of the stuff which can give a lot of assurance to large global enterprises, hyperscalers, in terms of their communication spend.
When you say that many large global enterprises prefer to directly work with partners, were they trying to bypass CPaaS players like you and some of the others?
The CPaaS players, but there were a lot of CPaaS players who did not have direct connectivity with the telcos. We as part of the group, we are directly connected with 450 plus mobile network operators. So we definitely have an edge. Now we are not trying to invest all of the ante in terms of the technology evolution and drive that volume through us directly.
Okay. Now let's get back to the numbers. Do you think a 15% revenue growth is possible in FY26?
So as I think highlighted, earlier as well, I think we're not looking at giving any guidance considering, what's kind of transpiring globally, in terms of the tariffs, in terms of geopolitical situations. So we are not very sure about how the discretionary spend within all the enterprises kind of will evolve. But I think what we can assure to all our stakeholders is that we'll continue to demonstrate industry-leading growth rate. And at this point in time, I think what is within our control is to kind of also work on some of the cost levers. So, over the last year, because we closed a very large M&A transaction by being part of the larger group, there were a lot of integration costs, a lot of one-time incentives, and some compensation realignments. So some of those things are, in the past, we are now looking at some of the cost levers, automating some of the internal processes through AI. As a management team, I think we are committed to also drive some cost optimization during the year and thereby drive some stronger profitability.
So gross margins, which declined in Q4 to 19.3%, can get back to 21% by the end of next year?
Again, I will not want to kind of commit on anything forward-looking, but as you rightly said, I think what we have been able to tap into with the group in terms of synergies have been the low-cost synergy bucket, which was essentially the lowest hanging fruit. We have picked out pretty much on that, in terms of tapping that out in terms of the full potential. Now we are looking at tapping into the higher margin synergies, I think, with the group. So we believe, I think we are pretty much at the bottom of that gross margin profile, and the margin profile should meaningfully improve going forward.
Okay, we'll take that as a guidance then. Gautam, thank you very much for joining in. So the gross margin perhaps has bottomed out and will meaningfully improve from here on as the company looks to improve their cost efficiencies and tap into the synergies with the Proximus Group. Route Mobile stock down 3.6%, markets down 1%, but the Nifty is holding on to 24,000 mark, even as border tensions continue to remain high and weighs on the market sentiment. It's a wrap on trading hour. Don't go anywhere. Halftime report is up next. Stocks slide as tensions between India and Pakistan escalate. Defense sector players see their scripts perk up in a sea of red.
Titan brings a margin surprise, powering the stock up. It also announces Ajay Chawla, who hems the jewellery business, as the successor to current MD C.K. Venkatraman in January 2026.
Larsen & Toubro misses estimates on operating performance but guides for strong order inflows in FY26 on a high base of FY25, powering the stock up. Margins too are expected to expand.
India responds strongly to Pakistan's aerial attacks on several locations in northern India. And while many hope for a de-escalation of tensions, the nation remains on high alert and ready to retaliate.
Hello and welcome to Halftime Report, live from the CNBC-TV18 Motilal Oswal studio. I'm Ekta Patra. With me is Mangalam Malu. Well, it's definitely a tense session, but we do have a lot of numbers to reckon with. It is earnings season, and in fact, Asian Paints reported what was a weak set of Q4 numbers, with revenue down around 4.3% year-on-year and profit declining 45%. EBITDA also fell 15%. Domestic volume growth also showed some weakness. To talk more about the numbers, we have with us Amit Singhal, who's the MD and CEO at Asian Paints, joining in. Mr. Singhal, thanks very much for taking the time out. If you could just start with, what's your strategy to revive category growth and volume growth?
So overall, when we look at the environment, I think the The areas which we are working very clearly, one, we are looking at the entire area of mid-level to luxury housing in a very big way, where, the Asian Paints strengths of premium to luxury is very, very strong. And this kind of cuts across various segments, whether it is from a point of view of emulsions, waterproofing, construction chemicals, or from a point of view of wood finishes. So that is one big area of focus in terms of what we are taking in terms of what can be different and how we can really reinvigorate the category by bringing in more exciting propositions, looking at innovations which can come in that zone, first of all. The second area which we are working is in terms of looking at giving an edge to all our services. We have a beautiful painting services which we offer in terms of reaching out directly to the customer. We also have services for the overall projects in terms of a total assure service which we give. We are looking at amping all the services, given the fact that we feel that in the coming environment, services can really give you a very distinct kind of a flavor of growth in terms of what can be, and it would be also something different from what competition is offering. The third area which we are looking very strongly is the amping up the whole area of industrial paints, where auto and auto OE would be a very big focus in terms of what we want to kind of take, along with the areas of protective paints and powder coatings in terms of which we want to kind of focus. Currently for us, it's a small segment. It's something which we want to kind of grow big overall to that extent, given the trends which are very clear that the industrial paints seem to be kind of doing better for the last about 1.5 years in terms of what we are seeing. And that is why I think a clear focus which kind of comes in that area. And the last area is in terms of looking at really, getting strongly onto the emotional bandwagon of, the Asian Paints Connect with the consumer, where we've already kind of launched some very, very strong, communications right now, which is based on the customer connect, which is based in terms of our larger presence, which is based on our quality and innovation in terms of what we offer in the shape of warranty to that extent. I think these would be some forays which we look very strongly, which would be different from competition and something which would also invigorate the market very strongly going forward.
Sure. Can you give us a sense on what FY26 will look like, basis what you are indicating, basis the strategy?
So obviously, I think, one of the things which we are looking at is that the urban centers have been a little bit slow as compared to the rural centers, especially the T3, T4 cities have been relatively much better from the urban centers. One, we hope to kind of invigorate some of the demands and the painting kind of frequency which comes in the urban centers to that extent, and which would possibly lead to growths coming in urban centers, growths coming from projects and industrial, as I kind of really painted out. And then looking at FY26 from a point of view of at least single-digit value and volume growths, which would kind of pan out for us. And not only this, from a point of view of margin framework also, for the current year, we have kind of closer to about 18% PBDIT margins in terms of the console numbers as we see it. And I think going forward, given the fact that there are a lot of initiatives which are from the point of view of cost efficiencies and also from a point of view of backward integration in terms of what we are looking at, we are looking at maintaining our guidance in terms of the 18 to 20% from a PBDIT perspective overall going forward.
Well, that's very interesting because, it has been fairly intense when it comes to competition. What have you made of the competitive intensity so far from both new as well as existing players? Because, you've been caught on the wrong side here.
Overall, what we see is that in terms of the overall new competition which has kind of come in, we have not seen any differentiated strategy. I think the products are the same, in terms of what you're offering, the kind of services which are being offered in terms of the material delivery, things like that. There is nothing which is new. It is just everything is in a Me Too kind of a framework which kind of really comes in. And therefore, the only leverage you have is to kind of throw more discounts and look at possibly buying that sale out to that extent, which you have seen in the past from other players multinationals who have entered the Indian market, and where we're finding it that it becomes very difficult to really sustain that kind of thing. You could kind of make inroads for, maybe 2 years to 3 years if you are willing to kind of throw that kind of a money overall to that extent, but to kind of sustain that really and really kind of then upgrading your pricing and looking at possibly, asking the retailers to buy at a normal price would be very, very difficult in terms of how it would kind of really pan out to that extent. Also, what we see is that in a market size of about 80,000 crores, if, overall new competition is able to garner even 4 to 5% overall of the share, it's not a very big share in terms of what you are able to garner to that extent, unless you become a player, quickly in terms of looking at 10 to 15% kind of a share which you are able to garner to that extent. So I think it will take a long time in terms of from a point of view of really bringing sustainability in terms of the actions you're taking, building the brand really in terms of what you want to do, because what we've seen is that at Asian Paints it's taken us good 8 decades to kind of really make the brand what we are today to that extent, and therefore brand building doesn't come in very easy, and it kind of takes that kind of a time and investment which has to be there to that extent. So I think the big question mark is of sustainability is what I'm putting in.
Okay, so does this mean margins are disrupted for the industry for a bit for now?
I think definitely there is some disruption in terms of the overall margins, because if some of the players are trying to play the pricing game to some extent, possibly the price elasticity would kind of hold up to a certain level to that extent, which is there. So I think there would be definitely some price disruptions, and therefore I think as strategically we will have to look at in terms of how we are able to kind of shore up our treasure chest to kind of really fight some of the areas in terms of investments which we need into the market. And therefore, cost efficiencies, how you kind of look at your costing models, how you look at possibly your backward integration initiatives, which kind of gives you more muscle to spend in the market, yet maintain your margins, I think would be the game in terms of what we would like to play.
Amit, in the recent past, there has been an exodus of senior leaders in the company. There has been some leadership changes as well. What exactly does this signify? What kind of changes can we expect to navigate, through these times when it comes to leadership?
So I feel that today, it's always a dynamic environment in terms of what we would look at from a point of view of overall leadership and who's taking the charge and how we are kind of looking at taking the game ahead. But as what we have seen is that today, I think Asian Paints has a lot of battery of in-house people whom we nurture over a period of time, and we give them various exposures across various business and disciplines to that extent. And I think it's always a good idea that we keep on rotating people, giving them exposure. And to that extent, I think what we are proud is that today the internal factory of looking at generating leaders and so on and so forth is so very strong at Asian Paints that we are putting our best people across various kind of businesses to that extent. And going forward, I don't see any tension in terms of the areas of in terms of looking at good, capable leadership in terms of what is going to head the business and take it to the next level.
My question, Amit, actually was a very direct one. If you could, tell the viewers, will you continue as MD?
Definitely, I think I'm strongly into the game, and that's something which we want to kind of take it head on.
That's about you. And do you have the board's full support for it, Amit?
Absolutely, fully, 100%.
All right, take that point. Thank you so much for joining in, suggesting that the new competition hasn't been doing anything different other than, discounting its way into the market share. And Amit sustains his leadership right now, has the board's backing as well. But it will be very interesting to see how Asian Paints grows from here on, given the sort of derating that we've seen on the stock and the muted volume performance that we've seen over the last couple of quarters. The management stands by high single-digit revenue growth in FY26 with 18 to 20% margins, with a view that maybe in the near term there could be some disruptions out there as well. Take a short break, come back on the other side. We'll talk about all the market setup as we view it, as there is a fair amount of nervousness, the Nifty around that 24,000 mark. Welcome back. There is some skittishness in the market right now as we speak. If you look at, the Nifty, it's 24,050 thereabouts. If you look at the FNO setup so far itself, there has been some weakness, specifically on the Nifty Bank, and that's led by the weakness that we're seeing, or the nervousness that we're seeing across the board on account of what's taking place in the border itself. The one parameter to watch out for going forward will be how the India VIX performs. Over the last few minutes, you've seen the India VIX cool off a little bit from the highs of today at around that 21.5 mark itself. Where this goes will tell you, what the market sense of the escalation or de-escalation of the situation is, so to say. As far as, while the VIX is higher, you have to look at individual levels as well. Today, the Nifty has been meandering between the 20-day moving average at 23,800 to the 200-day moving average of 24,048, and that's where we are. So this is an important technical level to watch out for, as well as even we see some sort of nervousness in the market. Because the VIX is higher, we have the premiums on the options fairly high as well. The 24,000 mark seems like a bit of a fulcrum right now. The 24,000 put premium of 200 rupees and the 24,000 call premium of 200 rupees as well. Coming up for you, those who are writing these are playing for a very broad range of 23,500 at the lower level to 24,500 at the upper level itself. And that's the broad range that the street is expecting could play out over the next few trading sessions. Some long positions added on defense names like Hindustan Aeronautics and Solar Industries. But I'm just keeping an eye out on RBL Bank. Has been an FNO ban for most of the series so far. Whether it comes out of FNO ban today or not is something I'll be tracking very closely. It's at 81% of the threshold. Once it goes below that, stock comes out of FNO ban. Take a short break.
Yes, okay, take a short break. But up next, we have the management of Biocon talking about their Q4 numbers. Stay tuned.
Investing.
Welcome back. You're still tuned into Halftime Report. Well, Biocon has reported a better than expected Q4 FY25 quarter with around a 154% surge in its profit. I did catch up with the managing director and the CEO Siddharth Mittal and started by asking about the strong recovery in generics this quarter. Listen in.
It's been a very solid quarter this year. We've seen a very solid growth in generics business of 46% year on year and 53% sequentially, which was mainly aided by launch of generic Revlimid in the US. We also had launch of dasatinib tablets in the US and more importantly, liraglutide in the UK. So a combination of these three led to a robust growth. And Revlimid, of course, has been a product which is important, has contributed to significant growth for many other companies. And we supplied the launch quantity to our customers in the US. And that, of course, a large part of the volume that we had as a part of settlement with the innovator was already supplied. So part of that growth that you've seen was one time or lumpy. but we do have some more volume coming up for sale in next fiscal year.
So what is the normalized growth for the generics business going forward?
See, I'm expecting a couple of important launches next year. Primarily, we are going to launch liraglutide in Europe. We are also expecting an approval of liraglutide in the US and Copaxone in the US. So with these three important launches, we are looking at anywhere like a high teen kind of growth for the next full year. Of course, there will be a ramp up during the quarter, so we might see normalization in the first half of next year. But the whole year, we are definitely expecting a very robust high teens growth.
Okay. All right. The biosimilar segment growth this quarter was around 4% odd. What was pricing pressure like? And how did key biosimilars such as, say, trastuzumab, pegfilgrastim, and insulin glargine perform?
So let me first give the number on a like-to-like basis. If you remember last year, we had disposed of our branded formulation India business, and there was certain licensing income in Q4. So on a like-to-like basis, the biologics had 9% growth this year versus last year. Now, when it comes to market shares, we have seen a very robust growth in products in the US, such as pegfilgrastim, where we are almost at 30% market share. When you look at biosimilar trastuzumab or Ogivri, we are at 26% market share. And when you look at biosimilar glargine, we are almost at 19% market share of the covered market. And I think that just demonstrates the strong performance by our team in the US, who's, post the transition from Viatris, we have more than doubled the market share for these products. And we are, of course, gearing up for a few more launches in the coming fiscal in the US.
Okay. What is the update on bevacizumab? You received an approval in April 2025 from the US. Adalimumab, as well as insulin aspart, where you currently, we understand, is under US FDA review.
So adalimumab, of course, was launched, in fiscal 24, but since then, it's done really well in Europe. When Viatris had launched this product, they had gained significant markets, and especially in larger countries such as Germany and France. And we continue to do very well in Europe. But in the US, it didn't work out for the entire biosimilar industry. The ramp up was very slow, and the innovator continued to hold a large market share in the US. And of course, we had a couple of smaller accounts, but it's not contributing a large as far as the US market is concerned. Now, bevacizumab, we received the approval earlier, and now we're getting up for the launch. It should be, we will tie up with all the payers and various customers, and hopefully the revenues will start ramping up in the first half of fiscal 26. And as far as aspart is concerned, our facility has got cleared, and we are just hoping to receive the approval. We have a target action date coming up in the next 2 to 3 months, and we are hoping that as soon as we receive the approval, we should be in a position to get ready to launch the product, given that there is no other competition at this stage.
Okay, all right. What is the company's plan then when it comes to the larger world of weight loss drugs? You've spoken about how liraglutide was launched in the UK and how it performed. But what about semaglutide? We do understand that it is going off patent in various markets in the next fiscal. How is Biocon taking advantage of that? And what about India as well when it comes to weight loss drugs?
We have a very comprehensive pipeline of GLP-1s. Today, of course, liraglutide was the first drug which was approved and launched. We do have semaglutide in our portfolio. We have tirzepatide in our portfolio. The development is complete for semaglutide. We are filing this product in various emerging markets and developed markets in the coming fiscal. In India, we had completed our bioequivalence study and met the endpoints. We are, of course, going to do the clinical trial, which is one of the important requirements in India to launch this drug in India. And we are hoping that we should start selling this drug in emerging markets somewhere in calendar 26. And of course, there are larger emerging markets and also markets such as Canada, which opens up in 26. Now, that said, we of course know that many other companies are working on this drug, and we know we are very confident of our scientific capabilities, our capacities, and our commercial presence in these markets to be able to maximize the value from semaglutide.
Okay, Biocon Biologics, it successfully refinanced, that $1 billion long-term debt. Give us a sense in terms of what's the eventual plan when it comes to repayment and the timelines.
See, we had taken on a debt or bond of $800 million in September of 2024, which has a bullet payment in 5 years. So that comes up for repayment in 29. Then apart from that, we have roughly $350 to $400 million of debt, which is a combination of long-term debt as well as working capital debt. And this would be repaid in, after a moratorium of 2 years. So at this stage, there are no bank loans which are coming up for repayment. And I think we have recently announced that we are looking to raise 4,500 crores through a combination of QIP and preferential placement at Biocon level. That the deployment of those funds will be for meeting the obligations that we have for some of the structured equity that we had taken on last year to fund the acquisition of Viatris business.
Okay, that's actually my next question. Timeline of raising these 4,500 crores in terms of funds?
See, we are monitoring, of course, the market's condition, and what we have said is we will complete this fundraise of 4,500 crore in one or more tranches. We expect the first tranche to be complete by middle of June, and the timing of second tranche will be decided after the first tranche is complete.
Okay, so the first tranche could be as soon as June of this year. Any clarity, lastly, on the Biocon Biologics IPO?
Again, we all know the market situation right now. The IPO market is a bit dull, and our board has in fact constituted a committee to look at all the options apart from the IPO. So we are also contemplating to look at what are the best restructuring options to maximize the value for our stakeholders and shareholders. So including a merger between Biocon and Biocon Biologics. So I think this committee will evaluate these options, and over the next few months, we will decide the best course of action.
All right, that's the conversation from Biocon. But while that conversation was going on, there's an important flash breaking at the bottom of your screen, which is on the back of the military conflict between India and Pakistan. The ongoing IPL, the Cricket Premier League, has been suspended indefinitely amid the escalating tensions. With the conversation coming in from the BCCI officials, as well as the story which has been put out by the PTI itself, and they expect that the IPL for now has been, there was conversation that they were deciding what to do with the future of the IPL amidst this situation, and the priority was to ensure that all the foreign players do return to their countries safely, and all the players who are there return to their homes safely as well. Yesterday's game as well was, called off because of this. We had the stadium which was evacuated, and now we get the news that the IPL for now has been suspended indefinitely.
Yes, absolutely. The development comes after the Punjab Kings and Delhi Capitals clash in Dharamshala, which was called off due to those safety issues. So I think there was a little bit of panic which took place in the stadium as well. But nonetheless, as of now, we know that the IPL is suspended indefinitely amid the escalating tensions with Pakistan. To put it into perspective, the FY24 revenue for IPL stood at around 6,797 odd crores, and that has doubled from the previous year of around 3,000 odd crores. So that gives you a sense in terms of the kind of economic impact also that we would probably be facing at this point in time when it comes to the suspension of something which is as big as an IPL product. But this is what we're picking up at this point in time. So definitely a huge disappointment, but it is amid the escalating tensions. So I think there was some expectation that this could definitely have happened. The growth, obviously, which we've seen in the IPL from, say, the past 2 fiscals itself has been because of that increased media and sponsorship deals. And to put it into perspective, the amount which was spent in the 2025 IPL auction was around 639 odd crores. So that's the amount of money which actually went into the auction versus around 557 crores in 2022. So that's the detail that we have about the IPL being suspended indefinitely. More details on that. We need to take a short break, but we have the management of Pidilite who will be talking about their quarterly numbers on the other side. Stay tuned.
Welcome back. There is nervousness in the market right now. We have 2,000 stocks which are declining for every 500 stocks which are advancing right now. So we'll keep an eye out on, the skirmish that has taken place between India and Pakistan in terms of a military conflict that has had impact. And over the last few minutes, we had the flash coming in that the IPL itself has been suspended indefinitely as well. But we have markets to tend to. And one of the stocks which has been doing well right now is Pidilite. That's reported a good quarter, near double-digit volume growth in the fourth quarter, which is the best in the consumer sector so far. To discuss their performance in detail, more importantly, the demand environment amid the uncertainties, I caught up with Sudhanshu Vats, who's the managing director at Pidilite Industries. Let's listen in to what he had to say.
We are seeing a clear improvement in signs in urban as well. And I think this is led by, in our case, I think continued momentum in the construction sector, increased spending by the government, and the hope that that will continue to grow as we go forward. So I think we see a good momentum in urban. From our results, if I was to tell you, rural has still grown ahead of urban for us, which has been the trend for a long time. But urban has grown quite well, and we are seeing a pickup in urban as well.
We saw you amp up ad spends. You know, it's been increased by about 70 basis points as a percentage of sales year on year. Is that to pump prime demand, or is that to spur the rollout of new products that you've done? We're just trying to understand, what have you been doing? Has it been a tough sales push for you?
Mangalam, what I would say is that, as you know, that we are a pioneering company. We keep looking at newer segments from time to time. And we also have stated and delivered consistently on our mission of double-digit profitable underlying volume growth. So if you look at, in order to do that, there are two areas where we made spends in the quarter gone by and even in the year. I think advertising and sales promotion, there is an uptick in spends. We are reaching to the higher end of our 3 to 5 guidance in this quarter particularly. And as far as manpower is concerned, you're absolutely right. It's a combination of both. It is one, gearing up for our pioneering categories, and there is some of that which is baked into it. And also, in order to spur demand from the grassroots level, we continue to strengthen our second field force. And Mangalam, as you very well know, Pidilite has a unique go-to-market where there is one field force that goes to the dealer, the other one that goes to the users. As more of our categories become bigger and we see our portfolio expanding, which indeed is the case, we will continue to drive a lot more of this moving forward.
Would you be able to give us a sense? Yeah, would you be able to give us a sense of what category drove the volume growth for you? Was it construction chemicals? Was it adhesives and sealants? Was it consumer products? Because I see B2B growing in mid-teens, and that's been the case for the last few quarters. In the consumer and bazaar business itself, what were the categories that outperformed according to you?
So in this quarter, I think while we saw growth around all categories and segments, I think if I was to point out two of them, these are our growth categories, Mangalam, as you understand, ROF and Dr. Fixit. So as I could call that, the more construction sector portfolio, which has outperformed the balanced portfolio, although the portfolio has grown overall.
Would you believe that these would continue to outperform in this space itself going forward as well?
So we are very optimistic on both ROF momentum and Mangalam, as you know, we launched our new campaign, 360-degree campaign on Dr. Fixit. So on waterproofing part of our portfolio as well, we want to continue to see increased momentum as we go forward. And our campaign last quarter was very well received. It was a campaign with Amitabh Bachchan. But not only that, we had a very good integration with Kaun Banega Crorepati, where you had Dr. Fixit expert question. And we were there on cricket as well, India-England series. As on the DRS with Dr. Fixit.
Well, that definitely is showing up in your ad spends as a percentage of your sales. Wonder whether that will continue next year or not as well. The other thing that I want your thoughts on, while you've done near double-digit volume growth, the realization growth or the revenue growth has just been about 8% in this quarter. I say just in context with the volume growth. So how do you expect your volume-value mix to move in FY26?
So I think the better way, so you're right, Mangalam. I think the number you are quoting is from our consolidated 8% growth, like for like. I think the better way to look at our standalone results. So if you look at our standalone results, on a 9.8% underlying volume growth, we've delivered in this quarter a 10.2% revenue growth. So the price and volume is now caught up. And I think therefore this correlation between underlying volume growth and revenue growth is best understood from our standalone results.
And this is likely to continue, right? Because I believe that raw material prices have largely bottomed out and you are not looking at many price hikes this year.
No, this is likely to continue. So now volume and value should paddle hand in hand. So it should go together.
And B2B, I have to ask you a call out on that because that's been outperforming on a low base for the last many quarters, and you've reset your strategy out there as well. So at some point, do you see higher contribution from the B2B vertical, and does this outperformance, so mid-teen sort of volume growth in B2B continue?
So we are very hopeful. This is a 7th quarter of mid-teen performance, as you rightly pointed out. I think with all the growth in India in terms of infrastructure, construction, both residential and commercial, and the way we have geared up for this, Mangalam, through Pidilite Professional Solutions team, I think we are very hopeful of continuing to deliver very strong growth on projects. And even our industrial businesses will continue to deliver robust growth moving forward.
Final question before we let you go. You had said that come summer, we will have an update on the paint industry for you. What's the update?
So I think as far as our pilot is concerned, as if you're talking about that, which is Haisha, which is in the 5 states, all I can share with you, Mangalam, at the moment is we made steady progress. We are very satisfied with the progress that we've made. But in a very classic Pidilite sense, we still feel a little bit more work needs to be done on certain modules, particularly on demand generation, the way we want to go about it in a unique fashion. I think we will continue to do that work and then look at further expansion.
So rollout happens sometime in FY26, a national rollout, or maybe next year is when we see the paints all over the country?
So you have to wait and watch for the space. We got to continue to make a steady progress. But once we are satisfied with all the work which we've done in these 5 states, We will go forward. We are making steady progress, though. I can tell you categorically, quarter on quarter, month on month, we are making progress.
How far are you from being satisfied? Let's ask you that way.
It's difficult, Panglam, to predict a specific time, but we are at it. And with the tenacity and persistence of Pidilite, we will be at it. And we will make sure that we get this right.
All right. And double-digit volume growth with 20 to 24% margin band stays for the entire year. That's what you continue to strive for, right?
Yes. We continue to deliver double-digit profitable underlying volume growth.
All right, we take that point. Confident sounding Pidilite, confident of urban growth coming back on the back of consumption as well. We'll take a short break, come back on the other side. We keep an eye out on what's taking place at the border, India-Pakistan tensions. We do have a guest joining us.
Welcome back. Well, definitely tense moments for the markets as well. So currently we have the Bank Nifty, which is down around 1.3%. We have the Midcap Index, which is down around 0.5% as well. Advanced decline ratio weak at around 1:3. A lot of stocks, say ICICI Bank is currently the top loser on the Nifty, down around 2.8%. Titan's doing well, so that stock is up around 3.8% and giving it companies L&T, which is up 3.5% at this point in time. Tata Motors seeing follow-on buying, so that stock is now up around 8% on a week-to-date basis. But the big story, India responds strongly to Pakistan's aerial attacks on several locations in northern India, and while many hope for a de-escalation of tensions, the nation remains on high alert and ready to retaliate. CNBC-TV18 has been bringing you opinions from top market voices on how the ongoing conflict can impact the markets. Listen in to some excerpts of those conversations.
When it comes to the stock market, I think it's only natural to expect there's some volatility during this time. But as you said, markets globally, where you've had such situations, the wars have not tended to have a lasting impact on the market. In the short term, depending on how long the border situation lasts and how tense it gets, whether it de-escalates or escalates further, can have the logical impact. We tend to be fully invested as we are today and remain fully invested. We don't raise cash. If we have any cash, we generally use such opportunities to deploy. But at this time, we have normal levels of cash, which is around 1% in the portfolio.
It seems a lot more concerning. I mean, I think that things are escalating. And frankly, the Pakistani military chief, General Munir, is known to be a bit of an Islamist hardliner. So when we look at the facts, I don't think the civilian government is in control in Pakistan, as it has never been in times of crisis. The reality is that in the past, with a different government, U.S. would be more aggressively trying to play a role in trying to de-escalate. Since this is more of an America First, leadership, they're taking a hands-off role in this. So therefore, I'm not sure who is going to be able to, put pressure to de-escalate. And if there is an external pressure, is there a risk of some miscalculation? So I think that the markets are probably going to continue to see pressure because things do not seem to be settling down.
The only submission to investor will be, don't fall to the propaganda, don't fall to the disinformation. Follow your asset allocation dharma. Our long-term growth story remains fairly intact. And if this war is limited to limited conflict, then probably every correction is a great opportunity to buy. We need all the global allies to come together and pursue Pakistan that this policy of terrorism, this policy of 1,000 cuts bleeding is not appropriate. If we can get a diplomatic solution, undoubtedly it is good. And we will need all the allies to come together. But at the same time, we'll have to keep on also putting pressure in terms of our non-escalatory responses so that finally Pakistan realizes the error of pursuing the policy of terrorism. If we look at near term, the March 25 quarterly results so far has come ahead of expectation. Good results come first, bad results come little later. But overall, the March 25 quarterly results are well ahead of expectations so far. More importantly, foreign portfolio investors have started buying. They became buyer in the month of March from passive side. April was largely passive and little bit active. But in the month of May, we believe it is more driven by active investors. It's a vote of confidence on Indian economy and Indian market, despite this kind of geopolitical situation.
That's about the impact of Operation Sindoor on portfolios, but where does it go from here on? Air Marshal Anil Chopra, who's the former Director General Center for Air Power Studies and Strategic Advisor, Aerospace Society of Indian Defence Manufacturers, joins in. Thanks a lot, sir, for joining in. And, logic would have said that maybe by now there should have been de-escalation. Where do you see this situation going from here? What are the probabilities that you ascribe to this escalating further? What are the options on the table on either side?
Mangalam, day 3, Operation Sindoor. I think it was a firm leadership, great decision, decades of terror. They were trying to punish. We have been, as a nation, very, very careful. We did Uri in 2016. It was just a cross-border strike by the army. Then we did Balakot, which is a deep strike by Air Force. And now we have Sindoor, where we have gone for 9 targets, 24 missiles on day 1 to hit terror targets. Very responsible country. We haven't hit the civil targets even today. Of course, military targets we had to hit yesterday, and we perhaps may have to hit further because Pakistan escalated. They responded to our attack on pure terror targets by hitting our cities, a large number of them, right from J&K to Gujarat, all across the country. And thereafter, they've been hitting military targets last night. Failed attempts. Our air defenses have been very strong, and we have been able to knock off the threat. Yes, nobody wants to escalate. India is a peace-loving country, but as I said, that we have to teach terror a lesson. We have used both non-kinetic and kinetic options. Non-kinetic have been going on. Diplomacy, we have done the Indus Water Treaty we have put on hold. There are other diplomatic actions we have taken to get all the friends, even the Pakistani friends like Saudi Arabia and UAE have supported India on this count. So there has been a lot of action going on. But yes, moving forward, things are still not settled. Cross-border firing is taking place. Artillery shelling is taking place. Many civilians have died on both sides, including India. We had to evacuate some of the villages. So have they had to do. But hats off to the Indian Armed Forces, a befitting response. When they started hitting our military targets, we had to take on their air defense targets. We hit Lahore air defense system, their HQ-9 air defense missile. We hit their radar. The videos are in the public domain. And therefore, there is right now, at this very moment, there is a relative calm on the LC, as we hear from the media reports, from reporters who are already there on the Kashmir, POK border. But anything can happen. we are still, to come to terms. Time that Pakistan apologizes internationally for the terror support, gives a commitment to the global community that they will not support terror at any cost, and maybe that will be one of the reasons how we can de-escalate.
All right. So, we just got the news with regards to the IPL being suspended. What would your reading be into that piece of news from a defense perspective?
I personally feel that as a nation, we all have to stand by with the people in uniform. There will be some people who will be hit. There'll be, there'll be some level of suffering for the families and the people who may die. So therefore, on many counts, the country has taken a call. The Prime Minister ordered 2 days back to have the entire country to go through, drills, home guard drills, so that, in case of an attack, the whole country has to get involved in this exercise. Mind you, our stock exchange is still doing very well. Pakistan stock market fell 7,000 points yesterday, the worst drop ever, and they not only fell, they had to close the stock market. Pakistan is in a bad state economically. If this conflict was not to stop quickly, they are the ones who will run out of money very much faster and ammunition. So I think our decision to call off IPL is it's an emotive decision. The country wants everybody to stand by with the armed forces.
All right, just a quick question, sir. What do you think is taking place behind the scenes on the diplomatic channel at this point in time? What role are the global powers playing as of now? And would that be enough to influence the next steps that we might see?
Officially, Vice President Vance has said, U.S. Vice President has said that, they will not like to get involved because they know this is a long ongoing, issue between India and Pakistan. But I'm sure at back channels, they are all talking. The Russian President Putin, has supported India, and so have many other countries. But I'm sure back channel people are talking. Our External Affairs Minister, Jaishankar, is spoken to everybody. Every day he's speaking to somebody or the other, updating them on what we are doing, and that we are not the ones who are escalating, and that we are trying to only hit terror targets. If the Pakistanis are going to continue to escalate, then we will perhaps hit more terror targets. And yes, back channel actions are on. Nobody wants, it's not good for any country to have a continued war. And some solution, I'm sure, will be found in the near few days. Yes.
Take that point. Thanks a lot for joining in, sir, and giving us your perspective. But earlier today, we also spoke with the former diplomat and strategic affair expert KC Singh and Air Marshal PS Ahluwalia about the simmering tensions between the two nations. Let's hear out what they had to say.
What we can see is that today, while this diplomacy is on, there is a window, there's a narrow window available that public opinion on both sides is satisfied. Pakistanis will tell their people, look, we hit so many missiles and drones, and the Indians are on the back foot. We, of course, know what our defense ministry will say and what our point of view is there. Normally, you get to ceasefire when each side can claim, take away something which is a bit of a win, right or wrong. But that is the claim that they have to sell to their public opinion. So I think we have a narrow window before actual escalation, which means missiles are fired or troops start crossing the land border or the LOC. Before that happens, now on the table is Pakistan has terrorism, which it has to control, and India has got the water weapon. Marco Rubio, as we know, is also the NSA. He's got more and more power, and therefore I think for pragmatic purposes, President Trump is relying on Rubio, whereas for making noise and taking extreme positions, Vance comes in. So we should pay more attention to what Rubio is doing. Rubio has said we need de-escalation now, which means the Saudis are talking to both sides. They're doing it obviously in tandem with US. And US has this lever. They can stop the IMF loan. We can't stop it. We can make noise. But essentially, it's US that can stop it. Now, that lever would probably be in play. And that is why I said the whole of today is important.
Will be effective here is that we carry on hammering these guys. We carry on hammering them till we get them to bend their knees. And once that starts to happen, then we'll be able to dictate our terms. Nobody wants an escalation. Nobody wants to get into long drawn out conflict. Certainly not. But we can ask them or we can force them to bend their knees, then they'll come on the negotiating table. And that's where we can dictate terms for de-escalation as and when it happens.
All right, well, we need to take a short break, but on the other side, Manisha Gupta will join in and she's going to be focusing on cryptos. Stay tuned. Welcome back. Well, for the market, still under pressure. So we have the Nifty, which is down around 200 points plus. We have the Sensex, which has lost around 750 odd points. I just want to point out that stocks such as Dr. Reddy should be in focus. Is just about marginally lower, trading with a cut of around 0.3%. Comes out with numbers today, so do watch out for that particular stock. In terms of a couple of stocks moving on the upside in terms of volumes, just watch out for Yes Bank, because that is humongous amount of shares traded on that one. So it's a volume and price mover at this point. So that stock up around 6.5%. And a lot of the defense stocks are in focus today. So Paris Defense, for example, is up around 5.6%. Mazgon Dock Shipyard up 4.5%. But let's now shift to the commodity space. Manisha joins in, and today we're focusing on cryptocurrencies.
Well, as the markets continue with more and more concerns growing and another escalation continuing between India and Pakistan as well, we are looking at geopolitics, economic data, and then these escalations continue to, in some sense, support buying in case of cryptocurrencies. Overnight has been one of the largest gains that we've seen in months. So we're looking at nearly 3-month highs for many of these cryptocurrencies there. When you look at the global crypto markets, well, they have gained up by 5.5% to a capitalization of around $3.34 trillion there. As of now, 16,900 cryptocurrencies are trading, but it is about the top 10 of them, and they have done exceptionally well over the midnight there. When you look at the Bitcoin prices, we're trading above $100,000 right now. Bitcoin has hit a record highs of around 109,000 in the month of January. We also saw a low of around 74,000 in the month of April. So it has been a very sharp up move that we've seen in the matter of last 3 or 4 weeks. Well, to begin with, US also has announced trade deal with UK that has been supportive. We've also seen pro-crypto stance coming in from Trump administration. There is strong buying that has been reported from spot ETF markets there. Investors, institutional inflows into crypto has been on the stronger side. And then rising tensions, as I said, between various countries, the latest being India and Pakistan, also has led to a lot of Asian buying happen in case of cryptocurrencies. Well, accelerated global adoption has been another thing. And then the US-backed stable coins right now dominate with nearly 98% of a market share. So that tells you on where the story really lies. Well, going forward as well, the markets are bullish because of the US policies. We have seen legislation pass nearly 2 US states to allow Bitcoin strategic reserves. And then US banks also are in sense of approving trade custody of crypto assets. And then the Ethereum Pectra upgrade also has led to gains coming in for Ethereum, the largest across cryptocurrencies there. So if you look at the last 24 hours, we've seen Bitcoin gain up by 5%. Solana, XRP, Dogecoin, Shiba are all up between 10 to 12% as well. But it is Ethereum which is up by 20%. In the last 1 month as well, Bitcoin is gained up by 29%. But Ethereum, Solana have given you returns of like 40 to 45%. When you talk about the outlook then, it is about Stancy talking about $120,000 for Bitcoin in this quarter itself. You have Bank of America, Benzinga and Bernstein also trading anywhere ranges between $130,000 to $200,000 in the year 2025 itself.
Okay, all right, Manisha, thanks very much for that. Well, just want to point out that Intellect Design, in fact, came out with its numbers in Intellect Design arena. That stock is up around 2% at this point. It's gained 8.5% on a week-to-date basis. So just watch out for that. It came out with its numbers and it was a good over 80% revenue growth. Or rather on the profitability. So just watch out for Intellect Design. But nonetheless, on that note, it's a wrap on Halftime Report. Business Lunch will take all of the action forward. Thanks for watching.
India responds strongly to Pakistan's aerial attacks on several locations in northern India. And while many hope for a de-escalation of tensions, the nation remains on high alert and ready to retaliate. A meeting between the three service chiefs and the Defence Minister Rajnath Singh is currently underway. Stocks slide as tensions between India and Pakistan escalate. Defence sector players see their scrips perk up in among a sea of red. In the middle of rising hostilities with Pakistan, the BCCI has suspended the Indian Premier League indefinitely. Titan springs a margin surprise, powering the stock higher. It also announces Ajoy Chawla, who helms the jewellery business, to succeed current CEO C.K. Venkatraman in January of next year. And Larsen & Toubro misses estimates on the operating performance but guides for a strong order inflow in FY26 on a high base of FY25, powering the stock higher as well. Margins are also expected to expand. Good afternoon. You're watching Business Lunch live from the CNBC-TV18 Motilal Oswal studios. I am Hormuz Fatakia. We are continuing to monitor developments on the border between India and Pakistan, and of course the market reaction that comes along with it. And of course we are also counting down to a slew of earnings that are to be reported in the second half of the day in what is the final trading day of the week. The index currently at 24,000 has continued to remain around that level. The bulls have managed to defend that on the downside as of now. That remains the key level to monitor at the moment. And the mid caps and the small cap index as well, those are the ones that had seen a bigger cut in yesterday's session, and that sharp sell-off that we saw in the last 30 minutes of the session. The mid cap index has seen a smart rebound from the lows. The small cap index too has seen some recovery, but the mid cap index is now down only 0.4%. The small cap index is up down around about 1.25%. But among the top gainers, it is L&T that is leading the pack in today's session after a very strong guidance issued by the management with regards to FY26 on their FY25 base. So good commentary from L&T, and that has taken the stock higher. It's the top gainer on the Nifty, among the top gainers on the Nifty. The other one that's done well after its results is Titan, and that too has seen brokerage commentary coming in on the positive side. Management, the numbers too were on the positive side for Titan. So 4% higher on Titan, 4% higher on L&T as well. So these are the two names that are keeping the Nifty losses in check and are bucking the trend in what has been an otherwise down day for the index. But there are a lot of earnings reactions as well that you need to keep an eye out for. As you can see, numbers of Sutlej Textiles flashing on your screens. The stock is lower currently, but some of the others, Bharat Forge, after their results yesterday, but the stock is up 5%. Of course, you can pair that with the defense theme that is currently seeing a move higher in today's session, and be it the likes of Idea Forge, be it the likes of Zen Technologies, all of them seeing healthy gains in today's session. And not only these drone manufacturing companies, there are others like Bharat Dynamics, Mazgaon Dock. They too are seeing healthy gains. Idea Forge is now up 19% in today's session. The India Defence Index too is trading with gains of around 3%. But the big story that we are tracking, with tensions between India and Pakistan escalating after Pakistani armed forces launched attacks across the western border with drones and other munition last night. Numerous ceasefire violations also took place along the line of control in Jammu and Kashmir. The attacks were repelled effectively using kinetic and non-kinetic means. The Defence Ministry also said that India remains fully prepared to defend its sovereignty and ensure the safety of its people. The chiefs of the armed services also met Defence Minister Rajnath Singh earlier today to discuss the situation. Meanwhile, the BSF has also foiled an infiltration bid in the Samba sector of Jammu. And Parikshit has now picked up some source-based information regarding the conflict between India and Pakistan. Parikshit, tell us, what are you picking up now?
Well, the latest that we are picking up, and this is a notification by the Ministry of Defence, the centre has extended the powers of the Chief of Army Staff to exercise powers to call out every officer and every enrolled person in the Territorial Army to provide for essential guard or to be embodied for the purpose of supporting or supplementing the regular army. Now, there are 42 reserve battalions, now out of which at least 12 or 14 will be embodied or deployed all across the country. This is what the notification says. We're also picking up that Pakistan's bids to attack India have been foiled very comprehensively. In fact, the statement coming in and the feeling is India is not just capable of defending its skies, it now controls them as well. Operation Sindoor has shown the strength of India's air defense ecosystem, the integrated counter unmanned aerial system grid, the S-400, the Barak 8, the Akash missile, the DRDO anti-drone technology has all helped to form a very strong shield, our own Iron Dome, so to say. The Indian forces have destroyed targets deep in Pakistani territory. They have destroyed Chinese-supplied HQ-9 air defense units in Lahore, and critical radars and air defense architecture there was damaged as well. In fact, India's air defense architecture ramped up significantly since 2014, and India today has 3 S-400 squadrons along the borders with China and Pakistan. We have the Barak 8 medium-range surface-to-air missiles deployed in Bhatinda. We have man-portable counter-drone systems to jam and disable hostile UAVs installed in 2024. India, for the first time, has used loitering munitions made in India. These munitions carried out simultaneous precision strikes across Pakistan sectors. Israeli-origin Harop drones deployed to target and destroy air defense assets in Karachi, Lahore as well. Rafale fighters were used, and these were equipped with Scalp and Hammer missiles to carry out strikes on Pakistani terror targets during Operation Sindoor.
Important developments there that are taking place, and Parikshit has been on top of these latest developments, and in light of this there have been a lot of unverified information that has been doing the rounds, and we at CNBC TV18 are taking this opportunity to tell our viewers to not fall prey to these unverified informations, and we here at CNBC TV18 will only carry official and verified information. But Parikshit is also here to get us up to speed with the air defense weapon systems that were used by India last night. Parikshit.
Well, the Barak missile is a surface-to-air missile system developed jointly by Israel and India. It has a range of 150 kilometers. The Barak 8 can engage multiple targets simultaneously. The speed is Mach 2 or 600 meters per second. The Akash is an India-made medium-range movable surface-to-air missile. It has a range of 25 kilometers and can simultaneously engage multiple targets in group mode or autonomous mode. The speed is Mach 2.5 or more than 800 meters per second. Then you have the Russian-origin S-125 Pechora surface-to-air missile system that can engage drones, fighters and helicopters. The range is 30 kilometers and it has a speed of Mach 3.5 or 1.2 kilometers per second. Then you have the indigenously made Samar platforms or surface-to-air missile for assured retaliation against low-flying targets. The range here is 30 kilometers and speed is 2.5 Mach or over 850 meters per second. Then you have the L-70 40mm anti-aircraft guns, originally made by Sweden's Bofors and is used against radar-dodging drones. It has a range of up to 4 kilometers and can fire 240 to 330 rounds per minute. You also have the 23mm Shilka system, which is of Russian origin. It has a range of over 20 kilometers and can fire 4,000 rounds per minute. It's lethal against small drones and helicopters. Then let's not forget the formidable S-400 air defense system acquired from Russia. It has a range of 400 kilometers and can even go up to 600 kilometers, a speed of 4.8 kilometers per second. It can engage multiple targets simultaneously. And lastly, you've got the counter unmanned aerial systems grid as well. These are DRDO developed counter drone systems with hard kill capabilities, and they can jam, disrupt and disable drone communication as well. So all of this coming together to provide a very strong defensive shield for India, and we were successfully able to bring down several drones and missile attacks from Pakistan in the intervening night of 8th and 9th May.
Indeed. Parikshit, thanks a lot for that information. Some very, very critical updates shared by Parikshit, and of course, lowdown on our defense systems as well. Take a short break, then more news and updates on the other side. Stay tuned. Welcome back. And just as we mentioned before going into the break, it's a sensitive situation ongoing, and it is of utmost importance that we bring to you only verified news. And there are several videos and pictures that are being circulated on social media which are fake or are related to other past incidents. The fact check unit of the Press Information Bureau has clarified on these claims on social media. Sandhya, who's been on top of this developments from the morning, is here with the latest update. Sandhya.
So Harmaz, let's take a look at the recent fact checks which the Indian government has done. And this is the fake claim number 1, and it's the recent one. It's a viral WhatsApp message. And what does this message claim? It claims that ATMs in India will be closed for next 2 to 3 days. Now this message is fake, and that's exactly what the Indian government's fact check unit has said, that the message is fake and ATMs will continue to operate as usual. Fake claim number 2. Pakistan has launched a multiple launch rocket system attack on India. Indian government has fact-checked this and clarified the situation. Indian government has said that the video is from a video game and has been online for over 3 years. We can understand the magnitude of fake news and the motive here, that old video game videos are being circulated to establish a fake claim as a fact. Indian government has said that there is clearly no connection to the current India-Pakistan situation as far as this claim and this video is concerned. Third one, which came in this morning, Hazira port in Gujarat has been attacked. Indian government has said, and once again this time an old video has been used. So Indian government has said that this is an unrelated video confirmed to depict an oil tanker explosion, and the video is dated 7th July 2021, which means it's a 4-year-old video. Next one is that, and we are repeating this again and again, we have been reporting this since yesterday, but because it's significant and sensitive, we are reporting this claim again and again. The fake claim is that entry to India via airports has been banned. Indian government has clarified that Indian government has taken no such decision. Another fact check which has been done, it's the recent one, that and this is what the fact check unit of PIB has said, Pakistan social media handles are claiming that a Sukhoi Su-30 MK was shot down in Muzaffarabad, capturing an Indian pilot alive. Similar claims were made day before yesterday also. Now once again these claims are being made, and the videos and these tweets are being circulated. Indian government has fact checked and has said that this Sukhoi they are talking about, it crashed at Undre Vasti of Kulwadi village near Pune Ahmednagar highway, and this happened on October 14th. It's a Maharashtra video, an old one. So this is the modus operandi. This is how old videos or morphed videos, or in fact video game videos, are being used to spread fake information, fake claims. Indian government has requested citizens to rely only on Indian government official handles for information, and we at CNBC-TV18 are also bringing out only verified facts for our viewers.
Indeed. And Sandhya, thanks a lot for that update and that fact check. It shows the extent of misinformation that is currently being circulated on social media. But continuing with our coverage on Operation Sindoor, and the latest that we are picking up is that the government has issued urgent directions to telecom companies amidst the India-Pakistan tensions. Let us now go across to Ashmit for what he's picking up from his sources. Ashmit.
Well, with growing India-Pakistan tensions very clear, urgent directions being given by the government to the telcos with respect to having a state of preparedness, with respect to ensuring seamless connectivity, especially in these times of national security. The telcos, importantly, have conveyed back to the government a sense of preparedness, readiness, and an agreement to comply with these directions. So what are these directions? Well, number one, the government has directed the telecom companies to ensure that there is a list of critical infrastructure that is prepared, especially for infrastructure that lies along the international border. Speaking of the border, the government has also directed the telcos to ensure that towers which fall within a 100-kilometer radius of the international border have uninterrupted connection. There is no disruption, at least as far as these towers are concerned, the BTS stations are concerned. There should be no interruption. Not just that, the another direction that has fallen, number 3, from the government to the telcos, is that should there be any requests from the Ministry of Defence for ensuring specific communication facilities, those services have to be rendered by the telecom companies. With respect to logistics, well, that's another aspect the government comes in on, says that ensure that all telecom towers, all BTS stations have required fuel. They're sufficiently stocked with respect to fuel. They have DG sets if required. There should not be any interruption in power. With respect to deployment of strategic deployment of repair and maintenance crews, here again the government says that they should be strategically deployed to ensure that if at all there is a tower site that is currently offline, then these crews can be deployed to bring those towers back online, that network back online. There's also direction to ensure that there is inter-circle roaming. That basically means that if one network provider goes down, then the other network provider, other telecom companies can allow the users of the former to piggyback on the latter to allow for seamless connectivity. And finally, the telecom companies have also been directed to ensure a war room where they can plan for contingencies, for scenarios. Clearly, urgent directions being given. Telco saying, we're geared, we're prepared.
Ashmit, thanks a lot for that. Now, Elon Musk-backed social media platform X has said that the Indian government has asked it to block around 8,000 accounts, including those belonging to prominent users and international news organizations. In a statement, the company said it disagrees with India but will comply with the blocking orders and is currently reviewing all possible legal avenues to challenge these orders. The platform said that a significant number of the blocking orders were issued without evidence or clear justification. Take a short break. More news and updates follow on the other side. Stay tuned. Welcome back. Now, while the fine print of the US-UK trade deal is still being worked out, CNBC's Sylvia Amaro gives us a glimpse of the broad areas that the deal will look into. Listen in.
Despite the initial positive market reaction, many details of the new trade agreement remain unclear. This is what we know at this stage. The US agreed to reduce the import tax on UK cars from 25% to 10% on the first 100,000 vehicles each year. According to Downing Street, concessions were also agreed on UK steel and aluminium exports. The deal also opens up an opportunity for US farmers after Britain agreed to improve market access for agricultural products, which could allow for greater imports of beef as well as ethanol. But the two sides have so far failed to make progress on other key issues, such as the Digital Services Act, which targets US big tech companies, and which has been a contentious issue for the White House. Both sides also said further negotiations were needed on pharmaceutical exports. Additionally, and very importantly, the 10% blanket tariff rate remains in place. And there are concerns this could become a basis for future U.S. negotiations with other trading partners. UBS has actually warned that President Trump could be keeping a 10% tariff in place, saying it could become the best case scenario. And this is why it's also very important to look at the announcement between the US and the UK as a potential blueprint for other parts of the world.
Now, the US and China are expected to meet in Geneva over the weekend. CNBC's Emily Tan is joining in with the latest on this.
A stronger than expected showing on the trade front coming through from China. The first read on the effects of President Trump's tariffs on the world's #2 economy, showing April exports jumping 8.1% on year, imports declining 0.2%. Both data points beating market forecast. China's trade surplus coming in at $96.1 billion, the trade surplus with the U.S. at $20.46 billion. According to Nomura, China's exports to the U.S. accounting for 20.6% of total shipments as of last year, and around 2.2% of GDP is directly hit by tariffs. China's exports had been a bright spot in the country's post-pandemic recovery, now feeling the effects from Trump's 145% tariffs. Officials from the two countries now are set to meet this weekend in Switzerland to start trade negotiations. Ahead of that, China has expressed full confidence in its ability to manage U.S. trade issues. Vice Foreign Minister saying that we have no fear, adding that the U.S. trade policy cannot be sustained. Meanwhile, President Trump is expecting substantive negotiations and has indicated he could reduce levies if talks go well. Injecting some optimism ahead of the highly anticipated meeting, he said the U.S. is going to have a good weekend with China. We shall see. I'm Emily Tan in Hong Kong. Back to you.
Now, Cardinal Robert Prevost has been elected the Pope, taking the name Leo XIV. He is the first pontiff from the United States to be elected the Pope. Here's a report on his life and how he reached the highest position in the Roman Catholic Church.
This is the man who now leads the 1.4 billion member Catholic Church. Cardinal Robert Prevost stepped out onto the central balcony of St. Peter's Basilica on Thursday as Pope Leo XIV, the first pontiff from the United States.
La pace sia con tutti voi.
Peace be with you all, he said in his first comments to the thousands gathered below.
A tutti voi, fratelli e sorelle.
To all of you brothers and sisters of Rome, of Italy, of all over the world, we want to be a synodal church, a church that walks, a church that always looks for peace, always looks for charity, always looks to be close, especially to those who suffer.
Prevost was elected in a surprise choice as the 267th Catholic Pope. Originally from Chicago, the 69-year-old spent most of his career as a missionary in Peru and has dual Peruvian nationality. He became a cardinal only in 2023, the year the late Pope Francis brought him to Rome and put him in charge of choosing which priests should serve as bishops. It was an emotional moment for many in the crowd at the Vatican, USA! Especially Americans.
I hope he's able to pull the whole world together, something that we haven't done so well recently as Americans.
I am just very thrilled. I hope it brings more Catholics to America, and I hope it also, I hope America doesn't embarrass the new Pope.
U.S. President Donald Trump was among the world leaders who sent their congratulations.
What greater honor could there be? That we were a little bit surprised, but very happy. It's just a great, absolutely great honor.
White smoke billowed from the chimney atop the Sistine Chapel on just the second day of the conclave, signaling that the 133 cardinal electors had chosen a new leader. Prevost had not been seen as a frontrunner, and there was a brief moment of silence when his name was announced.
Cardinale Prevost.
A little over an hour later, Pope Leo stepped out onto the balcony. During his speech, he thanked the late Pope Francis
Papa Francesco
and repeated his predecessor's call for a church that is engaged with the modern world. The last pope to take the name Leo led the church from 1878 to 1903 and was known for his devoted focus to social justice issues and is often credited with laying the foundation for modern Catholic social teaching.
The new pope being elected yesterday, but with that, we call time on this edition of Business Lunch. From me and the team that put this show together, thank you so much for watching. Midcap Radar on the other side.
Good afternoon and welcome to Midcap Radar, live from the CNBC-TV18 Motilal Oswal studio. I'm Vamakshi Doria and with me is Vivek Iyer. Vivek, the markets have slipped further. It's a 300 cut point as far as the Nifty is concerned. Obviously, given the kind of escalations taking place between India and Pakistan, the Midcap Index too feeling under a fair bit of pressure and the advanced decline ratio in favor of the declines.
Absolutely right. Good afternoon to you, Vamakshi, as well. And however, especially if you're looking at the mid-cap end of the markets, there's been quite a bit of an intraday recovery. Both the mid-cap and the small-cap indices have seen, but still trading in the negative territory. We have quite a lot lined up in the show. Let's start off with the top headlines. India responds strongly to Pakistan's aerial attacks on several locations in northern India. And while many hope for a de-escalation of tensions, the nation remains on high alert and ready to retaliate. A meeting between the three service chiefs and Defence Minister Rajnath Singh is currently underway.
Stocks slide as tensions between India and Pakistan escalate. Defense sector players see their scripts perk up in a sea of red. Well, the Nifty has slipped below the 24,000 mark. The Nifty is trading with a cut of over 1%. The broader indices as well trading with a cut. The mid-cap index down nearly 0.7%. As far as specific sectors are concerned, it is the Nifty Realty Pack that is under significant pressure. Look at the cut that has coming on Raymond, Lodha as well as Anantraj. On the flip side, when we look at the PSU bank space, that is doing well in trade today, largely driven by the numbers of Union Bank. Canara Bank also reported its numbers yesterday, the stock perking up in trade today as well. But there are several movers in the broader markets, and in our special segment, Midcap Movers, we now have Hormas to take us through the midcaps that are moving around in trade. Hormas?
The broader markets are under pressure indeed. They were under pressure yesterday and now too they are under pressure. We'll start off with some of the losers then in the broader markets. Although the mid-cap and the small-cap index both have seen a significant recovery from the lows of the day, but there are plenty of movers on the downside with Sonata Software and an earnings reaction there as well, 6% lower. Raymond, Chola, Indian Hotels all seeing a 5 to 6% cut among the top losers today on the Nifty 500 index. Of course, there are earnings reactions that continue. We are counting down to some earnings in today's session as well. MCX is an earnings reaction, 6.5% lower at the lowest point of the day. Intellect Design Arena's profit almost doubled from last year. You can see the spike after the results, but immediately the stock has given up all of those gains and is back to the day's low as well. And Union Bank is another earnings reaction doing well for itself, 5% higher today. Defense is one theme that has been in focus over the last 2 to 3 weeks. And take a look at Idea Forge is down 70% from its listing high, but is still healthy gains in today's session. Stocks doing well on the back of volumes. It's up around 20% in the last 3 sessions, and Yes Bank too trading with gains of around 6.75% on very strong volumes. And lastly, stocks that are bucking the trend, some of the other movers in today's session into the real estate stocks, they are the ones, as Vamakshi just mentioned, are trading at or near the lowest point of the day with cuts of around 3 to 5%. Back to you guys.
Thank you so much, Hormaz. Quite a few movers, especially in the broad end of the market. So one sector that's clearly holding out very strong is the defense pack. It's a good time to welcome Sudeep Shah from SBI Securities for a quick technical check on the market. Thanks so much, Sudeep, for joining us. First up, how are you looking at the markets at current levels? We've seen pressure and was expected, but do you think you see further downside from here on, or do you see support coming in at lower levels?
Vivek, yes, see, while the markets are right now on a very weak footing right now, a scary footing with respect to all these geopolitical escalations that has happened over the last 2 to 3 days, a cut from 24,600 almost to levels of 24,000. So 600 points almost gone, but we don't know the extent of how this escalation will still continue. So I feel that rather than trying to buy the dip, one should just wait for some kind of resistances to get crossed and the entire situation to at least show us some signs of stability. So coming to levels, 24,300, 24,280 zone will be an important resistance on the upside. Today, Nifty has once again slipped below its 200-day moving average. So I feel 24,250, 24,300 zone needs to get crossed, and then only we should look at having some stock-specific longs, or at least going long in Nifty. On the downside now, 23,800 will be the most important support, being the last important swing low. So 23,800 for me will be the most important number that I would be looking out for. And in case Nifty slips below that, then 23,500, 23,400 also cannot be ruled out.
Sure, Sudeep. Thank you so much for that. This is Vamakshi joining in. And Sudeep, can you help us with some of your top picks?
Yeah, good afternoon, Vamakshi. A few stocks that we like. One of them is from the defense pack, which is Astra Microwave Products. We've seen a decent up move over the last several weeks in this name, and this is after the bigger move right from July 2023 up to August 2024. Post which there was some kind of a corrective move, and now once again the stock is rallying back into its original trend. So what we feel is from the current level, this stock could be bought with a stop loss of 840 on the downside and a target of 940, 960 on the upside. The second stock that we like is L&T, Larsen & Toubro. Now, post its decent numbers yesterday, we are seeing a move today backed by volumes, and the stock is now out of its consolidation zone, which it was there in the last 10 to 15 sessions. So breaking out of a consolidation zone backed by good numbers and strong volumes, we feel that L&T being a large cap stock, which could offer some kind of a security in these uncertain times. So this can be bought with 33.70 as a stop loss, and the target on the upside would be 35.50, 3600 levels.
Well, Sudeep, so keeping an eye out on Astra Microwave as well as L&T, but I'd like to get your opinion on one more stock from the defense space, that is Bharat Dynamics. Given the kind of situation that is currently underway, Bharat Dynamics has perked up by almost 5%. So what's your opinion on this one?
Vamakshi, I feel the stock is completely bullish right now. Last 5 to 6 weeks, we have seen a good uptrend in this stock, and what has happened is that it has broken out of its consolidation zone about 1350, 1380 zone. So now, looking at the current chart structure, from a short to medium term perspective, I feel 1450 now becomes a very important support zone. And this move, the price action could continue all the way up to 1700, 1750. So this could be added on dips, but from a positional perspective.
Thank you so much, Sudeep, for joining us, giving us your view on the markets, your individual picks, and also answering our questions on a few stocks, especially in the different space. But moving on, amid the ongoing tension and in our continuous coverage on the India-Pakistan tensions, we also spoke to a whole host of market guests to understand what way the markets will go if the situation continues to escalate. Let's listen to some top voices.
When it comes to the stock market, I think it's only natural to expect there's some volatility during this time. But as you said, markets globally, where you've had such situations, the wars have not tended to have a lasting impact on the market. In the short term, depending on how long the border situation lasts and how tense it gets, whether it de-escalates or escalates further, can have the logical impact. We tend to be fully invested as we are today and remain fully invested. We don't raise cash. If we have any cash, we generally use such opportunities to deploy, but at this time we have normal levels of cash, which is around 1% in the portfolio.
It seems a lot more concerning. I mean, I think that things are escalating, and frankly, the Pakistani military chief, General Munir, is known to be a bit of an Islamist hardliner. So when we look at the facts, I don't think the civilian government is in control in Pakistan, as it has never been in times of crisis. The reality is that in the past, with a different government, U.S. would be more aggressively trying to play a role in trying to de-escalate. Since this is more of an America First, leadership, they're taking a hands-off role in this. So therefore, I'm not sure who is going to be able to, put pressure to de-escalate, and if there is an external pressure, is there a risk of some miscalculation? So I think that the markets are probably going to continue to see pressure because things do not seem to be settling now.
The only submission to investor will be don't fall
to the propaganda, don't fall to the disinformation. Follow your asset allocation dharma. Our long-term growth story remains fairly intact. And if this war is limited to limited conflict, then probably every correction is a great opportunity to buy. We need all the global allies to come together and pursue Pakistan that this policy of terrorism, this policy of 1,000 cuts bleeding is not appropriate. If we can get a diplomatic solution, undoubtedly it is good. And we will need all the allies to come together. But at the same time, we'll have to keep on also putting pressure in terms of our non-escalatory responses so that finally Pakistan realizes the error of pursuing the policy of terrorism. If we look at near term, the March 25 quarterly results so far has come ahead of expectation. Good results come first, bad results come little later. But overall, the March 25 quarterly results are well ahead of expectations so far. More importantly, foreign portfolio investors have started buying. They became buyer in the month of March from passive side. April was largely passive and little bit active. But in the month of May, we believe it is more driven by active investors. It's a vote of confidence on Indian economy and Indian market, despite this kind of geopolitical situation.
Well, you just heard from some very important voices on how to navigate the volatility amidst the border tensions. Well, we'll now slip into a short break. We'll get you more on the markets and stock-specific action on the other side. Stay tuned.
Welcome back. You're watching Midcap Radar on CNBC TV18. A couple of stocks I'd like to highlight that are not doing so well in trade today. That includes Jindal SAW. The stock is down somewhere around 5% in trade. In fact, today the stock has managed to hit its 52-week low. Joining that stock is Ramkrishna Forgings, seeing a cut of almost 3%. Again, a 52-week low for this stock as well. But apart from that, we also have several earnings reaction as well. Just to add to the list that Hormas shared with us earlier, Muthoot Microfinance is trading with a cut of almost 11%. 1%. Suryoday Small Finance Bank is also down and out in trade, down nearly 8%. And one other stock that is in focus is MCX. Keep in mind that the company reported its Q4 numbers after market hours yesterday. Overall, when we look at the numbers, it's a miss across the board. Of course, we were going in with an expectation of a weak set of numbers on a sequential basis, but it has missed the analyst expectations. Let's look at the revenue. The revenue was down nearly 3%. It came in 5% below what the street was expecting. We'll also look at the EBITDA that saw a decline of nearly 17%. The margins have contracted by over 900 basis points, and that is because the employee expenses saw an uptick of almost 39% sequentially, and the IT and related expenses saw an even higher jump of almost 56% sequentially. Net profit resultantly saw a cut of almost 15%, coming in at 135 crores. When we look at the key internals as well, the number of traded clients declined by almost 9% sequentially to 6.3 lakh. Apart from that, the average daily turnover on the flip side was up almost 5% sequentially, largely driven by the volumes that we saw in the option segment. The premium turnover, on the other hand, saw a dip of almost 9%. The market share has improved by 13 basis points for the company. But overall, when we look at the numbers, it's a miss as far as the estimates are concerned, Vivek. And resultantly, the stock is down and out in trade today, down nearly 7%.
Well, what contrasting fortunes, post results both for BSE as well as MCX. BSE was one of the top gainers, MCX on the other hand, one of the top laggards. But April, I believe, has been a better month in terms of volumes for both of these stocks. But moving on, let's also have a look at what exactly transpired as far as the results of Aarti Industries were concerned. Upasana joins in with the earnings fine print.
Well, the company has reported a good set of numbers. We are seeing a recovery both in Q-on-Q and Y-on-Y basis as well. Now, it was a beat across the board driven by volumes and cost efficiency. Now, coming to the volumes of the company, the segments like dyes, pigments, polymers saw an uptick on a Y-on-Y basis, while agrochem, which is 18% of the company's revenue, saw a bit of a pressure coming in, is what the company has indicated. Now, energy business of the company stabilized, driven by higher volumes, but lower margins were seen due to pricing pressures. Now, company has also achieved its FY25 EBITDA guidance of 1,000 crores. Now, coming to the Q4 numbers, the revenue stood at 1,940 crore with an uptick of 10%, which was above our poll. EBITDA stood at 268 crore with a downtick of 6%, which was much above our poll, and margins also stood at 13.8% versus our poll of 13%. PAT saw a downtick of 27% at 96 crores, but still it was above our poll. So overall, we saw good recovery both on sequential and Y-on-Y basis. That's why we can see the stock surging in trade today.
Well, thank you so much for that, Upasana. But let's also pull up the chart for let's also pull up the chart for a bank that has just disclosed its numbers. Dhanlaxmi Bank, that stock is surging higher by almost 4%. Keep in mind that the company's net profit has gone up for 3.3 crores to almost 29 crores. When we look at the asset quality as well, it has seen an improvement, especially on the GNPA part. It has improved, from 3.53% to 2.98%, but the NNPA has sort of deteriorated to 0.99%. Nevertheless, that stock is seeing an uptick of almost 4%. And on that note, let's slip into a very short break. We'll get you more on the markets and stock-specific action on the other side. Stay tuned.
Welcome back to Midcap Radar. Well, a couple of hours ago, you saw the monthly data coming in from Amphi. Winnie joins in with the details. Winnie, the monthly SIP contribution continues to remain quite strong, doesn't it?
Absolutely continues to remain strong, and it's the highest level that we've seen coming in ever. Now, before that, look at the overall flows. That has also seen an increase coming in. There's a lot of flows that came in from the liquid funds as well. There were adjustments that were made also during March as well as in April, so factor that in also, but strong flows continue. Equity segment inflows have continued for the 50th straight month. Inflows in the overall for the 4th straight month, slight bit of a decline, but still continuing to be strong is what we're seeing. Last 3-4 months, we've seen a bit of a decline, but overall flows for mutual fund industry, that has sustained at the levels that we've seen. Now, SIP contribution, like you were mentioning as well, that's been the strongest that we've seen coming in. 26,632 crores was the SIP number that came in this time, and this is obviously the highest we've seen ever for SIPs in terms of flows. Overall, important to watch out for in terms of account closures. Now, account closures last time was also there. This time it's a bit higher, 95 lakhs to 1 crores. Mainly this is there due to a clean-up adjustment is what they're doing, and that is why the number is higher. What Amphi has said, that this number will be coming down going forward as well. Let's look at the mid and small cap. That's been very interesting in terms of a trend this time. They've remained stable on a month-on-month basis, mid caps as well as the small cap funds versus the last month as well. Sectoral funds, that has seen a bit of an increase coming in. 2,100 crores was the sectoral fund inflow versus last month, 170 crores. Strong inflows also continue in the flexi cap fund. 13 straight month of inflows that we've seen coming in for the flexi cap funds. 5,000 crore plus is what we're seeing there. So keep an eye out on that. 46 lakh accounts, SIP accounts that were added this time, while in terms of overall contributing SIP accounts, that's also seen an increase versus last month. So keep an eye out on that.
Well, thank you so much for that, Winnie. But moving on, the rupee fell on Thursday after tensions between Pakistan and India escalated. To talk more about this, we now have Lata joining us.
Well, the rupee is the outperformer today, and it's probably making up for the big loss yesterday of 1%. Through the second half of yesterday's trading, we had this fall because it synchronized with increasing war escalation news from the border, and therefore you saw this fall in the rupee. Post 2 p.m. actually on Thursday, you continuously started seeing the rupee fall, ended close to 85.71. That was a 1% fall. But this morning there were multiple factors. One has been that the dollar has generally been weak across Asia. So there were a lot of short dollar positions which got covered yesterday. There were residual short dollar positions were less. And today morning, if anything, there was an adverse news because the dollar strengthened on the news of the US-UK deal. So elsewhere, what you saw in Asia was the dollar on the front foot and currencies declining. But in India, because the rupee had weakened excessively yesterday, the rupee ended outperforming most of the Asian currencies. It's difficult to say at this stage whether it was, with some help from the Reserve Bank, but it's quite possible that the Reserve Bank was supplying dollars because it bought a goodish bit when the rupee had become as expensive as 84 to the dollar. So obviously selling at 85.75 or 85.70 was not difficult for the Reserve Bank, and that may have accounted a bit for the strength in the rupee. Today, largely it has been a dollar strength story, but the rupee has been an outperformer.
Thank you so much, Lata, for joining us, giving us a sense of what exactly is transpiring as far as the world of currency is concerned. Well, one particular stock we'd like to highlight as far as the broader end of the markets are concerned is Borosil Renewables. Remember, the company will declare its results early next week, and that stock clearly is outperforming ahead of the results. It's up almost 10%. Borosil Renewables is the stock that we're discussing. Unverified news reports actually indicate that there could be further imposition of an anti-dumping duty coming in on certain components as far as the solar glass modules are concerned. Back of that, have a look at this particular name, up almost 9%. Other couple of stocks that are doing quite well in the session. One of them is Yes Bank. Again, reports are indicating that the boards of Yes Bank and SBI are probably meeting in order to go ahead with the stake sale. At this point of time, it's still not verified, but Yes Bank, on the back of that particular development, is doing quite well. SBI too has recovered from the intraday lows. But with that, it's all the time we have on this edition of Midcap Radar. Just a minute. Vamak, you had a couple of stocks you wanted to add. MCX was one that you're talking about, and it's gone to the sessions low, right?
Well, absolutely. Vivek, in fact, let's also look at some of the textile names. KPR Mills is one such counter. It has been having a fabulous session as far as, the day is concerned. When we look at the stock over the last couple of days, it has managed to gain on the back of India's FTA with the UK. Today as well, that stock is trading with a gain of almost 1.6%. In fact, it has managed to hit an all-time high today. But apart from that, keep an eye out on Interglobe Aviation as well. There have been several instances of flight cancellations going through. Resultantly, the stock has declined in trade. Today, it's trading with a cut of almost 1.73%. In fact, it has been declining over the last couple of sessions. Also, pull up the chart for SpiceJet, because when I last checked the stock, it was reeling under a fair bit of pressure. Apart from that, also pull up the chart for Craftsman Automation. I'd like to highlight the stock because it has seen, it has perked up in trade in the last couple of minutes. As of now, Craftsman Automation is the stock that I'm talking about. The stock is up nearly 6%. But on that note, that's all we have on Midcap Radar. Your stocks when we return.
Hello, and you've tuned into CNBC TV18. You're watching Your Stocks, coming live from the CNBC TV18 Motilal Oswal studios. I'm Vinny Motiwala. Thank you so much for tuning in. While we've seen a lot happening over the last couple of days in terms of the Operation Sindoor, and we've seen the cross-border firing between India and Pakistan, today the Indian markets, as of now, are down more than 200 points. Nifty is at 23,987 levels is what we're seeing, down almost 1% in today's trading session. Bank Nifty down 1.5%. around 4%. Mid-cap also seeing a fall of around 0.5% in today's trading session. While in terms of the small cap, that's down a sharper fall of around 1.25 to 1.3% is what we're seeing coming in for the Nifty small cap as well. So yes, advance decline ratio today clearly in the favor of declines versus advances that we've seen coming in today's trading session. Also, let's keep an eye out on PSU Bank specifically. Nifty PSU Bank, that's the one which is trading in the green in terms of a sector. Other than that, all the sectors are trading in the red. So in PSU Bank specifically, if you're looking at it, Union Bank, Canara Bank, Bank of India, other names that are managing to see some bit of a good up move in today's trading session. More than 1% of up move is what we're watching out there. Real estate, banking names, pharma, FMCG, all of them continue to be in the red. So that's something that we'll be watching keeping an eye out on in today's trading session. While in terms of volume movers, we have volumes coming in for BEL as well. Look at that defense name coming in for BEL. That's managing to hold on to gains of 2.65%. HAL, that's another one that we should keep an eye out on in today's trading session. HAL also is managing to hold on to gains of almost 1 to 2% in today's trading session. So as of now, we'll surely be keeping an eye out on what is going on at the LOC. What happens between India and Pakistan going forward as well will be key to watch out for in terms of market. But on that note, let's bring on board the experts for today. We do have Vaishali Parekh, Vice President, Technical Research, Prabhudas Leeladhar, joining in with us. And from a short while from now, we'll also have Shaina. Okay, Shaina is here with us as well. So Shaina Mukaddam, Independent Market Expert, is also there with us. Vaishali as well as Shaina, good afternoon. And thank you so much for joining in with us. You know, today does merit in terms of actually checking on what is going on in the markets, right? And Shaina, as investors, you know, you do fear such a time. Markets feel a bit nervous as well. What would you suggest in terms of a market view that is coming in? What should one be doing right now?
I would say that remain invested, but select your portfolio carefully. I would prefer large cap stocks where the valuations are reasonable, not extremely expensive. And also you could look at certain sectors that will do well either ways. You could look at something like banking, you could look at something like defense. So you have areas where you could be in, and specific stocks also. You can see today the ones that are doing well, those are the ones that likely will actually remain steady over the medium to longer term.
Okay. And Vaishali, afternoon, what is your view coming in for the markets as well? Are there any levels that you are tracking or one should track as well for, if it falls below the level, maybe we could see a further downside, or anything that you're keeping an eye out on in terms of the Nifty as well as the Bank Nifty?
Definitely. Good afternoon, everyone. And I must say salute to our Prime Minister and our Indian Force and Army that we are not battered so badly. Our market is quite well within our range. We were looking at 23,800. And today when we saw, well, market did open with a gap down, and we are sustaining the immediate support levels of 23,800. We saw a low of 23,950 or so. And I think so if this is sustaining, we are well within the range. But if we do fail to break these levels, then I think there would be a further downslide. And I'm looking at, of course, we have already suggested defense to our clients, and we are looking at stock specific. So right now it's PSU banking stocks that are doing well. So those are the stocks that we would be looking at. And Bank Nifty also is holding on very well. 52,500, if 53,000 levels break, we would look at 52,500. But the trend is not damaging so far.
Okay. Trend as of now is not damaging. Keep an eye out on those levels that Vaishali mentioned as well. On that note, ladies, let's get started with the stock-related queries that we have for y'all coming in. The first query today we have is coming in from Mahantesh Gogi, who's writing to us from Pune. He's holding 10 shares of Stockcraft. This is for a long time period, he was saying, and needs advice whether he should stay invested in the stock or choose a different stock for the next 4 years. That's his query coming in. So this is an investment query. Price is not mentioned as of now of the viewer as well. So that's what we'll keep an eye on. But
25%, which is quite a bit. After this correction, I think valuations have become quite decent. It's 1 year forward, FY27, MCAP to sales is about 1 time, which is not expensive. And they are expanding their product portfolio. They have got Pigeon brand. They have also tied up with IKEA for sales and also their own stores. They are expanding that. So I think you can hold.
Okay, continue to hold Stovecraft. Vaishali, your view coming in on the charts and technicals for Stovecraft. Long-term story, does it stay intact? Or, maybe they can switch to another stock if they have a long-term view?
Well, so I'm still not convinced. Only consolation is that the stock has corrected right from 950 to 578 levels, and it is currently even on a daily chart deep oversold. So there is a chance of a bounce back. Unless and until we see this stock moving above 750 and sustaining above that, it could be just a bounce back. So well, now that the stock has been so battered, I think hold on with 540 as stop loss, and let's see, wait for a bounce, and then we can evaluate.
Okay. Let's just take a quick check at Kirloskar Ferris. That's the one that just come out with its numbers right now. Revenue seeing a growth of 13%. EBITDA is up 21.7% on a year-on-year basis, coming in at 201 crores. Profits have seen a sharp jump up as well. Margin somewhere at 11.6% versus 10.8%. And if you just pull up the stock also right now, it's just seen a spike up coming in. It was up 7% at one point of time. Look at it now, also holding on to gains of 6.5%. Bit of a cooling off, but after the earnings, we did see a spike up coming in. Keep an eye out on Kirloskar Ferris. Let's move on to the next query then, ladies. We have the next query coming in from Soni Kohli, who's writing to us from Mumbai. She's holding 105 shares of PG Electroplast, and this is at a price of 620 rupees per share. Wants to know whether she'd continue to hold PG Electroplast or, book out her profits and look at something else. Shaina, your view coming in for PG Electroplast. There's a lot that has happened also for PG Electroplast in the recent times as well, right, in terms of PLI, and we had seen that run up. So what is the view now for PG Electroplast?
Yeah, actually, if you see the last couple of quarters have been very good. One is, of course, PLI is a positive for them. Secondly, they did very well if you see the third quarter numbers. So to that extent, that is something that supports it. But now we have the numbers coming out on Monday. Now, after this very strong performance, I think numbers will be slightly subdued for the fourth quarter. And actually, if you see, they have raised a lot of funds at much lower levels about 2 years back, 164 price levels. So to that extent, they have got funds to invest. At the same time, I would say that since the investor is making good money, she can hold, but keep a stop loss, keep something like a 700 rupees of stop loss. So if it goes below that, she can exit, but otherwise you can continue to hold.
Okay, continue to hold 700. Below that, if it goes, then you can look to exit. Vaishali, your view coming in for PG Electroplast. The only thing is that when you look at it in terms of a chart, 300% uptick in just the last 1 year, right? So does it merit just to book out your profits now?
I don't think so. So technically also it matches the same parameters. So if you look at it even at a weekly chart, the long-term trend is intact, and currently it's just consolidating between 700 to 950 levels. So unless and until there is a decisive break on either side, so for now I would definitely suggest hold with a stop loss of 700 and wait for a bounce at least up to 950,000. And further strength will be witnessed only about 1,000 levels to look for higher targets. So in my opinion, one should hold on at these levels.
Hold on at these levels. That's the view coming in for overall in terms of PG Electroplast. Let's move on to the next query. We have Ravi Kumar writing to us from Bangalore, who's saying that he's holding 500 shares of Bajaj Finance. Price is 9,050 rupees per share, currently making a loss on this one. Shaina, your view coming in for Bajaj Finance. Should they continue to stay invested in this one? Should they exit right now, book out their losses, look at some other, NBFC name? What's your view?
I would say hold for now. There is the 4:1 bonus, which will be, we'll have the ex date very soon. So you have, valuations also about 4.5 times price to book, which is expensive. But currently you can continue to hold. The numbers that came out were, they were more or less in line. NIMs were a bit soft, but at the same time you had PAT of 17% higher, net interest income 23% higher. So I think it's okay. Like you can continue to hold, keep a stop loss and hold at least till the bonus, till it goes ex bonus.
Okay. And your view coming in, Vaishali, in terms for Bajaj Finance, should the viewer continue to hold or maybe just book out right now of your losses and look at something else?
So depending on the time period that the person is wanting to hold, because if it's for near-term basis, I see a little bit of a corrective move coming in, and this can slide towards 8,400. 8,400 should be taken as a very crucial support. That would be the make or break level. So if he's a trader, then 8,400 is a level to watch, and otherwise for long term, I would say hold on.
Okay, long term, then hold on. Otherwise, in the short term, if you're keeping an eye on, keep an eye out on the levels of 8,400 is what Vaishali is highlighting for Bajaj Finance. Let's move on to the next query. We have Sobina, who's writing to us from Mumbai, holding 500 shares of Piramal Pharma. Price is 75 rupees. So making a good amount of profit on this one. Wants to know if she should continue to hold the shares for the next 5 years and ask the prospects of her investment going forward as well. Piramal Pharma, you know, what is your view coming in overall, Shaina, in terms of Piramal Pharma? It's one of those players that is obviously there in terms of the CDMO side as well. What should they be keeping an eye out on now? Is the story that something still has to play out? Because she's making a decent amount of profit here.
I would say it is better to switch. As of now, you can relook at the stock maybe a couple of quarters down the line. Couple of reasons. As you mentioned, CDMO is a very good space to be in for the long term. That having said that, the near term looks pretty, suspect in terms of performance. Last quarter numbers were, of course, affected by whatever they had some restructuring that they've done in terms of their portfolio. US FDA has had they inspected the facility somewhere in February, and they had 6 observations. So all these factors could keep their numbers depressed. I think given the numbers next week, 14th of May, if I'm not mistaken, that also I do not expect too much. So I would say it's a switch. There are better pharma stocks available. We had Biocon. So you have things like, stocks which are coming out with better numbers, more stable. So it's a switch.
Okay, it's a switch coming in from Piramal Pharma. Even there's something like a Biocon that China mentioned. Vaishali, your view coming in for Piramal Pharma. While obviously 1 year, it's a positive up move we've seen, but since somewhere around November and later that, we've seen a decline coming in for the stock, right? Piramal Pharma, your view, should she just get out and book her profits?
So I would say, of course, short-term chart does show some corrective move and a weakness. But when I'm looking at a long-term, because since the horizon is for 5 years or so, I would say it's a good consolidation going on between 100 to 220 levels. Once you see a clarity of the stock moving above 220, I think it's back on track to look at higher targets of 280 to 300. So in my opinion, one should hold. If it shows strength about 220, please go all out and continue holding to look for higher targets.
Okay, continue holding to look for higher targets. That's what we're coming in for from Vaishali. But on that note, we're going to step into a very short break. And after the break, we'll continue with more of your stock-related queries. Stay tuned in for that. Welcome back to your stocks on CNBC-TV18. We still have with us Shaina Mukaddam as well as Vaishali Parekh to answer all your stock-related queries. Let's move on to the next query for today. This is coming in from Sujata, who's writing to us from New Delhi. Holding 6,000 shares of REC, price is 120 rupees per share. She's making a profit on this one. Wants to know the future outlook of the stock. Shaina, we did have the earnings that came out as well in terms of REC a couple of days back. We had decent numbers coming in from the company, 37% uptick in terms of the NII, profits seeing a growth of around 5.5%. And we had a note that came in from CLSA also, which indicated a 35% more uptick post their earnings as well as what they were expecting for REC. Are you also still bullish on REC? Do you think there's still more room for upside here?
I think if you're looking at a short to medium term, you can take part profits off the table. While, as you mentioned, that the revenue growth was quite good. If you see the PAT, it was impacted by higher provisions. So to that extent, it was a single digit, something around 7% growth in profits. While the balance sheet is improving and the management has indicated that, they are looking to actually be completely, free of NPAs. At the same time, I think it is better that given the valuations, which are not too expensive, 1.4 times, but since the investor is making some money, I think it's better to take some profits off the table.
Okay, better to take some profits off the table. Your view coming in, Vaishali, for REC, would you also say time that the viewer actually books some of her profits because she's bought it at 120 rupees per share?
Technically, too, it is showing weakness, and I would say so because seeing the choppiness and the volatility in the market, this can get into further corrective move. This can go towards 360, 340. There's a prominent support band coming between 360, 340. So I would say yes, either keep it stop loss or book partial profit.
Okay. Put a stop loss or a partial profit? And Vaishali, what would be the stop loss at level? What should they
I would
maintain?
say stop loss would be at around 378.
378. Okay, keep a stop loss for 378. So, or book out partial profits. Let's move on to the next query. One MobiKwik, that's the stock we'll talk about. Radhika Taneja is writing to us from New Delhi. Holding 100 shares of One MobiKwik Systems, this is at a price of 250 rupees per share. Wants to know whether she can hold her shares for the long term. A long-term story for One MobiKwik. What's your view, Shaina?
I would say it is better to switch. The stock has actually been coming off right from the time of its listing. I don't see too much of change, it going back even to those levels for quite some time. One is, of course, that they are making losses. Two is, they are looking to expand into other lines of business like stockbroking, etc. And their own core business is actually seeing some bit of softness. So I think there are a lot of better stocks available at current levels. You could switch at these declines to some of the larger banks, smaller banks. I would say it's a switch.
A switch. Vaishali, I don't know whether you'll have a view because it's just listed very recently in December. So anything you have for One MobiKwik?
Yes, Vinny. So from the data that I have, there is no positive trade right now. It's continuously making new lows, and there is no sign of exhaustion also as far as the selling is concerned. So I would say yes, please do.
Okay. Similar views coming in from both our experts. Let's move on to the next query. We have Shelly Kapoor, who's writing to us from MP, holding 50 shares of Bharat Forge. This is at a price of 500 rupees per share. Wants to know whether to stay invested or book the profits from the stock. Shaina, your view coming in for Bharat Forge. We did have the numbers also that came in yesterday as well. So what are you keeping an eye out on?
Yeah, the numbers were quite steady. Despite, the last quarter being a difficult quarter with so much happening in terms of tariffs, and we do know that Bharat Forge also exports to the US market. Now things are settling there. We have this positive headwind both in terms of US as well as UK tariffs that have now, been clarified and should be good for Bharat Forge. Secondly, it's into defense, and they are likely to see better orders coming in over the next couple of quarters. So they have got strong headwinds, and so I think FY26 will be a better year for them. So it's FY26 and as well as 27. So it's better to hold as of now, and you could see better levels.
Okay, you could see better levels and continue to hold. FY26 could be a better year is what China is highlighting. On the technicals also, does that indication come in for Bharat Forge, Vaishali?
In fact, I would recommend a buy because the stock has corrected right from 1800 levels and technically it is showing signs of revival. Today's volume has been exceptionally high and it is picking up right from a cluster of support of moving averages. So it's 1100 is the support, and I think near term this stock can rally up to 1300. Once we see the stock moving above 1300 and sustaining, this could show us further strength. So either add more or buying is a good level to buy.
Absolutely. It's a good level to buy coming in as well. So other than holding, don't book out your profits for sure. They're expecting a better up move coming in for Bharat Forge from here on as well. Let's move on to the next query. This is coming from Ritu Jain, writing to us from Bhopal, holding 80 shares of Eternal, previously known as Zomato. This is at a price of 220 rupees per share. So right now the stock is still trading around the price that she's bought. Asking whether she should stay invested or maybe switch to some other company or any other profitable stock. Shaina, your view?
I would say you can partly, but it's close to a buying price. So she can take, I would say, switch part of it out from Zomato, Eternal. Basically, we saw the last quarter numbers, the fourth quarter numbers, where the GOV did show some bit of a slowdown. And also the competition is really hotting up. So to that extent, I think it would be better to just partly move into some other sector also, something like a defense banks that we spoke about.
Okay. Look at other sectors. Can book partial profits is what Shaina is saying. Or on the technicals, Vaishali, your view for Zomato?
I would say hold. This stock can show strength going up to 240, 260. So that is a level, book partial profit, and then we can have a deal.
Okay, book partial profits is what even Vaishali is saying. Let's move on to the next query for today. We have Vandana Nair writing to us from New Delhi. She wants to know if she can buy shares of Tata Tech at the current levels. Shaina, your view coming in for Tata Technologies as an investment strategy?
I would say it's better not to buy Tata Tech as of now. The numbers were a bit disappointing. To add to it, valuations are very expensive. If you look at price to book at 8 times, P is 40 times. So there are other stocks, even in the same group, that you can look to add if you're looking to add for the long term, something like a TCS also. So I would not advise buying Tata Tech as of now.
Okay, wouldn't advise buying Tata Tech as of now. Look at other companies that China mentioned. Vaishali, your view for Tata Tech?
Well, so technically the view differs a bit because I think the stock is coming out of the woods and it has to be taken it as a calculated risk. 600 is the support. So the risk reward ratio also from here on would be favorable. Currently it's 663. And if the view goes right, this can give a bounce up to 750 to 850 levels. So yes, I think one can take a chance. Technically, I think it's coming out of that exhausted area of selling pressure. It's showing signs of revival. 600, I maintain a stop. Below 600 is a stop.
Okay, keep an eye out on those levels. On the technicals, a bit of a different story is what Vaishali is highlighting for Tata Tech versus the fundamental side. So keep an eye out on Tata Technologies. But that was the last query for today, ladies. Thank you so much, Shaina, as well as Vaishali, for joining in with us on the show and helping our viewers answer and solve all their stock-related queries. And viewers, thank you so much for sending in your queries. We'll wind down this edition of Your Stocks. But don't go anywhere. Up next, you have Closing Bell to take you through the last hour of trade.
go beyond market headlines to understand the reasons for the day's movers and shakers, and get your portfolio ready for tomorrow. Beaming live from the CNBC-TV18 Motilal Oswal studio.
There has been very heavy firing from the Pakistani side all across the LOC and the international border.
Misinformation warfare is a key way to make things worse.
This policy of 1,000 cuts bleeding is not appropriate.
इंडियन आर्मी की जो एयर डिफेंस सिस्टम है उसकी वजह से तकरीबन 50 ड्रोन जो थे पाकिस्तान से जो आए थे उनको निरस्त कर दिया गया.
But there is a window today, and I think by evening, if it does not escalate, I think both sides can sit down and talk.
Now 23,974 on the Nifty, 53,656 on the Nifty Bank.
Thankfully, due to the vigilance of our armed forces, not a single projectile that was fired from the side of Pakistan was able to land over here.
This once again, it's an across-the-board weakness that we're staring at. The Nifty is now just about at that 24,000 mark.
The telcos have been asked to maintain a list of critical telecom infrastructure, especially the ones along the border.
The ongoing IPL, the Cricket Premier League, has been suspended indefinitely.
The mid-cap index too feeling under a fair bit of pressure, and the advanced decline ratio in favor of the declines.
Well, that was the day so far. Hello and welcome to Closing Bell. We're coming to you live from the CNBC-TV18 Motilal Oswal studio. I'm Nigel, and a short bit from now, Prashant as well as Surbi will be joining in. The markets, well, the Nifty continues to remain under pressure, and all eyes are on the border. I think we had a flash that was up for you on the screen. That are around 5:30 p.m. later today, we'll get an update. So hopefully over the weekend we have better news flow, and then the markets can get back to tracking fundamentals from Monday onwards. For the time being though, the Nifty under pressure. The good news though is there is a bit of a recovery from the mid-cap index. From being down big time, I think the mid-cap index was trying to fight back. It's trying to make its way back into the green as we speak. So eye on the border, that's more important. Don't mind the near-term volatility on in the stock markets. Hey Surbi.
Hi Nigel, and I think it is the fact that we don't know too much at this point in time. And I think the market is also taking that measured view. We're also getting into the weekend, so we don't know what kind of news flow we get over the next two days or so. And therefore, till more clarity emerges, till the market has a fair enough idea of whether this is indeed now finally entering its last stages, whether this is a limited conflict, we cannot say. And let's be clear, there was a lot of talk, unconfirmed reports that were doing the rounds last evening. Of course, the channel you're watching, CNBC-TV18, did not put out anything that was not verified, that was not from, confirmed sort of defense channels. And we're waiting for that. This briefing that you're talking about, that's the most critical one, because we need to see whether India thinks that a response to the aggression last night that we faced, whether there is a need for a response, or whether it's going to be a bit of a pause, a wait and watch. We just need to sort of, I think, wait this one out till we have more clarity.
Well, that's right. Logically, all the experts that we've got, the retired personnel as well, they have said that, logically, there should be a de-escalation from here on. Because, the Pakistanis, from their perspective, they've made some noise about it. They have not hit their targets or anything, but it would be enough to convince their people that they've done something about it. While India, in fact, we had to retaliate to the April 22nd hit. So, it appears everyone's had their say as of now. Logically, we should see some kind of de-escalation from here on, and that is the hope as well. We'll have to keep an eye out. But more than the indices, as I've been mentioning for the last few days, the India VIX is of prime importance, and that one refuses to cool off. So once the VIX starts cooling off, that will be the first indicator that the bulls believe they're back in the game and the markets can progress from here on. For the time being, it's up close to around 4.5% or thereabouts. And in the last 15 trading sessions, the India VIX is up close to around 20%. The good news, though, is even with regard to the money market, the rupee, after slipping big time yesterday, I think the rupee today is more or less stable. And keep in mind, the dollar index actually had strengthened overnight. So the rupee actually is doing a relative outperformance after seeing a big slip in the final hour of trade yesterday.
So just very quickly before we get into our trading strategies, just a brief flavor of the kind of stock trends that we're seeing in terms of stock specific action. Obviously, it's an all down day. But you do have some interesting outliers. Some of these stocks could be on the back of earnings that the market is like. For instance, I mean, L&T has been holding up, largely speaking. Titan, and you heard the management as well on the channel earlier, up about 3.5%. So some of this is earnings. The entire defense pack has managed to see green because of obvious reasons in a market like this. Stocks like BEL still up about 2.5%. Idea Forge, Paras Defense, HAL, a lot of these, and even the shipbuilders, many of these stocks have managed to hold on to green for the better part of the day. And interestingly speaking, look at something like a Yes Bank, a Union Bank, Bank of India. So these are some names. Actually, PSUs are not too bad. ONGC, NMDC, SBI, Bank of India. Some of these PSUs are finding a little bit of green with very decent volumes as well. There is some element of buying coming in. But yeah, the larger point is that there is weakness. Nifty, Bank Nifty, overall, including big stocks like Reliance, etc. Overall, investors are choosing to stay on the sidelines.
Do with trades, etc. Mitesh, good afternoon. Good to have you here. What is your sense on the indices? What's the kind of a sort of a level that you got on your mind? 24,198 was that level which broke yesterday. We closed above it. Of course, now we are well below it. What's that level to you?
So, Prashant, to me, I think, one, we still are showing signals of range-bound activity. The hourly to hourly charts, which kind of turned down yesterday, haven't started to look up. And therefore, an immediate upside looks very tricky to me. The VIX as a supplementary indicator is also not cooling off. So, giving way to this thing that the upsides will, in the short term, at least next couple of days, could be tricky, though I think weekend can always bring some news flow. But as of now, the picture looks like this range of 23,850, 900 to about 24,500 will hold. And therefore, trading should be stock specific. At the lower end of the range, one can attempt a long, but that is something which, once you see someone reverse a signal from those levels, can be done.
All right, Mitesh, what about individual stocks? For the timing, we're in a bit of a range, but individual stocks, you'll have a few ideas?
Yeah. Good afternoon, so around 620. And on the buying side, I have Bharat Forge. It's a stock which has given a good breakout. Bharat Forge is a buy with the stock at about 1140 or thereabouts, and look for a target of around 1200.
Okay. All right, Mitesh, got it. Thanks very much. We'll come back to you a little closer to the end of the day's trade for more ideas. Before we get into our fundamental experts, just one more, or rather a set of additional data points from the mutual fund fraternity. Let's just take a look at how the picture is. And the picture is not too bad, actually, you'd have to say. And that's entirely thanks to SIP investors staying steady. Now, these bars will tell you that all is not well also, because flows have been declining. Net equity inflows, this is the fourth straight month of decline that we've seen. And from the peak of, look at the December number, 41,000 crores, now we're down to 24,000 crores. So they've kind of almost halved. So there's no taking away from that truth. But and largely this is happening because the NFO party and that NFO pipeline has completely dried up. This month, in the month of April, there were just 7 new fund offerings and they mopped up a paltry 350 crores. This is the lowest since I've been tracking the data in over sort of 2 years that we've seen. So very, very small inflow number. Mood, the nature of the market, not too many new fund offerings, which is why the equity inflows are dropping. But if you look at flows coming into the big categories, large cap, mid cap, small cap, then it's not bad. The regular flows into regular funds are still coming through. This is the point that I'm making. Look at the April number, for instance, large caps. It's actually inched up a little bit. Mid caps is very, very steady. Small caps also not too bad. Small caps have actually drawn the highest inflow between the 3 market cap categories at almost 4,000 crores. And it's very steady compared to March. So these categories are not really the problem. Hybrid funds, by the way, are seeing some traction. And perhaps that has to do with the fact that the market is very, very volatile. Plus, some of the hybrid categories are very tax efficient as well. So look at that number. That's the longest or the highest that we've seen in the last many, many previous months. 14,257 crores coming in hybrids. And that's largely because of lots of buying in arbitrage funds, SIPs, and that continues to be the silver lining. The numbers keep rising higher and higher. 26,632 crore rupees. That's how much has come in. It is an all-time high. Now, on this issue of SIP stoppage, AMFI clarified, saying that what they're doing is a bit of a cleanup. They are closing down, all the mutual funds are closing down inactive accounts where flows are patchy or they don't come in. And the cleanup is almost 1 crore accounts over the last several months. And now the active accounts are about 8.38 crores. Finally, the total industry AUM is now inching towards the 70 lakh crore rupee mark, so not bad. Short point, net inflows are coming in, but the NFO party is over, which is why we're nowhere close to the peak of last Diwali or last December. That's the short point, guys.
Okay, all right. Well, let's get in Prakash Diwan then to help us out with some fundamental analysis. Hi, Prakash. It's that sort of a day where the bigger concern is not your portfolio, but in fact, it's the border. That said, the mid-cap index actually has seen a good recovery. So there are various stocks out there which are seeing good amount of buying. Anything has come on your radar?
Good afternoon, Nigel. So I do agree. It's difficult and fairly uncommon to kind of take this very clinically, but I think we should let the armed forces do their bit, and we should do our bit as investors, what we can do in the capital markets. And then surprisingly, it's been about 15, 16 straight sessions where foreigners have shown much more confidence in our markets and been buying, and we've seen the net numbers. And we shouldn't get too much worried about how strong our economy is and potentially it can continue growing. So from that perspective, while defense is flavor of the day and flavor of the season or whatever, you still have opportunities that are emerging. And, had it been any other regular trading session, you would have been talking, or we all would have been talking so much positively about the L&T numbers. Now, it kind of tells you the picture that it gives you is so positive. There's a book which is more from overseas orders that's bigger than the domestic order inflow. You have margins that they're fairly impressive, probably closer to lifetime highs. You have a build-up in terms of order execution, which has been rapidly growing consistently with every quarter. So here's a company that's no means small size. It's large enough to kind of it's difficult to carry forward this kind of growth, and it's demonstrated that, and it's still available at valuations which are probably not at all demanding. So, if you don't lose sight of the opportunities, there are opportunities which are very, very significant and very imminent. And in the same way, you'll probably see some of the financials start looking very positive after some time once things recede. So, my personal belief is it's time to buy. You can't be reckless for sure, but you don't also need to be paranoid about things, because these things can't last too long. And people keep giving examples of the Ukraine-Russian conflict and say, oh, it lasted so long. But this is of a different nature. The skew is different. The objectives are very different. So my personal view is we should start focusing on fundamentals and on the market positives rather than what's happening. It will continue to happen, and uncertainty will bring things down, and that's the opportunity.
I completely agree, Prakash. Even if this sort of, as you say, simmers down over a period of time, I think what this has done, of course, is shown the spotlight once again on, the need for making defense systems, defense products within India. And I think the market is paying attention to it today. Actually, if you just look at what is up in the broader market, it is mostly defense names. Of all, PSU, non-PSU, etc., etc. Nifty Defense Index actually will come up on your screen, and I think that tells the story, 2.5%. Let me bring in Ria. She'll sort of name the names and tell us what's going on. Ria, over to you.
Well, yes, defense and shipbuilding stocks have been trading higher in today's session owing to the significant escalations that we've seen between India and Pakistan since last night. And on the back of this, defense equipment makers are expected to ramp up production in areas like arms and ammunitions, which can include bullets, shells and explosives. Some other areas that can see increased demand are drones and counter-drone systems, missiles and anti-missile systems, and radar tracking systems as well. Another segment that can see increased demand is the repair and overhaul of combat vehicles. Some stocks that are on analysts' radar include Bharat Electronics, which is present in the EWS segment, Bharat Dynamics, which manufactures missiles. BEML can be in focus for the repair and overhaul of combat vehicles, and HAL can see increased demand for operations and maintenance for helicopters and aircrafts. Two stocks are also present in the explosive segment, which includes Solar Industries and Premier Explosives, and Centum Electronics is present in the EWS segment. Now, the entire defense pack has been trading higher today, and the biggest gainers include Idea Forge and Apollo Microsystems. Shipbuilding stocks have also been trading higher. A positive trigger for Garden Reach shipbuilders was that just yesterday they have delivered the first ASW shallow watercraft to the Indian Navy, so that has been a positive trigger for GRSE. But all of these stocks, even after this rally, are still down anywhere between 7 to 51% from their respective 52-week highs, and stocks that fell the most include Data Patterns, DCX Systems, Midhani, Idea Forge Technologies and Cochin Shipyard, all down anywhere between 38 to 51%. Taking a look at valuations as well, 8 stocks are trading higher than the 3-year average PE, which include Cochin Shipyard, HAL, Bharat Dynamics, Astra Micro and BEL as well. 6 stocks of the pack that we've looked at are trading lower than their 3-year average PEs, which include Zen Technologies, Data Patterns, MTAR Technologies, Midhani and Paris Defense.
Okay, very nice, nicely compiled, Ria. Thank you very much for that. Prakash, what is your pick of the pack?
No, so before I point that out, Rishad, one thing I want to tell you that while defense is definitely flavor of the season, as at morning, I think it was Vineet from DSP who was having a conversation with you, and he pointed out they're still expensive. And that's what Ria's study also reveals, that some of them may be 30-40% off their highs. But the P multiples can probably be quite challenging. But my pick out of that is a very small company, and we've discussed this probably a few months back, and that is called DCX Systems. Very simple theory out there, or thesis out there. It's a company that is into system integration. Whether you set up a radar surveillance system, or whether you set up a anti-drone system, whether you set up, a line of sight kind of system that need to get implemented, which is actually all about the electronic warfare that is kind of evolving. You will need system integration for anything that you build up, whether it's hardware or software. It needs to finally start talking to each other, making sense. This small company based out of Bangalore does that. There's not too much of news around it because it's just done a few orders from Lockheed Martin in the last few years, a couple of years actually. The earnings are yet to show, but they've been investing a lot into capabilities, and that's exactly one of the manifestations of that is the JV with an Israeli surveillance company, which would not have come very easily. So, these are things which will start taking off once this thing. And the other thing I want to leave you with is this, incident, however bad it is, will actually help a lot of Indian companies, suppliers prove their mettle in terms of efficacy of their products and solutions, which also opens up a very vast market globally for us. So we started with Atmanirbharta, but now you've actually tested things out, and some of them will keep getting tested out and proven, and that's something which will expand and build a conviction. So very, very different sector to look at from a runway perspective as well after this. That's the second order effect that I could think of. But you'll have a lot of vendors getting into the ecosystem and then start doing small bits, if not the entire solution. You can't make a tank, but you could probably supply a lot of things to the tank.
Yeah, no, absolutely take your point. And this is not warmongering. It's just being sensible and smart, right? Deterrence and self-reliance and, in defense is something that India has always been sort of aiming for. Prakash, very quickly, on DCX Systems, I was looking at a longer-term chart. So while the rest of the defense pack shot through the roof, this stock has actually not moved. It's been very range-bound. You're saying some of the contracts and all, so basically the good times are set to roll from the previous contracts. Is that it? Do you have some timelines in mind?
Absolutely. So the testing and trials itself for the kind of work that they do, if you go a bit deeper into that, it's about 3 years plus. So they've been doing this without too much of dilution of capital, not kind of, making too much of a noise about it. And the kind of repeat orders that they've been getting from some of the weaponry manufacturers like Lockheed Martin, is case in point, and this JV with ELTA, which is the Israeli counterpart. These don't actually happen very easily. It's now that they have established the capabilities of it, that you'll probably start seeing revenue recognition and the order book kind of swelling into different markets, different segments, and then you'll have. So if you are patient enough, then things will look very different. So right now it's probably too early because the numbers optically don't give you any indication. But this is for the future and not necessarily for the present.
So some of these equipment, it's showcased that India is battle ready, some of this equipment, which is the positive. And yesterday as well, we had Mr. Rajnath Singh saying that India's defense exports could scale to close to around 50,000 crores by 2030. So that's why, in fact, from being, domestically, we'll be self-sufficient. And we have been able to take on some of the Chinese equipment that's being used by the Pakistanis. And now there'll be an export potential as well. That could be the additional trigger that's coming in. Thanks a lot, Prakash, for joining in. Hope to see you next week, and hopefully things will settle down on the border as well.
Thanks, Nigel.
For the time being, we slip into a short break. On the other side, we have Pankaj Murarka, CEO and CIO of Renaissance Investment Managers, who's waiting for us.
Welcome back. I think we've got the market, which is down 270 points. And of course, I mean, the one place, the one spot which is looking very, very strong has been the defense space, which we've discussed with Prakash earlier. Ria sort of pointing out what's been happening, valuations, etc. as well. I just want to point out, and I was saying this in the morning as well, market breadth has improved. It was 1:10, 10:1 decline to advance ratio. It is now much better, some 4:1, still in favor of declines, but much better. But even now, like in the morning, there is stuff which is selling off hard, but beyond 8-10 names, volumes not really there at all. Even though numerically there are many more names down as compared to stocks which are higher. Essentially people being picky, staying away, lack of buying, but there's no determined selling of any sort. I think, which I think is pretty clear if you just look at the broader screen and where volumes are. Pankaj Murarka is with us, CEO and CIO at Renaissance Investment Managers. Pankaj, good to have you with us here. Thank you for your time. Will we, as we come back next week, and will we start to look ahead? Will we start to factor some of this stuff in, which has been going on, which has been top of mind, which of course is the India-Pakistan, the military escalation from Pakistan and the response, etc. What's your sense?
Good afternoon, Prashant. I think it's very unfortunate, but I clearly think that, Prashant, I would like to think about this more as an escalation than a war. I think it's clear that we've been fighting this proxy war now for almost 4 decades as a country, and India has drawn a new line in terms of its tolerance levels and also in terms of its response to some of these proxy attacks that India has been witnessing. Given the fact that I've said this is one of the biggest risks that India faced. I've always believed this over the last 20 years, is we have the most troubled neighborhood because we are the only country in the world which shares physical borders with two nuclear powers. No other country in the world shares that. So that's our destiny. And two nuclear powers, I firmly believe, cannot go to a war. So the ultimate end game of this is probably there's a new defense doctrine that India is now practicing in that sense. Eventually, over a period of time, I don't think so it's happening immediately, but eventually over a period of time, I think we need a new peace doctrine with Pakistan. The Shimla Agreement of 1972 is stale and irrelevant in today's context because proxy war did not exist then. Technology and a lot of other things have changed. Economic power has changed since then. So be that as it may be, I still think this is an escalation, and probably in a few weeks' time, we'll see de-escalation on that. The good thing is India's economy is fairly resilient, and we can deal with this without having any negative rub-off effect on our economy, and that's the real power. You know, as all of us know, as Bill Clinton said in 1990, it's all about the economy, stupid. So it's all about economic power, which translates into all the other things. And the good thing is that we are a pretty resilient economy in that sense. So I still continue to remain, I think, for investors from a medium-term perspective, that whole India story still remains very much in place.
Hi, Pankaj. Indeed, India will come out stronger from this as a nation, and the markets as well will recover in the time to come. Pankaj, but times like these provide opportunities. And in the past, we've spoken about various opportunities. So let's address one such opportunity, the financial and the banking pact. I think a couple of months or so ago, you were talking about the two large private bankers that actually had underperformed in the last few years, but could be looking up from here on. I think HDFC Bank and Kotak Mahindra Bank were the ones that we spoke about. Your view on the banking pact, and would you stick to these two?
Yeah, absolutely, Nigel. So one, we continue to remain positive on financials as a whole. Banking is a dominant part of that, and we continue to remain positive on other parts of the financial segment, including capital markets and fintech. Within banks, yes, we are preferred, holdings are or investments are HDFC Bank and Kotak Bank. Needless to say, we own both of them. We think that both the banks can start delivering industry-leading growth going forward, and clearly, meaning there is a room for valuation uptick as growth catches up in these banks. These banks have underperformed industry growth over the last 2 years, but we think that will change. So yeah, from take a view which is slightly more medium term, we continue to remain positive on both the banks.
Okay, all right. Got that. So positive on both these two names. You all have been underweight on consumption, and part of the street that was actually underweight has suddenly started turning a little bit positive. How do you approach this theme? And I think there are select pockets that are still live from the consumption pack, right?
Actually, Nigel, we have actually turned positive on consumption in the last 3 months.
Oh, okay.
A gap of almost 5 years now. As investors, we have actually gone overweight on consumption. Our base hypothesis there is that we're coming out of a pretty sharp slowdown in consumption over the last 8 quarters, and aggregate consumption in the economy is at a pretty low base. So we see, a gradual. The recovery in consumption will be somewhat gradual, but we see a meaningful recovery in the consumption over the next couple of years, starting from second half of this year onwards. And it seems after a long time, a lot of stars have aligned for consumption recovery in the economy. We've obviously seen moderation in inflation clearly, and that has led to already 2 rate cuts from RBI. We clearly see at least 3 more rate cuts in this financial year going forward. And all of this should provide some impetus to the consumption. More importantly, real wages in rural areas are now growing at a healthy rate. So last 2 years, inflation was much higher and the wage growth was much lower. That's reversed. And probably we're also looking forward to that the tax cut which the government announced in the budget, that should help the pockets of the consumer as that money starts flowing in during the course of this year. And finally, the government has announced the formation of the 8 pay commission. So once those recommendations are implemented, that will lead to a $50 billion of money in the hands of Indian consumers for the next 3 years. So
Got that, Pankaj. You were underweight, but now as you're telling us, 3 months ago, you have turned overweight, and there are various themes and various reasons that you like this pack. By the way, keep an eye on the bottom of your screen. Breaking news coming in there. The BCCI Vice President has put it out that for 1 week, you have the IPL that will be suspended. They'll review the situation after a week or so. And, that's the big confirmation that's come in there. 2 stocks normally that have direct exposure to the IPL. One is United Spirits and the other one is Sun TV. Keep in mind, it's very, very small as a contribution to the total SOTP, but those are businesses that have a direct impact. And I think it's a wise decision actually that's coming in there at a time where things are very, very iffy. Calling it off for a week or so and then reviewing the situation is I think,
there was no time earlier.
Yes, and now there's the time.
Looked like it's going to be suspended, and they'll come back and say. But now looks like for a week, and then maybe they will review the situation depending on how things are progressing at that point in time. So that's the news which is coming in. I think we got maybe the BCCI official on camera as well, and we'll try and get you the soundbite. There were some questions about where these matches are going to be played after a week or so. Will it be here? Will it be outside? Etc. Etc. So I think we'll address that as and when we get more information coming through. Pankaj, just a quick word on the earnings season and anything which has stood out to you in terms of a big blowout number, something which has caused you to do something, change of view. Or on the downside. Sorry, actually I should have started with that because there's more disappointments than beats. Yeah.
Actually, the good thing is, I think in the one key takeaway, Prashant, for us from this earnings season is been that we have incrementally, there have been no incremental downgrades in terms of earnings. The last 2 quarters, September quarter and December quarter, post the results, we have had meaningful earnings downgrade. This quarter, so it seems the analyst consensus expectations have aligned with where the economy is. And also, the second key takeaway I have from earnings season so far that we've witnessed is we've hit a trough in terms of the earnings deceleration. So probably this year, the year gone by, last year has been one of the slowest earnings growth in the last 5 years post-COVID, where Nifty earnings growth is just about 5%. But I think we should get back to low double-digit earnings growth or low teens kind of earnings growth going forward in this financial year. So I think the key takeaway is that, and clearly I still think that the private banks have stood out in terms of earnings because asset quality has been pretty resilient despite some asset quality issues or some spillovers in terms of bad loans from microfinance sector. And the peak of their NIM pressures, I think, has played out by and large in that sense. So we see earnings improving for private sector financials meaningfully going into the next year.
Yeah. Pankaj, hi, good afternoon. And Nigel, interesting to hear you say that. I know you're a big IPL fan, but I guess at times like these, it is nation first. It's not, there's a logistics of it, of moving teams around, teams like Punjab, Delhi, a lot of the northern teams as well, and with many of the airports either shut or uncertainty. That's the logistical part of it. But even otherwise, in terms of sentiment, perhaps the play can wait.
Yeah, personally, I didn't go to watch the IPL till now, but I'd had something lined up next week. But I think this is a very, very logical move at this stage of time.
Yeah, absolutely. Can be reviewed. Hopefully things get better and then we can all get back to...
Everything else is secondary. The nation first, the border first, then markets, then IPL, then everything.
Absolutely. Couldn't agree more. 100% with you on that. On consumption, Pankaj, I was hearing you say that, you're changing your stance and you're now looking at it a little more favorably. Can you give us a little more color into what side of it? Because staples have been absolutely out, downbeat for I don't know how many quarters now. There are jewelry companies which have had a good cycle, but even their gold prices could be weighing. There could be durable players. So when you say that you're turning positive on consumption, is it actual staples or are you playing it differently? There are QSRs as well. We could talk about many wheels.
Sure, Surbi. Actually, we are playing, as I said, after a long time. After a gap of almost 6 years, we have bought staples. So after a long time, I'm finding staples exciting because we're already seeing early signs of recovery in volume growth in staples in rural India. In the month of December, we've seen double-digit volume growth in staples in rural India. This is something which I'm seeing after a long time. And we're coming out of a cycle where aggregate consumption has grown at about half the rate of nominal GDP growth. Generally, staples growth is pretty much in line with nominal GDP growth on a long-term average basis, which effectively means that what I'm clearly looking forward to is over the next 2 years, we're going to have a significant rebound in staples consumption from a low base. And valuations in staples companies across large cap and mid caps are pretty much in line with long-term averages. So a combination of being at a growth inflection point and reasonable valuations is something which I'm seeing in staples after a gap of almost 7 years. So, which is where we've actually bought into staples. Some of the companies that we own in staples includes, names like Godrej Consumer, and some of the other mid-cap companies or small-cap companies like Imami and Jyoti Labs. And at the same time, given the growth bias for our portfolios, we certainly own discretionary consumption across, names like Jubilant Foods and United Spirits, which is more a play on increase in discretionary consumption. So yeah, we're trying to play staples through both a combination of trying to play consumer through a combination of both, which is staples plus discretionary.
Got that. All right, Pankaj, we'll leave it on that note for this afternoon. Thank you very much for being with us. I wish you a good weekend, and we look forward to the next conversation. I have to take a quick break right now. We'll come back with some final trades, and also we'll get you an update with Parikshit shortly. Plus, there's the mutual fund data that we discussed. We'll have some guests joining in to talk about how the retail investor is dealing with this market volatility. All right, market still nursing a cut of about 270 points as retail investors look at all of this uncertainty. And now, of course, we have a very, very real one here at home. How should they, continue to remain sort of unfazed when it comes to their investments? Let's ask Mr. A. Balasubramaniam, Managing Director and CEO of Aditya Birla Sun Life AMC. Thank you very much for joining in, sir. Always a pleasure to have you on. And we also have you on a day when we've got the AMFI numbers, the monthly numbers. So let's start right there. SIPs are steady, but clearly the good times that the industry was having, all those NFOs mopping up 20,000, 25,000 crores in a month, that money is out of the system, which is why the peak flows have come down, by almost 80-85%. How would you describe the mood in the environment, and what do you expect from the business if this uncertainty continues?
Yeah, thanks, Surabhi. As rightly pointed out, clearly the flows are divided into two parts. The existing schemes getting the flows, which has been the trend that we are seeing for the last almost 3-4 quarters. The existing funds like FlexiCap Fund, Balance Automotive Fund, Small and Mid Cap Fund, they continue to see flows in the form of SIP. NFO is actually the period where, depending upon the gap, the NFO comes. And in fact, last year we saw a lot of thematic fund launches that we got significant flows coming in. And the NFOs will continue to be launched by people, either new players or existing players, depending upon where the gap exists. I think one of the fundamental shifts that we are always quite happy to see is actually the existing flows. The flows should come in the existing funds, and that continues. Like SAP has now become a more or less a permanent flows. I think I would have seen the number somewhere about 20% crores, the top line number. That again continues to remain a strong force of flows for the mutual fund industry, as a result of which the DI investment in the equity market continues to remain positive. From a maturity point of view, I always believe that the last 2-3 years, majority of investors have been going up on each passing day as they start experiencing more and more better experience on investing in mutual funds. And the flows, the maturity also has been rising, I would say.
Sure, got that point. So just a moment, we're also looking at some very important flashes coming in from Mr. Prahlad Joshi, Consumer Affairs Minister, and he's pointing out that there is a lot of rumor mongering, fear mongering, right now on availability of essentials, and he's saying that he would like to categorically state that we have more than enough stock of everything required across the country. Our stock is in fact many times larger than what is needed, and there's no reason absolutely for anyone to rush to markets to stock up. So yes, that's the least we can do as citizens, not spread panic, not spread rumors, and not create a situation when there isn't one when it comes to, of course, supply of essential commodities. So that's an appeal going out to all the viewers out there. Bala sir, just to get back, so we were discussing, general liquidity levels within funds, and we were discussing this with Nilesh of Kotak as well in the morning. At Aditya Birla Sun Life, across all your schemes, I mean, what are the cash levels? And what is the approach? I mean, would you be using any kind of dips, including maybe the one like today, to buy? Or as a fund house, are you taking a more measured wait-and-watch approach?
I think in general, equity managers, even as a fund house, don't give too much of cash because the money is given to us for investing in various sectors, stocks, depending upon where the comfort lies. Therefore, portfolio constructions remains fully invested at the point of time. But having said that, the cash level generally is about 3 to 5% kind of cash level. It varies from scheme to scheme. That is mostly to meet any kind of the position that one has to build from the margin point of view and any other point of view. So that's something has been the case. If that's the case, actually, most of the managers in the industry, I would say. At the same time, whatever the inflows that are coming in, temporarily it may lie in the cash component, but ultimately get deployed using the current market volatility as an opportunity. Look at where the comfort is there. Therefore, the sizing is one of the area of focus we always have. And wherever you need to increase the size on base of a high conviction that we have, and keep looking at those opportunities and build it as part of the portfolio. Therefore, the cash component is, even if it is there, is more temporary. And generally, we don't take call. But at the same time, there has also been opinion that we have been having as a fund house the last almost 1 year correction that we have witnessed in the equity market have brought the Indian market equity valuations at reasonably good level, coming close to the long-term average. At the same time, the push that has been coming from both the government and RBI monetary policy by way of cutting interest rates, now reviving the growth momentum in the economy, which is what we are witnessing and some of the sectors that we are tracking. Therefore, the valuation discomfort otherwise used to exist for one to stay in cash, that doesn't arise. But on the basis of the current market conditions, we don't generally take a cash call. At the end of the day, it all depends upon how long the current uncertainty continues. One doesn't know. At the same time, the recent past that we have witnessed, that we have seen in the last 2 years,
right,
a similar uncertainty that have come and hit, but markets have remained somewhat resilient. Our belief is our market will come out somewhat resilient, despite current the pressure that we are seeing on the broader the outlook perspective.
Bala, it's great to see you. Good afternoon, Prashant here. It's been a while. Could you, Bala, give a sense of what is the total cash that mutual funds are sitting on? I remember reading about 2 months back, I think it was, that it was the highest ever cash level that mutual funds had. Is that, I mean, that's a lot of firepower that MFs are holding on to. Do you have that number at the end of the month?
Yeah, I think the number generally ranges, Prashant, between 3 to 5% on an average. The least that people own about 3% cash. It's not something they take cash call. It is inflow that keeps coming in. They take time actually to deploy it. That's one. Second is, as I mentioned earlier, for any other purpose that deal may come, therefore you must keep some amount of cash. But otherwise, cash call generally people don't take. But having said that, the outer limit would be about, say, 5%. On an average, we should not count more than about 3 to 5% number. If you take that number on a size of roughly about 40 lakh crore size, the cash component could be somewhere around of that amount. If you take roughly about 1 lakh to 1 lakh 60 crores as industry aggregate number will come. Which in my own belief is it's something is good, but every fall that money could find its way to the market. That's why we see the number. Whenever the market falls, domestic mutual fund investors have been the largest buyer in the market. I think it will remain. As I mentioned earlier, unlike the past, this time around, there has not been a significant concern on both the valuations as well as the economic momentum that could come back in the year 25-26, which also is somewhat is being counted upon for the market to actually see some kind of bottom. So that's where I think the mutual fund money will come in handy.
All right, absolutely. Bala, thank you very much for joining us. Good speaking with you. It's a pleasure having you here on CNBC TV18. And come back again, a lot more to discuss in terms of the MF space, but a lot of money sitting on the sidelines. We're at 24,000.
Actually, Nilesh Shah of Kotak as well had given us a number in the morning. He said that 5% of approximately 40 lakh crore will be around 2 lakh crore. And then you have around 70,000 crores of, balance funds. So that as well could find its way in. And add to that, you have the SIP number as well. So liquidity in the system is ample. And, that's what will cushion as well. Though he also made that point that they will not be trying to give anyone an easy exit. So you need to keep that in mind as well. But good amount of liquidity in the system is always a good thought and gives a comfort, to a lot of investors.
Absolutely. And, that's why downsides, I mean, whenever there are sell-offs, they're brief, they're shallow, and the market finds its footing. Mitesh is with us with what you should buy or sell today for a reverse trade on Monday. Mitesh, what do you have?
BTST and Hero Motors with a stop at about 35 or 34 and target of around 38.85. And DLF is on the negative side. Take a STVT over there. Keep a stop just above the levels of 635 for a 616 kind of target.
Mitesh, sorry, if you can hear me, I think we lost you there. The line's a bit patchy. For Hero, you said stop at 3,500. Or did I hear that wrong?
No, 38.35.
38.35. That's why. 38.35 and that 38.80 or so was the target basically. So get that. So that is the trade. Those are trades coming in from Mitesh at this point in time. We're down 273 odd points at this stage, and 15 minutes to go as far as. Market close, Nigel.
Well, that's right. Just to pull up a few stocks in the broader markets, actually, that have seen a big spike up in the last few minutes. Yes Bank is one stock that's moved higher. And the other one I'm looking at is VIP, one of the big underperformers. But that stock in an otherwise wobbly market is gradually making its way. One of the top volume movers in today's trading session as well, up close to around 5% or thereabouts. Well, let's welcome our market guest. We have Hemang Jani who joins us, as well as Richard Harris, Executive Director of Port Shelter, who joins in on the show. Hi, gentlemen. Thanks a lot for joining in. Well, Richard, I'm coming across to you first. The FIs have gradually returned to the Indian markets in the last month or so. Because of the ongoing geopolitical situation here in India on the borders, do you think that will deter FIs? I was looking at past instances where we have seen some of these skirmishes on the border, and it didn't really deter foreign investors at that point of time. But your take?
I think we have to separate politics from economics. And, we all know the phrase, it's the economy stupid. And now I'm not talking to you, of course. But it's really the economy drives these things. So if a skirmish is unlikely to affect markets in general, then markets will largely ride through it. I mean, you can see what's happened basically with a major war in Ukraine, major wars in the Middle East, and the markets have generally not really moved. And indeed, even with threats we're seeing to Europe, we're actually seeing the markets move because Europe clearly has to spend more on defense. So I think that as things stand at the moment, these are skirmishes. They are unlikely to affect economies in general, and that's really what investors focus on.
Okay, all right. So unlikely. Economics more important than these, occasional political issues that do take place, geopolitical issues. But Richard, India trades at a big premium in comparison to most global markets, particularly the emerging market basket. Do you think, there's a reason that we could see some kind of trimming off from that because of this?
Well, we have seen the market perform less well than it has in the past, but you have to be careful about comparing it to, say, an EM basket, because most EM countries are so different. And, of course, China is a very large component of that, and China's gone through, 5-6 years of underperformance. So, yes, technically it looks very cheap on that basis. I think that people will look at valuations as they are now and mark them as they are now. It seems to me to be clear that the Chinese market, even though it's under threat from tariffs, is likely to remain the one to watch, partly because it's done so badly and partly because the authorities are putting a lot of stimulus into that market.
Right, got that, Richard. So, what's the sense on India? Like you said, it's all about the economy is stupid, but for the timing, there's a lot of uncertainty. And there was global uncertainty just as that was settling, which, by the way, still hasn't. We don't know the eventual contours of the deals that China will strike, or we will strike for that matter, with the US. Amidst all of this, next 6 months, what would you be doing with the India market?
Well, I think obviously India is going to be quite sensitive to what happens in the rest of the world. My analysis at the moment is that markets in the short term will probably do quite well. And you may say, why is that? And that's because Trump, of course, came up with some really big threats to trade globally. And the markets priced themselves downwards quite substantially. Now what we're seeing is little pieces of good news. I don't think this is a strategy, by the way. I think it's just how it's worked out. We're seeing little pieces of good news. UK trade deal with India, UK trade deal with America. Then we'll see trade deals Europe and the US, and trade deal maybe with China and the US. So we'll have all these little pieces of good news. But we're still in a position that the supply chains have been seriously damaged, that we won't see tariffs go down to what we had before. So I think in the shorter term, markets will take some encouragement from little pieces of good news. In the long term, there's an obsession with recession. We have to be very concerned that supply chains have been very seriously damaged, that inflation will go up sharply in the States, that these tariffs will have an impact. They already have had an impact. So the tariff story at the moment might be actually quite a good one, but the really big story looking further out is the possibility of recession.
Okay, absolutely. I mean, I think lots of different brokers, banks are still calling that out. That's what Jahangir Aziz of JP Morgan told us. They are expecting recession in the second half. By the way, for us here, the Midcap index has turned into the green for what it's worth. There's a little bit of buying. A lot of individual names, and particularly any of the companies that are linked with defense, they are doing very well this afternoon. Richard, thank you very much for joining in and giving us that perspective. Really appreciate it this afternoon. Thank you. All right. Well, with that, let's move on to Hemang Jani, who's been waiting by patiently. Hemang, thank you for being with us. It's been a tough last many hours, but I mean, less tough for us, far tougher for those who are actually at the borders. What would you, let's start with basic advice. Till this settles, we have full clarity, hopefully by next week. What would your suggestion or advice be for investors?
Surbhi, in fact, 2025 has begun with a lot of turbulence, and it seems, that it's been a never-ending kind of a ride or a grind that we're seeing. But the good part about this whole saga is that despite the volatility, whether it's the current situation that we are going through at the border, war with Pakistan. We had this Trump tariff-related things, but the market, by and large, remained quite okay. We had a very smart bounce back. So I do think that when the mid caps and the small cap stocks which have underperformed in the last, let's say about 1 month in the last leg of rally, I think this weakness would provide a good entry point, and definitely we would be more positive and inclined towards those smaller and mid cap themes versus the large cap ones.
All right. Hi, Hemang. Good afternoon and good to see you, Ben. Hemang, let's talk stock specific. I recall one of those auto hangs that you liked in the past was SGS, if I'm not mistaken. The stock is up close to around 10% today. The con call, I believe, was fairly good. They've penetrated into a couple of new clients. If you want to talk about that or any other auto ancillary stock.
So yes, SGS Enterprise is something that we are covering. We have been liking that stock. And while the company announced the numbers were reasonably okay. But I think what stood out was that they penetrated into Hero Motors, and they have managed to get order of almost about 80 crore. Now this company has a total turnover of about 750-80 crore. So almost 12% of the business would come from Hero, and it's a marquee account which they were trying to get for a long time. So I do think that this could be a big re-rating trigger for the stock. Anyway, it's not a very expensive stock, about 12 or 13 times the next year. Means a company growing at about 22-23%. So definitely a positive view out there.
All right. Thanks a lot, Hemang, for joining in and talking about a couple of stocks. A short but effective chat. We look forward to seeing you next week. For the time being, we slip into a short break. You come back, we'll continue our focus on markets as well as on stocks.
Our focus on India-Pakistan tensions, and India has been retaliating and responding to Pakistan's offensive all along the LOC and the international border. We've used our best weapons and best defense systems in our arsenal. India is not just capable of defending its skies, it is now practically controlling them. Operation Sindoor has shown the strength of India's air defense ecosystem. A highly sophisticated, integrated counter-UAV grid was used to detect and disrupt drones. We had S-400 missiles, Barak 8 Akash surface-to-air missiles, DRDO anti-drone technology was used to create India's air defense shield. Indian forces destroyed targets deep inside Pakistani territory. Air Force and Army destroyed Chinese-supplied HQ-9 air defense units in Lahore, and critical radars were damaged as well. Air defense architecture has been ramped up significantly since 2014. India today has 3 S-400 squadrons along the borders with China and Pakistan. We also have Barak 8 medium-range surface-to-air missiles acquired from Israel, which are now deployed in frontline bases like Bathinda. We have man-portable counter-drone systems to jam and disable hostile UAVs, and this was installed in the year 2024. India, for the first time, used loitering munitions made in India. Loitering munitions carried out simultaneous precision strikes across Pakistan sectors, taking them by surprise. We had Israeli-origin Harab drones deployed to target and destroy air defense assets in Karachi and Lahore. We had Rafale fighter jets equipped with Scalp and Hammer missiles to destroy terror camps during Operation Sindoor. So let's now look at the missile systems, the weapon systems, the air defense systems used by India in the last 24 hours. First, the Barak system. This is a surface-to-air missile system developed jointly by Israel and India. It has a range of 150 kilometers. The Barak 8 can engage multiple targets simultaneously. The speed is Mach 2 or 600 meters per second. The Akash is an India-made medium-range movable surface-to-air missile. It has a range of 25 kilometers and can simultaneously engage multiple targets in group mode or autonomous mode. The speed is Mach 2.5 or more than 850 meters per second. Then you have the Russian-origin S-125 Pechora surface-to-air missile system that can engage drones, fighters and helicopters. The range is 30 kilometers. It has a speed of Mach 3.5 or 1.2 kilometers per second. Then you have the indigenously built Samar platforms or surface-to-air missile for assured retaliation against low-flying targets. This has a range of 30 kilometers and the speed is 2.5 Mach or over 850 meters per second. You've got the L-70 40mm anti-aircraft guns, originally made by Sweden's Bofors, and this is used against radar-dodging drones. It has a range of up to 4 kilometers and can fire 240 or 330 rounds per minute. You also have the Shilka system, which is of Russian origin. It has a range of over 20 kilometers and can fire 4,000 rounds per minute. Now, this system is lethal against small drones and helicopters. And then you have the formidable S-400 air defense system that we acquired from Russia. Now, this is one of the best air defense systems in the world, and this really gives India an edge. It has a range of 400 kilometers to 600 kilometers, a speed of 4.8 kilometers per second, and can engage multiple targets simultaneously. Lastly, you have counter UAV systems. These are DRDO-developed counter-drone systems with hard kill capabilities and can jam, disrupt, and disable drones' communications as well.
All right, Parikshit, thank you very much for that. So that is sort of a very comprehensive look at, the kind of air defense system, a grid, a layered defense grid, which we've used to thwart and we will continue to use to thwart any attacks by the Pakistani side in the coming days and, of course, in the future as well. The defense index itself, I think the really shining spot, 3% higher on the Nifty defense index today. The bank index was down about 1%. The Nifty ends down about 1%. Midcap index crept back into the green by close, I think 0.14 higher, 53,306. And I think the small cap index will come up on the screen as well, about 1/3% lower, 0.6 odd percent down on the small cap index. So that's the overall sort of read through as far as markets are concerned. Just looking at for the week, what really happened. Nifty was down 1.4, by the way, 1.4% for the week. The Nifty Bank ends about 2.7 lower for the week. The mid-cap index is down 0.9, while the small-cap index, actually, the loss was a little more pronounced as compared to the mid-cap index. There was a 2% cut that we had coming through. Lots of big movers, and maybe if you can put some of these stocks up. But I'm mentioning the weekly changes here. KPR Mills was up 29% for the week. Wellspun Living was up 19. These are the top gainers on out of a basket of NSE 500. CCL Products 21%. RR Kabel was up 21. Yes Bank 15. CET was up 12. Endurance was up 10. NetWeb was up 10. So, that's the winners list for the week, Friday to Friday, that we really had going. Well, it's a wrap on this edition of Closing Bell. From all of us here, goodbye. Thank you very much. But do join us as we take you through Editor's Roundtable on the other side.
Dalal Street snaps its three-week gaining streak amidst India-Pakistan tensions. The Nifty, the Sensex and the Midcap index all end with cuts of over 1% each, while the Nifty Bank slips almost 3%. On today's edition of the Editors Roundtable, we take you through the week's market action, put the spotlight, of course, on the big national story, the cross-border situation, and we tell you why defense stocks obviously are up, and decode the April mutual fund data, which has some positive trends as well. I'm Surabhi Upadhyay, and with me, as always, on Editors Roundtable, Prashant as well as Nigel. It's been a difficult week for the forces and for the market as well. We've had to digest all of it.
But first, I had to say that it's good to have four here, right? Last week I was not there, and I was watching on I think YouTube.
Yeah,
I could see a triangle.
It was a triangle. Three-corner discourse.
Yeah, but I think we have Mihir to not make it a triangle. So, but I think Surabhi, it's been a tough one, right? I mean, it's so much news flow, and this latest one, of course, is I think is something which we have to just sort of get through. Yeah. But we've done so remarkably so far. And when I say we, I mean we as a country, and the forces, etc., responded adequately and forcefully, but even so in a calibrated kind of a way. And I think the market has not done. Markets taken note, but it's not any. As I was saying earlier on closing bell as well, we are down about 1.5% for the week, which could be any other week.
Absolutely.
And second, there is no. It's. Of course, if you're trading, you'd stay away from sort of, getting hit by overnight risk, because a lot of the action happens overnight, but there's no determined selling or anything. Yeah. You were mentioning in the morning how the foreign flows, etc., is positive, even yesterday.
Yeah, up till yesterday, at least those numbers were positive. So, we'll see what the next few days bring.
Yeah.
But it hasn't been too bad. Mihir, let's get your opening thoughts.
So I think the market's been, I think, acting in a very mature way, especially the foreigners, I'm surprised that we've almost had 15 consecutive days of FII being net buyers after a long, long time. So we had one of the longest selling streaks, and this is one of the longest buying streaks on a daily basis as far as FIIs are concerned. Currency has been remarkably stable. Normally, in terms of geopolitics, when these kind of things happen, the currency is the first to get impacted, but our currency has been stable. FII flows have been positive in spite of almost 10 days having passed since the Pahalgam incident, more than 2 weeks. So I think what I think is that the markets now realize that 2 or 3 things have happened in the last 20-30 years. One is that the markets have seen such incidents. So this is not the first time this is happening, starting from Kargil, the Pokhran Blast, the Parliament attack, and we have seen that the long-term in the short-term macroeconomic impact of these incidents is nothing, right? Second is India as a country has become much larger in terms of economic size. Yeah. So the outlay required to counter such things is also a very minuscule portion of the defense outlay, very minuscule portion of the GDP per se. So as long as we don't see anything changing in the long-term macro picture for India, which is getting stronger and stronger every day with forex reserves, trade balances, current account, etc., I think we are in a much better position compared to 30 years ago, and this is what the market is appreciating. In fact, even before this incident, I was going around and we are all discussing that the Indian stock market volatility is now lesser probably than the US stock market volatility, right? Yeah. And volatility is a function of uncertainty. Yeah. So the stability of the Indian macro is, I think, manifesting itself.
And there were some good things that happened this week as well. I mean, on the macros, on the global front, we had the UK trade deal. In all probability, I mean, the US negotiations seem to be moving, and after... we're supposed to be one of the top 3 countries in terms of the first to sign a deal.
I think UK jumped the line, but it's very much. I think President Trump has said many times in the past that India is first up to get that deal. Yeah. And the FTA with the UK FTA, our FTA with the UK, I think that's significant as well.
And actually, and don't forget, besides the global backdrop, I think a couple of earnings positive numbers as well we got. On a day on Friday when the market's a little bit jittery, yet you had Titan that was up. It's not a cheap stock. L&T, which is a barometer sometimes of the country's GDP as well, that as well did well. So select earnings reactions were good. From the broader markets, there were many to name, right? CCL products, RR Cable and the like. So there were some earnings surprises that we saw. Yeah. And I like that because ultimately the markets will follow what earnings are, what fundamentals, and how the economics of a country are shaping up. And at least in those segments, we are doing quite well.
But I think we need to watch a little bit more because at aggregate level, since the quarter started, I think we are there's been about a 1.5% earnings downgrade to the overall earnings season. Maybe it'll improve from here on, but you're absolutely right. I think with L&T, I was just wondering, I don't know if it's true, maybe Mihir can answer, is it defense? Because, you know, the reason why, because Friday was a
the thought crossed my mind as well.
Just one more point with regard to the earnings is I think the street, irrespective of what came out, if it wasn't going to be too bad, it was already in the price. Right. Yeah. And the commentary of many of the companies are suggesting that the next couple of quarters will be better. So I think the street is prepared for that. Weakish Q4 with some earnings surprises, and hopefully things will pick up from here on.
Absolutely. I think...
L&T, let's go back to that question because, well, to be fair, you couldn't find fault in the numbers also, whether it's the order book, what they're talking about, margin guidance. And the thing is with L&T, after many orders, at least margins weren't a disappointment, right? Those legacy orders. It seems to be coming under control. Your thoughts?
I mean, can't comment on stocks, but I do think that even now as we speak, there is some traction in the local spending. But in the company that we are discussing, the traction is still more on the global order book side, not so much on the local order book side. But having said that, if you notice in the month of March, you did see a lot of pending orders being released by the Indian government in terms of infrastructure, road construction, etc. So the hope is that last June quarter and last September quarter had low base effects. Because the government machinery, you know, was in a sense of doldrums because of the elections. So we have a situation where the June 25 and September 25 quarters will have a favorable base to start with in terms of the government ordering. And if the border situation continues, then we might see some extra ordering on the defense side.
Yeah. Actually, I would put it like this. You got actually a lot of stuff going into the mix, you know, these positive, lesser amount of trade deals, but more positive. Because the FTA oil, which is down $10 since the end of the last quarter. But the only thing which has got to fire as of now is earnings. And as you said, maybe over the next 2 quarters, that will also come. Kab tak nahi hoga, right? Earnings to aani hai. So I think we'll see. But let's...
every year we say second half will be better, right?
That's my real problem. You know, I'm almost tired of reading note after note. You start with tall expectations and downgrade. Next quarter, downgrade. The second half will be better. Next quarter will be better.
Look at what where the market has reached. 25,000, right? We're having this kind of a thing. But, you know, we'll see. Let's focus on the big story for a quick bit. Parikshit is joining us from Delhi with the latest situation, right, as we head into the weekend. And I think people are going to be only watching this, nothing else, about, you know, what really is going to happen from here on. Parikshit, give us a state of play, how things are now and what to watch out for.
You know, clearly the Indian government and the armed forces are making contingency plans. Today, a very important notification came out from the Ministry of Defence, and that empowered the Chief of Army Staff to call in the Territorial Army. So you can call the Territorial Army a group of reservists, and there are about 42 battalions in the country, and the Defence Ministry has now empowered the Army Chief to call them, if necessary, to supplement the army, the regular army, and national security purposes. That indeed is significant. Over the last 24 hours, we've seen Pakistan using multiple drones and missiles to carry out attacks on military bases in Jammu and Kashmir and other places along the border. They have not been successful. We have very successfully targeted and brought down at least 50 to 60 drones on the Pakistani side. And we used almost every air defense system in our arsenal, from the cutting-edge S-400 defense system, which is one of the best in the world, to Akash surface-to-air missiles, from the Barak missiles, the L-70 guns, air defense guns as well, and anti-drone technology, which is used to disrupt and bring down drones as well. So that operation continues. Operation Sindoor is definitely not over. We're looking at heavy artillery shelling along the border. We're also seeing a situation where Pakistan is trying to infiltrate into India. This happened in Samba district of Jammu and Kashmir, and the BSF, the Border Security Force, successfully eliminated 7 terrorists and also damaged the Dandar post of Pakistan. So we will have to wait and see how things go on over the next few hours. India is trying to make sure that our actions are aimed only at Pakistan's escalations. We have been saying that we don't want to escalate, we don't want war, but if Pakistan tries to do that, we'll have no choice but to respond. So even though there will be times during the day when the situation will be calm, We cannot say that the operation is over because things may intensify over the next few hours. So it's going to be a few days before we have any clarity on where this is going. And that's why these contingency plans on continuing this military standoff, eyeball to eyeball confrontation will continue.
Okay. All right, Parikshit, thanks a lot for that. Well, in fact, even in terms of a stock market move, this week belonged to really the defense stocks as well as the shipbuilding stocks, and a few factors that played out because of the ongoing, conflict that's going on the borders. Now, a few factors that come to mind. India has showcased its equipment, and these equipments have now been tested as well. So the equipments basically have proven that they are battle ready and battle worthy. Till now, it was just a spend and it was just equipment, but now they're proving that it's battle ready. Not just that, besides the domestic tailwind, you'll also have the export tailwind that could come about. In fact, we have Mr. Rajnath Singh, our defense minister, that spoke about the export opportunity could go to around 50,000 crores from around 25,000 crores odd by 2029, 2030 itself. So it provides an export opportunity as well. A few of those products should come up for you on the screen. That's produced here in India by BEL, BDL, HAL, Solar Industries, as well as Premium Explosives. All of them, a few of those products should come up. And in terms of valuations, one part of the street has always been saying that these stocks actually are relatively expensive, in spite of them pulling back 25 to around 35% from the top. While now you have a tailwind that's there, because the domestic story is strong, there could be an export opportunity as well. So earnings could see a good amount of traction in the years to come. Mihir, tell us, in the money that you manage, what kind of exposure do you have to these defense stocks? And would you be looking to increase now? Because it appears there's a big opportunity at stake.
So, Nigel, we've always been positive on defense for the last many years. In my current company, which is, of course, a little above a year. But even in the previous camp, we were always bullish because we saw the structural opportunity, not only for domestic production, but also for exports. The crux of the matter is that we were hardly manufacturing, domestically, say 5-7 years ago, and there was no exports. And now the government has clearly laid out a path where 80 to 90% of the defense procurement has to be indigenous by 2028 or worst case 2030. The numbers we are talking about is exponential in nature. We spent about 3 lakh crores on capex, in defense capex, out of which after so many years of effort we have managed to produce about 1 lakh for domestic procurement, that was FY25, and 25,000 crores exports this year again against 0, 5, 7, 10 years ago, right? The point is that our defense capex of 3 lakh crores also grows by 8 to 10% every year, right? So this 3 lakh will go to 5 lakh or 6 lakh crores in the next few years, and 80 to 90% of that will have to be indigenously procured. This is absolutely laid out product by the government, right? So this 1 lakh crores of domestic procurement can easily go to 3 to 4 or 5 lakh crores over the next few years. So really we have a compounding story of total addressable market for the domestic procurement only. If you add exports to that, then it's a blue sky, right? Because export is the total defense spending in the world is in trillions of dollars. And you have many small countries, hundreds of countries which don't have their own defense and they buy from global suppliers, and India obviously is much cheaper compared to most of the others, and India is a credible, reliable source also. So I think the runway of growth for this segment can be really long, and we can see a compounding story over the next many years.
I want to ask you a quick follow-up on this. You have to hit a break, but this is something on my mind. The runway of growth and the story, the opportunity has been well documented. I don't think anyone can really debate that. What my question is, the only problem with defense or a lot of these capex-heavy industries was the volatility in earnings and the lumpiness, because that's the nature of their contracts,
Correct.
right? Are we in a new sort of a framework where the market is going to be a little charitable or maybe look beyond that quarter-to-quarter lumpiness and focus on the story, which is very strong? Will there be a different perspective on defense stocks?
So it's already beginning to do that.
Yeah.
For example, in some of the defense stocks,
yeah.
the order books are large, but the earnings have been flat for the past few years. True. That's because the order books are yet to be executed. In cases like shipbuilding, aircraft carriers, submarines, companies who are doing those kind of things, or aircraft per se, the order book will be large, but the execution will be over a period of time.
Yeah.
But as long as the order book is secure, which it pretty much is, the markets will look at the future.
The money will come eventually, whether it's this quarter or the next quarter.
I mean, the 3 lakh crores is the capex or the total budget? Because a large portion of the budget usually is for salary.
That's the
pensions.
hardware procurement. That's the
investment budget. Defense
The
investment
annual
budget.
hardware procurement, 3 lakh crores.
That's a very large number.
And Indonization would be 30% of it.
As of now.
It
30%
needs to go to 80-90%, as Mayur said, over the next few years. We'll take a quick commercial break here. We're going to come back and Surabhi will talk about the flow numbers, mutual fund flows, and they remain very strong, SIPs especially. We're back with that.
Welcome back. You're with the Editors Roundtable. Now let's focus on the monthly mutual fund data that came in for the month of April. Actually, the picture is not bad. The headline will look a little disappointing because if you look at it, it's the 4th straight month of decline in terms of the net equity inflows that have come in. So if you see that bar chart, it's been declining and it's come down in a big way from the peak of 41,000 odd crores that we used to get back in November and December. So no denying that. The reason behind this decline largely is the fact that the NFO party that the mutual fund industry was enjoying, that has completely fizzled out. In fact, look at, this is paltry, 350 crores. That is how much mutual funds have garnered through NFOs or new fund offerings this year. Just 7 NFOs, by the way, in the month of April. However, the rest of the picture, like I said, is actually pretty intact. Flows going into large cap funds, mid cap funds, small cap funds, not too bad at all. Large caps, in fact, at 2,600 odd crores, fairly steady. Ditto for mid cap funds. Small cap funds have actually done better. Remember, the market had rebounded in April. So the investor interest in this side of the market is still very much alive. 4,000 crores came into small cap funds in the month gone by. Let's now talk about the hybrid category. For me, that really stood out as a trend. Clearly, the market is volatile. There's a lot of uncertainty. And it seems that investors are willing to put some money out there in hybrids to sort of balance it out, asset allocation as it's called. This figure, 14,250 odd crores, is the highest that we've seen in the hybrid category in the last many months. Clearly the highest in over at least 1.5 years or so. So hybrid is one important trend. The SIP number is rock steady and solid. No problems there whatsoever. 26,630 odd crores. That's the highest SIP contribution that the mutual fund industry has gathered. The industry bodies also clarified that they've been undertaking a cleanup exercise of sorts of shutting down the SIPs where flows are not coming in or very paltry. So that's something that's underway as well. By the end of it all, the total AUM of the industry has inched up and it's now almost at 70 lakh crores. So that's a sizable and hefty number as well. Mary, let me ask you about this, and this is really the question that I had in mind. There's no denying the fact that the monthly firepower that MFs were drawing in on the equity side, that has come down, right? Because from, like I said, 40,000 crores, now it's about 26,000 crores. Could this become a concern for the market in terms of just, having enough liquidity, having the strength to go in and buy at some point if this trend continues?
Liquidity, I don't think it would be a problem immediately, frankly, because mutual funds are sitting on cash that you can see at the end of every month. Yeah. The good thing is now, while NFOs have slowed down and the net equity number probably has slowed down a bit, you have FIs jumping into the fray who were absent for a while. So I think something comes up. I think India is a lucky market. Everybody like India. And I would not be too concerned. As you rightly pointed out, most of the delta, the negative delta is because of NFOs. But that is a function of sentiment, right? Yeah. The markets have not... market does back. Absolutely.
I just want to, guys, take note of the news which is coming in. It's Friday as well, which is the fact that that Yes Bank deal has finally gone through. And I don't know if Mihir wants to offer generally a broad industry comments, but
when it rains, it pours. You were just saying, right? So much news in the market.
I'm not going to put you on the spot, but the news is. Let me just sort of quickly address this. So, Sumitomo is essentially going to buy. This is Sumitomo Mitsui Banking Corporation is going to buy 13.19% stake of Yes Bank at 21 rupees and 50 paise per share. For a consideration of 8,800 odd crore rupees. So that is news which is coming in and breaking right now. I think this has been talked about for quite a while, and there are some estimates that suggest that this is meaningful to SBI's FY26 PAT. Could be as high as about 10%, 8-10% of FY26 SBI earnings. Which are projected for State Bank of India. So I think it's a big deal in that particular sense.
I think back of the envelope calculation, the 8 to 10% would be if they sold the 20%. I think since they've gone and sold around 13% approximately, so it could be maybe a little less than that. But it frees up some capital as well, and they'll make a gain because they've acquired these shares at around 10 rupees. So it's a good gain that they'll be getting out there. Mir, you want to comment on this, this transaction, and what does it do? Because suddenly now you have a lot of interest in some of these banking names as well.
Absolutely. So I don't want to comment on this transaction per se, but overall I think it's a good affirmation of the faith of the faith in the Indian banking system, I would say, and you had a situation where there was a crisis a few years ago, and all the players in the system, whether it's the regulators or the industry, they came together and fixed it. So I think it's a good example. It kind of gives a lot of confidence in the India banking system and the India growth story.
Okay, I think we'll leave it at there. Mihir, thank you very much for dropping by. Appreciate your time here on CNBC-TV18 and the program as well. Thank you very much. I think we can wrap up things here on this edition of Editors Roundtable.
Absolutely. It's been more than a busy week. Plenty. As we wind down this session, of course, we are hoping that things normalize, stabilize a little bit. We'll come back and pick up the action bright and early on Monday morning. Till then, keep watching. News and updates continue on CNBC-TV18.
Hello and welcome to Business 360. I'm Archana Solanki. Here are the headlines we're tracking this evening. Tensions flare along the line of control overnight. The Indian Army says it has effectively repulsed multiple drone attacks by the Pakistan Army, which targeted military stations at Jammu, Pathankot and Udhampur. 45 Pakistani drones taken down at various places between Ladakh and Bhuj. Heavy shelling is reported in several J&K districts. The BSF says it has foiled a major infiltration bid, killing at least 7 Pakistani terrorists. Top ministers chair key meetings to review preparedness as tensions between India and Pakistan escalate. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh meets the 3 service chiefs at South Block. Home Minister meets the BSF and the CISF top brass. Health Minister JP Nadda reviews health infrastructure preparedness across hospitals. Government directs airlines and airports to enhance security measures. Passengers may have to face longer waiting time at airport entrances for verification, increased screenings, among others, over the next 10 days. Airlines advise passengers to report at the airport at least 3 hours before the flight departure. Market snaps a 3-week gaining streak amid an escalation in India-Pakistan tensions. Sensex, Nifty and the Midcap index fall 1% each. Nifty Bank slips 3%. 39 Nifty stocks give negative returns this week. SBI to sell a 13% stake in Yes Bank to Sumitomo Mitsui Banking Corporation for close to 8,900 crore rupees. The deal will leave SBI 11% in Yes Bank. Investor money into equity mutual funds drops for the 4th month in a row in April, accentuated by a feeble new fund offer pipeline. But debt funds see a surge in interest and a 2-month outflow streak comes to an end. Hybrid funds are also in vogue, clocking the highest inflows in the last 5 months. The Indian Premier League IPL has been suspended for a week as tensions between India and Pakistan escalate. The match between Punjab and Delhi that was being played in Dharamshala last night was stopped midway into the first innings. China's exports to the US plunged 21% as President Trump's tariffs bite, but China's total exports in April rise 8%, with EU, ASEAN, Latin America and Africa offsetting the decline in shipments to the US. Telecom regulator recommends allocating spectrum for satellite communication providers like Starlink, Jio and OneWeb for a period of 5 years, proposes to levy 4% of their adjusted gross revenue as spectrum charges. Elon Musk's social media platform X blocks over 8,000 accounts in India after receiving executive orders from the government. Says the accounts include international news organizations and prominent users. Adds that while it disagrees with the order, it has complied so as to remain accessible in India. Pope Leo calls for a united church as he holds his first mass at the Sistine Chapel. He is the first North American pope and the first pontiff to take the name Leo in 122 years. Said that it thwarted multiple drone attacks by the Pakistani army overnight, which were targeted at military stations at Jammu, Pathankot and Udhampur. The army said that Pakistan also resorted to numerous ceasefire violations along the line of control in J&K. At least 45 drones were taken down by the Indian air defense systems at various places between Ladakh and Bhuj. As per the army, drone attacks were effectively repulsed and a befitting reply was given. Sources in the Border Security Force said that they foiled a major infiltration bid in Jammu and Kashmir's Samba and killed at least 7 Pakistani terrorists. The Pakistan post of Dhandar also suffered extensive damage. Heavy shelling was reported in several districts of Jammu and Kashmir. The unprovoked firing by Pakistan left a trail of destruction in the border towns, with several houses and cars being destroyed in the border towns. Let's keep in mind that the government has urged all media channels, digital platforms and individuals like you and me to refrain from real-time reporting of defense operations and movement of security forces. My colleague Ishan Vani has sent us this report from Uri.
This is what remains of a shop which was on Uri Road, And this is the trail of destruction that it has left and brought with itself. Pakistan fired multiple shells at different locations, and some of them have landed in the civilian population, resulting in damage like this. The complete shop has been destroyed. You will still notice here there are shampoo pouches and soap also lying around, which the person used to sell here. And most of the stuff is not recognizable because of the impact that it has had on this particular shop. And you will also notice the shop adjacent to it has also suffered heavily because of the shelling by Pakistan. This is a safe where money is kept, and this is completely bent because of the impact that it has had, and rest of the part is unknown where it went. There's destruction that's lying all around the place, and what we have been told is that the shelling took place at night after 9 o'clock, and then it got a little intense, and it has been intense during the night time, which is resulting in a lot of panic among residents.
Defence Minister Rajnath Singh met the three service chiefs at South Block. The Government of India has empowered the Chief of the Army Staff to call every person enrolled in the Territorial Army or TA to provide critical support for national security. Home Minister Amit Shah met the top brass of the BSF and the CISF to review the situation and airport security arrangements. Health Minister JP Nadda reviewed the health infrastructure preparedness across hospitals. Us right now with more on the key defence infra being deployed in the ongoing India-Pakistan conflict. Over to you, Parikshit.
Well, let's look at India's air defence shield, which came to our rescue and neutralised Pakistani drones and missiles. Let's look at the Barak missile first. This is a surface-to-air missile system developed jointly by Israel and India. It has a range of 150 kilometers. The Barak 8 can engage multiple targets simultaneously. The speed is Mach 2 or 600 meters per second. You also have the Akash, which is an India-made medium-range movable surface-to-air missile. It has a range of 25 kilometers and can simultaneously engage multiple targets in group mode or autonomous mode. The speed is Mach 2.5 or more than 850 meters per second. Then you have the Russian origin S-125 Pechora surface-to-air missile that can engage drones, fighters and helicopters. The range is 30 kilometers and has a speed of Mach 3.5 or 1.2 kilometers per second. You also have the indigenously made Samar platforms, a surface-to-air missile for assured retaliation against low-flying targets. The range is 30 kilometers and the speed is over 850 meters per second. You've got the L-70 anti-aircraft guns, originally made by Sweden's Bofors, and this is used against radar-dodging drones, and this has a range of up to 4 kilometers, can fire 330 rounds per minute. You also have the Shilka system, which is of Russian origin. It has a range of over 20 kilometers per second. It can engage multiple targets simultaneously. Lastly, we have counter unmanned aerial systems, which have DRDO-developed counter-drone systems with hard kill capabilities and can jam, disrupt and disable drone communication as well. To take the India-Pakistan situation forward, we are now joined by General Bikram Singh, former Chief of the Army Staff. General Singh, thank you very much for joining us, waiting patiently. Let me begin by asking you, now there are reports coming in that Pakistan may have fired close to 400 or 500 drones at India last night. What do you think was Pakistan's intention in doing so?
Look, the intent is very clear. After we took on the 9 terrorist hubs in Pakistan of the terrorists of Jaish-e-Mohammed and of Lashkar-e-Taiba, this was expected. So in keeping with the statement of the Chief of the Army of Pakistan, they have launched this counter-offensive, I would say, and tried to neutralize some of our installations, military installations, some of the civil areas of ours. This is what has happened in the last few hours. But then, of course, our response has been very robust. We have taken down 45 drones, as you just brought out. And I think we have given them a bloody nose, which was required.
Right. I would like to ask you about the role of General Asim Munir in these operations. What do you think his larger game plan is? It is being said that his speech made earlier...
Gone beyond the situation. The questions you are asking are very elementary, because I think we have gone beyond a stage where he's shown his intent. It's very clear. It's a response, it's a riposte to what we had done at the 9 terrorist locations, having neutralized them. So he's come about. His aim is very clear, intent. But let me tell you, since you've asked me this question, perhaps there must be a lot of things which are bothering him at this point of time. One is his stature, his locus standi in the environment in Pakistan. That was suffering. He's not a very popular journal. People do not like him. The civilians do not like him. The masses do not like him. So this is one way to perhaps get into the good books of the population, rally the people around him for what he's doing. And I think that is one of the reasons he's done this. The other is he has been emboldened, certainly, ostensibly by the support that he's getting from Turkey and from China, because knowing very well that they have the war endurance only for 4 days. And the way he's going about it, it looks he's going to prolong it further. That means the war endurance has been actually bolstered by China and by Turkey. And that is something perhaps of concern to us. We got to wait and watch and also monitor what kind of help is coming in. But certainly the terrorists who were caught, who were killed, I beg your pardon, the satellite equipment which was used by the terrorists at Pahalgam, they alluded to Chinese equipment being used by them in the satellite communications. So assistance is coming in from the allies, from the partners of Pakistan, but we got to wait and watch and see how things go. But otherwise, definitely, the chief of the Pakistan Army is at the moment more interested in, I would say, restoring his image in the environment, which has suffered over the years. And this is one of the, initiatives that he's taken.
Right. We saw an important notification, General Singh, from the government of India. That was to empower the Chief of Army Staff to call in the Territorial Army. It said that there are 32 infantry battalions in the Territorial Army, and there will be an embodiment of 14 of them. What does this imply, and when was the last time this was done, sir?
Look, the embodiment of the TA battalion goes on from time to time. Like, for example, number of times we have done it for J&K. These battalions are actually requisitioned. They have a nucleus of the regular officers, JCOs and men. And we have the civilians coming in who come and take on their responsibilities and their duties. Essentially, TA battalions in this kind of a situation are used for the logistic echelons to ensure the lines of communications are secured, through which the logistic echelons have got to pass, through which the combat echelons have got to be staged forward. The security of the lines of communication takes place, and also the security of various vulnerable areas and vulnerable points. And when I say vulnerable areas, these are the airfields. Anything which is beyond the diameter of 400 meters in diameter becomes vulnerable area. Smaller installations are vulnerable points. And this is a military jargon, the military parlance that we use. So these vulnerable areas are guarded by TA battalions, and that's the reason they've been requisitioned, and they will continue to be there. And we've been doing this in the past. It's been happening for J&K, for the Northeast. We've been requisitioning these from time to time.
Right. So you said in your opening remarks that we've given Pakistan a bloody nose, and General Munir is now desperate to defend himself. At this stage, when you're wounded, what will it take Pakistan to stop? We have made it very clear that we're not the people escalating here. The original escalation was in Pahalgam. But the response of Pakistan is not in our control. At what stage do you think Pakistan will stop and come to the talking table to bring things down?
You see, there are various factors to be considered in this. One, of course, is the internal pressure on him, coming from the population, coming from his own military. Let me tell you, their morale is down. The entire military is not with him, because the people didn't want to get into this kind of an affair. But he's done it for his ulterior personal motives. That is one. Number two, we got to have our diplomatic initiatives ensuring that no further support comes in from China and from Turkey to Pakistan. That's important. And I think we got to be cautious of the fact that this should not become a market. This arena should not become a market for the weapon manufacturing countries of the world. That's my worry. Like Afghanistan was there, and at the moment you find Ukraine is another arena, West Asia is an arena where countries want this kind of thing to go on, and especially countries that are weapon manufacturing, ammunition manufacturing countries, because that's a market for them. We got to watch against that, and because what is of concern is the statement given out by the Vice President of the United States. I mean, granting him the fact that he's an ex-Marine Corps officer, though he was a journalist in the Marine Corps. But then, of course, I can understand, the soldiers are supposed to speak, like a soldier, devoid of the requisite diplomacy. So what he said that he had nothing to do with this area, I think that is something we've got to take into account. because pressures have got to be mounted if Pakistan has to be brought onto the line. But before that, we've got to keep on hammering Pakistan and not wait, not think that the thing should stop. Our endeavor should be to go till the end and hammer them hard. That should be our aim.
Right. Right.
Let them get onto their knees.
Feel that perhaps
Let them get onto their knees. That is what we should ensure.
That's
and
an
then
important point, sir.
Yeah.
Do you feel now this that were used last night were of Turkish origin? There are Chinese radars there which have been attacked and damaged as well. Do you think the support to Pakistan is worrying for us as well? And you know what the Vice President said yesterday, that is a bit concerning, because going to the extent of saying that what's going on between you two is none of my business.
Exactly. No, you're right. You see, your first point regarding, time to sort of eliminate Pakistan's capability of waging, proxy war against us. Well, I think it's a very, very difficult thing that you asked for, because, terrorists are an asymmetric enemy. They merge with the locals. They blur the distinction between combatant and non-combatants. They blur the distinction between strategic and tactical arena. They blur the distinction between front and the rear. Terrorists are everywhere, if you ask me frankly. We got hold of some people the other day in various states in Punjab, for example, Amritsar and all that. The agents, the fifth columnists of the terrorists and of Pakistan Army moving around. So this is, I would say, an invisible kind of a force which takes on its adversaries. It is a weapon of the weak. Militaries that are conventionally weak, which cannot fight a conventional war, resort to this kind of. They have talked about it. So this strategic asset, you must have seen, the last fights being held of the terrorists. The military hierarchy was over there. I mean, it's never heard of, never seen. The national flag was over the coffin of one of the terrorists. I mean, this kind of a thing, if it goes on, this shows the kind of the importance the terrorists have for the Pakistani army. So if that be so, it becomes a critical, I would say, element in the combat part of Pakistan Army. It is the center of gravity, if you ask me frankly, in the operations. And I think we got to be very, very careful of this, because if you see whether it was Iraq war, if you see Ukraine war and Russian war at the moment, the asymmetric angle, when it comes into the conventional war fighting, the warfare gets prolonged. This is something we have to guard against. But if you ask me frankly, I've been a corps commander. I've done 5 tenures in Jammu and Kashmir. It is well nigh impossible all over the world, by all armies of the world, to put an end to terrorism. It has to come from within the people of that country, because it is the local support. It is the support by the Pakistani military, which is giving them wings and giving them the power and the strength to maneuver and take on the Indian army. So it has to start from there. Yes, we can continue to hammer them, continue to neutralize them, which will carry on. But stopping this, the epicenter, putting an end to this epicenter, I think plugging it for good requires international intervention support. You look at what United States did. I mean, they ran away, they got away from Afghanistan. You see, they had gone there to put an end to global war on terrorism. And so there has got to be an international will in this case. India alone cannot do it. We require international will to support India in this endeavor.
Right. General Singh, my final question to you would be, today we are proud of our soldiers who have done a tremendous job of securing us. We're sitting in studios over here. It's very easy for journalists to talk, but they are the ones who are actually fighting. And we've been telling all our viewers not to share operational details, not to give out videos whenever there is a drill out. We cannot be helping Pakistani forces in any way. But what would your advice to the nation, to the forces and the government also be? At the end of the day, these are two nuclear-powered, nuclear-capable nations. And in Pakistan, you're not really dealing with the civilian government. The people who are in control are the army. Now, when we're dealing with this kind of a Pakistan, what kind of things do you need to be wary of? What do you feel are points of concern for us over the next few days? Your final thoughts.
Right. The first question was, you asked what should we be doing, as to the message to the nation. First thing is that I think I would appeal to the good sense of all citizens, all worthy members of our nation, to fulfill their obligations towards the Constitution, towards the nation, towards the Tiranga, and abide by the instructions given out both by the Honorable Prime Minister, Raksha Mantri, and when I say both, it's Raksha Mantri and the Ministry of Home Affairs, But certainly what the Honorable Prime Minister has said, what has come out, we must adhere to those aspects. The other thing is that at this point of time, we got to ensure that the communities in the hinterland, they get together, they keep their eyes and ears open to ensure that no fifth columnist, no negative element, no spy, no agent of the Pakistan can operate in our areas and do something. And of course, the national morale is something which actually boosts the morale of a soldier. So if the nation is united, if the nation sends out the correct vibes and correct messages, and they're together, you will find that the morale of the soldiers will be up. That is very important. And getting onto the military side, I think we need to continue to safeguard, use our AD weapon systems to ensure we take on the missiles and take on their aerial weapons which they are using against us. Those have got to be ensured. And of course, on the line of control, we've got to remain absolutely poised to take on any actions of theirs. But here I would like to bring out a point again. I think it's high time to perhaps shift our gears from a more defensive, more reactive strategy to a more proactive strategy. I think it's high time. It will also be having a requisite deterrence on Pakistan, on the Pakistani chief. We cannot continue to rely on the strategy of ki wo hame marenge, hum unko marenge, and we keep talking of non-escalatory, profile. I think we ought to stay away from this and tell them point blank, state our threshold of tolerance, that no more. You do this, we are going to hammer you very, very hard. I think that is what is required at this point of time. And of course, we got to remain on guard. Our people are geared up. The decisive operations, if you ask me frankly, have not yet started. But we should remain on guard. When I say decisive operations, you see, when you see the conventional war fighting, the first phase is, seizing initiative. We had seized the initiative with regard to the terrorist 9 camps. They have also seized the initiative. They have struck at various places, 15 places last night, and their drones, 45 drones, which we brought down. They were trying to actually inflict, damage on us. We've taken them on. But the conventional war fighting, which is the decisive operation, when you in war fighting after the seizing initiative, you have the decisive operations. Decisive operations have yet to start. For that, we got to remain on guard. That is the use of ground forces, their tanks, their mechanized infantry, along with the aerial strikes. Their air power. At the moment, air power has not been used by both the sides. At the moment, ground forces have not come into play, barring, of course, the fire assaults which are taking place on the line of control. We got to remain guard for this, upping the ante by Pakistan with regard to decisive phase of war fighting.
All right. So you're saying that we need to be prepared for the decisive phase of war fighting and also be changing our approach when it comes to this continuous warfare with Pakistan. We need to be more proactive rather than reactive. Thank you very much, sir, for joining us. It's a pleasure talking to you on this day. CNBC-TV18, of course, would like to inform our viewers that we are in a sensitive situation. It is of utmost importance that we bring to you only verified news. Several videos and pictures are being circulated on social media, which are either fake or related to other past incidents. The fact-check unit of the Press Information Bureau has clarified on claims on social media. Santya Gora joins us now. Santya, over to you.
See, the misinformation warfare, a key tool of a non-kinetic attack against India, continues. The list of fake, old, unrelated videos, pictures and fake messages being circulated is getting longer every minute. The situation is so severe that, in fact, videos of video games are being circulated and passed off as attack or strike videos. Anticipating the use of misinformation in this social media era, at a time when tensions between India and Pakistan are escalating, the Indian government issued an advisory asking citizens to rely only on official Indian government handles. Let's take a look at some of these fake claims. The first one is a viral WhatsApp message is being circulated claiming ATMs will be closed in India for the next 2 to 3 days. The Indian government has busted this claim and clarified that this message is absolutely fake. ATMs will continue to operate as usual. Another fake claim is Pakistani social media handles claiming that a Sukhoi was shot down in Muzaffarabad, capturing an Indian pilot alive. The Indian government has clarified that this is not true at all. The said Sukhoi of the Indian Air Force is the one that crashed at Undre Vasti of Kulwadi village near the Pune-Ahmednagar highway in Maharashtra on 14th October. Next fake claim is that Pakistan launched a multiple launch rocket system attack on India. The Indian government has said that this claim is fake too, and this is as fake as it gets. because the video is from a video game and has been online for over 3 years. So clearly it has no connection to the current India-Pakistan situation. This fake claim, this one came this morning, and the claim is that Hazira port in Gujarat has been attacked. The Indian government has said that there is absolutely no truth to this claim. This one is an unrelated video confirmed to depict an oil tanker explosion. The video is dated 7th July 2021, a 4-year-old video. We have been highlighting this particular fake claim since morning, and we are repeating it considering its significance. The fake claim is that entry to airports across India has been banned. This claim is fake. The Indian government has made it clear that no such decision has been taken. Apart from these fake claims of a Fedayeen attack, there are other fake claims as well. Fake claims of a Fedayeen attack on an army base, or fake claim of a drone being shot down, and a fake claim of the Indian army attacking its own citizens are also being circulated. Authentic and verified information during such sensitive times becomes even more crucial, and that's why we at CNBC-TV18 are running only and only authentic and verified information.
All right, thank you, Sandhya, for that. Moving on, the State Bank of India to sell 13% stake in Yes Bank to Sumitomo Mitsui Banking Corporation. The transaction will be worth 8,889 crore rupees at 21.50 rupees a share. Ritu Singh joins us now with the details. Ritu, are other banks looking to offload their shares as well?
Yes, they are indeed, and they've already made that disclosure. We're waiting for individual confirmations, but yes, one of Japan's largest bank, SMBC Sumitomo, is set to acquire 20% stake in Yes Bank, and it's bringing to a close really what has been more than a year-long process. Of course, the deal is still subject to all sorts of approvals, including from Reserve Bank of India and Competition Commission of India. For now, it's one of the largest investors in the bank, State Bank of India, which holds close to about 24% stake in Yes Bank, has agreed to sell 13.19% stake in Yes Bank to SMBC at rupees 21.50 per share. Keep in mind, all of these banks had acquired shares in Yes Bank as part of the restructuring plan back in 2020 for 10 rupees at that face value. So this is a 115% kind of ROI that the banks will get from this share sale. Even after selling 13.19%, SBI will continue to hold more than 10% stake in Yes Bank. Apart from this, a clutch of other banks that had stake in Yes Bank have also agreed to sell to SMBC. These include HDFC, ICICI Bank, Kotak Bank, Federal Bank, Axis Bank, IDFC and Bandhan Bank, collectively selling 6.8%. So 13.19% from SBI and 6.8% from these other banks, taking the total stake that SMBC will hold in Yes Bank at about 20%. As of now, it is unlikely this will trigger an open offer, but the key remains getting that Reserve Bank of India approval, and that is the next step to watch out for. It is going to be a long-winded process. Also keep in mind, SMBC also has majority stake, 74% in Fullerton, India as well. The question, of course, that everybody is now going to be asking is whether at some point in the future, SMBC will choose to merge the two entities, or will it be allowed to keep them separate? So lots of developments to watch out for, but now, yes, 20% stake in Yes Bank subject to approvals.
Right. Thank you, Ritu, for that. With that, it's a wrap on this edition of Business 360. More news and updates continue right here on CNBC-TV18.
Hello and welcome to this very special edition of the Global Dialogue. I'm Shireen Bhan. Let me try and introduce my guest to you today. In his own words, he's a made-in-India product, having gone through the Indian education system, started his career at Nestle, worked at Pepsi, Citi, and then spent over a decade at MasterCard, and then has made a very unusual turn, taking over as the president of the World Bank Group. His mandate, again in his own words, is to make the bank bigger, bolder, better. Joining me today on this very special CNBC-TV18 exclusive is the man himself, Ajay Banga. What an absolute pleasure. Thank you very much for joining us. And may I say, welcome home.
Thank you very much, It's nice to be back.
Well, it's great to have you here, Ajay. Since you are here in India, let me double down on your view on India to start with. The World Bank estimates a growth of 6.7% over the next 2 years for India, but you do believe that we need to do 7.8% on an average over the next 22 years to be able to get to that high income aspiration by 2047. As you look at India today, size up the opportunity for me.
Look, I think first of all, I think the opportunity of becoming a fully developed country is a really cool target to aim for. Because I think when you set up a target like that, you set up a plan like that, you can get people driven and motivated with a single vision of where they want to go. So I'm a full believer in that perspective. Getting from here to there, I don't measure things in straight lines, and therefore I don't really care about the 6.7 and the 7.8, because you will have years when things will work better. You will have years when things will be difficult. Part of those will be outside of your control as a country. Part of those will be within your capacity as a country. The important thing to do is to figure out what you can do in your capacity to insulate yourself to the maximum extent possible from the vicissitudes of global economic systems. So right now, for example, the global economic system was powering along just fine. We do have challenges currently. People believe that those challenges caused by a change in geopolitics, by the circumstances around tariffs, could create a slowdown. No one's been able to show that yet, because if you look at the US numbers, they're still powering along. So I think you've got to try to take this one step at a time rather than read too much into any one direction.
So you don't believe we're heading into a situation where global growth is going to be impacted severely on account of the tariff uncertainty and the possibility of a recession in the US?
I think those are all possibilities, probabilities. As my old boss Bob Rubin used to say, life is full of probabilities. These are probabilities. My way of thinking about it is, if things continue the way they are today, meaning if uncertainty and volatility remains part of the system, then definitely there will be a slowdown in global growth. But you don't know that. You don't know if tomorrow or the next 10 days, 2 or 3 trade deals get signed, and all of a sudden people will say less uncertainty and it changes. So my own vision of this is, compared to where we were a little while ago, it is more volatile today. There's no doubt on that. Volatility creates uncertainty for a CEO, for an investor. People will hold back on 10, 20, 30-year decisions. It takes a little while to turn that tide. So that will be a problem if it continues for a while, but you don't know how long it'll continue for.
No, we don't know. And you talked about trade deals. And one, of course, is, the UK-India FTA has finally been done after many years of negotiation. And President Trump tweeting, saying that there is a possibility of a deal being done later this evening. And in all likelihood, it's going to be the agreement with UK. As we look at these bilateral agreements being signed up, how do you see this next wave of globalization, so to speak? Because there are concerns that we're retreating from globalization, but are we perhaps in a new era of globalization?
So somebody asked me this the other day, and I said to them, actually, this change of the model has been going on for a little while. So if you look at the data, in the last 10 years, 100 different regional and bilateral trade deals have been signed. If you go back 20 years, 250 of them have been signed. Today, there are 375 plus regional and bilateral trade deals operating. It's just that the public conversation was not about this, and now it's got focused onto this issue of bilateral and regional trade deals. The reason that this model has been changing over time is, I think, quite fundamental, and the real fundamental issue is the idea that you could outsource an OECD job to a developing country by changing the location where something was made because of a change or because of an arbitrage in labor costs. And eventually, also an arbitrage in logistics, because these developing countries tend to do logistics very efficiently when they start from scratch, right? So if you moved a T-shirt manufacturer from the Carolinas to Vietnam, you went there originally because of the labor cost difference. And eventually, you also got a logistics cost benefit. And so you stuck around there, and in theory, you created jobs in Vietnam, and Americans got T-shirts cheaper. Yep. And then macro, America should have been doing more digital, less T-shirt manufacturing, also good at a macro level. At a micro level, the person in the factory in the Carolinas, their life changed. And unless you believe that that is a one-to-one relationship where that person seamlessly moved into an outstanding, higher productivity, higher paid job, which did not happen, then you have to believe that this model cannot persist forever. All you're seeing today in the political firmament is that coming to be seen in the developed world. And I think, therefore, what you're going to find is jobs being created in the developing world, critical factor of jobs, but being created probably in sectors that don't rely as much on the preponderance of global trade caused by labor cost arbitrage or logistics arbitrage. And I think some other form, which I'm happy to talk to you about, but that's where I think life's going.
No, so what is the new normal then likely to be when we talk about this reset, this global reset that you just kind of alluded to? And in the context of this global reset, then how do you find India positioned?
So it's not that global trade will stop. I'm just saying relying on that as the sole engine of driving jobs in the developing world, that's something you should rethink. My belief is that jobs are even more critical in the coming 10 to 15 years than they were in the past 20. And that's because if you look at the demographic numbers in the world, the emerging markets are going to have 1.2 billion young people coming through the pipe to become eligible for a job in the coming 10 to 15 years. The same countries are currently slated to generate about 400 million jobs. Now, these are forecasts, and they're made by economists, so I would be careful about that. But we're not going to be wrong by 800 million people, right?
We hope.
No, we hope not. So and forecasts are our destiny, so you can do something about them. But you're not going to. You have to find a way to change what we're doing today if you're going to step from 400 million to 1.2. And my belief is that you'll get 5 sectors that address the topic we were discussing. That'll help to create these jobs. The first is infrastructure. It's construction, but then what it enables. Bridges, roads, airports, schools, skilling institutes, digitization, healthcare, electricity. And the World Bank is very focused in that space. The second big sector is agriculture as a business. I think the phenomenon of smallholder farmers and their children not wanting to be a farmer, selling off their property, thinking they're rich, and 4 years later ending up as urban poor is a very poor outcome of development. That's not the way to get it done. We have to find a way to get smallholder farmers' children to feel that this is a productive opportunity for them as well. That requires an example like Amul to be repeated many times over in many countries. Cooperatives that enable you to access better techniques, better technology, better growing, better fertilizer, better seeds, better water systems, better prices for your produce. AI app today that allows you to say that stain on my crop is this disease for which I can get this spray from my co-op. I don't need to be a rocket scientist to do that. I just need to be a farmer with access to a phone. That is to me a big opportunity, and the bank has said that we will put $9 billion a year into making smallholder farmers think about business of the agriculture as a real opportunity. It's not very different to what India wants to do with rural prosperity. The third is primary healthcare. So obviously a healthy labor force is important, but actually what you'll do with the right primary healthcare systems is you will create jobs for nurses and medical diagnostic readers and technicians. You'll create a job for PPE manufacturers. You'll create jobs for pharmaceutical manufacturing. You'll create jobs for midwives. Things that are not just doctors, but create a ladder of jobs that you need to provide in a growing economy of the type we are describing in the developing world. And a fourth category, and again there, by the way, in primary healthcare, we've said we'll reach 1.5 billion people by 2030 with improved access to healthcare. I mean, the other side of this is that the diseases of prosperity, blood pressure, diabetes, heart attacks, and strokes, the non-communicable diseases, if you diagnose them early, you can bring healthcare costs down in a country dramatically. So this will help with that. The fourth one is tourism. That is a more obvious one to most people, and I don't mean over-tourism, and I don't mean numbers, I mean quality tourism done the right way. I was in Sri Lanka. It's a big opportunity for them. We're not experts in tourism, but we are very good at designing skilling institutes that work backwards from what the opportunity of tomorrow's jobs will be in the private sector. Work with the private sector to run those. And the last one to me is manufacturing, both for local and regional consumption, as well as global trade, but in a way in which you create value-added jobs in the country. So if you're a country that is blessed with minerals and metals for the energy transition, extraction is not where the money is. It's the value-added processing of that extracted material that's where the value of jobs is. And I'm trying to enable people to think about whether a job with a small company, medium-sized, large one, whether as an entrepreneur, think in these 5 sectors. You will notice there's almost zero necessity here to outsource an OECD job.
You know, Ajay, you've very clearly articulated for us the 5 pillars that you believe the bank needs to focus on and governments and policymakers need to focus on to address the jobs challenge because, you know, you've said previously that jobs are the nail in the coffin of poverty. But address that in the context of the challenge that we find ourselves faced in India. You've got this young population, you've got an economy that's growing, but jobs not being created at the pace at which we need. Of those 5 pillars, what do you believe India needs to prioritize as we look at addressing this jobs crisis?
I think there's 2 things. I'll come to the 5 pillars. There's one other thing that you need to understand about jobs, which applies for India as well, but applies to many countries. And that is that to create jobs, you need 3 things to happen. You need infrastructure, what we were talking about, which India is doing a great deal of work on in the past 10 to 20 years, whether it's roads or bridges or airports or electrification and water availability. And there's work to be done on education and skilling. I don't think that task is done yet, but there's a fair amount of progress across the range. The second part is the regulations and policy clarity that enables businesses to succeed. And there, while I think India has made a lot of progress, there's much more still to be done. And I think that's a topic of regular public debate, so I'm not telling you something new. It's everything ranging from further land reform and labor reform to things in that form that enable the private sector, which is the 3rd pillar of this strategy, to actually grow and develop. 85% of jobs are created in the private sector, the overwhelming majority of them in small and medium businesses. They cannot navigate challenges on regulations and policy the way others can. And I think, therefore, thinking through these 3 pillars of infrastructure, the right kind of regulatory policy, enabling the private sector with blended finance and insurance and guarantees and the like, is how I think about the job cycle, the virtual cycle of it. India, in the context of those 5 sectors, is doing fine on infrastructure with work to be done on education and schooling. I think India can do much more on agribusiness. It has done. Amul, to me, I've been quoting Amul for the last 8 or 10 years because of my days at Nestle. I used to admire Amul for what they got done. And I think it's just one example. There are more like that. But because that one is such a shining star, I think it's worth studying and understanding and trying to replicate to the extent possible in many countries around the world, including in other parts of India. On primary healthcare, India has made progress, but there's enormous more to do. India's progress is on neonatal and maternal care and vaccinations and the like. This I'm talking about is an early diagnostic system spread across the country in a way that catches these diseases of prosperity earlier in their cycle. And in the process, you'll also catch pandemics earlier while also creating jobs. There's work there. India's tourism, much improved from earlier. But if you look at the numbers of tourists that come to India, just remember to keep it in context. New York City gets 62 million a year, just so we know what we're talking about. London gets 64 million. Paris gets 64 million. So India, with its culture, beaches, mountains, history, food, shopping, fabulous people. I mean, there's much more that we can do here. It starts with the infrastructure and works its way through. Manufacturing is the one that India is very focused on as well. And I think you guys are making enormous progress with things like what you're doing for Apple. And the circumstances around the geopolitics now means that actually India could stand to pick up some more benefit from there. But But I'm telling you, you don't create a lot of jobs by manufacturing Apple phones in the numbers that you need to change the tide in the Indian context. You do create fabulous jobs, don't get me wrong. Yeah. Anybody who works in an Apple assembly factory is very fortunate to have that job. But you're talking about a challenge of many millions more than that. That requires a focus on all those other sectors as well.
But if I could specifically talk about manufacturing, because India believes that this could potentially be the big manufacturing breakthrough in light of this global supply chain diversification, global supply chain resilience that people are talking about. You gave the Apple example as one of the examples. What do you believe needs to happen on the manufacturing side to really leverage what is opened up as an opportunity for India today? And how big of an opportunity do you really see? Do you believe this is India's manufacturing moment or could be India's manufacturing moment?
To be honest, if we don't seize it quickly, the moment will pass us by because others are moving on to it very quickly as well. So, but that doesn't mean India doesn't have an opportunity. The real issue is India's logistics cost is very high, even now. And if you look at the arbitrages I was referring to in the beginning, labor and logistics, you've got to be careful about the logistics cost, and fixing that logistics cost arbitrage is going to take some out-of-the-box thinking into how to change that. And I think those are not, it's not a one-year cycle to change that. But there's work that can be done. I believe that India has the benefit of a huge workforce that could be put to work. It will need skilling. That's why I kept talking about skilling a little while ago. I think India wants to do it. I think the Prime Minister is very clear in where he wants to go with it. So that will help on one side. Working on logistics will help. And clearing up the processes of opening a business, acquiring land, managing labor, those are going to be very important, Shireen, if you want to really get into the global supply chain the way you want to. The other thing is, what will help really in global supply chains is a zero for zero discussion. So if the trade deal that comes through is that kind of deal, boy, that will facilitate the reduction of friction enormously, which is what you need for a global supply chain. So there's a number of pieces that happen to be falling into place. And India, through its effort on infrastructure construction over the past few years, has managed to move itself into the right place. Now the question is, can you make the next move and take advantage of all that?
also get a view from you on what's happening in the region. You've just come into India from Sri Lanka. The World Bank has signed now a new agreement with the government of Sri Lanka for $1 billion. This is a complex region, and we're currently also talking about an escalation of tensions between India and Pakistan. How do you see the region, Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, Pakistan, and of course India?
Yeah, look, first of all, civilians losing their lives is a disaster anywhere in the world. For those of you who are living in India where you saw this happen a few weeks ago, you have to be feeling it even more acutely than somebody like me who now lives elsewhere, even though I understand the situation on the ground in this region well. So that goes without saying. And that creates its own uncertainties and volatility in people's minds, but this too shall pass, right? The question really is, this region, South Asia, is one of the regions in the world where intra-regional trade is abysmally low as a percentage of trade. So if you look at some trade numbers, which we started talking about the uncertainty in this space, trade has doubled in nominal terms in the last 20 years, globally. The share of the developing countries in that has also doubled from around a quarter to around a half. The share of developing countries' trade among themselves has also doubled in that period from around 20 to around 40 something. But South Asia is single digits. Africa is single digits, low double digits. Latin America and the Caribbean is similar. These three regions are not realizing the potential yet of trade among themselves as a great prophylactic from being over-reliant on one or two or three large buyers for your produce otherwise. And I think as part of this change of trade, this may be a good time as countries here strike individual deals with the US, which they should, as soon as possible to reduce the uncertainty. But at the same time, they should look at their own tariff and non-tariff barriers. The reality is that the United States has the lowest tariff barriers of any country in the world. Even before this 10% flat rate, even with the 10, it'll be one of the lowest. The developing world has far higher tariff and non-tariff barriers for various good and bad reasons. I'm not questioning the reasons. I'm just saying, is this an opportunity to change that? And everybody knows that if you reduce tariffs, while you go through some pain, eventually you get growth out of it. And so the question really is this the right time to look at facilitating greater intra-regional trade in these countries? And will that be helpful in itself? It won't all work seamlessly, but it's worth thinking through.
But is it even a possibility given the geopolitics and the history?
Everything's possible when politicians put their minds to it to find solutions. This is a political problem, not a development problem. I'm not qualified to comment on that. I'm very clear what I do, what I don't do. I don't comment on politics. But I will say the economic opportunity to me is enormous. And take for example electricity. I know that the Prime Minister has thought about this a few times, which is to think about connecting the electricity grid across at least some of these countries. And you don't have to do everything across all of them. You can pick some where there is a commonality of thinking. That would be enormously beneficial. Even Sri Lanka and India connecting an electricity grid could be enormously beneficial. And so intra-regional trade of all types is generally a good thing to explore.
Well, speaking of inter-regional connectivity, trade, let me ask you about the Indus Water Treaty, because India has decided to suspend the Indus Water Treaty at this point in time. The World Bank, in fact, has been a facilitator of the Indus Water Treaty going back to 1960 when it was inked. Have you heard from the Indian government? Is the World Bank planning to intervene in any form or fashion on this issue at this point in time?
No, I'm not. The treaty is not suspended. It's technically called something in abeyance, is how the Indian government worded it. There is no provision in the treaty to allow for suspension, the way it was drawn up. It either needs to be gone or it needs to be replaced by another one. That requires the two countries to want to agree. The World Bank's role is basically that of a facilitator if they disagree, not by us making a decision, but by us being the party that goes through a process to find a neutral expert or an arbitrator court to settle it. And we have to pay the fees of those guys through a trust fund that was set up at the bank at the time of creation of the treaty. That's our role. We have no role to play beyond that. I haven't heard from either country yet about anything to do with the Indus Water Treaty. So that's exactly where it is. I know there's a lot of speculation in the media about how the World Bank will either fix it or not, or be approached or not. It's all bunk, because we don't have that role to play. And I wish you would help me tell the media that they should take a look at the treaty and realize that the treaty is a treaty between two sovereign nations, and they have to decide whether that's what they want to continue with. It's their decision, and so be it. It's worked for 60 years through ups and downs. It hasn't worked perfectly. Both governments will tell you it's been through ups and downs. So I'm not one to argue that you shouldn't play with it or change it or amend it. I just think this is a topic for the countries to decide. And the World Bank's role is what the World Bank's role is as defined in the treaty, no more and no less.
Welcome to our special coverage on Operation Sindoor and the escalating tension between India and Pakistan. The Indian Army said that it thwarted multiple drone attacks by the Pakistan Army overnight, which were targeted at military stations at Jammu, Pathankot and Udhampur. The Army said that Pakistan also resorted to numerous ceasefire violations along the line of control in Jammu and Kashmir. At least 45 drones were taken down by the Indian Air Defence System at various places between Ladakh and Bhuj. As per the Army, drone attacks were effectively repulsed and befitting replies were given. Sources in the Border Security Force said they foiled a major infiltration bid in Jammu and Kashmir's Samba and killed at least 7 Pakistani terrorists. The Pakistani post of Dhandar also suffered extensive damage. Heavy shelling was reported in several districts of Jammu and Kashmir. The unprovoked firing by Pakistan left a trail of destruction in the border towns, with several houses and cars being destroyed in the border towns and villages. Let's keep in mind that the government has urged all media, digital platforms and individuals to refrain from real-time reporting on defense operations and movement of security forces. Ishan Vani sent us this report from Uri.
This is what remains of a shop which was on Uri Road, and this is the trail of destruction that it has left and brought with itself. Pakistan fired multiple shells at different locations, and some of them have landed in the civilian population, resulting in damage like this. The complete shop has been destroyed. You will still notice here there are shampoo pouches and soap also lying around, which the person used to sell here. And most of the stuff is not recognizable because of the impact that it has had on this particular shop. And you will also notice the shop adjacent to it has also suffered heavily because of the shelling by Pakistan. This is a safe where money is kept, and this is completely bent because of the impact that it has had, and rest of the part is unknown where it went. There's destruction that's lying all around the place. And what we have been told is that the shelling took place at night after 9 o'clock, and then it got a little intense, and it has been intense during the night time, which is resulting in a lot of panic among residents.
Joining us now to take this forward, our Lieutenant General Lieutenant Colonel Subrata Saha. He was also the former Deputy Chief of Army Staff. Lieutenant Colonel Shubhankar Mishra is also with us. Let me go across to Lieutenant General Saha first. Lieutenant General Saha, I'd also like to welcome Ashok Sajjanar, former ambassador, joining us. Lieutenant Colonel Saha, let me begin by asking you about the operation, about Operation Sindoor. At this stage, after what Pakistan did across the border, do you think Pakistan's offensive is now over?
Well, it's very difficult to forecast whether Pakistan's offensive is over or not, because Pakistan, as you can see, has achieved nothing. They carried out that horrific attack against those unarmed civilians in Pahalgam. They have been carrying out this intensive firing from across the line of control against innocent civilians. Your reporter has just shown the situation from near Uri, where we lost, I think, a lady just a little while back in this firing. And across the line of control, there have been more than, I think, almost 15 fatalities that have taken place, plus a number of people have been injured. So there are serious casualties which are happening over there because of the intensity of firing, which is there all along the line of control. You have just reported, the number of drone and missile attacks that have taken place all the way from Jammu and Kashmir right down to Gujarat. Right? And none of these have had any impact whatsoever in the face of the air defense systems of the country. So clearly they have achieved nothing. So what are they now trying? It's very evident from the attempt of this large-scale infiltration that they have tried in the Samba sector, which BSF has very successfully foiled. A group of almost, I think, 6 to 7 terrorists have been killed. So this is what now they are switching back to what they think they are good at, infiltrating terrorists from across the IVs or the line of control. So they are back to that, old trick. So to say that it's all over, I don't see that, because Munir was very delusional when he thought that he is going to be able to shift the attention away of his country from the state of affairs, whether it is in Balochistan, against the military operations that they were carrying out against Tehreek-e-Taliban Pakistan, or for that matter, the political divide within Pakistan between the supporters, his own supporters, i.e. Shehbaz Sharif's supporters, and those of Imran Khan, by carrying out this attack. On the contrary, he has got into a horrible mess now, and he does not know how to get out of it. So unless they listen to some sane advice from some friendly nations, and we've had, both the ministers from Iran and Saudi Arabia traveling to and fro, unless they are able to put in some good sense into the leadership in Pakistan, I don't see how they can get out of this mess and climb down, because as far as the US is concerned, they have told them quite categorically. I think the Secretary of State has tweeted that he has spoken to Shehbaz Sharif to de-escalate. Whether Shehbaz Sharif is able to impress that, convince himself, and be impressed that upon his army chief is a big question mark, because
all right. Lieutenant General Saha,
not known to be listening to the Prime Minister anyway.
Right. I'm going to come back to you, sir. Some very important points and questions raised by you. Lieutenant Colonel Mishra, will Pakistan stop now? Or do you think they will continue fighting, they will continue hitting Indian targets?
Parikshit, good evening to you and all the fellow panelists. See, Pakistan has got a typical problem of not believing the facts which are clearly kept open on the table. Pakistan, despite being 1/7 in the size and economy and everything being inferior, they always think that they are comparable. Not only comparable, they are better than us. So the basic problem of Pakistan is that if you remember, on 16th April, General Munir gave a statement, gave a speech rather, that India and Pakistan, they are two different nations. And Pakistan is born basically due to Kalma, and it's a country which is created by Allah. They don't realize that it's a country which is an artificial creation, and it's going to disintegrate on its own weight. Now, however, since the question of yours is very categorical that whether Pakistan will stop now, I don't think that it will stop. Pakistan is a habitual offender. You take it in like you can take it in every possibility that Pakistan will again do something which will be detrimental to its own health. We may not suffer, but Pakistan will definitely get a massive jolt this time. And but I'm very sure that they will not realize their follies and they will not realize their mistakes. And as General Sahar rightly brought out, that it's a calculation which has gone wrong by General Munir, and hopefully the good sense prevails by the advices of Iranian and Saudi ministers. Let's hope for the best. In case they don't realize it, it's going to be very costly for them.
Right. Let me get in Ambassador Sajjanhar at this point. Ambassador Sajjanhar, we had a very strong press conference by the Foreign Secretary yesterday where he held up a photograph of Hafiz Osaf Saeed at the funeral of terrorists, where the Pakistani army was also there. It was almost looking like a ceremonial funeral for terrorists. We were trying to expose the world. Simultaneously, you had our foreign envoys. I haven't seen that very often in the past, but we saw Vinay Quatra, India's ambassador to the United States, going to Fox News, giving an interview on what has happened on the line of control and the international border. Mr. Doraiswamy, the Indian ambassador to UK, also giving an interview to Sky News. Do you feel that India now is working on a multi-pronged strategy and also an information warfare strategy to make sure that we win this war in the long term?
Yes, thank you very much, Parikshit. You are right. I think right from the word go, on 22nd April, these dastardly attacks happened. And on the 23rd, you would have seen, after the Cabinet Committee on Security, we had a number of decisions that were taken, number of initiatives that were taken. And of course, the country was asking for, was really baying for kinetic action, military action as far as India is concerned, retribution to Pakistan for this dastardly attack. But, it was a multi-pronged strategy right from then onwards. And you would see that, the main part of that was to keep the Indus Water Treaty in abeyance. I think that is so significant. And, that is such a huge blow that we really need to recognize it as such, because that is going to have not only a short-term, medium-term, but a long-term impact as far as Pakistan is concerned. And I think it also needs to be kept in mind, Parikshit, that, after 1960, when this treaty was signed, we have had so many multiple wars, we have had multiple conflicts, and we have had multiple times that Pakistan has intruded into our territory. On 26/11, that was a huge attack launched by 10 of its terrorists in India. But even then, we did not take the decision to abrogate or suspend or put in abeyance the Indus Water Treaty. But this time we have done, and the impact is going to be felt very soon, because this is also the sowing season. India has said that we are not going to be sending water from our dams, Salar dams, and the Baglihar Dam, etc. So the point I want to make is that it has been an across-the-board, multi-pronged approach as far as Pakistan is concerned. The stopping of visas, sending back all those who had come on SARC visas, sending away their defense attaches, closing the Atari integrated checkpost, etc., etc. So I think here also what you mentioned about Vinay Quatra and Vikram Doraiswamy, I think that is very important. This is a strategy that, we have not employed in the past. The Israelis have done it, very often and with very good effect. And I think Pakistan has so far been taking it brazenly. You know, it has really normalized its support to terrorism. Otherwise, you know, you would see that for the 20 years from 2001 till 2021, when the NATO and ISAF forces were in Afghanistan, Pakistan was supporting the Taliban. That was the terrorist group going and killing Americans and the NATO personnel in Afghanistan. But still, meaning it was business as usual, even as far as after Osama bin Laden was found there. So, you know, it had normalized all of it. But I think now we are taking this forward, and particularly this, Rauf Azhar, who's been killed in Bhavalpur. I think we really need to project that what the Americans were not able to do to get the killer of Daniel Pearl, India has been able to do it. And so I think this is something, whether it is in front of IMF, FATF, this is something that we need to take to international fora and also decision-making entities. Parikshit, if you permit, I'll just like to add one more word, just one more word. And that is, you know, what my fellow panelists have said, it is true, but I don't think good sense is going to come to Pakistan. What will really have an impact is the pressure from its, friends and partners like Saudi Arabia, like UAE, who've always been funding Pakistan whenever it has been under problems, you know, and the United States. Put pressure on it. Only that will succeed. If you believe, you know, if you trust that good sense will prevail, no, I have no hope on that. Parikshit.
Right. We are going to take a short break, but we'll request all our guests, Lieutenant General Saha, Lieutenant Colonel Mishra, and Ambassador Sajjanar to stay with us. We'll be right back. All right, you're following our coverage of Operation Sindoor, which is not over. The military operation continues along the LOC and the international border, and we want Pakistan now to come to the negotiating table, de-escalate and punish the perpetrators of the Pahalgam terror attack. Let's now bring back our special guests. Lieutenant General Saha, if I can begin with you now. When we attacked Pakistani terror camps, that was an offensive operation. We have now defended ourselves against escalation. What is going to be the posture of our forces now? And as all our panelists are unanimous in saying that Pakistan is not going to stop here, what is the next phase of these tensions? How would you describe that?
You see, I think India has been very, very transparent in the manner in which we are operating. I would urge that we go back to the press release of the Ministry of Defense at 1:44 a.m. On the night on which Operation Sindoor was launched. We were quite categoric to state that we are attacking terrorist infrastructure. Our response is measured, it is focused, we are non-escalatory. In the same message, we had very categorically stated that we are not attacking military targets. I think the purpose of putting that line was to tell Pakistan that should you choose to retaliate, we will get back at your military targets, because India does not have terrorist camps like Pakistan. So obviously, if Pakistan had to respond, they would be getting back at military targets. And that's exactly what they have done. They have tried to attack a number of air bases. And as the headquarter IDS confirmed last night, the 3 army headquarters at the 3 locations that the IDS release gives out. So quite clearly, what they are now, what we should expect now is that more attacks on military installations if India has to. And they have shown what they can by, in terms of, suppressing the air defense system, which was there in Lahore. What exactly was the target in Rawalpindi? I would not like to conjecture, but suffice to say that Rawalpindi is the GHQ, the General Headquarters of Pakistan, from where the complete power is drawn, if you will, of running all of Pakistan. They claim that whatever fell, it fell on the stadium, and they had to shift the Pakistan Super League match from there to Karachi. And this morning we are hearing that there was some engagement even in Karachi, the financial capital. So I'm not sure where does the PSL go next. Well, that's on a lighter wing.
General Saha, the next question, what I'd like to ask you. Now, there are multiple reports about hundreds of drones being used by Pakistan to attack military bases. Now that this phase of operation has been done, they've tested their drones. We believe that these drones were of Turkish origin, supplied by Turkey and China. They've done missile attacks at about 8 or 9 places. Now that these have been neutralized, when they were not successful in causing any major damage to the Indian military bases, what could Pakistan do next? If they want to escalate the situation, what would they do next?
Well, they have used, from my understanding, and if you see what is available in the open sources, if you see the kind of drones that they have used, they still have reserved the higher order of drones, if you will. And likewise, there is a huge arsenal of missiles which still remain to be used. And of course, the artillery, so to speak, has been used extensively along the line of control, which is yet to be used. So a higher order of drones, a higher order of missiles, and it could be, cruise, ballistic, and a whole range of missiles, if you will, and artillery. And I have not spoken about field formations, armored formations, and so on, because there were some media reports, false, which were circulating yesterday, which the Indian Army headquarters clarified to say that there has been no such movement, and I think people corrected that false rumor which was going around. So there is a whole range which is going up. And equally, if you go back to that message, if India stated very clearly in that release that we have not struck military targets, what was put out over there to say that if you choose to go up the ladder, retaliate, we will hit at your military targets. What we did not state is the next step up the ladder will be your economic targets. And what the ambassador was saying, that given the state of Pakistan, if we choose to strike at their economic targets, that is the end of Pakistan. Pakistan will be decimated, because as it is, what is their war waging potential? It is working on borrowed fuel. It is working on borrowed money from the IMF, and we all know that even the fuel on which they operate, much of it is smuggled from Iran. So, I mean, this is, as I said earlier also,
Okay.
it is completely delusional for Munir to wage the war the way he's waging.
But the worry is you cannot always trust the Pakistani army. We have to negotiate with the civilian government there. We don't negotiate with the army. They are not the ones in power, but they are the ones who actually control the reins. That is the problem. Let me also get an Ambassador Sajjanhar at this point. Ambassador Sajjanhar, did you feel worried when you heard J.D. Vance's interview to Fox News? He said that the Indo-Pak conflict is none of our business and has nothing to do with America's ability to control the situation. If you were in the MEA today, would that have been a cause for worry?
You know, it did sound a jarring note, I must confess, because number one, J.D. Vance has been here. He was here when the attack took place. He knows that, you know, Pakistan does support terrorism. There are strongholds of terrorists, and that's what we've done. So, you know, drawing this moral equivalence between the two, between the victim and the perpetrator, I thought that was not at all called for. But then, you know, after that, there has also been the statement from the State Department. Marco Rubio has spoken to External Affairs Minister, and External Affairs Minister has told him, I think, in very categorical terms, in terms of you know, his message on X that he came up with, that they had a discussion and the United States is engaged. And I don't think any of the countries really wants to see escalation. So, or any of these powers who have some access and some influence as far as Pakistan is concerned, I think they should exercise that influence. And I'm reasonably certain that Pakistan would be quite amenable to that pressure.
Ambassador Sajjanhar?
Yes.
Ambassador Sajjanhar, just wanting you to weigh in on the visit, the unannounced visit of the Minister of State for Saudi Arabia yesterday. The Iranian Foreign Minister was also here, but that was an announced visit, a scheduled visit, which was on the cards for 1 month or 2 months. The Saudi visit, we believe, was directly linked to Indo-Pak tensions. How important is the Saudi visit? Because the minister also met the Prime Minister later on.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, you know, that's what I had mentioned in my initial remarks also, Parikshit. I'd mentioned Saudi, I'd mentioned Emirati. And I think both of these countries can play a useful role, because I think we have a great deal of understanding, and there is, you know, unlike what Mr. Vance might say, or unlike what Mr. Trump even might say, saying, you know, that this conflict has been going on for centuries. So, you know, there is lack of accurate information as far as, you know, the United States is concerned on this subject. I think Saudis and Emiratis, being neighbors here, they understand, and they also understand that Pakistan has been supporting terrorism. They have come into India. They have come, you know, invested in Kashmir, Jammu and Kashmir. So I think that visit is very useful, and it's useful for us to give our point of view, although our External Affairs Minister and NSA have been speaking to our to negotiate. We don't want to be at the same table as far as Pakistan is concerned. The only thing we want is de-escalation from them, and we have told them we are in a much stronger position, that if you are going to go up the escalation ladder, we are very well, you know, prepared to do that. And at the moment, we are exercising escalation dominance. You know, we have told them that we have nothing to talk to them about except getting you know, the part of Jammu and Kashmir that they are illegally occupying. From 2019, we have said that we are not going to be speaking with them, because unless you know, there is an end to cross-border terrorism. So I don't think there is really anything to negotiate with them as such. Meaning, negotiation is something that Pakistan would desperately want,
Right.
because it would like us to have a talk on Kashmir, which it wants to, you know, the issue which it wants to internationalize. Parikshit.
Right. Very important points there, sir. Let me also get in Lieutenant Colonel Shubhankar Mishra. India has prepared its own iron shield, its air defense system, or own iron dome, so to say, over the last 10 to 15 years.
Parikshit, it's a joint effort of all three forces, and especially Air Force and Army. Like in 2018, we went into this agreement of buying 5 units of S-400 from Russia. 3 have already been operationalized, 2 we are expecting by next year. And apart from that, we have plethora of other equipment from Israel and primarily Russia. And our own old workhorse like Zu-23 and Tunguska and Shilkas, they are there. So effectively, if you see that it's an amalgamation where the surface to air and air to air cover is provided by both Army and Air Force, both the services. And yesterday also, it's not that all the targets were engaged only by S-400 because there were Army AD units also in play. The light AD regiments and other units, Akash, have been very effectively utilized, and it's a wonderful product created in-house by DRDO. So, like you said that in last 10 odd years, how we have developed, I'll just bring one point to your notice and to your viewers, that when this system was being procured, when this deal was going on, there was too much of resistance. Even almost 3 years back, America has clearly and in open, they said that they are not encouraging us buying it from Russia. And despite that, we went into this for the system and spent around 35,000 crores. I'll just again recollect, there were some activists in our country who were very keen on saying that instead of wasting money on AD system, we should open schools, hospitals, and whatnot. They must now realize that only because of this S-17, those schools, hospitals, which are existing beforehand, they are not only operating, but people are going there. And just to bring to parity to the cost, it's the value of Ladli Behan Yojana in Madhya Pradesh and Maharashtra, only 2 states for 1 year, is equivalent to 5 S-400 units. So the country needs to decide upon the priorities, whether we want to be secure. And it's a open secret and it's a old saying that क्षमा शोक की उस भुजंग को जिसके पास गरल हो उसको क्या जो दीनहीन विनीत और सरल हो. If you similarly, Israel is being respected only because of its might. So we have to create
That's right.
not only our...
Lieutenant Colonel Mishra, you've made a very important point that, you have to be powerful. Strength is respected. We need to increase our military budget. We need to get our priority right, looking at our strategic challenges that we face both with China and Pakistan. I'll request our guests to stay with us. I'm going to now cut across to the Ministry of External Affairs briefing. Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri, Wing Commander Vyomika Singh and Colonel Sophia Qureshi are set to address the media any moment now.
On the ongoing developments around Operation Sindoor. We are also joined by Colonel Sophia Qureshi and Wing Commander Vyomika Singh. With that, I hand over the floor to Foreign Secretary. Sir, over to you.
Thank you, Randeep. नमस्कार, गुड आफ्टरनून, आप सबका स्वागत है. और मैं सबसे पहले अनुरोध करूंगा कर्नल सोफिया कुरैशी से कि वो आपको आज तड़के सवेरे से हुई घटनाओं से अवगत कराएं. कर्नल कुरैशी.
थैंक यू सर. नमस्कार. 8 से 9 मई 2025 की मध्य रात्रि को पाकिस्तानी सेना ने सैन्य बुनियादी ढांचे को निशाना बनाने के इरादे से किया. यही नहीं, बल्कि पाकिस्तानी सेना ने नियंत्रण रेखा पर भारी कैलिबर वाले हथियारों से गोलीबारी भी की. अंतर्राष्ट्रीय सीमा और नियंत्रण रेखा पर लेह से लेकर सर क्रीक तक 36 स्थानों पर 300 से 400 लगभग ड्रोनों का इस्तेमाल घुसपैठ का प्रयास करने के लिए किया गया. भारतीय सशस्त्र बलों ने काइनेटिक्स व नॉन काइनेटिक साधनों का उपयोग करके इनमें से कई ड्रोन्स को मार गिराया. इतने बड़े पैमाने पर हवाई घुसपैठों का संभावित उद्देश्य वायु रक्षा प्रणालियों का परीक्षण करना और खुफिया जानकारी इकट्ठा करना था. ड्रोन के मलबे की फोरेंसिक जांच की जा रही है. प्रारंभिक रिपोर्ट्स से पता चलता है कि वे तुर्की के असीस गार्ड सोंगर ड्रोन्स हैं. इसके उपरांत रात में पाकिस्तान के एक सशस्त्र यूएवी ने भटिंडा सैन्य स्टेशन को निशाना बनाने की कोशिश भी की, जिसे पकड़ा गया और उसे निष्क्रिय कर दिया गया। पाकिस्तानी हमले के जवाब में पाकिस्तान में 4 हवाई रक्षा स्थलों पर सशस्त्र ड्रोन्स लॉन्च किए गए। इनमें से एक ड्रोन एडी रडार को नष्ट करने में सक्षम रहा। पाकिस्तान ने जम्मू कश्मीर के तंगधार, उरी, पुंछ, मेंढर, राजौरी, अखनूर और उधमपुर में भारी कैलिबर आर्टिलरी गन और सशस्त्र ड्रोन्स का उपयोग करके नियंत्रण रेखा के पार गोलीबारी भी की, जिसके परिणाम स्वरूप भारतीय सेना के कुछ जवान हताहत हुए और घायल हुए। भारतीय जवाबी कार्रवाई में पाकिस्तानी सेना को भी बड़ा नुकसान पहुंचाया गया। इसके अलावा पाकिस्तान का गैर जिम्मेदाराना व्यवहार फिर से सामने आया। 7 मई 2025 को रात 8:30 बजे एक असफल अकारण ड्रोन और मिसाइल हमला करने के बावजूद पाकिस्तान ने अपना नागरिक हवाई क्षेत्र बंद नहीं किया। पाकिस्तान अपने नागरिक विमानों को ढाल के रूप में इस्तेमाल कर रहा है, जबकि उसे अच्छी तरह से पता है कि भारत पर उसके हमले से हवाई रक्षा की तीव्र प्रतिक्रिया होगी। यह भारत और पाकिस्तान के बीच अंतर्राष्ट्रीय सीमा के पास उड़ान भरने वाले अंतर्राष्ट्रीय उड़ानों सहित नागरिक विमानों के लिए सुरक्षित नहीं है। यहाँ स्क्रीन शॉट में पंजाब सेक्टर में हाई एयर डिफेंस अलर्ट स्थिति के दौरान एप्लीकेशन फ्लाइट रडार 24 का डेटा दिखाया गया है। जैसा कि आप देख रहे हैं यहाँ पर भारतीय पक्ष का हवाई क्षेत्र घोषित बंद के कारण नागरिक हवाई यातायात से पूरी तरह से रहित है। कराची और लाहौर के बीच के हवाई अड्डे मार्ग पर नागरिक एयरलाइंस उड़ान भर रही है। हाई अलर्ट किया गया है विमान फ्लाइनेस एविएशन का एयरबस 320, जैसा कि आप यहाँ देख रहे हैं, जो कि शाम को 5:50 बजे दमम से शुरू हुआ और रात को 9:10 बजे लाहौर में उतरा। ये सारा डिटेल्स आप यहाँ देख रहे हैं, ये डिटेल्स यहाँ लिखा हुआ है। कैन यू सी दिस? भारतीय वायुसेना ने अपनी प्रतिक्रिया में काफी संयम दिखाया और इस प्रकार अंतरराष्ट्रीय नागरिक विमान सेवा की सुरक्षा सुनिश्चित की। धन्यवाद। जय हिंद।
So, good afternoon to you all. On the intervening night of 8-9 May 2025, Pakistan military carried out multiple violations of Indian airspace along the entire western border with an intent to target military infrastructure. Pakistan military also resorted to firing of heavy caliber weapons along the line of control. Along the international border and line of control, drone intrusions were attempted from Leh to Sir Creek at 36 locations with approximately 300 to 400 drones. Indian Armed Forces brought down a number of these drones using kinetic and non-kinetic means. The possible purpose of these large-scale aerial intrusions were to test the AD systems and gather intelligence. Forensic examination of the drone debris is being undertaken. Preliminary reports suggest them to be of Aziz Guard Songa drone of Turkey. Later in the night, an armed UAV of Pakistan attempted to target Bhatinda military station, which was detected and neutralized. In response to the Pakistani attack, armed drones were launched at 4 air defense sites in Pakistan. One of the drones was able to destroy an AD radar. Pakistan also carried out artillery shelling across the line of control using heavy caliber artillery guns and armed drones at Tangdhar, Uri, Poonch, Mendhar, Rajouri, Akhnoor, and Udhampur in Jammu and Kashmir area, which resulted in some losses and injuries to Indian Army personnel. Pakistan Army also suffered major losses in Indian retaliatory fire. Additionally, Pakistan's irresponsible behavior again came to fore. Pakistan did not close its civil airspace despite it launching a failed unprovoked drone and missile attack on 7th May at 8:30 hours in the evening. Pakistan is using civil airliners as a shield, knowing fully well that its attack on India would elicit a swift air defense response. This is not safe for the unsuspecting civil airliners, including the international flights, which were flying near IB between India and Pakistan. The screenshot we just showed and we shall share with you, it shows the data of the application Flight Radar 24 during a high air defense alert situation in the Punjab sector. As you have seen, the airspace on the Indian side is absolutely devoid of civil air traffic due to our declared closure. However, there are civil airlines flying the air route between Karachi and Lahore. Amongst the other civil aircraft that you can see, we have highlighted an aircraft which is Airbus 320 of Flynas Aviation, which was originated from Dammam at 1750 hours and landed later at Lahore at 2110 hours in the night. Indian Air Force demonstrated considerable restraint in its response, thus ensuring safety of international civil carrier.
Thank you, Colonel Qureshi, Wing Commander Singh. I have just a few points to share in addition. कल रात की पाकिस्तानी सेना की कायरतापूर्ण गतिविधियों से आपको कर्नल कुरैशी और विंग कमांडर सिंह ने पहले ही अवगत करा दिया है. These provocative and escalatory actions that were taken by Pakistan last night were targeted at Indian cities and civilian infrastructure, in addition to some military targets. The Indian armed forces responded proportionately, adequately, and responsibly. ये जो हमले हुए कल रात को भारतीय सैन्य इकाइयों ने पर्याप्त रूप से और एक जिम्मेदाराना रुख अपनाते हुए इन हरकतों का उत्तर दिया. What I want to underline is that the official and blatantly farcical denial of these attacks that Pakistan carried out by the Pakistani state machinery is yet another example of their duplicity and the new depths that they are plumbing in their quest for disinformation. The other point in the same vein is Pakistani claims that they did not target or attack any religious places. You would recall that yesterday I shared with you an incident related to the attack on a Gurdwara in Poonch. Instead of owning up to these attacks, Pakistan made the preposterous and outrageous claim that it was the Indian Armed Forces and the Indian Air Force that was targeting cities like Amritsar and trying to put the blame on Pakistan. This is nothing but a desperate attempt by Pakistan to disown its acts of aggression, but it is also true to type in its effort to deceive and mislead the world. It will not succeed. The Gurdwara in Poonch in particular was attacked by Pakistan, and some local members of the Sikh community, including a Ragi of the Gurdwara, lost their lives in this incident, as I shared yesterday. TV पर आप इस हमले के चित्र देख सकते हैं. In addition, that we would attack our own cities is the kind of deranged fantasy that only the Pakistani state can come up with. Perhaps they do it because they are well versed in such action, as their history would show. The last point I wanted to make this evening is again this disinformation that is coming from Pakistan about India targeting the Nankana Sahib Gurdwara through a drone attack. This is again yet another blatant lie and part of Pakistan's disinformation campaign. As we saw in the Pahalgam attack, Pakistan is again trying desperately to impart a communal hue to the situation with an intention to create discord. Again, we are not surprised. India's steadfast unity in itself is a challenge to Pakistan. Let me stop there. I have time only for a few questions and be happy to try and answer them.
First, I call Siddharth. Siddharth, please. Hi, sir. I'm Siddharth from Beyond. So this is Siddharth, behind, please.
The other Siddharth.
Yes. Hi, sir. I'm Siddharth from CNN-News-18. Sir, I only want to know from you the status of Kartarpur corridor. Is it open or not? If you can.
I think you're all aware of the situation along the entire India-Pakistan border and the areas around the line of control. In view of the existing security scenario, the services of the Kartarpur Sahib corridor have been suspended till further directions. We'll update you as and when there is a change in the situation.
We have a question here. Rishabh.
So, good evening, Rishabh from Times Now. So, you spoke about religious places being hit in Jammu. There's another religious place, which is a Carmelite nun church that has been hit. What do you have to say about it, if you can explain that to us?
Yeah, actually, we do have some information about this extremely regrettable and condemnable incident during heavy shelling across the line of control in the early morning of 7th May. A shell fired from Pakistan landed just behind the Christ School run by the Carmelites of Mary Immaculate congregation in Puj. Tragically, the shell fired from Pakistan hit the home of 2 students of the Christ School. Both students unfortunately lost their lives and their parents were severely injured. Another Pakistani shell struck a Christian convent of nuns belonging to the congregation of the Mother of Carmel, damaging water tanks and destroying solar panel infrastructure. Several priests, nuns, school staff, and local residents took refuge in an underground hall beneath the Christ School during the shelling by Pakistan. The school happened to be closed at the time, fortunately. Otherwise, more losses would have occurred. Again, we have seen the Pakistani side targeting and shelling places of worship with a particular design. This includes gurdwaras, these convents and temples. This is a new low even for Pakistan.
You have a question here, Pranay.
सर प्रणय उपाध्याय अमर उजाला से। सर कल आपने इसी पोडियम से पाकिस्तान के IMF बेलआउट को लेकर और इंडस वाटर ट्रीटी को लेकर जो टिप्पणी की थी उसकी पाकिस्तान में काफ़ी तीखी प्रतिक्रिया भी आई और उसके बाद हमने देखा कि पाकिस्तान की तरफ से किस तरीके से लेह से लेकर भुज तक पूरी बॉर्डर के ऊपर जो इन्वेजन था वो किया गया। मौजूदा सिचुएशन के अंदर पाकिस्तान के बेलआउट पैकेज को लेकर और पाकिस्तान के इन अटेम्प्ट्स को लेकर आपका क्या असेसमेंट है? और दूसरा ये भी जानना चाहेंगे कि पाकिस्तान की तरफ से ये जो अटेम्प्ट किया गया था उसका भारत ने अभी तक उस तरीके का कोई जवाब नहीं दिया गया है, तो क्या भारत इसका जवाब देगा जो कार्रवाई हुई है बीते 24 घंटों में?
देखिए प्रणय, जहाँ तक इंडस वाटर्स ट्रीटी का सवाल है, मैंने कल विस्तार से उसके बारे में इसकी चर्चा की है. Indus Water Treaty is in abeyance and as such I have nothing further to add to the decision that was announced by the Cabinet Committee on Security. जहाँ तक IMF bailout का सवाल है, आपको ज्ञान होगा कि IMF की आज मीटिंग हो रही है. हम वहाँ पे अपना पक्ष रखेंगे और जो हमारा मत है इन चीज़ों को लेके वहाँ पे साझा करेंगे दूसरे मेंबर्स के साथ. ये बोर्ड पे निर्भर है कि वहाँ पे क्या निर्णय होता है. और जहाँ तक जो कार्रवाई हुई है उसका जवाब देने का जो आपने जो प्रश्न उठाया है, जो आज ब्रीफिंग हुई है, जो आपको सूचना मिली है, मैंने भी कहा है कि जो आज सवेरे तड़के सवेरे जो गतिविधियां हुई, भारत ने उनका एक जिम्मेदाराना पूर्ण तरीके से और एक पर्याप्त तरीके से उसका जवाब दे दिया है।
सिद्धांत।
Hi, sir. Siddhant from Vion. Sir, the External Affairs Minister has spoken to many of his counterparts around the world. Yesterday, he spoke to the U.S. Secretary of State, Marco Rubio. So what were the key areas of conversations during that call?
Yes, the minister had a conversation with the U.S. Secretary of State. As you can imagine, the focus of discussions was the terrorist attack in Pahalgam and the response that India mounted after that on the 7th of May. The Secretary of State shared his thoughts on these developments with the minister. The minister deeply appreciated the US's commitment to work with India in the fight against terrorism, and he also underlined the targeted measures that India had taken in connection with Op Sindoor. The minister also underlined that India would firmly counter any attempts at escalation from there. But in follow-up to that, as you are aware, there have been a number of other conversations. The minister had a conversation with the UK Foreign Secretary, David Lammy, today. There too, the discussion centered around countering terrorism, for which there must be zero tolerance. And I understand just a short while ago, the External Affairs Minister has also spoken to the Foreign Minister of Norway, Espen Barth Eide, which was also focused on recent developments stemming from the terrorist act in Pahalgam.
One last question, Sudhi.
Sir, Foreign Secretary, thank you for doing this. Sudhi Ranjan from Bloomberg. Foreign Secretary, India had struck Bahawalpur the other day, which is also connected with the murder of one of us, journalist Daniel Pearl. If you could give us an understanding of what exactly are the reports that you're getting.
You're right. Bahawalpur is the headquarters of the Jaish-e-Mohammed terrorist group that is proscribed by the United Nations. Its leader, Maulana Masood Azhar, is a proscribed individual. It is, you brought up the connection with the tragic death or killing of Daniel Pearl of the Wall Street Journal. The Jaish-e-Mohammed was in some way directly or indirectly responsible for the death of Daniel Pearl. But the real connection is through Ahmed Omar Saeed Sheikh, the British Pakistani jihadi who was held in India but was finally released in 2000, and he was the person who lured Daniel Pearl to his eventually leading to his murder. So these are all obviously connected figures, connected individuals, connected institutions, and the attack on Bahawalpur, on that facility of the Jaish-e-Mohammed in Bahawalpur is, I would imagine, a fitting part of this unfortunate incident. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir. With that, we come to the closure of this press briefing. Thank you very much.
All right, that was Vikram Misri, the Foreign Secretary, briefing us on the incidents, on the massive tensions between India and Pakistan between the intervening night of 8th and 9th of May. Let me go across to Lord Rami Ranger, who has been waiting with us. Lord Ranger, you heard the Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri. He briefed us as to how there were more than 200 to 300 drones that Pakistan used on 36 locations in India. They were trying to target civilian areas, military bases as well. All of this being done to gather intelligence, test our air defense systems. So do you worry that Pakistan's designs are far more nefarious than we've seen already? You're on mute, sir.
Yet again, I'm disappointed with the attitude of Pakistani leaders. They never learn from the history, and history has a habit of repeating itself until we learn from it. You know, I feel very disappointed that in 1947, the Indian Muslim got 3 bites of the cherry. They got Bangladesh, they got Pakistan, and equal stake in the democratic and secular country, India. Yet, they had to attack an independent state of Kashmir, which was minding its own business and not upsetting anybody. They came in the name of religion to take over that country, and the people were looted, they were harassed, and they seek help from India. India rescued these people, and they joined hand with India, and hence that's how India's involvement began in Kashmir. Have been attacked. It is normal for the country to react as India has reacted, because it has to show that it has respect for its citizens and it will defend them as long, whatever it takes. But if Pakistan was not involved in these atrocities, they were not training the terrorists, the Prime Minister of Pakistan should have picked up a phone, called his counterpart, and expressed his regret and remorse on the tragic death of innocent tourists, defenseless,
Lord
enjoying
Ranger.
their honeymoon, enjoying.
Lord Ranger, the question that I'd also like to ask you, do you think Pakistan now stands exposed? Look at what is happening. You had the Pakistani army attending a funeral of a terrorist with the commander of the Lashkar-e-Toiba over there. That was extremely unfortunate. What kind of a message does that send out? And right now, the Foreign Secretary has also briefed that Pakistani forces attacked a Christian school along the border. 2 children were killed. They also, in their shelling, hit a church and homes in that area. They've damaged a Gurudwara with their shelling. There were 3 Sikhs who were killed there as well. Do you think now Pakistan will be exposed? There will be international pressure on them. Do you think the likes of the UK, the United States, will intervene, put pressure on Pakistan to show accountability on terrorism?
My friend, Priksha, you should know that time and time Pakistan has been exposed. Where was Osama bin Laden? Who attacked Mumbai? That's what I'm trying to say. They never learn from the history. Everybody knows there are terrorist camps. They train terrorists, they arm terrorists, and yet they deny. Luckily, we caught one of the terrorists in Mumbai attack who spilled the bean. Osama bin, they were denying time and time again. And so therefore, it is a very sad state of affair. They created a country. They're unable to manage it. They've turned that into, instead of developing the future of their citizens, after having 1 million people innocent killed during the partition of India, 15, including my father, 15 million were made refugees, including my family. Yet they do not learn. They should be grateful to what they got from India, and they should set about developing their country rather than training, people which we see on television. They are not doctors, engineers, scientists who are going to enhance the lives of people. They are killers. They are cold-blood killer. And the speech by the General of Pakistan Army, Asim Munir, was totally unacceptable speech where he says we are different. How are you different? Different because you trained a terrorist, an Indian trained scientist? You kill people and we give life to people. What kind of person will give that religiously charged speech when you are the general of the army? In the army, you got different people of different religions.
We've run out of time completely, sir, unfortunately. But it's a pleasure talking to you, and thank you so much for joining us at a time when there is a clear crisis. Thank you for supporting India, supporting our armed forces in such a big way, and our thoughts and prayers with all of those who've lost their lives, the families who've lost their loved ones, and our thoughts and prayers with our soldiers as well who are fighting for us. With that, it's a wrap on this broadcast. More of our coverage on Operation Sindoor continues right here on CNBC-TV18.
Hello and welcome to Business 360. I'm Archana Solanki. Here are the headlines we're tracking this evening. Tensions flare along the line of control overnight. The Indian Army says it has effectively repulsed multiple drone attacks by the Pakistan Army, which targeted military stations at Jammu, Pathankot and Udhampur. 45 Pakistani drones taken down at various places between Ladakh and Bhuj. Heavy shelling is reported in several J&K districts. The BSF says it has foiled a major infiltration bid, killing at least 7 Pakistani terrorists. Top ministers chair key meetings to review preparedness as tensions between India and Pakistan escalate. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh meets the 3 service chiefs at South Block. Home Minister meets the BSF and the CISF top brass. Health Minister JP Nadda reviews health infrastructure preparedness across hospitals. Government directs airlines and airports to enhance security measures. Passengers may have to face longer waiting time at airport entrances for verification, increased screenings, among others, over the next 10 days. Airlines advise passengers to report at the airport at least 3 hours before the flight departure. Market snaps a 3-week gaining streak amid an escalation in India-Pakistan tensions. Sensex, Nifty and the Midcap index fall 1% each. Nifty Bank slips 3%. 39 Nifty stocks give negative returns this week. SBI to sell a 13% stake in Yes Bank to Sumitomo Mitsui Banking Corporation for close to 8,900 crore rupees. The deal will leave SBI 11% in Yes Bank. Investor money into equity mutual funds drops for the 4th month in a row in April, accentuated by a feeble new fund offer pipeline. But debt funds see a surge in interest and a 2-month outflow streak comes to an end. Hybrid funds are also in vogue, clocking the highest inflows in the last 5 months. The Indian Premier League IPL has been suspended for a week as tensions between India and Pakistan escalate. The match between Punjab and Delhi that was being played in Dharamshala last night was stopped midway into the first innings. China's exports to the US plunged 21% as President Trump's tariffs bite, but China's total exports in April rise 8%, with EU, ASEAN, Latin America and Africa offsetting the decline in shipments to the US. Telecom regulator recommends allocating spectrum for satellite communication providers like Starlink, Jio and OneWeb for a period of 5 years, proposes to levy 4% of their adjusted gross revenue as spectrum charges. Elon Musk's social media platform X blocks over 8,000 accounts in India after receiving executive orders from the government. Says the accounts include international news organizations and prominent users. Adds that while it disagrees with the order, it has complied so as to remain accessible in India. Pope Leo calls for a united church as he holds his first Mass at the Sistine Chapel. He is the first North American Pope and the first pontiff to take the name Leo in 122 years. The escalating tensions between India and Pakistan is our top focus this evening. The Indian Army has said that it thwarted multiple drone attacks by the Pakistani Army overnight, which were targeted at military stations at Jammu, Pathankot and Udhampur. The Army said that Pakistan also resorted to numerous ceasefire violations along the line of control in J&K. At least 45 drones were taken down by the Indian air defense systems at various places between Ladakh and Bhuj. As per the Army, drone attacks were effectively repulsed and a befitting reply was given. Sources in the Border Security Force said that they foiled a major infiltration bid in Jammu and Kashmir's Samba and killed at least 7 Pakistani terrorists. The Pakistan post of Dhandar also suffered extensive damage. Heavy shelling was reported in several districts of Jammu and Kashmir. The unprovoked firing by Pakistan left a trail of destruction in the border towns, with several houses and cars being destroyed in the border towns. Let's keep in mind that the government has urged all media channels, digital platforms and individuals like you and me to refrain from real-time reporting of defense operations and movement of security forces. My colleague Ishan Vani has sent us this report from Uri.
This is what remains of a shop which was on Uri Road, and this is the trail of destruction that it has left and brought with itself. Pakistan fired multiple shells at different locations, and some of them have landed in the civilian population, resulting in damage like this. The complete shop has been destroyed. You will still notice here there are shampoo pouches and soap also lying around, which the person used to sell here. And most of the stuff is not recognizable because of the impact that it has had on this particular shop. And you will also notice the shop adjacent to it has also suffered heavily because of the shelling by Pakistan. This is a safe where money is kept, and this is completely bent because of the impact that it has had, and rest of the part is unknown where it went. There's destruction that's lying all around the place, and what we have been told is that the shelling took place at night after 9 o'clock, and then it got a little intense, and it has been intense during the night time, which is resulting in a lot of panic among residents.
Defence Minister Rajnath Singh met the 3 service chiefs at South Block. The Government of India has empowered the Chief of the Army Staff to call every person enrolled in the Territorial Army or TA to provide critical support for national security. Home Minister Amit Shah met the top brass of the BSF and the CISF to review the situation and airport security arrangements. Health Minister JP Nadda reviewed the health infrastructure preparedness across hospitals. My colleague Parikshit Luthra, who's been tracking each and every development of this big story that we are tracking, is joining us right now with more on the key defence infra being deployed in the ongoing India-Pakistan conflict. Over to you, Parikshit.
Well, let's look at India's air defence shield, which came to our rescue and neutralised Pakistani drones and missiles. Let's look at the Barak missile first. This is a surface-to-air missile system developed jointly by Israel and India. It has a range of 150 kilometers. The Barak 8 can engage multiple targets simultaneously. The speed is Mach 2 or 600 meters per second. You also have the Akash, which is an India-made medium-range movable surface-to-air missile. It has a range of 25 kilometers and can simultaneously engage multiple targets in group mode or autonomous mode. The speed is Mach 2.5 or more than 850 meters per second. Then you have the Russian origin S-125 Pechora surface-to-air missile that can engage drones, fighters and helicopters. The range is 30 kilometers and has a speed of Mach 3.5 or 1.2 kilometers per second. You also have the indigenously made Samar platforms, a surface-to-air missile for assured retaliation against low-flying targets. The range is 30 kilometers and the speed is over 850 meters per second. You've got the L-70 anti-aircraft guns, originally made by Sweden's Bofors, and this is used against radar-dodging drones, and this has a range of up to 4 kilometers, can fire 330 rounds per minute. You also have the Shilka system, which is of Russian origin. It has a range of over 20 kilometers, can fire 4,000 rounds per minute. It's lethal against small drones and helicopters. You've got the formidable S-400 air defense system acquired from Russia. It has a range of 400 kilometers to 600 kilometers and a speed of 4.8 kilometers per second. It can engage multiple targets simultaneously. Lastly, we have counter unmanned aerial systems, which have DRDO-developed counter-drone systems with hard-kill capabilities and can jam, disrupt and disable drone communication as well. To take the India-Pakistan situation forward, we are now joined by General Bikram Singh, former Chief of the Army Staff. General Singh, thank you very much for joining us, waiting patiently. Let me begin by asking you, now there are reports coming in that Pakistan may have fired close to 400 or 500 drones at India last night. What do you think was Pakistan's intention in doing so?
Look, the intent is very clear. After we took on the 9 terrorist hubs in Pakistan of the terrorists of Jaish-e-Mohammed and of Lashkar-e-Taiba, this was expected. So in keeping with the statement of the Chief of the Army of Pakistan, they have launched this counter-offensive, I would say, and try to neutralize some of our installations, military installations, some of the civil areas of ours. This is what has happened in the last few hours. But then, of course, our response has been very robust. We have taken down 45 drones, as you just brought out. And I think we have given them a bloody nose, which was required.
Right. I would like to ask you, about the role of General Asim Munir in these operations. What do you think his larger game plan is? It is being said that his speech made earlier in the month of April, when he said that Kashmir is and will be Pakistan's jugular, is linked to the Pahalgam attack. What do you think are General Munir's intentions right now?
I think we've gone beyond the situation. The questions you're asking are very elementary, because I think we've gone beyond a stage where he's shown his intent. It's very clear. It's a response. It's a riposte to what we had done at the 9 terrorist locations, having neutralized them. So he's come about. His aim is very clear, intent. But let me tell you, since you've asked me this question, perhaps there must be a lot of things which are bothering him at this point of time. One is his stature, his locus standi in the environment in Pakistan. That was suffering. He's not a very popular journal. People do not like him. The civilians do not like him. The masses do not like him. So this is one way to perhaps get into the good books of the population, rally the people around him for what he's doing. And I think that is one of the reasons he's done this. The other is he has been emboldened, certainly, ostensibly, by the support that he's getting from Turkey and from China, because knowing very well that they have the war endurance only for 4 days. And the way he's going about it, it looks he's going to prolong it further. That means the war endurance has been actually bolstered by China and by Turkey. And that is something perhaps of concern to us. We got to wait and watch and also monitor what kind of help is coming in. But certainly the terrorists who were caught, who were killed, I beg your pardon, the satellite equipment which was used by the terrorists at Pahalgam, they alluded to Chinese equipment being used by them in the satellite communications. So assistance is coming in from the allies, from the partners of Pakistan, but we got to wait and watch and see how things go. But otherwise, definitely, the chief of the Pakistan Army is at the moment more interested in, I would say, restoring his image in the environment, which has suffered over the years. And this is one of the, initiatives that he's taken.
Right. We saw an important notification, General Singh, from the government of India. That was to empower the Chief of Army Staff to call in the Territorial Army. It said that there are 32 infantry battalions in the Territorial Army, and there will be an embodiment of 14 of them. What does this imply, and when was the last time this was done, sir?
Look, the embodiment of the TA battalion goes on from time to time. Like, for example, number of times we have done it for J&K. These battalions are actually requisitioned. They have a nucleus of the regular officers, JCOs and men. And we have the civilians coming in who come and take on their responsibilities and their duties. Essentially, TA battalions in this kind of a situation are used for the logistic echelons to ensure the lines of communications are secured, through which the logistic echelons have got to pass, through which the combat echelons have got to be staged forward. The security of the lines of communication takes place, and also the security of various vulnerable areas and vulnerable points. And when I say vulnerable areas, these are the airfields. Anything which is beyond the diameter of 400 meters in diameter becomes vulnerable area. Smaller installations are vulnerable points. And this is a military jargon, the military parlance that we use. So these vulnerable areas are guarded by TA battalions, and that's the reason they've been requisitioned, and they will continue to be there. And we've been doing this in the past. It's been happening for J&K, for the Northeast. We've been requisitioning these from time to time.
Right. So you said in your opening remarks that we've given Pakistan a bloody nose, and General Munir is now desperate to defend himself. At this stage, when you're wounded, what will it take Pakistan to stop? We have made it very clear that we're not the people escalating here. The original escalation was in Pahalgam. But the response of Pakistan is not in our control. At what stage do you think Pakistan will stop and come to the talking table to bring things down?
You see, there are various factors to be considered in this. One, of course, is the internal pressure on him, coming from the population, coming from his own military. Let me tell you, their morale is down. The entire military is not with him because people didn't want to get into this kind of an affair. But he's done it for his ulterior personal motives. That is one. Number two, we got to have our diplomatic initiatives ensuring that no support, further support comes in from China and from Turkey to Pakistan. That's important. And I think we got to be cautious of the fact that this should not become a market. This arena should not become a market for the weapon manufacturing countries of the world. That's my worry. Like Afghanistan was there, and at the moment you find Ukraine is another arena, West Asia is an arena where countries want this kind of thing to go on, and especially countries that are weapon manufacturing, ammunition manufacturing countries, because there's a market for them. We got to watch against that, and because what is of concern is the statement given out by the Vice President of the United States. I mean, granting him the fact that he's an ex-Marine Corps officer, though he was a journalist in the Marine Corps. But then, of course, I can understand, the soldiers are supposed to speak, like a soldier, devoid of the requisite diplomacy. So what he said that he had nothing to do with this area, I think that is something we've got to take into account, because pressures have got to be mounted if Pakistan has to be brought onto the line. But before that, we've got to keep on hammering Pakistan and not wait, not think that the thing should stop. Our endeavor should be to go till the end and hammer them hard. That should be our aim.
Right. Right.
Let them get onto
do you
their
also
knees.
feel that
Let
perhaps
them get
this...
onto their knees. That is what we should ensure.
That's an
then ask
important
for
point, sir.
forgiveness. Yeah.
Do you feel now this is the right time for India to make sure we eliminate the ability of Pakistan to perpetrate terrorism against us? And do you feel that the fact that China and Turkey are supporting Pakistan right now, in fact, some of the drones that were used last night were of Turkish origin. There are Chinese radars there which have been attacked and damaged as well. Do you think the support to Pakistan is worrying for us as well? And what the Vice President said yesterday, that is a bit concerning, because going to the extent of saying that what's going on between you two is none of my business.
Exactly. No, you're right. You see, firstly, your first point regarding, time to sort of eliminate Pakistan's capability of waging, proxy war against us. Well, I think it's a very, very difficult thing that you asked for, because, terrorists are an asymmetric enemy. They merge with the locals. They blur the distinction between combatant and non-combatants. They blur the distinction between strategic and tactical arena. They blur the distinction between front and the rear. Terrorists are everywhere, if you ask me frankly. We got hold of some people the other day in various states, in Punjab, for example, Amritsar and all that. The agents, the fifth columnists of the terrorists and of Pakistan Army moving around. So this is, I would say, an invisible kind of a force which takes on its adversaries. It is a weapon of the weak. Militaries that are conventionally weak, which cannot fight a conventional war, resort to this kind of warfare. And this has been the strategic asset for Pakistan's army right throughout. You've seen from Musharraf's statements and coming on to now the present chief. They have talked about it. So this strategic asset, you must have seen, the last rites being held of the terrorists. The military hierarchy was over there. I mean, it's never heard of, never seen. The national flag was over the coffin of one of the terrorists. I mean, this kind of a thing, if it goes on, this shows the kind of the importance the terrorists have for the Pakistani army. So if that be so, it becomes a critical, I would say, element in the combat part of Pakistan army. It is the center of gravity, if you ask me frankly, in the operations. And I think we got to be very, very careful of this, because if you see, whether it was Iraq war, if you see Ukraine war and Russian war at the moment, the asymmetric angle, when it comes into the conventional war fighting, the warfare gets prolonged. This is something we have to guard against. But if you ask me frankly, I've been a corps commander. I've done 5 tenures in Jammu and Kashmir. It is well nigh impossible all over the world, by all armies of the world, to put an end to terrorism. It has to come from within the people of that country, because it is the local support. It is the support by the Pakistani military, which is giving them wings and giving them the power and the strength to maneuver and take on the Indian army. So it has to start from there. Yes, we can continue to hammer them, continue to neutralize them, which will carry on. But stopping this, the epicenter, putting an end to this epicenter, I think plugging it for good requires international intervention support. You look at what United States did. I mean, they ran away, they got away from Afghanistan. You see, they had gone there to put an end to global war on terrorism. And so there has got to be an international will in this case. India alone cannot do it. We require international will to support India in this endeavor.
Right. General Singh, my final question to you would be, today we are proud of our soldiers who have done a tremendous job of securing us. We're sitting in studios over here. It's very easy for journalists to talk, but they are the ones who are actually fighting. And we've been telling all our viewers not to share operational details, not to give out videos whenever there is a drill out. We cannot be helping Pakistani forces in any way. But what would your advice to the nation, to the forces and the government also be? At the end of the day, these are two nuclear-powered, nuclear-capable nations. And in Pakistan, you're not really dealing with the civilian government. The people who are in control are the army. Now, when we're dealing with this kind of a Pakistan, what kind of things do you need to be wary of? What do you feel are points of concern for us over the next few days? Your final thoughts.
Right. The first question was you asked what should we be doing, as to the message to the nation. First thing is that I think I would appeal to the good sense of all citizens, all worthy members of our nation, to fulfill their obligations towards the Constitution, towards the nation, towards the Tiranga, and abide by the instructions given out both by the Honorable Prime Minister, Raksha Mantri, and when I say both, it's Raksha Mantri and the Ministry of Home Affairs. But certainly what the Honorable Prime Minister has said, what has come out, we must adhere to those aspects. The other thing is that at this point of time, we've got to ensure that the communities in the hinterland, they get together, they keep their eyes and ears open to ensure that no fifth columnist, no negative element, no spy, no agent of the Pakistan can operate in our areas and do something. And of course, the national morale is something which actually boosts the morale of a soldier. So if the nation is united, if the nation sends out the correct vibes and correct messages, and they're together, you will find that the morale of the soldiers will be up. That is very important. And getting onto the military side, I think we need to continue to safeguard, use our AD weapon systems to ensure we take on the missiles and take on their aerial weapons which they are using against us. Those have got to be ensured. And of course, on the line of control, we've got to remain absolutely poised to take on any actions of theirs. But here I would like to bring out a point again. I think it's high time to perhaps shift our gears from a more defensive, more reactive strategy to a more proactive strategy. I think it's high time. It will also be having a requisite deterrence on Pakistan, on the Pakistani chief. We cannot continue to rely on the strategy of ki wo hame marenge, hum unko marenge, and we keep talking of non-escalatory, profile. I think we want to stay away from this and tell them point blank, state our threshold of tolerance, that no more. You do this, we are going to hammer you very, very hard. I think that is what is required at this point of time. And of course, we got to remain on guard. Our people are geared up. The decisive operations, if you ask me frankly, have not yet started. But we should remain on guard. When I say decisive operations, you see, when you see the conventional war fighting, the first phase is, seizing initiative. We had seized the initiative with regard to the terrorist 9 camps. They have also seized the initiative. They have struck at various places, 15 places last night, and their drones, 45 drones, which we brought down. They were trying to actually inflict, damage on us. We've taken them on. But the conventional war fighting, which is the decisive operation, when you in war fighting, after the seizing initiative, you have the decisive operations. Decisive operations have yet to start. For that, we got to remain on guard. That is the use of ground forces, their tanks, their mechanized infantry, along with the aerial strikes, their air power. At the moment, air power has not been used by both the sides. At the moment, ground forces have not come into play, barring, of course, the fire assaults which are taking place on the line of control. We got to remain guard for this, upping the ante by Pakistan with regard to decisive phase of war fighting.
All right. So you're saying that we need to be prepared for the decisive phase of war fighting and also be changing our approach when it comes to this continuous warfare with Pakistan. We need to be more proactive rather than reactive. Thank you very much, sir, for joining us. It's a pleasure talking to you on this day. CNBC-TV18, of course, would like to inform our viewers that we are in a sensitive situation. It is of utmost importance that we bring to you only verified news. Several videos and pictures are being circulated on social media, which are either fake or related to other past incidents. The fact-check unit of the Press Information Bureau has clarified on claims on social media. Santya Gora joins us now. Santya, over to you.
See, the misinformation warfare, a key tool of a non-kinetic attack against India, continues. The list of fake, old, unrelated videos, pictures and fake messages being circulated is getting longer every minute. The situation is so severe that in fact videos of video games are being circulated and passed off as attack or strike videos. Anticipating the use of misinformation in this social media era, at a time when tensions between India and Pakistan are escalating, the Indian government issued an advisory asking citizens to rely only on official Indian government handles. Let's take a look at some of these fake claims. The first one is a viral WhatsApp message is being circulated claiming ATMs will be closed in India for the next 2 to 3 days. The Indian government has busted this claim and clarified that this message is absolutely fake. ATMs will continue to operate as usual. Another fake claim is Pakistani social media handles claiming that a Sukhoi was shot down in Muzaffarabad, capturing an Indian pilot alive. The Indian government has clarified that this is not true at all. The said Sukhoi of the Indian Air Force is the one that crashed at Undre Vasti of Kulwadi village near the Pune-Ahmednagar highway in Maharashtra on 14th October. Next fake claim is that Pakistan launched a multiple launch rocket system attack on India. The Indian government has said that this claim is fake too, and this is as fake as it gets because the video is from a video game and has been online for over 3 years. So clearly it has no connection to the current India-Pakistan situation. This fake claim, this one came this morning, and the claim is that Hazira port in Gujarat has been attacked. The Indian government has said that there is absolutely no truth to this claim. This one is an unrelated video confirmed to depict an oil tanker explosion. The video is dated 7th July 2021, a 4-year-old video. We have been highlighting this particular fake claim since morning, and we are repeating it considering its significance. The fake claim is that entry to airports across India has been banned. This claim is fake. The Indian government has made it clear that no such decision has been taken. Apart from these fake claims of a Fedayeen attack, there are other fake claims as well. Fake claims of a Fedayeen attack on an army base, a fake claim of a drone being shot down, and a fake claim of the Indian army attacking its own citizens are also being circulated. Authentic and verified information during such sensitive times becomes even more crucial, and that's why we at CNBC-TV18 are running only and only authentic and verified information.
All right, thank you, Sandhya, for that. Moving on, the State Bank of India to sell 13% stake in Yes Bank to Sumitomo Mitsui Banking Corporation. The transaction will be worth 8,889 crore rupees at 21.50 rupees a share. Ritu Singh joins us now with the details. Ritu, are other banks looking to offload their shares as well?
Yes, they are indeed, and they've already made that disclosure. We're waiting for individual confirmations, but yes, one of Japan's largest bank, SMBC Sumitomo, is set to acquire 20% stake in Yes Bank, and it's bringing to a close really what has been more than a year-long process. Of course, the deal is still subject to all sorts of approvals, including from Reserve Bank of India and Competition Commission of India. For now, it's one of the largest investors in the bank, State Bank of India, which holds close to about 24% stake in Yes Bank, has agreed to sell 13.19% stake in Yes Bank to SMBC at rupees 21.50 per share. Keep in mind, all of these banks had acquired shares in Yes Bank as part of the restructuring plan back in 2020 for 10 rupees at that face value. So this is a 115% kind of ROI that the banks will get from this share sale. Even after selling 13.19%, SBI will continue to hold more than 10% stake in Yes Bank. Apart from this, a clutch of other banks that had stake in Yes Bank have also agreed to sell to SMBC. These include HDFC, ICICI Bank, Kotak Bank, Federal Bank, Axis Bank, IDFC and Bandhan Bank, collectively selling 6.8%. So 13.19% from SBI and 6.8% from these other banks, taking the total stake that SMBC will hold in Yes Bank at about 20%. As of now, it is unlikely this will trigger an open offer, but the key remains getting that Reserve Bank of India approval, and that is the next step to watch out for. It is going to be a long-winded process. Also keep in mind, SMBC also has majority stake, 74% in Fullerton India as well. The question, of course, that everybody is now going to be asking is whether at some point in the future, SMBC will choose to merge the two entities, or will it be allowed to keep them separate? So lots of developments to watch out for, but now, yes, 20% stake in Yes Bank subject to approvals.
Right. Thank you, Ritu, for that. With that, it's a wrap on this edition of Business 360. More news and updates continue right here on CNBC-TV18.
The Gates Foundation, one of the largest charitable foundations in the world, is marking its 25th anniversary. Now, the Silver Jubilee comes with a big commitment. Bill Gates is pledging to give away, in his words, virtually all of his wealth over the next 20 years, which means the foundation plans to spend $200 billion over the next 2 decades. Now, this accelerated timeline has meant a change to the foundation's charter, which had stated that the organization would sunset 20 years after the death of Bill Gates. The last big change to the foundation had come in 2021, when Bill and Melinda Gates announced their divorce. Melinda Gates resigned as co-chair in 2024, which left Bill Gates as the sole chairman of the Gates Foundation. Now, from combating infectious diseases to agriculture research and reproductive health, the Gates Foundation has been at the forefront of solving some of the biggest issues in the world today. And joining me now to discuss the foundation's future and his pledge to give away virtually all of his wealth is the man himself, Bill Gates. Bill, many thanks for joining us on CNBC-TV18. And let me start by congratulating you on 25 years at the Gates Foundation. But Bill, why this decision to set yourself a new deadline of 20 years to give away virtually all of your wealth? What has prompted this decision? Why this change from the original position?
Well, looking back on these 25 years, it's amazing what we've been able to accomplish. You know, together with partners, the one statistic of cutting the number of children who die every year in half has been phenomenal to be part of that. And so as I was thinking about that, I decided that we should essentially double down and spend all the rest of the money I'm lucky enough to have through the foundation on these causes over the next 20 years. And that'll allow us to be very aggressive, make some fantastic progress, and, we'll have real clarity. A lot of resources for 20 years, and then others can step in with whatever we haven't been able to finish off.
If I may, Bill, is this decision to accelerate or speed up the giving that you're doing linked to the overall environment that we're currently seeing, where there is a retreat from multilateral institutions, from multilateral arrangements, from development aid? How much of this acceleration perhaps is also linked to the change in the environment as we see it today?
No, this decision was made before all of these reductions were clear to us. I would say in the short run, it means the work we do is going to be challenged. Although I expect every year we'll have progress in India and some of the countries we work in. In Africa right now, these cuts to the aid budgets, the debt situation, some of the instability means the next 4 or 5 years will be difficult. But over the time period that all my money will be given, I still expect to see pretty incredible progress. So in the short run, I am very disappointed that aid generosity is down. But with the innovations in the pipeline, with, I think, going to people and saying that those aid budgets should come back to some degree, I'm super excited about what we can achieve in these next 20 years.
Bill, you talked about doubling down on the significant resources that you've already committed. $100 billion was the previous amount that you did over the last 25 years in spending. You're doubling down on that, $200 billion between now and 2045. So help me understand, these are big numbers. Prioritize for me how you intend to use this money and what are you hoping to achieve in terms of impact?
Well, the first 25 years, we got childhood deaths down from 10 million to under 5 million a year. And we also took the 2 other diseases, HIV and tuberculosis, and the deaths were cut substantially for both of those. We also came up with ways to save mothers who are giving birth. And so we're really putting most of the resources into the global health work. We hope to be able to cut the number of children who die more than in half. Again, and also to make dramatic reductions in all infectious disease. We need to finish our polio eradication. Still a lot of hard work left there. And we also think some other eradications, guinea worm, malaria, a number of diseases could be taken all the way to zero. And so by having, for the next 20 years, over 200 billion in resources, double what we spent in the first 25 years, we'll be able to partner with scientists, and we have a great partnership with the Indian government to help them achieve their ambitious health goals. And this field, the field of global health, will be able to perform miracles, and our resources will be a meaningful part of that.
You know, Bill, you spoke about the ability to deliver miracles. What have been some of the hardest fought battles over the last 25 years? You talked about some of the important outcomes, especially on the global health front, that you've been able to achieve. What's been the hardest part of making those a reality? Resource is one thing. Execution is another thing altogether. What's been the tough part on the execution front?
Yeah, so for the foundation, we both work on the R&D side, so like creating new vaccines. And so, with Serum, a great Indian partner, a meningitis vaccine was one of the first new ones the foundation did. Later, a rotavirus vaccine that was very low cost, a pneumococcus vaccine. Then with other partners like Bharat, a rotavirus vaccine that also brought prices down. So it's the vaccine work, both in the R&D and the delivery, is probably at the top of the list of the impact that we've had. Vaccines, you need to keep them refrigerated, you need to make them cheaper, you need to convince mothers to bring their children in. So, there are plenty of challenges just in that one area.
Bill, you talk about India. Now, you've been spending a fair amount of your time here in India. And of course, the foundation has been working in India for a good part of the last 25 years. Let me ask you about what excites you about what's happening in India today. How important is India going to be for the Gates Foundation over the next 20 years?
Well, certainly India's a very, very important place for us. It's our biggest overseas office, and it plays two big roles. One is that the Indian government has very aggressive goals for improving health, and so we get to partner and try out the latest advances in medicine, and that we've seen great results from that. But the actual creation, the R&D of the new tools, whether it's diagnostics, vaccines, drugs, new seeds to help farmers, or ways of taking AI and helping with health and agriculture as well as education. India is going to be a place where there's so many smart people, so much desire to see these improvements that will pioneer a lot of things first in India, and the brilliant work there will then benefit the entire world. Paradigmatic of that is the work in digital finance, where Aadhaar and the ability to pay digitally, India really did an amazing job on that, and now we work with the Indian government to make that available to all countries.
But Bill, you've been spending more and more time here in India and doing lots of fun, interesting things, not just linked to the foundation, but even outside of the work that the foundation is doing. What about being in India, about making the connections here in India, the people that you're spending your time with inspire you today? I mean, is this a new romance with India that started over the last few years?
No, I've always been fascinated by India, and of course Microsoft has had a fantastic relationship in terms of the huge development offices that we have in India, as well as amazing people like Satya Nadella that have come and made huge contributions to the company. And so as I moved from Microsoft to the foundation, I took that understanding of the great talent that's there with me, And so, I get to India on a regular basis and get to meet with the partners there. The majority of the world's vaccines by volume are made in India. We've had, so many important partnerships with that, and that's really growing. The quality of research in India, its desire to go even beyond vaccines with the tools that are provided, it's very timely. And, part of that is Prime Minister Modi's been very generous at sharing with me his goals, and so we can talk about how the foundation helps with that.
Bill, you've referenced vaccines, and I want to ask you this in the context of the last conversation you and I had, which was in September in New York last year. Now, there you had talked about being a salesman for Gavi, the Global Vaccine Alliance, in its quest to raise funds. You've been central to Gavi's ambition and aspiration of providing affordable vaccines to the world. At this juncture, with the very real possibility of funding drying up, specifically from the US, how concerned would you be about Gavi's future?
Well, I'm very, very concerned. It would be tragic if Gavi weren't able to raise as much or more money for this next 5 years as it's had for the last 5 years. And yet, it's pretty clear that we're going to see a reduction. I continue to talk to all the governments about the impact. There's nothing more amazing than making sure all the children of the world have these miraculous vaccines. So we'll see what we're able to raise, but it's looking tough. I'd say the next 5 years, the whole aid picture, whether it's Gavi or Global Fund, are going to mean that we might go backwards a little bit before we resume the progress we've seen since the turn of the century. And that's just a mistake, and I'll be speaking out very loudly, try to get the U.S. back in, try to get others to maintain or even increase, in some cases, their giving.
But do you feel confident or optimistic about that? You said you're going to try and draw people back to the table. But at this point, with the global retreat that we are seeing, especially from development goals, Bill, how much of a slide back do you believe we should be prepared for? Are we set for?
Well, we have two forces. One is the power of innovation, that is new tools, whether that's new drugs, new vaccines. We have AI to even help with the delivery, to talk to patients and give them advice about care seeking, things like the ultrasound that'll help figure out about the whether a pregnancy needs special care. So the innovation side is, if anything, going faster than ever. The generosity on resources for the delivery side, the next 5 years are going to be tough. And that might mean some of our statistics that have been improving, we might have a period where they'll get somewhat worse, particularly in Africa. And that's tragic. That shouldn't happen. If you look at the full time frame that all my money will be given over, I'd say we will be much better off by the end of that than we are right now, despite this period where the aid budgets are really going to hurt our work, particularly, as you said, things like Gavi and Global Fund not being fully funded.
Well, we are going to head into a break and continue our conversation with Bill Gates on his big pledge to spend $200 billion as part of the Gates Foundation over the next 20 years.
They want to meet, and they're doing no business right now. and those ships are turning around in the Pacific Ocean. Big turn, those are big ships. Those ships take about 10 miles to turn. And, we lost $1 trillion to China on trade because of an incompetent president that we had who preceded me, grossly incompetent. You're finding it out more and more now. And by not trading, we're losing nothing. So we're saving $1 trillion. It's a lot. But they want to negotiate and they want to have a meeting, and we'll be meeting with them at the right time. I have not met with them, of course. You would know if I met. I'd tell you. They want to meet, but we are right now. Look, they're suffering greatly. Their economy is suffering greatly because they're not.
Welcome back. You're watching the CNBC-TV18 exclusive. We're in conversation with Bill Gates on the big pledge of accelerating the spending being done by the Gates Foundation, $200 billion over the next 20 years. Bill, the last 25 years, the Gates Foundation has worked very closely with Warren Buffett. He's been instrumental in the $100 billion that you've spent in the journey so far. Is there a disappointment that he isn't going to be a co-traveler, fellow traveler over the next 20 years for you at the foundation?
Well, I'll certainly be very sad not to have Warren's regular advice. I mean, Warren is so wise, so generous. He's been a great friend to me. He's his example as a philanthropist, I think, has influenced many people besides myself. As you say, he's a huge contributor to the foundation. His family is very committed to the causes the Gates Foundation works on, and so they'll continue to be, his children will be great partners of ours in many of these areas. But no, it'll be tragic if Warren's not around. He's 94. I hope he lives this whole 20 years, but he might not.
Well, speaking of milestones, it's 25 for the Gates Foundation, it's 50 for Microsoft, and it will soon be 70 for you in October. As you look back and reflect on the many milestones that you've achieved personally and in your careers, if you had a chance of a do-over, would there be anything that you'd change, anything that you'd do differently?
Well, I'd be very reluctant to go back and change things since I've been so unbelievably lucky. My parents, who I got all my values from, and they made sure I got a great education. I've had amazing friends like Paul Allen, who helped found Microsoft, Steve Ballmer, who allowed Microsoft to be so successful, and now an unbelievable number of great partnerships at the foundation with the incredible team there, and partners all over the world. So. I'm the luckiest person in terms of what I've been able to be involved in. So yeah, I've made plenty of things that I've had to learn and do better, but I don't think I'd want to risk going back and making any changes.
Well, speaking of wanting to do better, you're no stranger to criticism, and it's been constant, but perhaps post-COVID even more so. Questions about the influence that organizations like yours build on decisions that have been taken. Many call it the tyranny of the unelected. How do you now respond to that criticism, Bill, and how do you believe the foundation should learn and position itself over the next 20 years to take some of that feedback and criticism on board in some constructive way?
Well, I think the agenda of saving children's lives, and making sure they're well nourished so that their brains and bodies fully develop, fortunately, that's not a super controversial agenda. All the governments we work with, including India, have goals to reduce those deaths, and so we're able to work together. Vaccines themselves, we test them to make sure they're incredibly safe, and so there is some controversy about those. But for example, with polio, there's not a single kid in India who's been paralyzed since 2011, when the final case, which was tragic, was taken care of, and so we get pretty strong support for the work we're doing. Sometimes seed technologies or contraception, we have to make sure we're communicating well about those things. I wish there were more people involved in, critiquing what we're doing in malaria and TB and HIV. Some of the work we do can actually be pretty lonely because it doesn't get the attention, the resources or the number of people engaged. So, I'd love somebody to criticize our TB drugs or vaccines or diagnostics and, share their ideas because, TB is back to being the world's biggest killer. And, there's just so few people funding the work there that, we wish there were more.
You talked about TB, malaria, and you're hoping that we see breakthroughs on both those fronts. But outside of health, the innovations on energy, the R&D work that's happening on Alzheimer's, I know that there's been a large part of your mind space and as well as your resources that have occupied these areas in the last few years. What are you most optimistic about, both on energy, specifically nuclear energy, and the work that's happening on things like Alzheimer's, the tuberculosis vaccine, etc.?
Well, if I had to pick one, I'd say, getting to the bottom of malnutrition and really solving that might get to the top of the list. It's a tough competition because we've got a HIV vaccine, a TB vaccine that you mentioned, a malaria vaccine, all very important. I also support new energy innovation. I do that through for-profit investments, including, for example, TerraPower, that's working on new lower-cost nuclear reactors. And so climate change, avoiding the worst of that and getting cheaper energy is important. But I'd say the malnutrition would be at the top of the list.
Well, it's clear that you're definitely not retiring anytime soon, Bill. What keeps you going? I know pickleball is definitely not going to be something that's going to occupy a lot of your time outside of the foundation's work. But what keeps Bill Gates going today?
Well, I'm very lucky. I love reading. I love, traveling. I have great sisters and friends. And, I love tracking the innovation, meeting people who are out in the field doing the tough work. So it's fascinating. And, even though we'll have setbacks overall, the possibility of what we can achieve in these next 20 years keeps me going, makes me want to travel and work hard.
And the possibilities that you alluded to, what we're seeing on the AI front at this point in time. But for AI to really address the world's real challenges, healthcare, finding solutions to the many access deficits that exist, what are we talking about? Are we 5-10 years out before we start to see an inflection point on some of these big, real transformational challenges?
Well, there's no doubt in the next 5 years, it'll be pretty radical, both in terms of how we discover new things, where the AI will help, and even healthcare delivery, where the patient will be able to talk with the AI and share everything that's going on with them and how they should interact with the health system. And so, no, that's near term. And we have a lot of partners who are doing pilots even this next year.
Well, you've been part of the private sector and, of course, then moved to the development world. If I were to ask you for your message to the private sector in the current volatile environment that we're in, to other philanthropic organizations as well, organizations that you're perhaps partnering with or you're hoping to partner with in the future, what would your message be to them? What would your message be to governments today? You said you want to ensure that your voice is heard. What would you tell governments around the world today as we perhaps face what could loosely be called a leadership recession?
Well, the value of helping other people is pretty strong in all the world's religions. And so, that should extend to the poorest, those most in need. And so the idea that we're having less money to buy vaccines for the world's children is a bit of a surprise. And, my advice is, hey, let's reverse that and accelerate the progress we've seen, which, we should all be so proud of.
Well, Bill, with that, thanks very much for joining us here on the Global Dialogue today. Thanks very much for giving us a roadmap of where the Gates Foundation is headed. It's going to be an accelerated timeline for you to spend $200 billion over the next 20 years. It's a significant amount of money and, of course, a big change as far as the Foundation's charter is concerned. Bill Gates, always a pleasure. Many thanks for joining us here. We will take a break. There's a lot more coming up. Don't go anywhere. We're back in a moment with more.
To ensure that the forces are able to take out any civilian who is in harm's way, the preparedness is there. Let me show you. These are the vehicles kept at the Government Degree College, Baramulla, where hundreds of vehicles, mini taxis have been kept available under a contingency plan to ensure that any person who feels stranded, or if there is a need to relocate people living close to the line of control, that these vehicles prove a critical lifeline. Several of these drivers, these buses have been kept and stationed here to move any person living in the line of control. This is Government Degree College, Baramulla, where all of these vehicles have been kept stranded, waiting. What we have also given to understand is during the night times, the small arm and the artillery exchange which took place on the line of control. School buses, have also been kept here, and apart from school buses, taxis, big buses have also been brought here to ensure that if there's a need to evacuate civilian population from the line of control, as directed by the administration and the government, they're able to take them swiftly out, because civilians have been hit hard. Civilian areas in Poonch, civilian areas in Uri, and several other sectors have also been affected by the ceasefire violation by Pakistan, and that's why these buses have been kept here ready to ensure that in case it escalates, they're able to take out those civilian population living near the line of control. With Bashir Lone in Baramulla, Ishanwani for CNN News 18.
No, it's a shame. We just heard about it just as we were walking in the doors of the Oval. Just heard about it. I guess people knew something was going to happen based on a little bit of the past. They've been fighting for a long time. They've been fighting for many, many decades and centuries, actually, if you really think about it. No, I just hope it ends very quickly.
Good evening. Thanks for joining us on India Business Hour. I'm Shireen Bhan. The headlines that we're tracking for you this evening. Tensions flare along the line of control overnight. The government says Pakistan used more than 300 to 400 drones across 36 locations last night, adding that one Pakistani armed UAV was targeted at the Bathinda military station, but the attempt was foiled. The government says the purpose of the large-scale aerial attack was to test India's air defense system and gather intelligence. The Indian government says that Pakistan targeted civilian and military infrastructure in India, adding that 2 school students were killed in shelling in Poonch on the 7th of May. Foreign Secretary Misri says places of worship with a particular design were targeted as well, calls the attacks on civilians a new low even for Pakistan. Top ministers chair key meetings to review preparedness as tensions between India and Pakistan escalate. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh meets the 3 service chiefs at South Block. The chiefs also meet Prime Minister Modi. Home Minister meets the BSF and the CISF top brass. Health Minister JP Nadda reviews health infrastructure preparedness across hospitals, and the Finance Minister reviews the banking system cybersecurity preparedness. Market snaps a 3-week gaining streak amidst an escalation in India-Pakistan tensions. Sensex and Japan Sumitomo Mitsui Banking Corporation to buy 20% stake in Yes Bank from a clutch of Indian banks led by State Bank of India. The total acquisition, once approved, will cost the Japanese bank over 13,000 crore rupees and be the largest cross-border deal in the Indian banking sector.
Swiggy's net loss nearly doubles to 1,080 crore rupees in Q4 of FY25. Weak operational performance offsets a 45% jump in revenue. The quick commerce vertical Instamart continues to bleed on the back of aggressive expansion and stiff competition. Investor money into equity mutual funds drops for the fourth month in a row in April, accentuated by a feeble new fund offer pipeline, but debt funds see a surge in interest and a 2-month outflow streak comes to an end. Hybrid funds are also in vogue, clocking the highest inflow in the last 5 months. The Indian Premier League has been suspended for a week as tensions between India and Pakistan escalate. The match between Punjab and Delhi that was being played in Dharamshala last night was stopped midway into the first innings. Elon Musk's social media platform X blocks over 8,000 accounts in India after receiving executive orders from the government. X says the accounts include international news organizations and prominent users. Adds that while it disagrees with the order, it has complied so far to remain accessible in India. To take the name Leo in 122 years. The top story this evening, the escalating tensions between India and Pakistan is our top focus. The Indian Army says it has thwarted multiple drone attacks by the Pakistan Army overnight, which were targeting military stations in Jammu, Pathankot and Udhampur. In a press conference addressed by the External Affairs Ministry, the government said that Pakistan used more than 300 to 400 drones across 36 locations last night, adding that one armed UAV was targeted at the Bathinda military station, but that attempt was foiled by the defense establishment. The government said it believes that the purpose of these large-scale aerial attacks was to test India's air defense system and gather intelligence. Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri revealed that Pakistan's drone attacks were targeted at civilian and military infrastructure, while Indian armed forces acted responsibly in their retaliation. Misri said 2 school students were killed during heavy shelling in Poonch on the 7th of May. He said that places of worship with a particular design were targeted. He referred to Pakistan's denials of the attacks on civilians as a new low, even for them. Let's keep in mind that the government has urged all media channels, digital platforms and individuals to refrain from real-time reporting of defense operations and the movement of security forces.
We also meet at a time when India is confronting the challenge of terrorism, one that is a shared threat to the international community. I thank those who have expressed solidarity with us and understand the resolute response that is underway.
During heavy shelling across the line of control in the early morning of 7th May, a shell fired from Pakistan landed just behind the Christ School run by the Carmelites of Mary Immaculate congregation in Poonch. Tragically, the shell fired from Pakistan hit the home of 2 students of the Christ School. Both students unfortunately lost their lives and their parents were severely injured. Another Pakistani shell struck a Christian convent of nuns belonging to the congregation of the Mother of Carmel, damaging water tanks and destroying solar panel infrastructure.
The possible purpose of these large-scale aerial intrusions were to test the AD systems and gather intelligence. Forensic examination of the drone debris is being undertaken. Preliminary reports suggest them to be of Aziz Gaj Songa drone of Turkey.
Well, that is the briefing that explained to us what happened overnight. And Parikshit Luthra standing by with more on the weapon system being deployed by India in the ongoing India-Pakistan conflict. It was a long night yesterday as well. Parikshit, take us through what the Indian side responded with.
Well, let's look at India's air defense shield, which came to our rescue and neutralized Pakistani drones and missiles. Let's look at the Barak missile first. This is a surface-to-air missile system developed jointly by Israel and India. It has a range of 150 kilometers. The Barak 8 can engage multiple targets simultaneously. The speed is Mach 2 or 600 meters per second. You also have the Akash, which is an India-made medium-range movable surface surface-to-air missile. It has a range of 25 kilometers and can simultaneously engage multiple targets in group mode or autonomous mode. The speed is Mach 2.5 or more than 850 meters per second. Then you have the Russian origin S-125 Pechora surface-to-air missile that can engage drones, fighters and helicopters. The range is 30 kilometers and has a speed of Mach 3.5 or 1.2 kilometers per second. You also have the indigenously made Samar platforms or surface-to-air missile for assured retaliation against low-flying targets. The range is 30 kilometers and the speed is over 850 meters per second. You've got the L-70 anti-aircraft guns, originally made by Sweden's Bofors, and this is used against radar-dodging drones, and this has a range of up to 4 kilometers, can fire 330 rounds per minute. You also have the Shilka system, which is of Russian origin. It has a range of over 20 kilometers, can fire 4,000 rounds per minute. It's lethal against small drones and helicopters. You've got the formidable S-400 air defense system acquired from Russia. It has a range of 400 kilometers to 600 kilometers and a speed of 4.8 kilometers per second. It can engage multiple targets simultaneously. Lastly, we have counter unmanned aerial systems, which have DRDO-developed counter-drone systems with hard-kill capabilities and can jam, disrupt and disable drone communication as well.
Parikshit, many thanks for taking us through what India has in its arsenal as it responds to the retaliation from Pakistan. Now, CNBC-TV18 would like to inform our viewers that we are in a sensitive situation and it is of utmost importance that we bring to you only verified news. Several videos and pictures were being circulated on social media which are either fake or related to past incidents. The fact-check unit of the Press Information Bureau has clarified on the claims being made on social media. Our colleague Santhya Gora has been poring over all of that to bring us the latest. Santhya, very quickly, the top items that we should flag for our viewers, which they must know are fake.
See, the misinformation warfare, a key tool of a non-kinetic attack against India, continues. The list of fake, old, unrelated videos, pictures and fake messages being circulated is getting longer every minute. The situation is so severe that, in fact, videos of video games are being circulated and passed off as attack or strike videos. Anticipating the use of misinformation in this social media era, at a time when tensions between India and Pakistan are escalating, the Indian government issued an advisory asking citizens to rely only on official Indian government handles. Let's take a look at some of these fake claims. The first one is a viral WhatsApp message is being circulated claiming ATMs will be closed in India for the next 2 to 3 days. The Indian government has busted this claim and clarified that this message is absolutely fake. ATMs will continue to operate as usual. Another fake claim is Pakistani social media handles claiming that a Sukhoi was shot down in Muzaffarabad, capturing an Indian pilot alive. The Indian government has clarified that this is not true at all. The said Sukhoi of the Indian Air Force is the one that crashed at Undre-Vasti of Kulwadi village near the Pune-Ahmednagar highway in Maharashtra on 14th October. Next fake claim is that Pakistan launched a multiple launch rocket system attack on India. The Indian government has said that this claim is fake too, and this is as fake as it gets because the video is from a video game and has been online for over 3 years. So clearly it has no connection to the current India-Pakistan situation. This fake claim, this one, came this morning and the claim is that Hazira port in Gujarat has been attacked. The Indian government has said that there is absolutely no truth to this claim. This one is an unrelated video confirmed to depict an oil tanker explosion. The video is dated 7th July 2021, a 4-year-old video. We have been highlighting this particular fake claim since morning and we are repeating it considering its significance. The fake claim is that entry to airports across India has been banned. This claim is fake. The Indian government has made it clear that no such decision has been taken. Apart from these fake claims of a Fedayeen attack, there are other fake claims as well. Fake claims of a Fedayeen attack on an army base, a fake claim of a drone being shot down, and a fake claim of the Indian army attacking its own citizens are also being circulated. Authentic and verified information during such sensitive times becomes even more crucial, and that's why we at CNBC-TV18 are running only and only authentic and verified information.
Well, thanks very much, Santya. And that is very, very crucial because this is as much a disinformation and a misinformation war. Now, U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio dialed Pakistan Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif and emphasized the need for an immediate de-escalation. Rubio expressed America's support for a direct dialogue between India and Pakistan. He also reiterated his calls for Pakistan to take concrete steps to end any support to terrorist groups. Earlier, U.S. Vice President J.D. Vance had said that the ongoing conflict was fundamentally none of America's business, but very different statement there from what we just heard Marco Rubio's call with the Pakistan Prime Minister. Social media platform X has blocked over 8,000 accounts following an order from the Indian government. The order cited alleged that accounts violated Indian laws. However, X, that was formerly Twitter, has claimed that the directive lacked any supporting evidence or justification. In a statement, X also described the order as a form of censorship and confirmed it is currently exploring all possible legal options to challenge the move. Now, the Board of Cricket Control in India has decided to suspend IPL 2025 with immediate effect for a period of 1 week until further notice on account of the border tensions. BCCI Vice President Rajiv Shukla said the board will review the situation in a week's time and take a further decision. Yesterday, the match between Rajasthan Royals and the Punjab Kings was cancelled midway at the Dharamshala Stadium after air raid alerts in Jammu and Pathankot. Previously, the IPL was suspended during the second wave of the COVID pandemic in 2021. Now, the government has allayed fears of possible shortages of food, drugs and other essential items on account of the ongoing tensions. The government has told states to act against false information, hoarding and black marketing, and has also assured states that it has enough buffer stock should the need arise. Timsy standing by to take us through the details. Timsy.
In the wake of heightened national security concerns following Operation Sindoor, the Indian government has stepped in to reassure citizens about the availability of essential commodities and the readiness of the healthcare system, especially in the northern states with sensitive zones. As reports of panic buying surfaced, particularly from Punjab, the centre responded swiftly on 8th May, followed by holding high-level meetings with state governments, private sector retailers and e-commerce platforms to prevent hoarding and black marketing on 9th May. The government has asked states to assure public that there are adequate stocks of essential items like rice, wheat, pulses, fruits and vegetables to meet demands in any adverse situations. That's what sources said. On the healthcare front, the Union Health Ministry launched a nationwide review focusing on northern states like Jammu and Kashmir, Punjab and Haryana, Rajasthan and Himachal Pradesh. The government has ensured that hospitals are well equipped with essential supplies such as drugs, blood, etc. and medical staff, while also deploying advanced trauma care units and ambulance services. To further bolster preparedness, a 24/7 control center has been established at the Union Health Ministry, and nationwide disaster preparedness drills have been carried out at top hospitals. The government is also working closely with local authorities to ensure that healthcare systems remain functional and responsive, particularly in border areas. Just to remind our viewers, the move comes after Prime Minister Narendra Modi on 8th May chaired a high-level interministerial meeting to review the situation and maintain vigilance across all sectors. The centre has reiterated its commitment to national security, food security and public health resilience during these challenging times.
Timsy, many thanks. Now, the government has quoted CNBC-TV18's exclusive interview with the World Bank President Ajay Banga on the Indus Water Treaty. In an exclusive conversation with me yesterday, Banga said that the World Bank has no role to play in the Indus Water Treaty. He added that the treaty is between two sovereign nations, India and Pakistan, and the World Bank's role is limited to that of a facilitator. The Indian government has kept the treaty in abeyance since the Pahalgam attack, citing national security concerns.
The treaty is not suspended. It's technically called something in abeyance, is how the Indian government worded it. There is no provision in the treaty to allow for suspension, the way it was drawn up. It either needs to be gone or it needs to be replaced by another one. That requires the two countries to want to agree. The World Bank's role is basically that of a facilitator if they disagree, not by us making a decision, but by us being the party that goes through a process to find a neutral expert or an arbitrator court to settle it. And we have to pay the fees of those guys through a trust fund that was set up at the bank at the time of creation of the treaty. That's our role. We have no role to play beyond that. I haven't heard from either country yet about anything to do with the Indus Water Treaty. So that's exactly where it is. I know there's a lot of speculation in the media about how the World Bank will either fix it or not, or be approached or not. It's all bunk, because we don't have that role to play. And I wish you would help me tell the media that they should take a look at the treaty and realize that the treaty is a treaty between two sovereign nations, and they have to decide whether that's what they want to continue with. It's their decision, and so be it.
Well, that is the World Bank President Ajay Banga. Now, Pakistan's financing facilities will be reviewed at a board meeting of the International Monetary Fund in Washington today. Islamabad is also expected to seek an additional $1.3 billion bailout package for the country. The Indian government has said it will oppose additional funding to Pakistan. Archana Solanki joins us now. Archana, this is going to be a crucial meeting of the IMF. In many ways, will decide the economic future of Pakistan. Tell us more about why this bailout is so pivotal for Pakistan.
Now, Pakistan's economy is valued at $350 billion. It's burdened with a $280 billion debt, of which $131 billion owed to external creditors like China, the IMF and the World Bank, and $149 billion to domestic entities like local banks. Now, this debt, as of March 2024, was about 75% of Pakistan's GDP. That shows how deep the financial crisis runs. Now, since 1958, the IMF has provided Pakistan with 24 loans under its extended fund facility. The most recent is the $7 billion bailout, which was approved in 2024, alongside a $1.3 billion climate resilience loan that it got in March this year. Now, the IMF disperses $1 billion every year from the $7 billion, and so far they have released $1 billion. Now, subsequently, all these funds dispersals depend on performance reviews. So, today's IMF review is a make or break moment. If approved, Pakistan will get the next $1 billion to keep its economy running. Now, what were these loans given for? In simple words, the money was meant to boost businesses, fix government finances, and rebuild Pakistan's foreign reserves to help pay for imports and debts. But despite the bailout, things are not getting better. There are many reasons, but two main reasons: corruption, terror financing, and of course, the third one, which in addition to this is tax evasion. In 2024, only 2.5% of Pakistanis filed tax returns, so the government doesn't have enough cash to use the loans effectively. The United States, the biggest IMF contributor, helps fund these loans.
IMF की आज मीटिंग हो रही है. हम वहाँ पे अपना पक्ष रखेंगे और जो हमारा मत है इन चीज़ों को लेके वहाँ पे साझा करेंगे दूसरे मेंबर्स के साथ. ये बोर्ड पे निर्भर है कि वहाँ पे क्या निर्णय होता है.
Thanks, Archana. And that was the Foreign Secretary there on the IMF decision, which is expected later tonight. And speaking of the IMF bailout package, CIA President Sanjeev Puri commented, saying that the IMF's financial relief package for Pakistan, telling reporters that these packages are meant for development activities and not for terror activity. Take a look.
I think the response of the government of India to the provocation has been firm. It has been firm. It has also been very, I think, done in a very responsible and measured way. And the Indian industry stands fully behind the government and is ready to provide whatever support. All these bailouts are meant to provide prosperity to people, which means development activity, not to fund this kind of activity. So I hope these things are cognized for.
Industry reacting to the current situation. We will head into a break, but up next, Japan Sumitomo Mitsui Banking Corporation to buy a 20% stake in Yes Bank from a clutch of Indian banks led by State Bank of India. That and more when we return. Well, let's give you a snapshot of the market action. Dalal Street snapping its 3-week gaining streak amidst tensions between India and Pakistan. The Sensex, Nifty and the Midcap index fell over 1% each. The Nifty bank was down by about 1.5%, and 1% of a cut there for the Sensex and the Nifty. Let's now talk about the money market, where the rupee strengthened by 34 paise against the dollar amidst the escalation of tensions between India and Pakistan. $1 now costs 85 rupees and 37 paise. The rupee gained some ground a day after it recorded its worst fall in more than 2 years. 85.37 is where the dollar rupee closed. Now, food and quick commerce platform Swiggy's net loss nearly doubled to 1,080 crore rupees in Q4 of FY25. Weak operational performance offset a 45% jump in revenue. The company's quick commerce vertical Instamart continues to bleed on the back of aggressive expansion and stiff competition. The big corporate story: Japan's Sumitomo Mitsui Banking Corporation will buy a 20% stake in Yes Bank from a clutch of Indian banks led by State Bank of India. Ritu joins us now with more details. Ritu, it's been long awaited, much anticipated, finally done.
That's right. One of Japan's largest lenders, Sumitomo Mitsui Banking Corporation, or SMBC, is set to acquire 20% stake in Yes Bank in what will be the largest cross-border investment in the Indian banking sector. Now, to get to this 20% stake, SMBC is going to acquire 13.19% stake from State Bank of India, which in turn is the largest shareholder in Yes Bank with about 24% stake at the moment, and an aggregate of 6.81% collectively from Axis, Bandhan Bank, Federal Bank, HDFC, ICICI, IDFC and Kotak Mahindra Bank, who each hold less than 3% stake in Yes Bank. Now, the deal at 21.5 rupees per share is at a slight premium to the Friday closing price of 20 rupees per share. Now, if you look at the post-deal shareholding structure, SBI stake will fall to about 10.78%, and the aggregate holding of the other banks will come down from 9.74% to 2.93%, and SMBC will then emerge as the largest shareholder with 20% stake once the deal is closed. The transaction, of course, is still subject to, importantly, approvals from the Reserve Bank of India and also CCI and others. Now, SMBC will have the right to nominate 2 directors to Yes Bank's board, while SBI will continue to have the right to nominate 1 director. Now, SMBC is a subsidiary, or the wholly owned subsidiary, of Sumitomo Mitsui Financial Group, which has more than $2 trillion in assets. SMBC also, by the way, holds about 74% stake in an Indian NBFC, SMFG, formerly known as Fullerton India Credit. So the question may also arise later whether it will look to merge that NBFC with Yes Bank. But for now, SMBC entering into an agreement to acquire this 20% stake in Yes Bank, subject to approvals, bringing a year-long process of negotiations to a close.
Ritu, many thanks. And the Directorate of Civil Defence tested air raid sirens at Public Works Department headquarters in New Delhi today. The drill, which lasted for 15 to 20 minutes, was part of the efforts to bolster the capital's civil defence preparedness. This we've been seeing across the country. Shivani gets us this ground report.
Well, I'm standing at the PWD headquarters here in the busy ITO area of New Delhi, which hubs major government buildings and also media hubs over here in the ITO area of New Delhi. Now, what you can see behind me, a lot of commotion over here because a short while ago, from 3 to 3:15 p.m., there were air raid sirens that were sounded off from the rooftop of the building, and that was not due to an immediate threat. It was part of the nationwide preparedness drill being conducted by security agencies in light of the heightened alert following the recent escalation with Pakistan. Right now, what you can see behind me are volunteers of civil defense that are talking to the media and telling other people present over here how to prepare themselves in case of any actual danger. Now, the siren was part of a mock drill, mock air raid protocol designed to test the coordination and response time. The siren was a little feeble, so you couldn't hear it on the mic, but it was, as I told you, a protocol in case of an actual eventuality. How do people have to behave? What is the protocol that they have to follow? And what are the teams, the response, how fast the teams can come over here on the ground? A lot of such mock drills being planned in the national capital in the days to come as well. We'll keep getting you more. That's all from here. Back to you.
Well, the civil defence drills are underway across the country at this point in time. With that, it is time for us to wrap up this edition of India Business Hour. Remember, CNBC-TV18 will continue to bring you only verified information. We will continue to debunk all of the fiction that is masquerading as fact at this point in time, and there is plenty of it. So stay tuned to CNBC-TV18, not just for the market action, but also for the latest updates on the escalating tensions between India and Pakistan. From all of us here on the team, thanks very much for watching.
Hello and welcome to Global Eye. I'm Parikshit Luthra, and the top story we're tracking this evening, the escalating tensions between India and Pakistan, is our top focus. The Indian Army said that it thwarted multiple drone attacks by the Pakistani Army overnight, which were targeted at military stations at Jammu, Pathankot and Udhampur. In a press conference, the government said that Pakistan used more than 300 to 400 drones across 36 locations last night. It added that one armed UAV was targeted at Bhatinda military station, but the attempt was foiled. The government said that it believes that the purpose of these large-scale aerial attacks was to test India's air defense system and gather intelligence. Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri revealed that Pakistan's drone attacks were targeted at civilian and military infrastructure. While Indian armed forces acted responsibly in their retaliation, Misri said that 2 school students were killed during heavy shelling in Poonch on the 7th of May. He said that places of worship with a particular design were targeted as well. He referred to Pakistan's denials of the attacks on civilians as a new low for them. Let's keep in mind that the government has urged all media channels, digital platforms and individuals to refrain from real-time reporting of defense operations and movement of security forces. And we must tell you that Operation Sindoor is not over. There will be periods of intensity, there will be periods of calm. But the operation definitely not over. We're joined by Brahma Chelani, Strategic Affairs expert, Major General B.S. Dhanoa, and also John Spencer, Chair of the Urban Warfare Studies Department at the War Institute. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for joining us. General Dhanoa, if I can begin with you. You know, when the Foreign Secretary and Colonel Sophia, Wing Commander Vyomika Singh were briefing the press, they made an important point. And first of all, we will laud and praise the work done by our armed forces and the phenomenal work they've done over the last few days. But at the same time, they said that Pakistan used 300 drones to target different locations along the LOC and the international border. And the plausible purpose is the fact that Pakistan wanted to test the air defense system in India and gather intelligence. Do we assume now that till now Pakistan was only testing grounds and the real response will come now?
Thank you for having me, Girish. As the spokesperson for the Ministry of Defense mentioned that these were probing attacks. Will they come again? I don't think that you can get a definitive answer to that. The possibility that they've got a fair idea of the robust Indian response is very much going to put them, or should I say, is going to make them a little cautious about being able to use a similar sized force package to try and target any important military installation or even a random attack on certain important areas. So yes, it was definitely a probing attack to check India's responses and possibly even to test the efficacy of the counter unmanned aerial systems grid that we very effectively put in place over the last 7 to 10 years. And so definitely, I would say that they've got maybe not all, but certain answers to some of the issues that they were looking at. Whether they're going to come again, that's $1 million question.
Absolutely. Let me also get in John Spencer here. John, what's your reading of the kind of weaponry that was used by the Pakistani forces? You know, defense sources here in India were said that some of these drones were cheap quality drones. Today in the Defense Ministry press conference, the defense spokesperson said that these were Turkish drones that were used. Some of the air defense systems that were also targeted by the Indian forces were Chinese made. What's the efficacy of these drone and air defense systems according to you, and how do they stack up against what India has? Because we've deployed all our air defense systems. We're using everything at our disposal to protect ourselves.
Yeah, it's a great question. I mean, that definitely applies to what are the capabilities of the device, although Turkish drones have some sophisticated versions. But, you know, this is something we've seen similar around the world in both Ukraine and Russia, and even in Islamic regime in Iran attacks. You start with these cheap disposable drones to overwhelm air defense systems, and then follow that oftentimes immediately with some type of missile directed strike. But yes, I mean, it shows the efficiency and overwhelming capability of the Indian air defense systems, as we've also seen the weakness of the Pakistani air defense systems recently when India responded to the horrific terror attack against those 9 sites, and the air defense capabilities of Pakistan couldn't stop them.
Right. Let me also get in Brahma Chelani at this point. Brahma Chelani, today in the press conference, Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri went on to say that India has managed to kill in its strikes Abdul Rauf Azhar, who had beheaded Wall Street Journal journalist Daniel Pearl. Is this going to make Pakistan realize that they cannot be supporting Pakistan? They need to make Pakistan accountable and take a stronger stand with India? Do you think this current administration, the likes of Marco Rubio, J.D. Vance, Donald Trump, will take that stand?
The US has taken a hands-off approach. It has effectively green-lighted India's strike. No major power has criticized India for conducting Operation Sindoor. The only power that criticized India was China, Pakistan's all-weather ally. That tells you a lot. The problem is this, that targeting terror infrastructure in Pakistan, taking out terror camps, killing terrorists, will not impose deterrent costs on the Pakistani military establishment. The Pakistani military establishment uses these terrorist proxies as disposable commodities. They're cannon fodder for the military generals. They're expendable. You can kill even 1,000 of them. Pakistan is the world's biggest terrorism factory. They will churn out more jihadi terrorists. So India has to be clear as to what its end objective is. What does it want to achieve through Operation Sindoor? Does it want to impose such heavy costs on the Pakistani military establishment that it's forced to end its decades-old asymmetric warfare through the use of terrorist proxies? Or is it merely to inflict costs in a measured, calibrated way? Right now, India is, from its own admission, responding in kind and imposing costs similar to what Pakistan is seeking to impose on India. So I think we need to be clear about what India's end objective is.
That's an important point. General Dhanoa, do you want to weigh in on that? Because just a while back, we had General Bikram Singh on the program, and he said that, you know, most of the time when it comes to Pakistan, we are reactive. Jab wo hame marenge, to hum jawab denge. But now we need to be proactive, and probably the next stage after Operation Sindoor is to have a decisive operation. We've not done a decisive operation. What's your sense on the road ahead? Because, you know, at some level, the feeling within the average Indian citizen is, how many times will this happen? How long will we continue to keep going through the cycles? Is there a way to decisively end this problem?
Well, it's a rocky road ahead is all that I can say. And I don't think that, you know, between